Upon awakening abruptly, a pair of crimson eyes and three swirling black tomo danced incessantly before him. Fixated upon his very being, that it felt as if these eyes could completely engulf him, while the world around seemed to fracture. What manner of power was this? It appeared capable of swallowing him whole, drawing him into an alternate realm. The tomo ceased their rotation. The mesmerizing eyes vanished in an instant. Suddenly, Rain jolted upright in bed, exclaiming, "What was that? Was that the Sharingan?" He paused, reflecting on the moment. I am Uchiha Rain, a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan from the Hidden Leaf Village. Although I was born into a renowned lineage known for its scarcity yet unparalleled genius, I find myself an utterly ordinary individual, yet paradoxically extraordinary. My ordinariness stems from my lack of remarkable traits, while my extraordinary nature lies in the fact that I have been an orphan since childhood. Consequently, many within the clan regard me as an outsider, questioning my true connection to the Uchiha legacy. Uchiha Rain possesses tousled, jet black hair, likely disheveled from just awakening. His sharply defined eyes seem to be the ideal vessel for the Uchiha's Sharingan, yet he has never contemplated this possibility. His features are unremarkable, neither strikingly handsome nor particularly unattractive. He could easily pass unnoticed in a bustling crowd. Indeed, according to their words, had I not been discovered in an Uchiha dwelling, they might have never recognized me as kin. Today marks a momentous occasion, truly significant for me. This important day should evoke joy, for it is my 12th birthday, a time when one would typically receive blessings and well wishes from fellow Uchiha. Yet, this year feels different despite reaching the age of 12. I have yet to exhibit the abilities expected of an Uchiha. Though the Uchiha clan is sparse in numbers, their lineage is unmistakably evident, while I remain unable to perform even the simplest fire release technique. Perhaps this is my fate. Uchiha Rain has never considered himself less gifted than others. Yet the clan members with whom he has shared 12 years of his life have likely never regarded him as one of their own. Rising slowly, Uchiha Rain washed his face and tidied up, despite it being his birthday. A smile was conspicuously absent from his countenance, and the atmosphere was devoid of any semblance of joy. The room was stark and silent, with only Uchiha Rain moving about in solitude. Perhaps after today, I shall never return, Uchiha Rain muttered to himself. He walked deliberately to the wardrobe, preparing to change out of his sleepwear into his preferred attire. However, upon seeing the clothes, his hand halted mid-reach. Caught in a moment of hesitation, as Uchiha discovered, it seemed that every garment in his wardrobe bore the distinctive family crest of the Uchiha clan, a symbol reminiscent of a ping-pong paddle, composed of red and white hues, serving as a testament to the clan's illustrious history. Uchiha continued thoughtfully, the Uchiha. After speaking, he closed the wardrobe, attempting to find an article of clothing devoid of the Uchiha emblem. Yet, after rummaging for a considerable time, he realized that throughout the years, he had never worn anything without the Uchiha crest, making it impossible to locate a different outfit now. Given the lack of options, finding something unrelated within the Uchiha clan was even more improbable. Uchiha contemplated donning his pajamas to step outside, but suddenly he thought, surely there can't be any emblem on those. He picked up the pajamas, recalling that they seemed to lack the Uchiha insignia. However, he had simply never paid attention before, so he now resolved to scrutinize the garment to ascertain whether the Uchiha mark was present. It appeared that Uchiha was intent on severing ties with the Uchiha clan entirely. Indeed, upon inspecting the sleeves of the pajamas, he discovered the Uchiha crest once more. Infuriated, Uchiha exclaimed, "Why doesn't the Uchiha clan sell clothing? It could be a lucrative brand, far more prosperous than they are now." Yet, the current situation remained unchanged. Uchiha gently set down the pajamas and reopened the wardrobe. Since there was no alternative, he decided to boldly step outside, bidding farewell to the family he had lived with for 12 years. Perhaps he would no longer carry the Uchiha surname, but he had lived here for a dozen years. After all, they had raised him for that long. Uchiha chose a blue long coat, took a long knife he had used for years, along with a few essentials, and walked out of the house, leaving behind any other belongings, especially those adorned with the Uchiha crest. As he stepped outside, he encountered a familiar face Uchiha Ningxin, who seemed to have just approached a knock on the door. Upon seeing Uchiha Yu emerge, she waved and called out, "You, where are you headed? Would you like me to join you? I might be able to assist you significantly." In response to Uchiha Ningxin's warm greeting, Uchiha Yu allowed a rare smile to grace his lips after all these years. As he had matured, Uchiha Ningxin was perhaps the only person he could truly consider a friend. Uchiha Yu smiled, then walked over and spoke. "No need, I am off to undertake a rather lengthy mission, and I may be gone for quite some time, so I wouldn't expect you to come looking for me anytime soon." After saying this, he seemed inclined to turn away, for apart from the Uchiha clan itself, the only lingering sentiment he held was for Uchiha Ningxin, who remained a cherished memory in his heart. Uchiha Ningxin harbored profound discontent towards Uchiha Ye's current demeanor, and she promptly exclaimed with a tone laden with indignation, "What is this? Do you intend to simply walk away like this? What sort of prolonged mission could it possibly be? With your capabilities, it cannot possibly involve pursuing a mere cat in the forest." This girl, adorned with long, lustrous black hair, could undoubtedly be regarded as a captivating beauty within the Uchiha clan. However, from a young age, she had relished the company of Uchiha Yu, having grown up together in a bond that transcended mere friendship. It is perhaps fair to surmise that Uchiha Ye's ostracism within the clan stemmed not solely from his status as an orphan and his lackluster abilities, but also significantly from the influence of Uchiha Ningxin herself. Faced with Uchiha Ningxin's scornful remarks, Uchiha Yu surprisingly refrained from retorting. Instead, he continued walking forward, gesturing dismissively without looking back, asserting, "My tasks have never been simple. It is of no concern to you." However, Uchiha Ningxin was not easily swayed. He understood Uchiha Yu well and sensed that there was something amiss. Attempting to catch up, he soon realized that Uchiha Yu was accelerating away, indicating a clear desire for solitude. Gradually, he relinquished the pursuit. Uchiha Yu, walking ahead, was acutely aware of Uchiha Ningxin trailing behind. Once he had distanced himself, he finally exhaled in relief, for he harbored no wish for Uchiha Ningxin to witness the desolation of his expulsion from the Uchiha clan. After all, he had cultivated a sense of pride during his years with the Uchiha, a pride intrinsically linked to his family, despite his own ineptitude in ninjutsu. He recalled a figure from Uchiha history, Uchiha Obito, who had once been similarly inept. Yet the outcome of Obito's journey was a matter of record, and Uchiha Yu aspired to become a formidable warrior akin to Uchiha Sasuke. As Uchiha Yu approached the entrance of the Uchiha clan, he had already received word days prior instructing him to depart discreetly, to maintain a low profile as much as possible. While he intended to comply, he knew that one day he would return, and those who had cast him out would face the repercussions. Upon nearing the entrance, he encountered several individuals of similar age congregating there, seemingly having awaited his arrival for some time. Their gazes were rife with derision and mockery. Uchiha Yu regarded them with indifference, prepared to pass by, yet they appeared utterly bewildered by his demeanor. One among them, named Uchiha Shan, audaciously called out, "Oh, Uchiha Yu, no. Just you? What happened to that fearless tenacity of yours today?" Uchiha Yu offered no response, silently walking past the gates of the Uchiha clan and crossing the boundary line. He declared, "Is that so? By crossing this line, I have already proven I am no longer Uchiha. So, do you dare to step forward and face me?" With that, he beckoned Uchiha Shan with a single finger. Upon hearing Uchiha Yu's words, Uchiha Shan prepared to retort, but the mocking gesture from Yu ignited his indignation. How could he endure such humiliation? Pointing vehemently towards Uchiha Yu, he exclaimed, "What right do you, a worthless nobody, have to speak to me thus? I have officially graduated from the Ninja Academy this year, while you, a failure, didn't even attend." Uchiha Yuki paid no heed to Uchiha Yama's words. He was acutely aware that his inability to attend the Ninja Academy stemmed from the family's belief that he lacked the Uchiha bloodline. Fearing that his presence might tarnish the illustrious legacy of their clan, renowned for its prodigies, Uchiha Yuki then spoke slowly, suggesting, "Before I depart, let us engage in a contest. The clan forbids fighting, does it not? Since I am no longer a member of the Uchiha, that rule must no longer hold." A faint smile crept across Uchiha Yama's face as he signaled the two Uchiha nearby to step back. He then crossed the so-called threshold and faced Uchiha Yuki, declaring, "You have never even attended the Ninja Academy. I doubt you have mastered the basic transformation technique, let alone ninjutsu. What do you intend to use to defeat me? Uchiha Yuki remained silent, drawing the sword from his back and advancing towards Uchiha Yama. Indeed, he charged directly forward. Such an unrefined and moderately paced assault would reveal countless vulnerabilities, even to someone like Uchiha Yama, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Yama, confronted with Uchiha Yuki's onslaught, mocked, "Are you here to amuse me? Or perhaps you seek death due to the unbearable humiliation you charge in so recklessly? Or do you have some hidden preparation?" Uchiha Yama made no further moves. As Uchiha Yuki approached, he began forming hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. After completing the seals, Uchiha Yama inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, directly targeting the advancing Uchiha Yuki. As the fireball drew near, Uchiha Yuki realized he had no other recourse but to evade it. He noticed that the fireball encircled him, albeit slightly skewed to the left, indicating a lack of precision in its trajectory. If I move to the right, I can surely evade it, Uchiha Yuki discerned, swiftly shifting to the right. If struck, he would not merely suffer but likely perish, a fate he was determined to avoid. Thanks to Uchiha Yuki's rapid reflexes, although his speed had its limitations, his analytical skills allowed him to narrowly evade the incoming fireball. Uchiha Yama, clearly incredulous, exclaimed, "Could it be a substitution technique?" However, before he could finish his thought, Uchiha Yuki pressed forward once more, aware that he was utterly inept against attacks like fireballs or shurikens. Uchiha Yuki knew he needed to close the distance to have any chance of success. Uchiha Yama, having discerned Uchiha Yuki's intentions, thought, "You wish to engage in close combat? Do you believe your only disparity with me lies in ninjutsu?" Instead of casting another jutsu, Uchiha Yama drew a kunai from his waist, brandishing it before him as he charged towards Uchiha Yuki. Both combatants rapidly closed the gap, but Uchiha Yama's speed was markedly superior to that of Uchiha Yuki. However, in terms of foresight and reaction, Uchiha Yu indeed held a certain advantage. The blade of Uchiha first struck towards the kunai of Uchiha Mountain, which was poised to launch an attack, effectively suppressing Uchiha Mountain's weapon and preventing it from being raised or maneuvered. Simultaneously, the tip of the blade successfully obstructed the position of Uchiha Mountain's other hand, compelling him to alter his approach, albeit at the cost of additional time. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yu directed his other hand towards Uchiha Mountain's abdomen, landing a decisive blow. A sense of triumph welled up within Uchiha Yu. Yet, when his fist completely penetrated Uchiha Mountain's form, he was taken aback as Uchiha Mountain's body dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. A shadow clone, Uchiha Yu pondered. Although he instinctively surmised it was a clone, he promptly adapted his strategy, remaining vigilant for Uchiha Mountain's attack from any direction. However, the surroundings were barren. Devoid of trees or any cover, where could he be hiding? Suddenly, Uchiha Yu had a revelation as he glanced towards the positions of the other two Uchiha clan members. They had stepped outside a certain boundary, yet there were still only two of them. In that instant, one of them surged forward as Uchiha Yu turned his gaze elsewhere, hurling shuriken with an unexpectedly familiar visage. Undoubtedly, this was the real Uchiha Mountain. "You fool, meet your demise." Uchiha Mountain seized the opportunity while Uchiha Yu was momentarily distracted, launching a surprise attack from a relaxed position, having let his guard down against the two Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Yu felt a gust of wind behind him and swiftly turned around, but even as he did, Uchiha Mountain was already upon him, leaving no time for evasion. Uchiha Yu raised his long blade before him, his gaze fierce as he attempted to parry Uchiha Mountain's kunai. Nevertheless, Uchiha Mountain was not easily thwarted by such rudimentary defense, though his strike was blocked by the long blade. The very next moment, his flying kick landed squarely on Uchiha Yu's chest, sending the sword he held careening away to the ground. Uchiha Yu clutched his chest, gasping for air, the force of the blow momentarily rendering him breathless. Yet, had that same force struck Uchiha Mountain, he likely would have remained unscathed. Uchiha Mountain refrained from further attacks, instead mocking, "See? This is what happens when you seek your own demise. This is the chasm that separates ordinary folk from the Uchiha." Utilizing those two individuals as cover, one had discreetly departed during their skirmish, while the real body concealed itself among them, preparing for a surprise assault against me. Uchiha Yu lay on the ground, gazing up at Uchiha Yama, who looked down upon him with a disdainful expression. Grasping his chest, Uchiha Yu slowly rose to his feet, even spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, and remarked, "Is that so? You seem to be nothing extraordinary. Is this the success you've achieved after 6 years at that ninja academy? Hardly impressive." A faint smile curled at the corners of Uchiha Yu's lips. Instantly, Uchiha Yama's gaze turned frigid, laced with simmering fury as he retorted, "It seems you still desire another beating. You won't cease your stubbornness until you've been thoroughly defeated." The two appeared eager to continue their brawl, yet Uchiha Yu understood that prolonging the fight would yield no favorable outcome for him. However, he also recognized that without attempting to improve his strength, he would remain stagnant. Uchiha Yu picked up his long blade, gripping it firmly as he faced Uchiha Yama, awaiting his next offensive move. This time, Uchiha Yu relinquished the initiative, thinking to himself, "I wish to see what else you can offer beyond your sneak attacks." Uchiha Yama said little, clutching his kunai as he advanced swiftly towards Uchiha Yu, his speed undeniably formidable in Yu's eyes. As Uchiha Yu adeptly parried Uchiha Yama's kunai with his long blade, he seized the opportunity to launch a flying kick at Yama, reacting with remarkable speed. Uchiha Yama blocked the kick with his foot, retreating slightly before forcing Uchiha Yu's blade aside with his kunai. Then, drawing another dagger from his waist with his left hand, he aimed it directly at Uchiha Yu's cheek. Anticipating Yama's assault, Uchiha Yu thought, "Have you succeeded? You cannot evade this." Uchiha Yama believed his strike would land, yet Yu's swift reflexes caught him off guard. In a split second, Uchiha Yu crouched down, causing Yama's kunai to merely graze his hair without inflicting any injury. Having evaded the attack, Uchiha Yu seized the opening for a counterstrike. A splendid opportunity. You cannot escape now. With all his strength, he swung the hilt of his blade forcefully toward Uchiha Yama's groin, resulting in a sickening thud. In the brief silence that followed, Uchiha Yama let out a piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered animal, howling repeatedly until he could no longer produce sound. Clutching his groin in agony, he writhed in pain, unable to bear the torment. Recognizing his success, Uchiha Yu waved his hands dismissively at the suffering Uchiha Yama and declared, "Consider this a gift. The most painful present in the world." With that, he dashed toward the streets of Konoha. Meanwhile, two Uchiha ninjas who had been observing rushed over to assist Uchiha Yama, swiftly carrying him towards the Uchiha clan's hospital. One of the ninjas, bearing Yama on his back, inquired, "Are we truly going to disregard that brat Uchiha Yu? Will we simply let him go?" Another Uchiha ninja anxiously exclaimed, "Are you foolish? In this situation, who still cares about him? Look at Yam. He seems to have fainted from the pain. Perhaps it is for the best. At least he will find some relief." "So painful? How do you know?" "Have you also?" The Uchiha ninja who was questioned cast a disapproving glance at him. Were it not for the burden of Uchiha Yama upon his back, he would have struck him with a punch long ago. In the hospital of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yama lay unresponsive on the sickbed. The doctor could only turn to the two accompanying Uchiha ninjas and inquire, who could have committed such a heartless act? If fate is kind, perhaps the pain will pass. But if not, it could lead to an end of his lineage. The two ninjas exchanged glances and then, with tearful desperation, grasped the doctor's feet, pleading, "Please save him. If he finds out, we will be doomed. He'll surely take revenge on us." Uchiha Yu had already arrived on the bustling streets of Konoha. Starting today, he had severed all ties with the Uchiha clan. If one were to insist on a connection, he wondered how Uchiha Yama was faring. If Yama truly met with a tragic fate, he would likely find himself in serious trouble. Konoha Ninja Village, said to have been jointly established by the Uchiha and Senju clans, is one of the oldest ninja villages. It stands alongside the 5 great ninja villages, which includes Sunagakure of the Land of Wind, Kirigakure of the Land of Water, Kumogakure of the Land of Lightning, and Awagakure of the Land of Earth. Each village's leader adopts the title of Hokage or Kage. The current leader of Konoha is the 14th Hokage, Lingfeng, who possesses abilities akin to the first Hokage, Muduan. Uchiha Yu had also heard tales that this esteemed Lingfeng hailed from another world, known as Earth, a name unfamiliar to him. Now, as Uchiha Yu strolled through the streets of Konoha, he felt utterly lost. Regret washed over him as he pondered, "Had I known I would end up in this predicament, perhaps I could have brought something to trade for a little money, just enough to secure a place to stay." Presently, Uchiha Yu found himself devoid of funds. Unable to locate even a modest lodging, and with no source of income, it was indeed a frustrating situation. He had envisioned that once he ventured out, he would dedicate himself to training and learning, showcasing his prowess to the Uchiha clan. Yet, this beautiful aspiration seemed on the verge of shattering before it even began. Nevertheless, Uchiha Yu was not one to surrender easily. First and foremost, he needed to find a stable place to reside and undertake some tasks. This was his preliminary plan. As Uchiha Yu continued his walk, he suddenly spotted a large noodle shop, the Earl Noodle House. Perhaps this would be a suitable place for employment, though he wondered if they were hiring. After contemplating, he gazed ahead, considering his options. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Uchihayu stepped into the noodle shop, his stomach growling with hunger. Upon entering, a waitress approached him and inquired, "Sir, what would you like?" Uchihayu, somewhat taken aback, responded, "What do you offer here? This is my first time dining at this establishment." The waitress, equally bewildered by his unfamiliarity, found it peculiar that someone had never visited this place before. Surely, one would have heard about it from others. Nevertheless, she continued, "We have beef," and she trailed off. Uchihayu glanced at the menu and ordered a bowl of beef ramen, then surveyed his surroundings, hoping to find any job postings displayed outside. At this moment, Uchihayu was in dire need of employment. Otherwise, this meal might be his last. With a pained expression, he reluctantly handed over his money, placing it on the table, and approached the chef, quietly asking, "Are you in need of extra help? I believe I would be a valuable addition." In this critical moment of desperation, Uchihayu mustered the courage to promote himself. The chef stared at him in surprise, taken aback by such a direct inquiry about job availability. Noticing the chef's hesitance, Uchihayu assumed it was due to a lack of available positions, prompting him to further assert, "Don't worry, I don't require a salary. I only need room and board." Uchihayu continued to lower his demands. "What? You don't need a salary, just food and shelter? What can you do?" Suddenly, a plump man adorned with a golden ring ambled over, his body swaying with every step. Uchihayu recognized him as the owner of the noodle shop. It seemed his generous offer had piqued the man's interest. Perhaps securing a job would prove to be easier than he had anticipated. The owner approached, dismissing the chef with a wave, and turned his attention to Uchihayu. "I am Ichi Ryauzen, the proprietor of this establishment. Without boasting, our shop has been in operation since the era of the third Hokage, making it the oldest ramen shop in the Hidden Leaf Village. Now, tell me what skills you possess." Observing the bustling activity around him, Uchihayu realized this noodle shop was indeed noteworthy, yet he remained unfazed. With confidence, he replied, "You need not worry about that. I am capable of performing any task. I can handle all physical labor, from washing dishes to serving plates." Ichi Ryauzen chuckled at his enthusiasm. "In that case, you are welcome to join us. Our establishment is in need of someone willing to tackle physical tasks. Nowadays, young people aspire more to become ninjas than ever before, and having a young individual like you to assist me might be quite beneficial." Upon concluding his remarks, the proprietor prepared to turn away. However, upon noticing Yu's intent to leave, he promptly called out, "Boss, my residence." It was as if Lu Liangshan suddenly came to a realization. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "The second floor of my noodle shop serves as a suitable living space. Follow me. The conditions are quite acceptable." Ascending to the second floor, Lu Liangshan led you to a rather rudimentary and cluttered area, which could be generously termed as a form of decoration, yet in essence, it resembled an expansive storeroom. After rummaging through the space, Lu Liangshan finally located a door, which, upon opening it, released a cloud of dust that indicated it had remained undisturbed for many years. With a hint of apology, he remarked, "Since this place has been untouched for so long, it may appear a bit chaotic, but you need only clear a path to your room. The essentials are still intact, a bed, a restroom, and the like. It merely requires a thorough cleaning." You surveyed the interior and noted that the room contained a spacious double bed, ample enough for a comfortable slumber. Furthermore, the facilities were complete, including a well-lit restroom, albeit blanketed in dust. It would require a considerable investment of time to render it habitable. After a moment of contemplation, you responded, "No problem. As long as I have a place to stay, this situation is quite satisfactory. I can manage a bit of cleaning." Lu Liangshan, however, felt a twinge of unease, recognizing that this was no mere tidying up. Yet, reluctant to assist, as he had long since abandoned physical labor, he generously offered, "I shall grant you a 2-day respite. Use this time to tidy your room, and in 2 days, come downstairs. Arrangements will be made for your work." The raindrops nodded, and I understood. I would certainly dedicate myself to my work. However, may I first inquire about the specific hours of my employment? Having this information would allow me to devise a suitable plan. While work is indeed important, it is clear to you that his training must take precedence, for he is bound by a mission he must fulfill. His feelings towards the Uchiha clan are complex, filled with both resentment and a yearning for belonging. Ichiraku Ramen, without hesitation, responded, "You should be well aware of this. Our establishment typically opens in the morning. However, today is an exception. Ordinarily, we close by 11 in the morning. Thus, your working hours will mainly be in the morning, as there will be little to do afternoon." With Ichiraka's affirmation, you finally exhaled in relief. Although the afternoon does not offer the same opportunities for training as the morning, having ample time for himself was already sufficient in Yu's eyes. At his age, he felt it was rather late to have yet to embark on the path of ninjutsu. Such a delay was vexing for someone like you, who aspired to become a great ninja. Ichiraka soon departed, leaving you alone to contemplate the disheveled state of his room, dust having settled even upon the bed linens. Though the room itself was decent, the essential items like sheets and blankets appeared utterly unusable. You hastily tidied up the bedding before discarding everything, and after a brief cleaning, he realized that time had slipped away, now past 2 o'clock. Glancing out the window, he noted the sunlight streaming into the room. Indeed, the lighting was quite splendid. It was time to procure some necessities, or else he would have no choice but to sleep on the floor. You pondered silently, patting his pockets, only to discover he had not a single coin to his name. What to do? He had just assured the owner that he required no wages, only food and shelter. Strangely, he began to regret his impulsive decision to forego any payment. Yet, having already spoken, he could not retract his words. After all, he believed Ichiraku to be a genuinely good person. Frustrated, you gazed around for a moment before resignedly murmuring, "Well, it seems I shall endure for a few days. I will think of a solution later." With the clock now reading 2 o'clock, it was time to train. It was a rare opportunity to enjoy a few days of respite. Just as you prepared to descend in search of a quiet place to practice, he heard footsteps approaching. Following the sound, he saw a girl in the ramen shop's uniform ascending the stairs. Her short black hair accentuated her competent demeanor, and clad in the work attire, she exuded the essence of a strong woman. Upon noticing you blocking the only path to his room, the girl spoke. "Are you heading out? I was tasked by the owner to purchase some daily supplies and blankets, and of course, the sheets are still downstairs. Would you mind helping me carry them up?" The rain observed the girl as she carried her quilt and various daily necessities, which were indeed quite comprehensive: blankets, toiletries, and even cups among her belongings. After listening to the girl, Rain responded, "I understand. Thank you. My name is Uchiha. I'm Rain. I look forward to your guidance." Upon hearing Rain's introduction, the girl realized she had yet to introduce herself properly. Blushing slightly, she replied, "I'm Murakami Reiko. You can just call me Reiko." Rain promptly descended the stairs to retrieve the sheets Reiko had mentioned, along with some money left behind. Upon the money lay a letter, which Rain picked up. The note read, "This money does not constitute a salary, as you mentioned you do not require one. However, I see you might be in need. So consider this a little emergency fund. Use it wisely. Yoshiro Nagayama." After reading, Rain smiled gently, recognizing the inherent kindness of the proprietor. With the letter in mind, Rain ascended the stairs to prepare her room, just as Reiko was coming down. "I have placed everything accordingly. I'm off for the day. See you tomorrow." After exchanging farewells, Reiko left the noodle house, while Rain finished arranging her room, feeling a sense of security having found a place to rest. As she exited the establishment, she noticed only a few patrons remaining inside. Rain pondered whether she would also be required to take turns watching the shop in the future, which could potentially delay her training. The noodle house was located in the heart of Konoha, the most bustling area, making it evident that finding a suitable place for training would not be easy. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan's location was quite advantageous, not far from the vibrant center and surrounded by numerous spots that provided training opportunities for its members. Surveying her surroundings, Rain confirmed that nearby, despite the bustling nature of the area, it was likely crowded, and without adequate space, training could prove challenging. However, she soon discovered a promising location. Grinning at the sight of a small forest in the distance, she mused that even if there were people there, the vastness of the area would suffice. Surely no one would venture so far to train. For her, it was the ideal choice. The Konoha small forest, situated in the southwestern part of the village, was flanked on the left by the residents of the esteemed Nara clan, who never ventured into this area as it was deemed unnecessary. As Rain entered the small forest, she observed its potential and wondered how such a splendid place could be devoid of visitors. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of joy at the prospect of having such a spacious area for her training, and thus she embraced her fortune. Rain unsheathed the long blade from his back and commenced his practice. His method of training was remarkably straightforward, derived from the techniques observed in the skilled practitioners of the Uchiha clan. Although the Uchiha were not primarily sword users, Rain held a firm belief that he could not go astray by emulating them. He selected a formidable tree as his target and charged towards it, his speed rather unremarkable. Just as he approached the tree, Rain deftly dodged to the right, allowing his blade to sweep from the left, carving a fissure along the tree's edge. Yet, he did not pause. Turning back, he thrust his blade once more, piercing through the trunk with precision. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, "This series of movements is a culmination of my design over a long period. With continual practice, I shall master the rain's heavenly blade technique." The rain had just subsided when suddenly a mocking voice echoed from above. "Oh, what a foolish name you have, and your techniques are equally absurd. Are you even a ninja?" The relentless barrage of questions caused you to lose his composure. The combo he had meticulously developed was ridiculed by an unknown assailant. As you lifted his gaze, prepared to confront the individual who had derided him, he beheld a figure clad in a flowing white robe. The emblem of the Senju clan of Konoha emblazoned on their left shoulder. In that moment, you found himself at a loss for words. Although Konoha had enjoyed years of peace, the rise of the Uchiha clan had ignited a rivalry with the Senju, a conflict seemingly rooted in the distant past. Perhaps during the time of their ancestors, particularly Uchiha Sasuke, the two clans harbored mutual disdain, yet the ascendance of the Uchiha had overshadowed the Senju, leading to an enduring estrangement. Most inhabitants of Konoha were oblivious to the reasons behind this animosity. The Senju youth, appearing to be of similar age to you, noticed his stunned expression and continued to taunt him. "What are you doing? Surely you haven't lost all confidence over a mere jest? How unfortunate. I am Senju Muta. And you are?" He was jolted from his stupor by Muta's words, and he replied, "I am you. I will not abandon my blade techniques due to your nonsensical remarks. I shall prove to you that my swordsmanship is indeed capable of success." Muta smiled faintly, "Not bad. However, what you just demonstrated was exceedingly foolish, riddled with flaws. Such an attack is merely a path to self-destruction. Your pursuit of swordsmanship lacks depth, and the sword is a difficult weapon to master. Perhaps you should start with ninjutsu instead." You, suddenly incensed, retorted, "What? As if you know my capabilities. Even a graduate of the Ninja Academy would fall to me. That is my strength." Muta, who had previously worn a slight smile, erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, the Ninja Academy? Do you really think that holds any weight? Let us have a duel. If you can defeat me, I shall acknowledge your swordsmanship. If you lose, you will serve as my subordinate." Muta continued to mock him. Before Muta could utter another word, you seized his blade and charged at him, striking first, for the victor is always the one who initiates the attack. Muta, perched advantageously atop a tree, remained unfazed by Yu's sudden assault. He clasped his hands together and shouted, "Would release, would pile technique." A wooden post surged forth from the ground, hurtling towards Yu's head with astonishing speed. With Yu barreling forward at full speed, he realized with dread that evasion was impossible. The wooden stake was violently thrust towards Yu's head, knocking him to the ground, and it continued to extend and pivot back, bearing down on him once more. This time, the speed of the return was even more rapid. Yu, still in a prone position, found it nearly impossible to evade the impending strike. This time, you shall not succeed. Cursed wood. With all his strength, Yu pushed himself up from the ground and dashed to the right, narrowly avoiding the stake's assault. Not bad. However, if this continues, you are bound to lose. Hurry and showcase your swordsmanship, said Shinjumoku Tachi. Having barely evaded the attack, you seized the moment to rise and assume a stance, facing the oncoming stake, which maintained its relentless pace. Instead of dodging, you charged directly at the stake. If that is the case, let me demonstrate my sword technique and see if I can sever your wood. As they rushed towards each other, just before their collision, you swiftly shifted his body to the right, anchoring his right foot to the ground to evade the stake's head. Shinjumoku Tachi's expression changed. This was troublesome, he thought. Realizing he could not alter the trajectory in time, the stake's head flew past him, and after you successfully deflected it, it could no longer threaten him. You steadied himself against the momentum of his dodge, grasped his long knife, and with all his might, struck down, cleaving the entire stake in two. You turned, smiling at Shinjumoku Tachi perched in the tree, exclaiming, "How do you like my blade? Your feeble wooden constructs are nothing but this." Yet, in response to Yu's taunt, Shinjumoku Tachi remained motionless, his hands clenched tightly. "Do not let your guard down. It is not over yet." Suddenly, Yu turned his head back, witnessing the severed stake stirring once more. Though one end lay still, the other, as if reconstituting its head, surged towards you at close quarters. What a despicable ninjutsu. Just as the stake was about to launch a successful ambush, Yu's reflexes remained remarkably swift. He immediately raised his blade to intercept the wood rushing towards him and struck with all his force, diverting its path, which granted him a brief respite. This wood can extend infinitely. No matter how I sever it, it is futile. Thus, to achieve victory, I must defeat its source. Determined. You realized this brief interlude would not afford him much respite, as the wood advanced again, executing the wood release, with hand technique. Just as you prepared to repel the stake once more, numerous branches suddenly sprouted from its body, flexibly lunging towards him. 8 or so branches approached, leaving you with no countermeasures. He cleaved the stake, but the encroaching branches were unavoidable. From 8 directions, hands, feet, and blade, he found himself ensnared. The branch's strength rendering him utterly incapable of breaking free. With a firm tug, the branches ensnared the entirety of Rain's form, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. If only I possessed the art of fire release, these branches would be utterly trifling. A burgeoning desire to learn ninjutsu began to stir within Rain. However, still bound by the branches, the wooden stake that had just been repelled by Rain came hurtling back, aimed directly at Rain's abdomen. Sensing the imminent danger, Rain quickly conceded. Enough, I surrender. There was no way to move. If I didn't submit, I would surely receive a sound thrashing. Yet, it appeared that Senju Mutai was oblivious to this, as the speed of the wooden stake intensified, striking Rain's midsection with force. Upon impact, Rain let out a cry, eyes rolling back, and managed to free both hands, extending them straight ahead. As Rain gradually opened his eyes, he found himself beneath a sky awash in crimson hues. The sun had set? Oh no, my training for today, he exclaimed, suddenly sitting upright and gazing at the heavens, only to resume his lamentations. It's over. That wretched fellow knocked me out, leaving me no time for training. Damn it. Which wretched fellow are you referring to? Came Senju Mukutai's voice, suddenly ringing in Rain's ears. An inexplicable chill crept down Rain's spine, sweat breaking out on his back, as he sensed a looming threat ready to deliver another punishing blow. Mukutai harbored similar thoughts but ultimately refrained from striking. Perhaps it was a sense of pity for Rain, or the realization that knocking him out again might lead to a prolonged awakening, resulting in significant trouble for himself, an unwise exchange. Rain awkwardly chuckled. Oh, I thought you had left. I was merely voicing my boredom. Of course, that person isn't you. It's someone else. He uttered words he himself found hard to believe, attempting to deceive Mukutai. However, Mukutai chose not to dwell on it and spoke plainly, according to our agreement. You have lost, and quite miserably at that. You didn't even manage to touch me. Therefore, you shall content yourself with being my subordinate. What benefits does that entail? Rain asked, gazing at Mukutai with pleading eyes. Mukutai, wearing a look of exasperation, replied, You are my subordinate. The fact that I haven't assigned you tasks is already a privilege. Yet here you are, asking for rewards. Who exactly emerged victorious? After some contemplation, Rain conceded the logic of Mukutai's words. I have no time, but in name, I wouldn't mind. I still need to train. With that, Rain planned to evade his obligations, heading towards the direction of the old ramen shop, waving goodbye to Mukutai. Farewell, see you tomorrow. You lost. A loss is a loss. There's no way you can leave so easily. Mukutai was incensed, unwilling to let Rain escape without due consequences. Senju Mutai sprinted over with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing his swiftness and recalling his wood-release technique, he resigned himself to the futility of further evasion. Turning away, he lamented, I truly have no time left. In a few days, I must tackle an overwhelming workload, and I also need to train. Please, show some understanding. Senju Mutai, having discerned the true nature of the individual before him, recognized him as a complete scoundrel. It was futile to continue this way. Thus, he declared, Tonight, we must find time. There is a significant matter I require your assistance with. Let us reconvene here at 11 o'clock tonight. If you fail to appear, do not blame me. Faced with Senju Mutai's threat, you dismissed it nonchalantly. Of course, if I do not show up tonight, I would have fled far away. Who would willingly seek out trouble? Konoha is vast. Do you truly think you can find me? He thought maliciously, yet verbally acquiesced. No problem, rest assured. I will be here. After all, being your subordinate for a single night is no great burden. Senju Mutai regarded Yu's departing figure with skepticism, a faint smile gracing his lips. You cannot escape. Do not presume I can be easily deceived. Upon returning to the Earl Noodle shop, you had a meal before promptly ascending to his room. Sleep was far more inviting, especially after enduring 2 consecutive battles that day. He was utterly exhausted. Tomorrow, I shall train diligently. One day, I will defeat them all. It seemed you had entirely forgotten his earlier commitment. If he had initially hesitated, he now completely disregarded the matter. Time swiftly approached the hour agreed upon with Senju Mutai, yet you appeared to be in a deep slumber. The tranquil Konoha village occasionally welcomed those with ill intent. A shadow swiftly passed outside Yu's window, and sensing this disturbance, he jolted awake. Who was out there? He asked, peering into the now calm exterior. Beneath the serene surface lay turbulent undercurrents. This was certainly no illusion. Yu proceeded to unlock the window from within. However, as soon as he opened it, a shadow darted inside with astonishing speed, its legs swiftly ensnaring Yu's neck. Caught off guard, Yu stumbled and fell. You were caught red-handed. We had an agreement. How could you breach it? I offered you such a splendid opportunity. Being my subordinate is not a trivial matter. If you wish to take on that role, before Mutai could continue, Yu interjected, enough. I merely overslept. As for your offer of being your subordinate, let us forget it. Now, what do you intend for us to do? Mutai nodded in satisfaction and replied, I am Mutai, hailing from the Senju clan of Konoha. I trust you have discerned this by now? I am aware, you responded. The Senju clan. A prominent family in Konoha, who would not know of them? Mutai nodded and continued, for certain reasons, our family has a gathering tonight that will last until tomorrow morning. It is only during this time that I can venture out. I have a plan, which involves the secret scroll. What is a secret scroll? Yu inquired, puzzled. Mutai lowered his voice, as if deliberately wishing for no one else to overhear. The secret scroll is a modern artifact of the Hokage, containing records of some wood-release techniques. If I can acquire this scroll, my wood-release abilities will ascend to a higher level. But I don't know any fire release or other techniques. I cannot even begin to learn, Yu lamented. After a moment's contemplation, Mutai replied, if you assist me, I will not neglect your efforts. However, the secret scrolls contain powerful techniques that you will find of little use. I merely intend to study and draw inspiration from them. Yu, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, finally conceded, all right. Once we succeed this time, I will help you. Let us act immediately. It is already quite late. And I suspect the Hokage has either fallen asleep or returned home. This is our opportune moment to secure a copy of the secret scroll. With Mutai's confirmation, Yu reluctantly agreed. As a member of the Senju clan, Mutai understood the Hokage's influence over the village and his formidable strength. Conversely, Yu, hailing from the Uchiha clan, was acutely aware of the Hokage's power within Konoha. Yet, Mutai remained oblivious to Yu's Uchiha lineage, thereby taking advantage of the young boy's naivety. Viewing him merely as an ignorant child who had never even attended a ninja academy, despite their apparent age similarity. After a brief period of preparation, Yu was ready to embark on their mission. He donned a black outfit identical to Mutai's, which surprisingly fit him quite well, prompting Yu to ponder how Mutai had accurately gauged his size and provided such comfort. The two then leapt from the window, beginning their covert operation atop the rooftops. Their target being the Hokage's building. Is that scroll really located within that building? How reckless? Yu questioned. Mutai regarded him with a bemused expression, responding impatiently. The Hokage's building is a highly secure location, situated at the heart of Konoha. If one were to successfully infiltrate Konoha and steal the scroll, it would indeed be an impressive feat. Concealing it in a hidden place would make it even harder to protect. A sense of chastisement washed over Yu. Yet he also began to feel the frustration of voiceless anger, recognizing that Mutai's prowess far surpassed his own. Since he had already agreed to assist Mutai, he resolved to follow his lead. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Yu was naturally well aware of the location of the Senju clan. He glanced over, and indeed, as Mutai had mentioned, the Senju clan was convening in a grand assembly, yet they managed to maintain an impressive level of discretion. The surrounding residents were largely unaffected. Even if they were, as members of the Senju clan, no one would dare to report them. To do so would not only yield no results, but would also attract unwanted attention from the Senju, a risk not worth taking. However, one thing you could be certain of was that the Uchihas were undoubtedly involved with these individuals. It would be absurd for the two clans to miss such an excellent opportunity to undermine each other. You looked towards the direction of the Senju, but continued to follow Mutai towards the Hokage building. Suddenly, you felt himself collide with something. A sharp pain striking his head, causing him to fall. You tumbled onto the deserted street, and as he gazed up at the sky, the realization of who was responsible for his misfortune dawned upon him, prompting him to shout in anger, "What are you doing? Was this deliberate? You knocked me down while I wasn't paying attention." After you fell, Mutai leaped down beside him, retorting, "You fool, what we are undertaking is no ordinary mission. How could you let your mind wander? Do you understand the consequences if we are discovered?" Yu, undeterred, continued to express his frustration. "Then you shouldn't have knocked me down in the first place." Mutai countered, "My wood release merely appeared in front of you. It was you who collided with it." And by the way, you're shouting. Do you wish to alert those nearby to our presence? Muta's words left you speechless. Indeed, he had just acted irrationally, and now, reflecting on it, he felt a twinge of fear. He knew well that attempting to steal from the Hokage's domain would not end well. All right, I understand. Let's proceed. Where exactly are we now? You inquired, scanning their surroundings. Senju Muta gestured for you to stop looking around and explained, we are now near the Hokage building. Once he saw you cease his searching, Muta pointed towards the towering structure ahead. The pinnacle of the Hokage building was standing tall. Look, the Hokage building is right there. Let us not approach carelessly. Although it is nighttime, the defenses will undoubtedly be stringent. You spoke softly, even at their weakest. The defenses of the Hokage building must still include elite jonin. Just the two of us, how can we manage? Their sensory abilities are exceedingly strong. Senju Muta turned to you. Acknowledging, well done. You possess quite a bit of knowledge. However, it matters not. Simply follow my lead. Since I am here, I have made thorough preparations. So you need not worry. Muta's words were a source of encouragement for you, who had just demonstrated an understanding of the Hokage's domain. Senju Muta harbored a profound fear that the rain might suddenly cease, or worse, that his whereabouts would be exposed, which would complicate matters considerably. Let us commence, he declared confidently. I have assessed the defensive forces. Today, they are relatively sparse due to the Senju clan convening for a gathering. Therefore, I have no concerns regarding any incidents at the Hokage building. With that, Senju Muta produced a map from behind him, its markings clearly delineating the internal structure of the Hokage building, with a conspicuous red circle indicating their target's location. First, create a commotion on the periphery to draw attention. I will then infiltrate the Hokage building, and you must find a way to enter thereafter. I shall inform you of the subsequent steps when the time comes. Be exceedingly cautious, and do not linger in battle, he cautioned earnestly. Yuki nodded in response, though he harbored little hope of evading capture after causing a disturbance. Nevertheless, having embarked on this endeavor, he resolved not to reveal any semblance of cowardice. Soon, Senju Muta departed alone. Yuki was unaware of his precise destination. Muta had only briefly acquainted Yuki with the internal layout of the Hokage building, citing time constraints as a reason to withhold further details. Watching Senju Muta vanish, Yuki rushed toward the Hokage building, drawing forth the shuriken he had brought along for convenience's sake. He had not carried his longsword. From a distance, Senju Muta observed Yuki charging towards the Hokage building, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sometimes, individuals like him were exceedingly easy to manipulate. Did he truly believe he could escape from the vigilant guardians of Konoha? The rain lashed against the Hokage building, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie stillness that felt almost unsettling. As the rain gazed up at the towering structure, it was evident that after so many years, the Hokage building had reached a height of 10 stories, standing as a colossal edifice within the hidden leaf village, with the Hokage's office situated at the very top. The rain observed the grandeur of the uppermost floor, noting that even the Uchiha clan's highest building barely reached 4 stories. Drawing a shuriken from behind, the rain aimed at a window on the 3rd floor of the Hokage building and released it. The shattering of glass pierced the tranquility of the moment with a sharp crack, and as the rain broke the window, an overwhelming force began to approach. Who are you? Daring to cause trouble at the Hokage building? A leaf ninja barked, landing before the rain. However, the rain had no intention of engaging in conversation. As the leaf ninja touched down, the rain swiftly took flight, escaping in a specific direction. The rain was acutely aware that the ninja's strength far surpassed his own. He sensed that even the formidable Senju Hashirama might not prevail against this individual, whose power likely reached the level of a ch-nin or j-nin. Retreat was the wisest course of action. The rain recalled the 36 strategies attributed to the current Hokage, having devoted time to studying these tactics, though ultimately they proved ineffective. Utilizing the momentary pause of the leaf ninja, the rain deftly created distance between them. You will not escape. In the leaf, your insolence will not be tolerated. The leaf ninja declared, seemingly relentless in pursuit, his speed markedly superior to that of the rain. Realizing escape was futile, the rain resolved to intercept him while searching for an opportunity to flee. Ahead, he spotted a towering building and leaped towards it. The pursuing leaf ninja followed closely, halting as the rain paused, allowing him to discern the rain's stature. Kid, you can't escape. You look barely out of the ninja academy. Come with me. And nothing will happen, the leaf ninja asserted. Indeed, given his age, although the rain had shattered the Hokage building's glass, the consequences would likely be minor. Perhaps a mere discussion with his guardians. Yet, the rain was not just any child. He was an Uchiha, or rather, had once been one. Being captured would be a tremendous embarrassment, and he feared no one would accept him afterward. Ignoring the implications, the rain produced a hidden shuriken and hurled it at the leaf ninja with remarkable accuracy, though lacking in speed. Impressive shuriken technique, but you are still too inexperienced, the ninja remarked. The leaf ninja seemingly arrived behind you in an instant. Just as you turned his head, he felt a sudden chill at his back. A swift elbow strike from the leaf ninja landed on the back of Yu's head, though not particularly forceful. It was sufficient to send him crashing to the ground without losing consciousness. Indeed, the disparity was substantial, leaving no escape. Yu lamented to himself, realizing that his attempt to assist had resulted in trouble. Observing Yu sprawled on the ground, the leaf ninja, hands crossed over his chest, spoke slowly. Even pranks must have their limits. This is the Hokage building, and to be out causing mischief at this hour, were we not to apprehend you, your parents would surely be worried sick. I have no parents, so no one will be concerned for me, he retorted, his composure slipping momentarily. The leaf ninja furrowed his brow, contemplating, an orphan, then? He sighed and continued, very well, let us consider this matter resolved. Although it was merely a pane of glass, your transgression was considerable. However, I will ensure it remains undisclosed. Yu's eyes widened as he regarded the man before him. You're just going to let me go? I shattered the glass of the Hokage building. At that moment, Yu truly scrutinized the ninja's appearance, silver hair, youthful yet marked by distinct lines on his forehead, making him easily recognizable. You heard correctly. I am Hitaki Jinren, a Jonin of the Leaf. Since I have spoken, you need not worry. But do not let it happen again, Hitaki Jinren asserted earnestly. Yu nodded vigorously, since he would not have to bear the burden of responsibility. He felt his mission had been successfully accomplished. Ultimately, he would leave the final objective to Senjimura. As Yu departed the Hokage building under Jinren's watchful gaze, he headed towards his dwelling, though it was clear he had no intention of straying far. He had previously arranged with Senjimura to meet at a location equidistant between the Hokage building and his own room upon the completion of their task. Jinren, you would let him go just like that? Even if you take responsibility, the outcome might not be favorable. Conversely, allowing the child to take the fall could lead to fewer repercussions. At that moment, another leaf ninja emerged from the direction where Yu had been standing. Yet, Jinren waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. You need not fret. Even if the outcome is less than ideal, it won't be catastrophic. Whatever suits you. But it appears there is another individual at play, and their intentions may extend beyond that mere window. The second leaf ninja gazed thoughtfully at the Hokage building. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinren vanished in an instant, reappearing atop the Hokage building, accompanied by the other leaf ninja. Dragon, what do you think his purpose is? Or rather, what do you believe their intentions are? Silver Bell inquired, casting a glance at the dragon. The dragon, displaying impatience, replied, regardless, we should capture him first. If it were me, that child would have undoubtedly surrendered by now, and the one with the most audacity is already in my grasp, wailing. Silver Bell fell silent, and the two stood on the rooftop of the Hokage building, seemingly awaiting something. They appeared certain that their quarry would inevitably arrive at the rooftop, and thus they began to conceal themselves. Senjimura scratched his head in confusion, exclaiming, impossible. Based on my observations and investigations over this period, the scroll should be right here. How could it be absent? Inside an unoccupied room on the third floor of the Hokage building, Senjimura was diligently searching for his target, the secret technique scroll of Konoha. However, after an extensive search, he was still unable to locate it. Just as anxiety began to overwhelm him, he suddenly spotted a box, the shape of which unmistakably resembled that of the secret scroll. Yet, to his dismay, the scroll within had vanished. Had someone gotten to it before him? How could that be? Senjimura was utterly baffled. Was there truly another audacious individual aside from himself? Just as he pondered this, he noticed a note lying where the box had previously been placed, which boldly read, if you wish to obtain the secret technique scroll, come to the rooftop of the Hokage building. Furrowing his brow, Senjimura contemplated the risk of being discovered by the Konoha ninjas if he ascended to the top floor. However, reflecting on his lack of alternatives for retrieving the scroll, he resolved to take a chance. Perhaps that boy could indeed divert the attention of those Konoha ninjas. Clinging to this hope, he made his way step by step toward the rooftop, the eerie atmosphere of the Hokage building at night instilling a sense of dread within him. If only I had taken the outside route. Ascending from within feels ominous, he thought, trembling internally. He was also oblivious to the identity of the individual who had recently taken the secret scroll. The note left behind suggested that this person had likely arrived at the Hokage building before him, discovered his presence, and was aware of his plans, hence leaving the note. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Senjimura cautiously pushed open the door to the rooftop and peeked out, only to find that the rooftop of the Hokage building was completely devoid of anyone. Yet, due to the need for discretion, he dared not call out loudly or even whisper. Stepping outside, he scanned the surroundings, hoping to find the person who had summoned him. But he was met with nothing but silence. Suddenly, he felt an eerie gust of wind sweep over him. Looking up, he was startled to see a silver-haired ninja plummeting towards him from above. What on earth is happening? The speed was astonishing. Despite Senjimura's commendable reflexes, it was already too late. He was directly pinned down by the weight of Inying. With an intentional increase in force, Inying caused Senjimura to collapse to the ground. Before him stood a ninja, characterized by fiery red hair and a tall stature, with a noticeable scar on his face and a sword on his back, unmistakably revealing his identity. Struggling under Inying's body, Senjimura slowly uttered, "You are Long, the special jonin of Konoha. Appearing here is quite unexpected." However, he could not ascertain who was behind him. Despite recognizing the person, he was rendered powerless, unable to perform any hand signs, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Senjimura began to comprehend his predicament and, with resignation, said, "What do you intend to do with me? Just say it. Keeping me pinned here leads nowhere. I am prepared for any punishment." The operation appeared to have failed, the outcome seemingly predetermined, and perhaps even you had been captured. At that moment, Inying, seated behind Senjimura, spoke. "There was a young man who was in league with you, correct?" After a moment's reflection, Senjimura concluded that since he was already captured, it would be prudent to disclose everything. After all, the fate of that individual was of no concern to him. He replied, "Yes. But it was I who urged him to act as he did." Inying nodded and continued, "You sought to steal the secret technique scroll, but we discovered it in advance. Thus, we employed a genjutsu that led you to abandon the scroll right before your eyes." Senjimura widened his eyes in disbelief, attempting to gaze at Kiki Inying, but found it impossible to see. "Genjutsu, how could this be? When was I ensnared by such illusions?" Long impatiently interjected, "Why the barrage of questions? Do you require further justification for your entrapment? You have committed these acts, now await the punishment that is to come tomorrow. However, let me remind you, only you shall face the consequences." Upon hearing this, a dreadful thought struck Senjimura's mind. Why am I the sole one to be punished? Has you betrayed me? He seethed inwardly. Kiki Inying seemed to sense Senjimura's turmoil and clarified, "It has nothing to do with that young man, for certain reasons. I chose to let him go. He is likely waiting for you a short distance ahead, at the rendezvous point you both agreed upon." Ultimately, Senjimura was released. Continuing to restrain him served no purpose. While the crime of attempting to steal the secret technique scroll was grave, he was merely a child. What could be done? Long scrutinized Senjimura closely and gradually stated, "You may leave. Your involvement here is over. However, prepare yourself for the punishment that awaits you tomorrow." Senjimura smiled faintly, replying, "Very well, I shall take my leave. Farewell." After speaking, he swiftly departed. Although he had mentioned a punishment would be forthcoming, he remained unaware of his own identity and did not inquire about his name. Thus, while they were still contemplating, hastily leaving was indeed the wisest course of action. Kikujinrin turned to the dragon beside him and inquired, "Are you already aware of his identity? You let him go so easily, yet you speak of punishing him tomorrow." The dragon replied nonchalantly, "He is a prodigy of the Senju clan, Senjimura, a direct descendant of the first Hokage. His strength is commendable, but he will certainly face consequences tomorrow." Senjimura did not immediately return to the residence of the Senju clan, for the gathering was still far from over. Instead, he chose to venture alone to the location he had discussed with you. Meanwhile, you awaited his arrival at that very spot. Although a considerable amount of time had elapsed, you was bound by their plan to remain there, with the final rendezvous set for morning, much to his annoyance. Has he failed by now? Or has he been discovered? You pondered aloud, when suddenly a gust of wind announced Senjimura's arrival right before him. Upon seeing Senjimura, you casually asked, "Did you succeed?" Yet, the time taken seems excessive for merely obtaining the secret scroll. Senjimura was about to explain his circumstances when Yu's words made him hesitate, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, "As you wished, I failed. Two-Leaf Ninja uncovered my plan, and I was no match for them." Yu's eyes widened in realization. Was one of them a silver-haired individual named Kikujinrin? That person discovered me, yet allowed me to leave unscathed. Hearing this, Senjimura recalled certain details and exclaimed, "They discovered my plan. Could it be because you revealed my intentions? Otherwise, How could he have let you go after witnessing my predicament and launching a brutal attack against me? You, looking incredulous, questioned, a brutal attack? Surely not. Senjimute, no longer willing to engage in further disputes with you, recognized the urgency of their situation, even if the Senju clan's gathering wouldn't conclude until morning. Returning at such a late hour would undoubtedly lead to complications, despite the fact that those individuals were unaware of his true identity. Suddenly, Senjimute spoke earnestly. Remember this. Although they captured me, they do not know my name or identity. Even if they memorize my appearance, they will not locate me swiftly. As long as you maintain secrecy, I shall remain safe. You, unconvinced, replied, but they are Jonin. How could they possibly overlook the insignia on your clothing? Though small, it is easily recognizable. Furthermore, how could they not inquire about you? Impatiently, Senjimute declared, all right, I assure you that I will fulfill my promise. Rest assured. If I am discovered, it will undoubtedly be your fault. Having spoken, he leapt onto the rooftop and swiftly soared towards the Senju clan's direction. Surely, he would still arrive in time for the gathering. After all, there was still ample time remaining. As you observed Mute's departure, he realized that lingering here served no purpose. Sleep seemed to be the most prudent course of action, the most meaningful endeavor at that moment. He rubbed his eyes and opened them to the blinding sunlight streaming into his room. Indeed, the lighting was splendid, almost excessively so. Perhaps I should find something to cover that wretched window, he mused to himself. After venting his frustrations about the relentless sun, he completed his morning routine. Today marked the last day of his holiday, and as a ramen shop worker, rising early was essential. The days of indulgent sleeping in were numbered. Descending, he found the bustling scene at Old Ramen Shop, teeming with patrons. Fortunately, the establishment was spacious enough to accommodate a considerable number of customers. Otherwise, the line would have extended indefinitely. The other staff members were aware that a new worker resided on the second floor and that he was off duty today. So they did not summon him. A man, skillfully preparing ramen, inquired, "You must be you. Would you like a bowl of ramen? Just waking up, I presume? My name is Yushan. Just let me know if you need anything." Hearing this, Yu instinctively patted his stomach, which responded with a few audible growls. With a resigned smile, he replied, "No problem, I'll leave it to you." Upon receiving Yu's affirmation, Yushan resumed his noodle making, while Yu sought a quiet corner to sit down. It was astonishing how expansive Old Ramen Shop was, spanning nearly 1,000 square meters. It felt more like a restaurant or hotel lobby than a mere ramen shop. Before long, as Yu pondered, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. "Yu, your ramen is ready." He turned to see Reiko placing a steaming bowl of noodles on his table before swiftly returning to her duties, as there were numerous customers in need of her assistance. Despite the bustling atmosphere, she always prioritized serving those she knew first. Perhaps this exemplified the camaraderie at Old Ramen. Moreover, even if the other customers grew impatient, there was no animosity towards you for his perceived queue jumping. It seemed this tradition had been long established. After finishing his meal, Yu prepared to return to his previous training location. Although uncertain if Senjimute would keep his word, he understood that his training was paramount and could not be neglected. After exchanging farewells with his future colleagues at the ramen shop, he departed alone, heading to his chosen place of practice. As ever, the tranquility enveloped the area, where scarcely anyone ventured. Even those who did merely paused outside for a moment's respite. The place where you practiced his skills was already quite deep within the confines. Sword technique, he murmured incessantly before a tree, executing various stances with the long blade in his hand. Each strike landed with remarkable precision upon the same spot, indicating that you had mastered the art of accuracy to an exceptional degree. For you, the passage of time during training seemed to vanish in an instant. An entire morning slipped away before he could fully appreciate it. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized that despite his diligent efforts, he could no longer perceive any tangible progress. Perhaps his advancement had reached an almost imperceptible threshold. At this rate, he feared he would never attain the strength he desired. Clenching his fist, Yu prepared to return to the Earl Ramen shop, but halted abruptly, retrieving a piece of bread from his pocket to nibble on. This was a customary indulgence for a staff member, after all. The benefits at Old Ramen were quite generous. Not only was the ramen free and devoid of waiting lines, but many other dishes were also available for complimentary enjoyment, albeit with a limit on takeaways. Otherwise, even 100 bowls of ramen would be insufficient to satisfy one's appetite. After finishing the bread, which, although delicious, lacked moisture, Yu commenced his afternoon training, once more focusing on mastering his sword techniques. Now just 12 years old, he found no other means to hone his strength. The afternoon training passed swiftly. Yet you still felt unable to detect any enhancement in his abilities. The sword technique demanded high standards of speed, precision, and reflexes, but he struggled to excel in any of these areas. Just as he was engrossed in his practice, the tree before him, now marred and battered, suddenly stirred to life, unleashing two colossal wooden stakes that lunged towards him with alarming swiftness. Wood release, wooden stake technique. In that moment, he was utterly caught off guard. He had not anticipated such an assault and found himself struck by the sudden appearance of the stakes, which collided with his head and abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground a short distance away. Propping himself up with one hand on his abdomen, he gradually rose to his feet. Despite the recent impact, the invocation of the wood release technique made it abundantly clear to him who was responsible for this unexpected attack. You shouted towards the opposite side of the tree. No need to hide. Aside from you, I doubt anyone else would employ wood release against me. Upon completing his declaration, a disheveled figure emerged from behind the tree, limping and devoid of vitality, resembling a madman as he slowly approached you. Now it was you's turn to be stunned. Why you? Who are you? The madman offered no response, instead continuing to advance, raising his right hand to point directly at you. The rain, now impatient, could hardly believe in the existence of ghosts. If one possessed ninjutsu, they must undoubtedly be human. Who are you? If you remain silent, I shall take action, regardless of how formidable your wood release may be. At last, the madman spoke, dispelling the eerie atmosphere, yet as he uttered his words, the rain felt an even greater sense of strangeness. I am the vengeful spirit of a traitor wrongfully slain. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, the madman abruptly increased his speed, charging towards the rain with wild, flowing hair that obscured his identity. The madman moved with incredible swiftness, closing the distance rapidly. The rain drew his long blade from behind, swinging it towards the oncoming figure, revealing numerous openings. Allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship and how I shall resolve this. As the blade neared the rushing madman, he suddenly vanished from sight. Above, the rain quickly deduced the only possible position, the sky. The madman leaped onto the rain's head with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. However, the rain was not so easily vanquished. He raised his long blade, aimed directly at the spot where the madman would descend. Such trivial skills. Do you think such a blade could defeat me? The madman proclaimed, executing the wood release, wooden plank technique. A wooden plank sprang forth beneath the madman's feet, allowing him to swiftly propel the plank downwards towards the rain's head, forcing the rain to fend it off with his long blade. Yet this was precisely the madman's opportunity. He swiftly maneuvered to the rain's side with remarkable speed. The rain had just deflected the plank and was caught off guard. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his waist and was sent flying backward by a powerful kick from the madman. The disparity between us is vast. How dare you betray me? The wood release, wooden stake technique was initiated again. The two stakes that had previously sent the rain flying now surged towards him with remarkable speed. As the rain regained his footing, he instinctively raised his long blade to defend against the incoming stakes. With a decisive swing, he cleaved one in two, but the severed pieces did not cease their assault. The two halves of the wooden stake continued their relentless advance, joined by another intact stake, now totaling 3. You are Senja Hashirama, are you not? Spare me your theatrics. I have seen through your disguise. This charade is futile. The rain shouted defiantly. Confronted by the trio of stakes, the rain found himself with limited options. The relentless onslaught posed a significant challenge, and if he did not act swiftly, his stamina would be entirely depleted. The madman, with one hand in a commanding posture, seemed to control the stakes while simultaneously launching a rapid attack towards the rain. This continuous barrage left the rain struggling to withstand the relentless pressure. The two blades sliced through the wooden stake, and suddenly, the madman on the right launched a swift assault. The position he targeted was one that rain could not defend against, rendering him vulnerable. He was struck once more, sent flying. This attack was particularly severe. It had been a long time since Rain had managed to stand up. The madman pulled off his long wig, revealing himself as none other than Senju Mutai. To have discovered my identity is quite impressive, he remarked, though there are hardly any users of wood release left in Konoha. The sole wielder of the Senju's wood release is none other than myself. As Rain touched the sore spot on his body, he spoke slowly. What is it that you intend to do? Are you merely feigning madness here? Or do you seek to vent your frustrations over your failed schemes? Senju Mutai smirked and replied, This morning, I noticed several ninjas from Konoha arriving at the Senju's location, and indeed, they managed to find me. After enduring a morning of punishment, I came here to await your arrival. Rain felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed this fellow had already identified those who betrayed him as his own. It appeared that even if he were to jump into the great river of Konoha, he could not cleanse himself of this accusation. Nevertheless, Rain continued to explain, I have already stated that it would be impossible for them, as Jonin, to cover their tracks in such a manner. Mutai's expression grew increasingly furious, and he retorted, it must be you. If not for you, I would never have been discovered. Their quarrel resembled that of two 12-year-old children, yet it was clear that Mutai held the upper hand in this confrontation. What do you intend to do now? However, let me clarify. The one who exposed you was never me. It was you yourself. Without further ado, Mutai unleashed a wood release technique. Wood release. Wooden spikes. The wooden stake fell to the ground, and from the earth, several sharp spikes shot towards Rain with a speed surpassing that of the wooden stake. However, this time, Rain was prepared. He swung his long blade, crouching to evade several spikes while simultaneously cleaving through others that threatened to strike him. The spikes, swifter and more lethal than the wooden stake, were easily dispatched by the long blade, which was slender and not as robust as the stake. Yet, Mutai showed no signs of relenting in his assault. Well done. You've improved, he acknowledged, and once again, the wooden stake surged forward, rapidly advancing toward Rain. This time, the stakes elongated swiftly, encircling Rain like a constricting serpent, relentlessly attacking him. This wooden stake is an adaptation of the first Hokage's wood dragon technique. Though still weak, it is more than sufficient to deal with you, he declared. The continuous barrage of attacks left Rain struggling to defend himself. Had it been the wood dragon technique, he would have surely been doomed. Yet, as he had stated, this was not the wood dragon technique. The Rain surged forward like a battering ram, but striking the wooden post proved futile, as it could extend infinitely. As the Rain cleaved through the head of the post, at that very moment, Mutai attempted to elongate it further. The Rain swiftly retrieved a shuriken from his pocket and hurled it towards Mutai, seizing the opportunity while Mutai struggled to manipulate the wooden jutsu to assail him. The Rain charged forward with remarkable speed. Mutai adeptly dodged the shuriken by leaning to his right, all the while continuing to form hand seals. This time, not only did he unleash a barrage of wooden posts to pursue the Rain, but he also retrieved a shuriken from his own pocket, advancing towards the Rain to demonstrate the disparity in their strengths. The velocity of the wood jutsu was astounding. Before they could properly engage, it had already closed the distance to the Rain. Compelled to turn and confront the wooden posts, the Rain found that Mutai lacked the energy to control them effectively. Nonetheless, this maneuver afforded Mutai the opportunity to corner the Rain for a brief moment, leaving him besieged on all sides. The Rain wielded his long blade to fend off the wooden posts, but as he pivoted to engage Mutai, his counterstrike was thwarted by a kunai. Despite the Rain exerting all his strength, he struggled to overpower Mutai's kunai, finding himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, he faced the relentless assault of the wooden posts from behind, leaving him with no means to alter his predicament. Cursing the relentless wood, he realized that if he did not swiftly eliminate one of his adversaries, he would inevitably succumb to this foe once more. In a flash of inspiration, the Rain reduced the force of his struggle against Mutai, allowing him to be momentarily subdued. In an instant, he halted his strength, catching Mutai off guard, causing him to lean forward. Seizing this moment, the Rain delivered a kick towards Mutai. However, Mutai reacted swiftly, employing the wood release, wooden board technique. A sturdy wooden board suddenly appeared to shield him from the Rain's assault, successfully absorbing the blow with such force that it sent the Rain reeling backward. This recoil, however, meant that the wooden posts behind him were now unavoidable. They collided forcefully against his back, sending him crashing to the ground. As Mutai, unscathed, observed the fallen Rain, he slowly spoke, "You stand no chance against me." The Rain, hands pressed against the ground, prepared to rise, only to find a kunai swiftly embedded before him, startling him into stillness. He froze in place, hands on the ground, remaining motionless. Lying there, the Rain softly admitted, "I have lost. It seems I am unable to surpass you. Your wood release is formidable." Mutai exhibited an extraordinary calmness, while both individuals found themselves enveloped in a fleeting tranquility. Ultimately, it was Mutai who broke the silence. "In truth, I had long known that it was not you. I merely wished to engage in battle with you once more." Nothing more. Mutai extended his hand before the Rain, saying, "Rise. This is also a way of assisting you." Rain, initially inclined to express gratitude, became incensed upon hearing Mutai's words, exclaiming, "Is this all you promised me? I require ninjutsu or something else, not merely a thrashing." Mutai paid no heed to Rain's protest, transforming his gesture of assistance into a firm grasp that lifted Rain off the ground. He continued, "Do not be so agitated. Engaging with me will undoubtedly enhance your skills and experience." Rain, hoisted by Mutai, interrupted his movement, asserting, "I can rise myself. Your help is unnecessary." Mutai, taken aback, replied, "Oh, I thought you might hesitate to rise out of respect for my prowess." Rain regarded Mutai with a discerning gaze, akin to that of a wary merchant. "I cannot simply let this go," he thought. Mutai waved his hand dismissively, reassuring, "Do not worry. I shall be here tomorrow afternoon. You and I will have our match, and I will provide you with what you seek." Rain, feeling exasperated, retorted with a hint of menace, "Why must you insist on fighting me? Have I somehow offended you?" At that moment, Rain felt a sense of being led into a trap, fully aware that his strength could not rival that of Mutai. Yet, he resolved to continue battling this individual, for he was not the type to grow stronger through relentless defeat. Mutai spoke earnestly, "I recognize your potential. Based on your first and second encounters with me, your abilities have developed rapidly." Rain could not suppress a smile, declaring, "I knew it. I am undoubtedly a genius. Once I perfect my training, I shall defeat you." Mutai felt a shift in his perspective, cautioning, "Do not take this too seriously. You are merely average. I simply found myself in need of a sparring partner. Nothing more." However, his words did little to diminish Rain's self-admiration. "Very well," Rain continued, "it is getting late. After our match, I shall have no strength left to train. So I will take my leave." With that, Rain turned to depart. "You have yet to answer me. Will you truly return here tomorrow to be defeated by me?" Rain called over his shoulder. "I shall be here tomorrow to vanquish you, not the other way around," he replied, and with that, he vanished from sight, leaving Mutai alone. Rain glanced back, exclaiming in awe, "How swift! I could never achieve such speed." Soon, he arrived at the old noodle house, which was now devoid of patrons, for the hour had come to close for the day. As dusk approached, Yu, having completed his evening meal, prepared to rest after a day of rigorous training that left him utterly exhausted, especially after engaging in a fierce altercation with Mutai. He nearly collapsed onto his bed, surrendering to slumber, while the noodle shop had long since closed its doors. At that moment, it seemed as though Yu was the sole occupant of the establishment. Though that was far from the truth. I recalled that this noodle shop had no residents. Even its proprietor seldom frequented the place. Meanwhile, two clandestine figures were conversing in hushed tones within the shop's first floor. After observing that Yu had been upstairs for a while without incident, they decided to emerge. "Regardless, the light on the second floor has been extinguished, and what is there to fear from just a mere teenager?" remarked the man clad in black. The other man, dressed in yellow, fell silent, feeling a sense of unease at the presence of someone in the room. Yet, as his companion had resolved to proceed, he too felt compelled to remain. The man in black approached his yellow-clad counterpart, "Jiuhua-yi, you should head to the predetermined locations we discussed. It is likely that the money from old noodle shop is hidden there. If it is not, we will execute the next phase of our plan." Upon hearing this, Jiuhua-yi quickly sprang into action, moving with practiced ease through the darkness, clearly well acquainted with the layout of the establishment. While the yellow-clad figures searched the kitchen and several storage areas, the man in black stationed himself by the staircase, keeping watch for any signs of movement from the second floor. As time passed, impatience began to creep into the demeanor of the man in black. He whispered, "Have you found anything? It's taking quite a while, and the noise you made earlier was rather loud." With a hint of exasperation, Jiuhua replied, "I have nearly scoured every location we selected, yet there isn't a trace of what we seek, not even a single coin." The man in black continued, "Money? What good is mere money? If we only desired cash, why would we come to this noodle shop? What we truly seek is the recipe for Ya ramen, the predecessor of old noodle shop, dating back to the era of the third Hokage. If we acquire it, we can leverage our marketing strategies to rapidly capture a larger customer base." Jiuhua-yi, anxious, responded, "I understand that, but without any mention of money. We have found nothing at all. It seems that the recipe is not located among our chosen spots." The man in black stepped away from the staircase and approached Jiuhua-yi, stating, "Then let us commence our second plan. We must search every nook and cranny until we locate it." Jiuhua-yi felt a twinge of fear. After all, if the first plan involved searching the selected areas, the second plan could potentially create quite a stir, drawing the attention of the Konoha security forces. Moreover, should the theft of the noodle shop be discovered the following day, it could provoke the involvement of the Umbu. Jiuhua and the man in black were acutely aware of the intricate connections between Earl Noodle House and the Hokage, particularly with the renowned 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. It was said that many generations of Hokage had taken great care of Earl Noodle House. As Jiuhua hesitated, the man in black resolutely stated, "Enough, this is not the time for indecision. If we wish to transform our noodle shop, we must forge ahead." With that, Jiuhua felt a newfound determination as he gazed at the dimly lit establishment, inexplicably gaining confidence in their undertaking. "Let us commence our mission, Jiuhua. Jiuhua, not one to linger in the corridor any longer, began rummaging through the premises. Their first target was the kitchen, where the likelihood of finding a recipe was highest, followed by the boss's office, which was off-limits yet seldom used. The two split up, with Jiuhua heading to the kitchen while Jiuhua ventured into the office. However, after a considerable search, they found nothing of significance. "What about your side?" Jiuhua inquired. "Nothing but an assortment of mundane items, and some peculiar ones." "Yet none of what we seek," Jiuhua replied, growing impatient. "We've scoured the entire noodle house, leaving only the second floor. Perhaps the shrewd owner has concealed something up there." Jiuhua glanced towards the stairway, feeling an unsettling aura emanating from the second floor, although they had previously explored it. Their visits had been infrequent and brief, always under the radar of the staff. The second floor was similar in layout to the first, yet it was cluttered with an overwhelming array of items, making movement exceedingly difficult. "All right, our last hope lies up there," Jiuhua asserted as he approached the stairwell. Suddenly, Jiuhua felt an eerie sensation, as though something were watching them from behind. He swiftly turned, his face etched with fear, only to find nothing but the oppressive darkness of the noodle house and the stillness of the room. "Come on, what are you still pondering?" Jiuhua said impatiently. Jiuhua followed suit. Though their movements were cautious, they made considerable noise as they gently pushed open the old door, revealing the dust-laden remnants of a long-abandoned second floor. Despite the recent arrival of rain, the state of disrepair was undeniable. Upon entering the second floor, a narrow path, carved by the rain, lay before them, leading directly to the room of the ring. The sheer volume of items obstructed any movement to other areas. "What on earth are all these things? How can there be so much clutter?" Jiuhua lamented. Jiuhua, however, was less troubled by the chaos. "Regardless, we must sift through these items to locate the recipe." Chrysanthemum glanced around, then at the unopened door before her. "Surely, that person must reside within that room. I believe it is improbable for us to find anything amidst this chaotic second floor. The likelihood of uncovering anything here is virtually non-existent. Even if we do not discover anything, this remains our final hope. We have taken the steps necessary, and there is no turning back now," Chrysanthemum remarked. The two resumed their search, yet the disorder surrounding them proved overwhelming. The sheer volume of items rendered the task laborious, with very few places to arrange them. The cluttered second floor was filled with essential boxes and an abundance of useless trinkets, all piled haphazardly. After a considerable amount of time, Chrysanthemum felt fatigue wash over her. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she pondered aloud, what purpose did the owner have in leaving all this behind? It serves no function. Meanwhile, Chrysanthemum continued to search frantically, moving with remarkable speed, as if fearing that remaining here any longer might invite calamity. As the hours grew late, their frantic search persisted on the second floor, oblivious to the fact that the first floor had been completely cleared, appearing as though nothing had transpired, with all displaced items returned to their original places. The faint sound of footsteps echoed in the stairwell, though not distinctly. "Did you not hear anything? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Chrysanthemum expressed her concern. Having been engrossed in her search, she became acutely sensitive to any rustling, as the tension in the air was palpable. Chrysanthemum, continuing her rummaging, casually remarked, "Stop being so paranoid. If someone were to appear now, they would surely be a thief. If not, then they must be an accomplice." Chrysanthemum interrupted her companion, asserting resolutely, "We are not accomplices. After this endeavor, we must ensure there is no next time, if we manage to escape successfully this time." Suddenly, both turned their heads simultaneously upon hearing a faint, crackling sound emanating from the old door. Although barely audible, it was a sound that resonated clearly for the two of them, instilling a sense of dread. Who is it? Who could it be?" Chrysanthemum stammered in fear. Chrysanthemum, displaying a semblance of calm, reasoned that if someone were to enter without turning on the lights, it likely indicated another thief. Since their objectives appeared aligned, there was potential for mutual understanding. She reached out to restrain Chrysanthemum, urging her to keep silent so as not to disturb the sleeping you inside. Addressing the door, she called out, If you are here to procure something, we can assist you, and in return, you may help us. We could establish a beneficial collaboration. The silence that followed from the entrance felt eerie to the two of them. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in through the door, in the figure of Chrysanthemum 1. Standing a little further ahead, immediately felt a sharp pain in the jaw, causing him to be propelled into the air. In the next moment, his abdomen was struck with tremendous force, as if he had been kicked, sending him crashing into the cluttered corner of the room. Although the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, Chrysanthemum 2 was acutely aware of the events that had just transpired and recognized that the assailant was not far from him. Chrysanthemum 2 swung his fist into the air, and it was precisely this movement that revealed his exact location. He felt a sudden pain as his abdomen suffered a blow akin to what Chrysanthemum 1 had endured, nearly sending him flying backward. However, the more terrifying aspect was that just as he was on the verge of being thrown out, a pair of hands seized his neck, halting his trajectory. Struggling to catch his breath, Chrysanthemum 2 mustered all his strength to utter slowly, "Who are you? There are others in this house. Making such a ruckus will surely alert them. If you intend to engage in a nefarious scheme, you have certainly chosen the wrong place." You, yawning leisurely, replied, "You've made enough noise. I thought you were merely playing outside, yet here you are, creating chaos on the first floor and disturbing my sleep." Chrysanthemum 2's eyes widened in realization. You are the one who lives here. One could say that. I recently moved in. However, since you have crossed paths with me, consider yourselves unfortunate. With that, you discarded Chrysanthemum 2, who landed squarely on top of Chrysanthemum 1, both emitting cries of anguish and subsequently remaining motionless on the floor. After dealing with the two intruders, you bound them on the first floor and inscribed a note indicating their thieving intentions for all to see, before heading off to bed, as he had to report for duty the following day. Morning soon arrived, and the staff of the noodle shop began to trickle in, greeted by the sight of Reiko opening the door. Upon entering, she and her colleagues discovered the two bound figures of Chrysanthemum 1 and Chrysanthemum 2, slumbering on the first floor. "Aren't they the owners from the other side? Heaven's ramen? How could this be?" Reiko exclaimed in astonishment. "Another chef, noticing the note left by you, read aloud, attempted to steal the recipe during the night. I've gone to sleep. They have been dealt with." Understanding the duo's intentions, he burst into laughter, and Reiko soon joined in, their laughter echoing through the shop. This commotion swiftly roused Chrysanthemum 1 and Chrysanthemum 2 from their stupor, their eyes blinking open to the realization of their aching bodies. More importantly, they now found themselves surrounded by the noodle shop staff, a clear indication that their fate was sealed. Bowing their heads in silence, they were acutely aware of the disgrace they faced as owners caught in such underhanded dealings. It must have been used to. Fortunately, he resides in the noodle shop, or these two would have truly succeeded, Reiko remarked. Several individuals nodded in agreement, when suddenly a yawn captured everyone's attention. It was you, descending the staircase, already adorned in her work attire, which was quite appealing. "You," Lingzi remarked, gesturing toward the tied-up chrysanthemums, Chrysanthemum 1 and Chrysanthemum 2. "This is quite simple. We can leave it to the Konoha security forces. I wonder what they are searching for, as they have turned the first floor upside down. However, while they were scouring the second floor, I managed to tidy up the first floor." Upon hearing this, the two individuals widened their eyes. "I mentioned that during our search, there always seemed to be some sounds." With the assistance of a few employees, they escorted the two noodle shop owners into the Konoha security room. Yet, you refrained from joining them, as the current Konoha security forces were comprised of the Uchiha clan, and she did not wish to provoke any unnecessary trouble for herself. Nevertheless, the bustling workday had commenced, and due to the recent incident, the owner graciously rewarded you. As Rain had just arrived at the noodle shop, he was unfamiliar with many aspects of the environment, leading to a rather uneventful first day that consisted merely of serving dishes and assisting the kitchen with simple physical tasks. However, the tedious morning eventually passed, and after enjoying a modest lunch and a brief respite, Rain made his way to the designated meeting spot, a secluded grove where few ventured. Upon entering the grove with brisk steps, Rain found it utterly deserted, as was often the case. Even on regular days, he would expect to encounter Senju Mutai. Glancing around, he came to the realization that he had arrived prematurely. Although they had agreed to meet in the afternoon, no specific time had been established. Drawing the long blade from his back, Rain prepared to commence his training while awaiting Senju Mutai's arrival. It seemed prudent to engage in practice before his companion's arrival. With determination, Rain charged towards a tree, swinging his long knife downward. Suddenly, a robust wooden post erupted from the ground, hurtling directly towards him. Caught off guard, Rain was struck head-on and sent reeling backward. Rubbing his forehead, he muttered in frustration. Damn it. Must you always ambush me? Perched among the branches. Mutai erupted into laughter, remarking that Rain's lack of awareness was to blame. He had been present for some time and Rain had failed to notice him, thus deserving the surprise attack. Undeterred, Rain sprang to his feet and charged directly at Mutai, his long knife poised behind him, body leaning forward. Mutai paused momentarily, observing, your fighting style bears a striking resemblance to that of the Uchiha clan. However, I am well versed in dealing with Uchiha. With his hands coming together, he unleashed a technique, would release, with snake technique. Several sinuous wooden tendrils erupted from the ground along Rain's path, stealthy and deceptive. As Rain drew near, 2 wooden snakes launched themselves towards his throat, targeting the most vulnerable and defenseless area, rather than aiming for lethal harm. Turning his head, Rain instinctively swung his long knife at the leaping snakes, successfully severing both. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Mutai intensified the pressure of his hand seals. Having just dispatched the 2 serpents, Rain prepared to close in on Mutai, but in the next instant, 4 additional wooden snakes surged from all directions. With no time to react, Rain managed to eliminate the one in front of him, but the others were already upon him. With an air of confidence, Mutai declared, "It is over. This technique concludes our battle with surprising swiftness." 2 of the snakes lunged at Rain's arms, while the one behind ceased its assault. Burrowing back into the earth, Rain remained unaware of the latter's retreat, as it was nearly imperceptible unless one was intentionally vigilant. 2 serpents latched onto the Rain, which felt a piercing pain surge through its arm, causing the blade to fall to the ground from the sheer agony. The Rain vigorously waved its arms, desperately attempting to extricate the snakes from one another. The wooden serpent clinging tightly to the Rain, however, lacked significant strength and was soon dislodged. Meanwhile, Mutai observed quietly from the side, seemingly awaiting the moment the Rain would free the wooden snake. Underestimate me at your peril, the Rain thought, acutely aware of its impending defeat. Yet, provoked by the disdain, it charged towards Mutai despite the pain. The distance between them had narrowed considerably. With a swift motion, 3 shuriken flew towards Mutai. Your shuriken technique is commendable, reminiscent of the Uchiha clan style, Mutai remarked slowly. Though he recognized the similarities in the Rain's training methods and stance to those of the Uchiha, he had no reason to suspect the Rain was one of them, as its current state was far from that of an Uchiha. Unlike many in the Senju clan, Mutai bore no animosity towards the Uchiha. As for Uchiha Yuki, despite being a member of that clan, he harbored no significant resentment towards the Senju. However, the historical tensions between their clans prevented Yuki from being completely forthright. He feared that revealing his Uchiha lineage to Mutai would only invite further discord. Wood release, wooden plank technique. A slender wooden plank rose from the ground, swiftly obstructing the Rain's shuriken. The drawback was that Mutai could no longer see the Rain, and Yuki seized this fleeting opportunity. In that brief moment as the plank ascended, Yuki altered his trajectory, skillfully utilizing the trees to evade Mutai's line of sight. Realizing something was amiss, Mutai quickly stepped away from the plank, redirecting his focus to Yuki's previous position. But evidently, Yuki had vanished from that spot, now concealed among the trees. Attempting to ambush me using the forest cover? Perhaps this tactic may work on others, but for me, the woods are my domain. Would release, with snake technique. Hidden behind a tree, Yuki suddenly observed numerous wooden serpents manifesting upon each tree, identical to the ones before. Damn it, Yuki cursed under his breath before swiftly advancing. Now perilously close to Mutai. The emergence of the wooden snakes would undoubtedly prevent Yuki from approaching with ease. The serpents descended from the trees, encroaching upon him in terrifying numbers. Given the density of the forest, the sheer quantity of snakes was overwhelming, rendering Yuki's situation exceedingly precarious. The Rain wielded a long blade, slicing through the wooden serpents in the front row with a single stroke. However, the relentless onslaught that followed left the Rain with no time to react. Faced with insurmountable odds, retreat seemed to be a prudent choice. With this thought in mind, the Rain leaped onto a nearby tree, narrowly evading the attack of the wooden serpents. Yet, taking refuge among the branches proved to be an unwise decision. Behold, my wood release is omnipresent here, especially among the trees, boomed Mutai, observing the Rain's position. Though the Rain utilized the height of the tree to evade the serpent strikes, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge. After failing to breach the Rain's defenses, the wooden serpents commenced a concerted assault on the tree itself. They slithered upward while others coiled around the base, trapping the Rain with no avenue of escape. Taking advantage of his elevated position, The rain struck down at the ascending serpents with precision, achieving a temporary reprieve. However, a moment's inattention could allow a serpent to stealthily ascend. And the presence of even a single serpent could spell disaster, as it would invite others to follow, leaving no room for retreat. Surrounded, the rain glanced about. Realizing he had been encircled, with escape rendered impossible. Though a few distant trees seemed relatively safe, he knew he could not leap such a distance. Mutai ceased his hand signs. Observing the rain's predicament, it appeared the battle was nearing its conclusion. Rain, you have already succumbed to defeat. Do not underestimate me, Senju. The rain replied resolutely, as if he had made a profound decision. Following his declaration, his next move astonished Mutai. After severing a serpent that had climbed up, the rain leaped downward into a throng of serpents. It seemed a suicidal path, yet he proceeded nonetheless. In midair, the rain drew 2 shurikens and hurled them towards Mutai. Though accurate, their distance and moderate speed allowed Mutai to evade them with ease. This distraction, however, temporarily obscured Mutai's awareness of the rain's actions. Upon landing amidst a swarm of wooden serpents, the rain pressed against the tree, battling against the relentless onslaught as he wielded his long knife to fend off the serpents attempting to ascend his body. Despite delivering several decisive blows that kept the serpents at bay, he overlooked one crucial detail. Serpents lurked above him in the branches. A wooden serpent descended from the tree, landing upon the rain's head and sinking its fangs into his neck. You have lost, Rain, declared Mutai. Although the wooden serpents lacked venom and the ferocity of true snakes, their overwhelming numbers could inflict sufficient harm to incapacitate him. As the serpent bit into the rain's neck, Mutai withdrew his hand, but the pain would undoubtedly linger, albeit without inflicting grave injury. However, the anticipated call that was supposed to come for Mutai did not arrive. Instead, he heard a sound that made him feel uneasy. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke materialized at the location of the wooden serpent. What is this? A shadow clone technique, or? Mutai uttered in disbelief, as this maneuver caught him entirely off guard. Nevertheless, his reaction was swift. He executed the wooden plank technique. A wooden plank emerged from the ground, positioned behind him. Without turning around, he heard the wooden plank emit a series of thuds. Slowly, Mutai turned his head, stepping out from behind the wooden plank, and gazed in the direction from which the shuriken were flying. Utilizing precise shuriken to momentarily distract me while you executed the shadow clone technique. Then maneuvering your true self behind me and employing the sound of the defeated clone to mask the launch of the shuriken from behind. Moreover, the rain was hiding behind a tree in the direction Mutai was observing, having already pinpointed my location. No, he had even discerned my exact position. The plan had faltered, leaving the rain somewhat unprepared. This was a strategy he believed would guarantee victory. Mutai did not press the attack against the concealed rain, but instead inquired. I recall that you possess no ninjutsu skills whatsoever, yet you managed to master the shadow clone technique in merely a few days. Or perhaps, what you have utilized is not the genuine shadow clone technique. Since he had already been discovered, the rain saw no reason to remain hidden. This scroll for the shadow clone technique was merely obtained last night from a ramen shop owner, he replied nonchalantly. It was now Mutai's turn to be incredulous. You haven't attended a ninja academy, even the shadow clone technique requires a scroll. How could you possibly learn it in a single day and wield it with such proficiency? The rain, hiding behind the tree, exclaimed, I told you, I am a genius. Do not underestimate me. With that, he turned and dashed out from behind the tree. His speed marginally quicker than the previous day. Though barely perceptible, Mutai, having engaged in combat with the rain twice before, could discern the difference. Such talent could indeed be labeled as genius, yet the chasm between us had widened to an insurmountable extent. With his hands coming together once more, he assumed the stance for would release. Would release? Wooden stake barrage? From the ground behind Mutai, 2 massive wooden planks suddenly erupted, hurtling towards the rain. One from the front and the other from above, launching a rapid assault. The rain veered to the right, causing the overhead wooden plank to crash into an empty space, while the one advancing from the front clamped down on him, making escape nearly impossible. Just as the rain found himself unable to counter the 2 wooden stakes, a wooden serpent unexpectedly erupted from the ground, precisely at the location where he had previously faced the onslaught of 4 wooden serpents. This is bad. How could there be? Before he had finished speaking, the wooden serpent had successfully bitten Rain, while 2 wooden planks that followed behind struck Rain's back with great force, causing his body to lurch forward and collapse on the ground, motionless. The wooden serpent then released its grip, transforming into an immobile piece of wood in the shape of a snake, while the two wooden stakes fell to the ground, one of them landing directly on Rain's thigh. The immense weight of the timber unmistakable. Rain sensed that the stake on his thigh had been removed by someone. Then he heard the voice of Qiansho Mutai beside him. Your progress is remarkable. In less than a day, your strength has increased so significantly. I truly cannot fathom what you were doing before. If you were to intensify your training, you might now possess the ability to contend with me. Rain, lying on the ground, gradually sat up. As many parts of his body throbbed with unbearable pain. This seems unrelated to you. I have fulfilled our agreement from yesterday. Now it is your turn. Rain let out a painful cry. Yet the silver lining was that it allowed him to recover, for had it been merely a matter of positional pain, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. After the rain subsided, Senjutsu gestured for you to rise. Despite the pain coursing through his body, you slowly stood up. Senjutsu then produced a piece of white paper from behind him, holding it aloft as he spoke. This is a chakra test paper. A novel creation by the esteemed Hokage of modern times for assessing chakra attributes. You observed it with a hint of surprise and inquired. Isn't this quite similar to the ordinary chakra test paper? Senjutsu handed the paper to you and explained. This new variant of chakra test paper has been specifically developed by the contemporary Hokage and is now being produced on a small scale, circulating among the prominent clans. As you examine the so-called special chakra test paper, Senjutsu continued, you are likely familiar with the capabilities of the standard chakra test paper, which reveals your chakra attributes. The paper for lightning crumples, that for water becomes damp, the wind paper splits, the fire paper ignites, and the earth paper crumbles. The distinction here lies in its ability not only to detect your chakra attributes but also to enhance the precision of your chakra, allowing for a more rapid refinement process. Upon concluding his analysis, you found no significant revelations and urged, how do I use this? Just tell me directly. Observing Yu's eager demeanor, Senjutsu felt a surge of frustration. This item was a privilege reserved for the great clans, with only a few pieces allocated to each family. Originally intended for his use, it had become ineffective for him due to his wood release abilities, rendering it akin to ordinary chakra paper. Nevertheless, he had decided to keep it. You disregarded Senjutsu's grievances, asserting, you promised me this and handed it over willingly, so spare me the lectures. How do I use it? With a resigned sigh, Senjutsu realized reasoning with you was futile. He was no match for his enthusiasm. Thus, he explained. Use it in the same manner as the ordinary chakra test paper. Having said that, Senjutsu retrieved another chakra test paper from his pocket. Watch closely. I will demonstrate once, as I only brought one ordinary chakra test paper. He placed the paper in his hand, pinched it, and infused it with chakra to achieve the desired result. Following Senjutsu's instructions, you replicated the actions and infused the paper with his chakra. Although you had never attended a ninja academy, he possessed knowledge of chakra refinement, and his chakra volume was commendable among his peers. Otherwise, he would not have mastered the shadow clone technique in such a short span, had it not been for the existence of chakra. Upon the infusion of chakra, the test paper in Yu's hand ignited spontaneously, incinerating itself entirely. Simultaneously, you sensed a swifter flow of chakra within his body. Once the paper had completely burned away, a radiant light remained in its place, continuously channeling blue chakra energy into Yu's being. Senjutsu declared, do not move. It is not yet finished. This is the remarkable strength of the new chakra test paper. It not only refines your chakra but also enhances your chakra capacity. Though limited, it is still quite impressive. Can this paper truly augment the chakra volume? If one were to use it continuously, would that not lead to an infinite supply of chakra? You inquired, puzzled. Senjutsu regarded you with a look of incredulity, explaining, regardless of the potential for mass production, this chakra test paper holds no further effect for those who have already utilized it. For individuals with exceptionally potent and refined chakra, it proves to be virtually ineffective. Fire attribute chakra lacks a secondary attribute. You remained unfazed, fully aware from the outset that the likelihood of possessing fire attribute chakra was exceedingly high. Observing Yu's lack of surprise, Senjutsu continued, fire attribute chakra is quite rare within our Senju clan, thus I possess limited scrolls to offer you. However, I can provide you with some foundational ninjutsu, and at your age, you must have graduated from the Ninja Academy by now. You nodded appreciatively, responding, the opportunity to learn ninjutsu is already a great honor for me. He then extended his hand, seeking to request the ninjutsu scrolls from Senjutsu, instantly discerning Yu's intentions. Senjutsu remarked, you, my friend, are not yet adept enough in chakra refinement. Even with the aid of a new test paper, learning ninjutsu at this stage would bring you no benefit. You scoffed. I am a genius. Simply teach me, and I shall have no issues. Senju opened his outstretched hands and replied, if your current strength qualifies as genius, then I must be the greatest genius in the universe. Do not be overly arrogant. I will introduce you to a ninja team, allowing you to be exceptionally promoted to a genin. Genin? Is that truly possible? You, who had not attended the ninja academy, understood that without graduating, the chance of becoming a genin was nearly non-existent. In this world, which had enjoyed prolonged peace, the demand for ninjas had significantly diminished. With your abilities, it is absolutely feasible, albeit merely scraping the qualifications, Senju assured him. So, have you already joined a ninja team? You inquired. I could have graduated from the ninja academy long ago, but due to current regulations that have eliminated early graduation, I am only now joining a new ninja squad. Senju elucidated. Indeed, your name and your Konoha pass must always be at hand. Please hand them over to me. I shall expedite the process for you. With the capabilities of our Senju clan, this task is rather straightforward. Just as he was about to return to retrieve his Konoha pass, akin to a modern identification card issued at birth and backed up at the Konoha administration office, he suddenly recalled that the name inscribed on his pass was Uchiha. Noticing Yu's sudden silence, Senju seemed to contemplate something before speaking. Never mind. If you do not possess your pass at this moment, it is of no consequence. Simply wait. The graduation from the Ninja Academy is still some time away, and information regarding team assignments will reach you then. You nodded in gratitude. The day swiftly came to a close, and you had now entered an accelerated phase of skill enhancement. Following this day, you would not encounter Senju again. Yu's daily practice of chakra manipulation and sword techniques remained unceasing. A period of tranquil existence had begun to dull Yu's senses, and the tedium of training made perseverance increasingly challenging, until the day Senju had mentioned arrived. The day after tomorrow marked the allocation of ninja teams at the academy. Naturally, you found himself placed in a team, officially becoming a genin. Upon reviewing the identity information inscribed, he noted the alteration from Uchiha to simply Yu. Aside from this change, all other details remained unaltered, indicating that the individual had already been informed. You gazed at the document, setting it down along with the passage of time. In 2 days, he would partake in the ninja team assignment meeting, a mere formality lasting only a few minutes. Thus you felt little apprehension. Yet, his understanding of the current situation in Konoha was rather vague. He pondered about the quality of the genin instructors, but such concerns were beyond his current scope. Now, at the tender age of 12, you sensed an overwhelming confusion regarding his future. Having felt disheartened about his prospects within the Uchiha clan, he suddenly recognized a lack of belonging, a sentiment he had only just begun to grasp. Perhaps I truly harbor feelings for that family. After all, I have lived there for 12 years, Yu murmured to himself. From a single message, thoughts of the Uchiha clan emerged, or rather, the place he had been cast from, evoking an inexplicable sorrow. After organizing the message and gathering his belongings, Yu prepared himself, ready to embark on a new day's endeavors. His morning tasks, though brief, had become second nature to him, whether serving plates or washing dishes. He executed them with remarkable efficiency. The morning passed swiftly, and in the afternoon, it was once again time for Yu's training. Stifling a yawn, he made his way to the training grounds, traversing the seldom visited grove, where the subtleties of his swordsmanship remained elusive to the untrained eye. Today, however, an unexpected visitor graced the tranquil grove, Uchiha Yama, the longtime rival of Uchiha Yu. Upon entering the serene woods, you sensed an unsettling presence. The tranquility was pierced by an undercurrent of hostility, a palpable resentment that made him acutely uncomfortable. It had indeed been a while since they last crossed paths. Yama stood poised upon one of the trees favored by Senju. Initially, you mistook him for Senju himself, but it soon dawned on him that he faced Yama, the very adversary he had previously incapacitated. As the age-old adage goes, enemies meet with heightened animosity. Yama's gaze, upon spotting you, was laced with an unmistakable malice, prompting you to scrutinize his surroundings. No need to search further, Yu. I am here alone today. Let us settle the score for our last encounter right here and now, Yama declared, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority as he regarded you. Once Yama had finished speaking, Yu's apprehension subsided. After all, among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, there were many he regarded with caution, yet Yama was not one of them. With a mocking tone, Yu retorted, if you wish to relive the experience of being thoroughly defeated, I advise against challenging me just after your recovery. This taunt sent Yama into a rage, and he shouted, I will end you. You have provoked my wrath. In an instant, his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, revealing the presence of the Sharingan. You stared in astonishment. At merely 12 years of age, Yama had awakened the legendary eye. Yama wore an unsettling smile, a blend of excitement and arrogance that made you uncomfortable. It is thanks to you that I have harnessed this power. Your hatred has fueled my awakening of the Sharingan. Now, I shall use these eyes to defeat you and demonstrate the chasm that exists between an outsider like you and a true Uchiha. With that, Yama began to form hand seals with remarkable speed and maturity. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A colossal fireball surged forth, and unlike the previous damage inflicted by Wood style, this was a force to be reckoned with. The fierce flames engulfed everything in their path, igniting the trees and grass surrounding you. What will you do now? You are trapped, with no escape. Yama sneered. The fireball is merely a precursor. The true intent is to set ablaze the very trees that will ensnare you. You, however, responded with calm assurance, do not underestimate me. I have undergone significant transformation during this time. Rain, undeterred by the flames raging around, wielded his blade with unwavering resolve. Cleaving through the fire, which parted before him like a curtain, creating a significant opening amidst the tumult. Though the moment was fleeting, it sufficed for Rain to escape the inferno. Uchiha Mountain blinked subtly before leaping from the tree, forming hand seals mid-air for the fire release. Fireball technique. Two small fireballs arced towards Rain's position, their trajectory rendering it nearly impossible for him to anticipate their assault. As Rain endeavored to break free in one direction, the fireballs inexplicably adjusted their course, pursuing him relentlessly. Though the fireball technique possessed limited lethality, its capacity to track foes was formidable once a target was established. Even the body replacement technique could not elude its pursuit, easily locating the original body. Uchiha Mountain spoke slowly, intensifying his chase of Rain. The relentless pursuit of the fireballs, coupled with Uchiha Mountain's prowess, placed Rain in a precarious position. To turn back and neutralize the fireballs would leave him vulnerable to Uchiha Mountain's counterattack. Rain was acutely aware that he struggled against Uchiha Mountain's physical abilities, and the presence of the fireballs exacerbated his predicament. The fireballs surged with remarkable speed, outpacing even Senjumuta's wood release, wood pillar technique. However, unlike the controlled wood pillars, the fireballs exhibited a distinct intelligence. Spotting a large tree, Rain circled around before leaping onto its sturdy branches. The dense foliage obstructed the fireball's sight, causing them to collide with the leaves and ignite upon impact. Such trivial tactics. Do you think they could thwart me? Rain evaded the fireball, then seized the opportunity to pivot, utilizing the leaves as cover. He suddenly descended, catching Uchiha Mountain off guard as he followed closely behind. In midair, Rain swung his blade with fervor, unleashing a gust of cutting energy that surged towards Uchiha Mountain, swift, silent, and lethal. Uchiha Mountain narrowly evaded the strike by swiftly shifting to the right, yet the slicing wind grazed his cheek, leaving a jagged scar. What manner of ninjutsu is this? Wind release. Uchiha Mountain pondered, just as Rain's assault pressed on, delivering a flurry of slashes that left Uchiha Mountain bereft of the time needed to draw his kunai in defense. The might of the Sharingan was revealed to be rather limited, or perhaps her capabilities are merely mediocre. Rain's relentless strikes rendered Uchiha Mountain incapable of mounting a defense. Although Uchiha Mountain's single Tomo Sharingan allowed him to discern Rain's attacks with clarity, he found no opportunity to counter, perceiving the strikes yet unable to react in time. If the current battlefield is not swiftly altered, then this quest for vengeance will ultimately devolve into a farcical spectacle. Defeated by the Rain. With news of my brother's grievous injuries sealed away, I fear that another defeat would render me incapable of lifting my head within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mountain, in a relentless stance of evasion, has rendered Rain powerless. Just as Rain's blade descended, its speed momentarily slackened, allowing Uchiha Mountain's Sharingan to discern a flaw. This time, Uchiha Mountain's reflexes proved sufficiently swift. Crouching low, he dodged Rain's powerful strike, and with a sweeping kick, he caught Rain unawares, sending him crashing to the ground. As Rain prepared to rise, Uchiha Mountain had already established distance, and Rain clearly observed him forming a series of hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. A barrage of fireballs shot forth in a straight line, relentlessly bombarding Rain's position. Rising to his feet, Rain shifted left and right, employing serpentine movements to evade nearly all of the fiery projectiles. The flames from the Phoenix Fire exploded around him, encircling him in a perfect circle. I have stated before, such flames cannot hinder me, Rain declared, raising his longsword, its blade aura now potent enough to cleave through the flames. He resolved to carve a path through the fire and escape this treacherous place. Uchiha Mountain leaped onto a towering tree, hands weaving intricate seals. Do not be in haste to depart. It is not yet finished. Fire style, great fireball technique. The colossal fireball surged forth, targeting Rain, who found himself ensnared within the fiery embrace of the Phoenix fire technique. The circular area was perfectly suited to contain the great fireball, making Rain an easy target. Cursed fate, there is no escape. Rain gazed at the descending inferno, realizing that evasion had become nearly impossible, compounded by the surrounding flames that ensnared him further. Wood style, wood growth technique. A tremendous roar erupted as colossal trees surged from the ground, extending towards the trajectory of the great fireball. The flames swiftly ignited the wood. But Rain managed to evade the conflagration, successfully extricating himself from the Phoenix fire. As the flames consumed the wooden constructs, Mutai exerted greater force, bellowing as the massive trees grew even more frantically, hurtling toward Uchiha Mountain. This is dire, Uchiha Mountain thought, recognizing the perilous situation. If he did not flee swiftly, the encroaching flames would soon engulf him. After a brief pursuit, the trees ceased their advance, and Mutai halted his hand seals. Uchiha clan. If you persist in your reckless use of fire techniques, the entire forest will be laid to waste. Uchiha Yama furrowed his brow, although that individual did not recognize him. Yama was well aware of the person before him, a member of the Senju clan, Mutai, a prodigy, and the heir of wood release. A direct descendant of the first Hokage. Mutai continued, "You know me? Since you are aware of my identity, you should leave at once. If you do not hasten, I would not advise you to remain here and provoke the Senju clan." Mutai's dismissive tone mirrored the arrogance Yama had just exhibited towards you. A tone of contempt that now directed at him, which Yama found intolerable. Even if your wood release is formidable, our Uchiha Sharingan is not to be underestimated. He then turned his gaze towards you and added, "Moreover, this is a matter of our Uchiha clan. It is not your place to interfere. You have no right to meddle in this affair." The situation had become exceedingly clear. If Mutai were to assist you, it would signify the Senju clan's interference in Uchiha matters. Should the two engage in combat, you, facing Uchiha Yama, who possessed the Sharingan, would stand no chance. The turning point lay solely in Mutai's hands. Perhaps this was indeed a family matter for the Uchiha. But wasn't this individual expelled from the Uchiha clan not long ago? If that were the case, the Uchiha had no authority to invoke their family affairs in this situation. Besides, you as my friend. Oh, so you claim this individual is your friend? Uchiha Yama retorted, his voice dripping with scorn and disdain. Our Uchiha clan has supported you for so long, granting you a reprieve from death, and you choose to associate with the Senju. You abandoned him. Yet you deny him his freedom? Such is the nature of the Uchiha. Mutai continued. At this moment, the tension between Uchiha Yama and Mutai was palpable. Had they not been fellow leaf ninjas, they might have already resorted to violence. Enough. What I do is my own choice. My name is Now, not Uchiha Yu. You shouted defiantly. A faint smile graced Mutai's lips. In that case, you shall not lay a finger on him today. Mutai clasped his hands together and unleashed the wood release, wood pile technique. Two wooden stakes shot forth from beneath Uchiha Yama's feet, swiftly veering past him. A cold sweat broke out on Yama. Even with the Sharingan, he could not discern their movement, and even if he could, evading them was futile. Pointing at Uchiha Yama, Mutai declared, "I could have ended you just now. Depart, Uchiha." Yama clenched his teeth. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he could not concede to the Senju. Yet, faced with such a stark disparity in strength, Uchiha Yama resolutely turned and departed. You let out a sigh of relief. The last thing he wished to witness was any escalation that would lead to conflict among families. "Is everything all right?" asked Mutai as he approached you. You waved his hand and stood up, replying, "It's nothing, but you've made quite an enemy of Uchiha Yama though. And it's hard to guarantee he won't seek revenge in the future." Mutai burst into laughter. With him? As if the Uchiha clan could pose any real threat to me. I've hardly even heard of him. He is nothing more than a minor figure within the Uchiha family. In that case, there is no issue then, you remarked. But you should be cautious. If he does seek retribution, the Uchiha clan is quite powerful. And I believe you understand that better than I do. The day's commotion came to an end with Uchiha Yamato's departure. And the fact that he did not retaliate brought you immense relief. After learning about chakra cultivation from Mutai, you noticed a remarkable enhancement in his abilities at a pace visible to the naked eye. His mastery of the three body techniques, shadow clone, substitution, and transformation, also became increasingly proficient. According to Mutai, you had effectively condensed 6 years of training from the Ninja Academy into less than a month, aside from some extraneous theoretical knowledge. As time flew by, the day for team division quickly approached, and you strolled leisurely towards the Ninja Academy. He had officially become a genin. proudly wearing his ninja headband around his neck. Today was significant not only for you, but for all his fellow graduates from the academy who had gathered in large numbers. It was rumored that the 14th Hokage, Lingfeng, would be present as well. You had longed to witness the grandeur of the Hokage in person, as his aspiration was to one day become Hokage himself. As you navigated through the bustling assembly, he suddenly heard a few familiar voices. What brings you here today? Are you here to see me? It was none other than his childhood friend, Uchiha Ningxin. You recalled that today was indeed Ningxin's graduation day. However, due to Ningxin's exceptional talent, the Uchiha family had primarily allowed her to train within the clan, rarely attending the ninja academy. But now that she had graduated, it was only natural for Uchiha Ningxin to join the team division. After all, even prominent clans like Uchiha, Hyuga, and Senju could not easily alter such traditions. You felt an indescribable sensation upon seeing Uchiha Ningxin, a feeling that set her apart from other members of the Uchiha clan. Unaware that you had been expelled from the Uchiha family, Ningxin scratched her head and said, "No, I'm here to register too." Uchiha Ningxin looked surprised. "What?" Upon noticing the headband around Yu's neck, her expression softened. "Oh, the family must have assisted you. You haven't attended the ninja academy. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. But let us support each other." The raindrop nodded gently and then addressed Uchiha Ningxin, stating that there were matters requiring attention, thus he would take his leave. "The assembly is about to commence. What could possibly be so urgent?" Uchiha Ningxin queried. "I have arranged to meet a friend and shall seek him out first. I will visit you later," he replied before hastily departing, leaving Uchiha Ningxin to join his compatriots from various clans. At this moment, the number of attendees at the gathering had nearly reached its full capacity. From the elevated platform, a tall and striking figure emerged, adorned with short, pure white hair and a white coat embellished with the emblem of the 14th Hokage. "Look, it's the Hokage," someone exclaimed, prompting all eyes to turn towards the 14th Hokage. Lingfeng, the 14th Hokage, stepped forward and spoke. "I believe the purpose of gathering you all here today is clear to everyone. Each ninja graduating from the academy will be organized into a small team." Upon his declaration, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. This middle-aged Hokage had garnered unparalleled respect within the Hidden Leaf village at the sound of his command. Countless individuals would eagerly follow in his footsteps. Unlike the eras of the 3rd and 5th Hokages, there was now a Hokage advisor and the presence of Shimura Danzo. It could be said that this was an era of autocracy under the 14th Hokage, with no one capable of influencing his decisions. Suddenly, a figure clad in the attire of a leaf ninja approached Lingfeng. The silver hair instantly revealed his identity to you, Kakashi Hitaki, the one who had set him free that fateful night. Kakashi stepped forward and announced, "Allow me to elucidate the rules for team assignments and present the list of teams." He produced a sheet of paper from behind him and began to read. The teams will consist of 3 members, each led by a jonin who will guide them in completing their missions, including the responsibilities of a teacher. Kakashi paused momentarily before continuing. The assignment of team members will be distributed based on each individual's abilities. However, we cannot guarantee an even distribution of strength within each team, as our capabilities are limited. Therefore, I encourage everyone to strive for excellence. Clearing his throat with a touch of theatricality, Kakashi moved on to reveal the team assignments. Listen attentively to your groupings and a leading jonin. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and so on until the 14th team was announced. Team 14, led by jonin Kakashi Hitaki, includes Hinata Hyuga, Yoshida Mitsunari, and you. Upon hearing the assignments, you noted he did not recognize the other 2 members of his team, though he was not well acquainted with many, leaving him uncertain if this was fortuitous or unfortunate. Nonetheless, he found some solace in the fact that his leading jonin would be Kakashi Hitaki. On the other side, Uchiha Ningxin, having learned of the group assignments, along with other members of the Uchiha clan, was prepared to depart. However, her brow was furrowed in deep thought, a trait typical of her femininity that allowed her to notice certain details. Each member of the Uchiha family was assigned a group beginning with the Uchiha name, and she had been awaiting the group assignment for you. Although she understood that, being of the Uchiha clan, it was impossible for them to be placed in the same group, she still yearned for some insight. However, when she heard the name Yu, it was devoid of the Uchiha surname, prompting her to ponder further. Uchiha Ningxin fixed her gaze in Yu's direction and spoke to the others. "You may return first. I have some matters to attend to, and will return to the clan later." After saying this, she turned and left. At that moment, Yu began making his way to the Earl Ramen shop. Although he had taken the day off to participate in this event, he still felt the need to return and assist, as taking advantage of others was not his nature. Becoming a true ninja had taken you by surprise. Ever since he met Senju Muta, it seemed as if his path had begun to diverge from the meticulously crafted plan he had established. However, there was no longer any possibility of continuing his work at the old ramen shop. Soon, he would be undertaking missions as a ninja, and his working hours would cease to exist. Perhaps he would only be able to assist during his rest periods. Upon entering the Earl Ramen shop, he found everyone diligently engaged in their tasks, and he quickly immersed himself in work. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he cheerfully greeted, "Welcome. What would you like to order?" However, upon closer inspection, he recognized the customer as none other than Uchiha Ningxin. "Shall we share a bowl of noodles?" he suggested. And after she ordered, he added, "I suppose I have time for a bowl since I took the day off." After requesting a bowl of ramen from the front counter, he began to eat heartily, while Uchiha Ningxin merely watched him, seemingly waiting for something, clearly having ulterior motives. As he finished his bowl, he noticed that Ningxin had not touched her food at all. Although he was aware that she typically ate little, witnessing her not eating a single bite was a rarity. "Why haven't you eaten at all? Is it not to your liking?" he inquired. Uchiha Ningxin gazed at him with an expression of frustration. "What on earth have you done? Why is it that during the team formation, only you was mentioned, and not Uchiha? You haven't returned to the clan in nearly a month, have you?" After her words, you fell silent, unsure how to respond. "And now you are working here. Does that mean you have?" Uchiha Ningxin trailed off, looking at Uchiha Yu, waiting for his answer. "Indeed, I am no longer Uchiha Yu. I simply go by you now." "Why? How could this happen?" As a member of the Uchiha clan, Yu was abruptly interrupted by the rain before Uchiha Ningxin could finish her sentence. "Enough. It was Uchiha who abandoned me, not the other way around. I have no need to desperately plead for their acceptance. I may no longer bear the Uchiha name, but I am you." His resolute words left Uchiha Ningxin feeling as though she no longer recognized the boy before her, the one who remained cheerful despite the bullying and disdain of his peers. In truth, what she did not know was that Yu only appeared bright and cheerful when she was by his side. Now he had shed the Uchiha name entirely. What on earth has happened? This situation cannot possibly exist. Uchiha Ningxin seemed to cling to a glimmer of hope. Every member of the Uchiha clan held a profound sense of pride, admiration, and loyalty towards their lineage, simply because they were Uchiha. Uchiha Ningxin was no exception. Even her feelings for Yu began with familial considerations, a fact she was unaware of herself. "But it exists now. I have been expelled from the clan, and thus I shall not return. I apologize for deceiving you earlier," Yu continued. Uchiha Ningxin was not ready to concede. She urged him, "If you explain the situation to the family, it will surely work. How could one of the Uchiha be cast out?" For the first time, as Yu faced the stunning girl before him, a sense of aversion began to bubble within him, whether it stemmed from the Uchiha legacy or from Ningxin herself. It was difficult to discern. "Enough. They have cast me out, and that is sufficient. I do not wish to return," he declared, preparing to turn away and resume his work. "I have a job to do and a life to lead. I cannot compare to someone of your status." Yu's words seemed to strike a nerve with Ningxin, who stood frozen, watching him depart. "Why? Why?" She turned abruptly and exited the old noodle house at a swift pace, clearly intent on returning to her family to confirm something. "Is that your girlfriend? She's stunning. Why haven't I seen her around here before? You must have met her recently." The staff at Old Noodle House began to gossip about you. After sitting for so long and with Uchiha Ningxin barely touching her ramen, it was difficult for them not to indulge their curiosity. Gossip is an innate human instinct. You tirelessly explained the situation, yet none seemed willing to believe in his innocence. "Next time, introduce us," one exclaimed. "With such a beautiful girl, I bet her friends are just as lovely. Have her help me make some introductions. You're getting on in years. Don't be a cow chasing after tender grass," another teased. Indeed, when faced with such matters, no explanation seemed adequate. Yu rubbed his forehead, weary of further clarification, and dedicated himself more fervently to his work, while also preparing to discuss the situation with his boss later that afternoon. As the other employees continued to work undeterred by the rain, discussions surrounding the matter gradually subsided, for each individual here was engrossed in their own busy morning. The following morning arrived with radiant sunshine, bathing the room of Yu in warm light. Yu shielded her eyes with her hand and slowly sat up. "I must quickly acclimate to this alarm clock," she thought, rubbing her eyes. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She sprang out of bed and hurried through her morning routine, seemingly pressed for time. Oh no, the assembly was scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning, and it appeared you had overslept. It was already 9:30. If she didn't hasten her pace, she risked being late for her first gathering. Yesterday, you had taken the initiative to speak with the owner of Old Noodle House, explaining her situation and her inability to continue working due to her newfound role as a ninja. To her surprise, after she had prepared to vacate her room, the owner insisted she remain, stating that since he had apprehended 2 petty thieves recently, there was no issue in her continuing to stay. This alleviated U.S. housing predicament, though it meant she would no longer receive meals. At that moment, the streets of Konoha were abuzz with activity. You rarely ventured out during the day, as she was either working at the noodle shop or training in a nearby grove, which was typically deserted. She leapt between buildings, occasionally spotting fellow ninjas of a similar age, all hurrying along their paths. Some, in their haste, donned their attire while brushing their teeth, splashing water onto the street, heedless of the exclamations of passerby. The assembly point for Team 4 was at training ground number 14. Over the years, Konoha had developed significantly, with the Ninja Academy, Hokage building, and training facilities all having reached a high standard, though the training grounds were exclusively reserved for ninjas. It wasn't long before the shadow of the 14th training ground came into view, and seeing no one around, you quickened her pace to enter. Upon surveying her surroundings, it appeared she was utterly alone. Checking the time, she realized it was 10:05. Damn it, I'm late. You scanned her surroundings, wondering if the others had already left. Suddenly, she felt a gust of wind approaching with astonishing speed. Just as she turned in that direction, a figure with silver hair appeared before her, their hand hovering perilously close to her forehead. So fast, yet U.S. reflexes were sharp. She instinctively ducked and aimed a kick at Kiki Silverbell. Just as her foot was about to connect, Kiki's right foot swung up in response, and the 2 feet met in a clash, causing you, who had struck first, to stagger back a few steps. Immediately following this, Kiki Silverbell's attack came in rapid succession. With a single punch, he unleashed a force that Rain found far more terrifying than the great fireball of Uchiha Mountain or the wood release of Shinjamuta. A pale green light surged from Kiki Silverbell's iron fist. Rain attempted to retreat swiftly, but against Kiki Silverbell's speed, evasion proved nearly impossible. The punch descended, and although Rain could not escape, Kiki Silverbell directed his blow toward the ground. With a resounding crash, 2 immense craters formed, enveloped in swirling smoke. Peering down, Rain's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer power of those 2 punches. Had he been struck, he would surely have been reduced to mere fragments. Yet, the situation was far from over. Rain noticed that within the craters, another presence lingered. Suddenly, Kiki Silverbell called out, "Come forth. Such futile ambushes will only lead to your own demise." From one of the craters, a figure emerged, clad in full samurai attire, a long sword strapped to his back. Though his visage appeared youthful, white whiskers adorned his face, lending him an air of age. What a peculiar individual, a samurai in a ninja academy. You must be Yoko Mitsuda, the warrior from the samurai nation, here to study in our Leaf Ninja Village, Kiki Silverbell remarked, awaiting his response. Yoko Mitsuda nodded, performing a gesture of samurai etiquette, but in an instant, he shifted into a combat stance, for a samurai is never swayed by the sweet words of an adversary. With that, Kiki Silverbell, seemingly resigned, spread his hands in exasperation. Very well then. Before he could finish his sentence, he teleported next to Yoko Mitsuda and delivered a punch. Yoko Mitsuda barely had time to react before he was sent flying, soaring a considerable distance. As he flew away, his voice echoed with curses, "You despicable ambusher. How could you have such a teacher?" In response to Yoko Mitsuda's outburst, Kiki Silverbell feigned nonchalance. "Did you not assume a combat stance? Were you not prepared for battle? How can you claim I ambushed you?" Not only Yoko, but Rain too observed Kiki Silverbell, sensing an underlying malice that made him fear he might soon share the same fate. Drawing his long sword from his back, he swung it with force, unleashing a wave of energy. "It seems our group is fortunate to have 2 swordsmen," Kiki Silverbell remarked slowly. The sword wave traveled at a sluggish pace. Kiki Silverbell, intending to evade, easily sidestepped it. By the time the wave had traversed halfway, he had already materialized before Rain. With a powerful punch, Rain had no time to react. "However, your sword wave is too slow and too weak. Thus, prepare to face the punishment of the weak." Kiki Silverbell's fist connected squarely with Rain's abdomen. However, the anticipated situation for Hitaki Jinri did not materialize. As the rain began to fall, he sensed something amiss. Is this a technique of doppelgangers? A wisp of white smoke dissipated, prompting Hitaki Jinri to leap from his position and survey his surroundings, awaiting the true form of the rain. Before long, he initiated his movements, directing them precisely towards the location where the rain was concealed. "This is bad," I've been discovered. The rain thought, growing increasingly anxious. The speed was remarkable, yet midway through his sprint, Hatake Jinri suddenly vanished from sight. The rain glanced upwards, only to find the canopy of leaves obscuring his view of the sky. Thus, he was utterly convinced that something significant was about to unfold above. This is a blind spot in my perspective. I must swiftly move to open ground. With determination, the rain hastened towards the direction where Hatake Jinri had disappeared. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous explosion erupted at his original position, which could hardly be described as an explosion, but rather as an immense crater created by Hatake Jinri's assault. As the smoke from the blast gradually cleared, Hatake Jinri stood calmly, remarking, "A commendable reaction and intellect. However, your personal strength requires enhancement." Had he and I not been equally blind to each other's circumstances, relying solely on prior positional judgments to attack and evade, I would have certainly met my demise. The rain pondered. Though he could not see Hatake Jinri, he had successfully discerned the pattern of the impending attack. As Hatake Jinri launched his strike, ascending into the air and descending, the leaves obstructed his line of sight, rendering him unable to ascertain the rain's precise location. Consequently, he resorted to a more extensive area of attack. "Receive my blade." The thunderous voice of Yko Shinden echoed as he charged towards Hatake Jinri, raising his long sword high. His speed was commendable, yet his approach was reckless, rife with vulnerabilities. In response to Yko Shinden's onslaught, Hatake Jinri swiftly countered. To Yko Shinden, it felt as if his target had vanished abruptly, and before he could halt his advance, he found Hatake Jinri materializing before him. Rather than Hatake Jinri, it was more accurately his formidable fist that struck Yko Shinden squarely on the head. This time, he did not fly backward. Instead, his momentum abruptly ceased. His feet propelled forward while his head recoiled, leading to Yko Shinden collapsing to the ground. The rain felt a tinge of embarrassment. Was the strength distribution not meant to be average? Could it be that my abilities are considered relatively formidable within this context? Yko Shinden's disarray led the rain to perceive him as utterly ineffectual. However, the rain was intrigued to note that their trio now appeared to consist of only two, and those two were on the verge of being overwhelmed by Hatake Jinri. While contemplating this, Hatake Jinri turned his gaze back towards the rain, causing a cold sweat to break out upon him. Here he comes again. The rain was acutely aware that if he remained stationary, it would be too late. Consequently, he swiftly retreated, hands forming seals, attempting to cast a shadow clone technique. Despite his remarkable speed, the technique was not yet complete when he was forcefully sent flying. The intense pain radiating from his face rendered him unable to rise, leaving him sprawled on the ground. How swift! He was no match for his opponent, he mused as he lay there. That night, Kiki Jinren had instilled in him a sense that the disparity was not insurmountable. Yet the formidable strength displayed by Kiki Jinren now suggested that the gap had widened to an irretrievable extent. Having dispatched two, where could the last one be? Kiki Jinren pondered, a peculiar tone in his voice. Indeed, the remaining opponent was likely a female. As time slipped away, the rain had nearly recovered. Yet he chose to remain on the ground. It was no trivial matter. He dared not rise, nor even sit up. This was not born from fear, but rather a realization that during this time, Akira Shinden had attempted to rise only to be swiftly knocked down by Kiki Jinren. On another occasion, just as Akira had managed to sit up, he was sent flying by a swift kick from Kiki Jinren, though each strike was expertly measured. Who would willingly endure such punishment? Thus, it was preferable to remain prone. In front of him lay a patch of grass, not tall but ample enough to conceal a person. Gazing at the foliage, he sensed someone was hidden within, intently watching him. Then, a soft female voice broke the silence. "Why are you lying here? You should be fine by now." Upon hearing this, the rain rolled his eyes. "And why don't you come out then?" he retorted, suddenly realizing with dismay that his voice had involuntarily risen too loud. His exclamation inevitably caught Kiki Jinren's attention, and the hidden figure was none other than Hinata Kyuji, now fully exposed. Hinata swiftly emerged from her cover. Remaining there would certainly result in a direct confrontation with Kiki Jinren, a fact the rain was acutely aware of. "You did that on purpose," Hinata shouted. Dressed in a pale white top with her black hair tied back, she exuded a sense of competence, her physique striking enough to make the rain glance her way more than once. Amidst the rain's lingering gaze, Hinata had no time to dwell on it and quickly moved away. "The Hyuga clan, yet it seems you haven't activated your Byakugan yet," Kiki Jinren remarked before vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared right before Hinata, declaring, "Your speed advantage has been thoroughly deciphered." With her hands raised and her gentle fist stance poised, Hinata was ready. Kiki Jinren's punch was effortlessly neutralized by her gentle fist technique. Shirakumo Jinren furrowed her brows slightly. The girl before her possessed remarkable skill indeed, capable of directly countering her punch. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique had evolved to near perfection over generations, continuously strengthening with time. Yet Jinren was no stranger to confronting formidable Hyuga practitioners. "Your abilities are commendable," she remarked coolly, "but if you believe you've deciphered my speed, you're sorely mistaken." No sooner had her first strike been parried than Jinren launched another, swifter than before. Hyuga Orihime found herself unable to deploy the gentle fist this time. The sheer velocity overwhelmed her defenses. Raising her right arm in a desperate block, she barely registered Jinren's warning. "Did my previous attack teach you nothing? It seems you've no use for that arm anymore." Orihime froze mid-motion as Jinren abruptly halted her punch. Instead, a ruthless kick sent the Hyuga girl flying backward without a shred of mercy, brushing imaginary dust from her sleeves with deliberate disdain. Jinren's contemptuous gesture ignited fury in all three opponents. Yumitsu no Buta gritted his teeth, leveraging his sword plunged into the earth to haul his battered body upright. "Don't underestimate us," he growled through the pain, "not even if you're a jonin." As he charged, Jinren's expressionless face somehow amplified Nobuta's sense of impending danger. He skidded to an abrupt halt, instinct screaming against advancing further. Why stop? Amafuri wondered aloud. Meanwhile, the freshly risen Orihime calculated. Had he pressed the attack, I might have seized a flanking opportunity. The battlefield geometry had crystallized. Jinren stood pinned at the triangle's apex, encircled by the three genin. Well then, Jinren mused, observing Nobuta's hesitation with anticipated amusement. How will you exploit this formation? A taut silence descended. Amafuri's grip tightened around his nodachi. I've never been patient, he finally declared, unleashing a sweeping blade arc toward Jinren. The jonin tucked her limbs and vaulted over the attack, only for Amafuri to close the distance alone. Disappointing, Jinren thought midair. Must they always come singly? Her spinning kick connected with Amafuri's ribs even as she seized his collar, hurling him aside before landing with feline grace. Nobuta's voice sliced through the aftermath. This isn't over yet. As the newly arrived Kiki Jinren glanced in the opposite direction, Akira Shinada had already closed in beside him. When did this happen? If he had just been standing still moments ago, it would have been impossible for him to reach Kiki so swiftly. Kiki Jinren chose not to dwell on this thought, as Akira Shinada's relentless assaults had begun to overwhelm him. The flurry of slashes from Akira forced Kiki to evade desperately. Yet, before long, Kiki seized an opportunity, using a kunai to block Akira's long blade while grasping Akira's hand that wielded the weapon. With a vigorous tug towards himself, Kiki destabilized Akira, causing him to lean forward as if on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged behind Kiki, prompting him to release Akira and crouch down, sweeping his leg to knock Akira off balance, effectively avoiding the oncoming blade wave, while sparing Akira from its wrath as well. However, despite the elegance of this sequence, Kiki had not entirely extricated himself from peril. Rain loomed closer, aiming a strike at the crouched Kiki, who swiftly retaliated by launching a kunai. The moment the kunai took flight, it was deflected by an unseen force. This is... Kiki widened his eyes as he watched the kunai, which had just been released, being knocked away before him. Hinata, standing off in the distance, assumed a stance reminiscent of gentle fist techniques, employing the 8 trigrams empty strike. This was a diluted version of the 8 trigrams palm, lacking the prowess of the Byakugan. Kiki quickly assessed the situation. So, rather than attacking me directly with this technique, he opted to target the kunai instead. The potential damage is limited. The deflected kunai posed no threat to Rain, who was poised to deliver a decisive blow to the seemingly cornered Kiki. I've got him, sensei. Just as Rain was about to cleave downwards, the ground beneath began to shift. Yet, Rain paid no heed, continuing his downward strike towards Kiki's position. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed, a sensation that felt entirely wrong. Like stone. Earth release, earth wall technique. Crouched low, Kiki pressed both hands against the ground. Rain's attack faltered, but Kiki overlooked the presence of another individual behind him. What about me? Akira Shinada positioned his blade at Kiki's back, ready to strike with lethal intent. A single slash aimed directly at Kiki's form. However, something felt amiss. Is this a ninja's body double technique? A sense of foreboding washed over Akira. A puff of white smoke erupted, revealing that while Kiki had employed the earth wall technique, he had simultaneously utilized the body double technique. Creating a decoy that mimicked the posture of summoning the wall, thereby ensnaring both Rain and Akira in confusion. Where has he gone? Rain surveyed the surroundings, fully alert to the potential appearance of Kiki's silver bell. However, the area was devoid of any cover, leaving no hiding spots for Kiki. A sudden thought struck Rain as he glanced at the ground. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly leaped into the air. Quick, jump higher. That fellow might be hiding beneath the surface. Upon hearing Rain's instructions, both Kohei Shinden and Hinata Ayaka sprang into action simultaneously. In the next moment, Kiki's silver bell emerged from beneath the ground where Kohei had just stood, demonstrating remarkable reflexes by anticipating his hiding place and even having the time to alert his teammates. Fortunately, Kohei had already jumped away in time, as Kiki's silver bell showed no intent to pursue, allowing Kohei to narrowly escape disaster. You coordinated well just now, but there is still much room for improvement. From this moment on, if you manage to injure me, then we shall conclude for today, Kiki's silver bell declared, fixing his gaze upon them. Is this a form of assessment? Hinata Ayaka remarked coolly, her beautiful visage betraying an icy demeanor. Kiki's silver bell pointed at the trio and said, you may think of it that way. If you fail, the consequences could be rather unpleasant. With that, his speed surged once more, targeting Hinata Ayaka, who instinctively assumed a stance for a soft punch and charged forward. What a foolhardy endeavor, Kiki thought as he moved with incredible swiftness. Before Hinata could react adequately, Kiki was already before her, launching an elbow strike. Yet, Hinata adeptly leaned to the right, evading the blow. Rain watched in awe, marveling at the remarkable speed of her reaction. Both Rain and Kohei Shinden rushed to press the attack against Kiki's silver bell, fully aware that if they did not act swiftly, Hinata would surely be the first to be taken down. Although Hinata had dodged Kiki's initial strike, she was acutely aware that the second would not be as easily evaded. With a swift motion, Kiki raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Hinata's abdomen. The speed was staggering, and Kiki understood the force behind the blow. If it connected, Hinata would be incapacitated for the day. However, Hinata's seemingly delicate form concealed immense strength. She countered with her leg, absorbing the impact, and though she was pushed back several meters, it was far preferable to a direct hit to her midsection. Kiki's silver bell, undeterred, pressed the assault, invoking the earth release, earth wall technique. His hand seals were executed with remarkable speed as Hinata processed Kiki's words. A wall of earth rose behind her, completely blocking her retreat. Now, you have nowhere left to escape, Kiki's silver bell declared, grasping a kunai. Engaging with the Hinata clan. Possessing a weapon would certainly provide a significant advantage, though Kiki remained indifferent to such considerations. The kunai sliced through the air as Hinata instinctively raised his hands to shield his face, crouching low to evade the attack from Kiki's silver bell, though a few strands of hair were still severed in the process. Just as Kiki prepared to launch another assault, he sensed the approach of two individuals from behind, Yu and KK Shinden racing towards his position from opposite directions. Eager to rescue their comrade, they left themselves vulnerable, risking their own demise in the process. Kiki's silver bell's speed was once again on display, this time targeting Yu, who had anticipated Kiki's next move. I've been ready for this, Yu declared. Kiki's strike connected with Yu's head, but a cloud of white smoke erupted. Was it a clone? Kiki felt a chill at his back and, with a hint of admiration, remarked, using a clone to distract, while the real body strikes from behind. It's less a mere clone and more a fusion of the substitution technique with shadow clones. The sword energy unleashed from Yu's long blade surged forth, pressuring Kiki from both the left and right, while the blade itself aimed directly at Kiki's position. I've cornered you from all angles. Where will you flee now? Yu proclaimed confidently. Yet, Kiki remained expressionless. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot, causing Yu and the sword energy to strike nothing but air. Such speed is astonishing. Yu barely had time to process Kiki's disappearance, which occurred even faster than before. KK Shinden and Hinata were equally dumbfounded, as they had just believed Yu had the upper hand. Despite Kiki's swiftness, he had evaded their assault effortlessly. I'm right here, now that you know of my speed. Do not let your guard down, Kiki admonished, having positioned himself atop the earthen wall behind Hinata. He leaped down, targeting the isolated Hinata. Oh no! Has he already reached there? Yu cried out in alarm. Hinata, still reeling from the previous events, could not react in time as Kiki delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Now, I shall dispose of one. How long do you believe you can endure against the two remaining? Kiki's voice dripped with arrogance and disdain, as though he relished in provoking Yu and KK Shinden. Unable to contain himself any longer, KK charged towards Kiki's direction. Once again, Kiki displayed the same unmatchable speed, an evasion impossible to achieve, a defense impossible to mount. In the world of martial arts, speed reigns supreme, a sentiment once echoed in the records of Konoha, attributed to the contemporary Hokage, Lingfeng. Alongside Lingfeng, there existed another ninja renowned for his swiftness, the fourth Hokage. However, in the eyes of present-day Konoha, his legendary exploits remain shrouded in mystery. As Xiangwang Xintian witnessed the fleeting disappearance of Qi Yinling, he instinctively swung his weapon in a desperate attempt to defend himself while spinning around. However, he greatly underestimated Qi Yinling's prowess. Even he regarded Xiangwang Xintian with an expression akin to disbelief, albeit tinged with caution, acutely aware that should Qi Yinling materialize beside him, he would be utterly defenseless. In the next moment, Qi Yinling reappeared right next to Xiangwang Xintian. As Xiangwang Xintian completed his turn, his blade positioned behind him, Qi Yinling delivered a swift kick to his back. The impact sent Xiangwang Xintian crashing to the ground, his chest heaving while his back arched painfully inwards. He grimaced. How much it hurts. Groping his back, he realized he could no longer rise. Now, what will you employ to counter me? Qi Yinling inquired, casting a glance toward you. Just as it was that night, you are hardly my match. Yet, I must concede, your strength has indeed improved since then. With that, Qi Yinling vanished once more. You, observing the spot where Qi Yinling had just stood, pondered the inexplicable speed that rendered him invisible. Such rapidity. Surely there must be a limit. Clutching his long blade tightly, you felt utterly unprepared for the unpredictable direction of Qi Yinling's next appearance. As the speed had escalated to a level of near invisibility, silently counting, 1 second, 1.5 seconds. At precisely 1.5 seconds, you instinctively struck in the direction that felt amiss, sensing an impact. I got it. His fist landed solidly against Qi Yinling's incoming strike, both combatants recoiling from the collision. However, while Qi Yinling retreated voluntarily, you was propelled backward by the force of the blow. As a competent ninja, extraordinary perception is essential, and in this regard, you excel beyond many. Just as Qi Yinling prepared to launch his next attack, you was already poised for action. Raising his long blade, you swung it once more toward Qi Yinling, unleashing a surge of sword energy that surged forth like a tempest. The blade's energy completely obstructed Qi Yinling's swiftest approach, rendering a counterattack exceedingly difficult. And, my teacher, you no longer possess the opportunity for retaliation, you stated calmly. Qi Yinling abruptly halted, perplexed by Yu's assertion, feeling an inexplicable confidence in his ability to defeat him. Why? He questioned. Because I have successfully wounded you, teacher, you replied, gesturing toward the area adjacent to Qi Yinling. With widened eyes, Qi Yinling struck in the direction you indicated, incredulously wondering, when did that happen? As the rain continued, it spoke, prior to your appearance. I had already anticipated your position. Although I engaged in combat with my fists against yours, my sword energy had already been unleashed, delicate and subtle, even before you arrived. Hatake Jinren, with your eyes slightly narrowed, managed to predict my position with such precision. Now, teacher, please honor your promise. Rain retracted his long blade and gazed at Hatake Jinren, awaiting his next move. Very well. I have been bested by you, Hatake Jinren declared. Yet, before Rain, Hinata Kaji, and Yoko Shinden, he swiftly moved and appeared directly in front of Rain. A powerful uppercut struck Rain, who was caught entirely off guard, followed by a forceful kick to his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. During the first lesson, as a ninja, one must never let down their guard, regardless of the circumstances. Even if your adversary seems defeated, their desperate strike could lead to your demise. Instantly, the expressions of Rain, Hinata Kaji, and Yoko Shinden soured. They were rendered speechless, pondering the nature of the morally dubious teacher they had been assigned. After flinging Rain away, Hatake Jinren expounded on a series of philosophical principles, remaining in place as if nothing had transpired, observing the trio. How can you behave this way? Yoko Shinden erupted with dissatisfaction. Rain had clearly achieved victory. Such an ambush is beneath any man. Hatake Jinren, however, remained unfazed. This is merely a lesson. The more realistic, the better. Using him as a living textbook is a mark of my esteem. He shrugged and continued, all right, today's assessment is thoroughly complete. Tomorrow, at the same time and place, we shall reconvene. I have significant matters to announce. With that, Hatake Jinren vanished in an instant. As he departed, Hinata Kaji and Yoko Shinden rose to their feet. Though the recent battle had appeared brutal and painful, Hatake Jinren had precisely calibrated his strength, inflicting primarily superficial injuries that would soon mend. Nevertheless, The pain inflicted was sufficient to dissuade the trio from wishing to endure it again. Are you all right? That teacher is utterly reckless and devoid of integrity. Yoko Shinden complained while assisting Rain to stand. The double strike had left Rain nearly numb, but as time passed, he gradually felt better. I'm fine. After resting for a while, Rain regained mobility. Following their farewells, the three departed, recognizing the necessity of rest after the battle, which had left them wounded and fatigued. However, Rain had no intention of simply resting. In the afternoon, the Rain's training would persist, for lacking attendance at the Ninja Academy necessitated further cultivation. The understanding of one's own deficiencies in ninjutsu was acutely clear to you. At that moment, within the Hokage building, the 14th Hokage sat at his desk, engrossed in documents. While directly opposite stood Hatake Jinren, who had recently bested you. Jinren, what are your thoughts on their abilities? Lingfeng inquired, still perusing the files. With a smile, Jinren replied, Lord Hokage, you must already be aware. Having lost for the first time, isn't this question rather embarrassing for me? Do not overthink it. I am genuinely asking, Lingfeng said, suddenly setting aside the documents to continue. Upon hearing this, Jinren adopted a more serious demeanor and stated, the strength of the three is commendable. Among them, Akira Nobutaka. As a samurai, exhibits no particular weaknesses, yet lacks notable strengths, revealing numerous flaws during our battle, indicating he requires substantial experience. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lingfeng gestured for Jinren to proceed. The second daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Kyuji, though yet to awaken her Byakugan, possesses impressive innate strength, attributable to the rigorous training within her clan. Overall, she is the most formidable among the trio, though still inexperienced in judgment and tactical awareness. And the third individual, you, is the one who was planning to steal the secretary's scroll alongside that boy from the Sinja clan. At this point, Jinren paused. What is it? Is there something unusual about him? Lingfeng remarked with a smile, as if the main act was just beginning, although his strength is average. His swordsmanship pales in comparison to Akira Nobutaka's, and he is notably weaker than Hinata Kyuji in other respects, yet he proves to be the most challenging adversary. His experience is remarkably astute. While I did not exert my full strength, many of my attacks were easily discerned by him. Furthermore, his blade can unleash an attack reminiscent of wind release. Though its speed is moderate, contact with it is quite unpleasant. Oh, if I recall correctly, he has never attended the Ninja Academy, having been directly recommended by the Senju clan. However, his original name was Uchiha. Uchiha? Jinren was taken aback. When did the Uchiha and Senju clans become so amicable? Moreover, this year, the Uchiha's quota for recommendations was not utilized, was it? That is indeed a puzzling matter. Additionally, the Senju clan has altered his name to you, omitting the Uchiha surname. The circumstances surrounding this may be intricate. Keep a vigilant watch on this individual named you. Jinren nodded in agreement. Understood, Lord Hokage. This you, despite never having attended the Ninja Academy, possesses an extraordinarily daunting talent. Oh, pray tell, what leads you to this conclusion? During a night watch, I discovered him and Shinjamuta preparing to infiltrate the Hokage building to steal the secretary's scroll. I chose to let him go. But my strength at that time was utterly inadequate compared to now. The interval between those events was less than a month, making such talent exceedingly rare. After listening to this, Lingfeng picked up the document in his hand and remarked that he would entrust it to you. The Hidden Leaf Village, no. The entire ninja world has enjoyed an unprecedented peace for far too long, and it is indeed a rarity to encounter a prodigy of such significance in your eyes. Hatake Yinling nodded. If there were no further matters, he would take his leave. Observing Lingfeng nod in agreement, Hatake Yinling turned and exited the Hokage building, while Lingfeng continued to be engulfed by the multitude of documents before him. Being Hokage is no easy task. When will someone come to take over my duties? Upon returning to the old noodle shop, you realized it was nearly noon. With the subsidy he had just received from the Hokage building, he barely had enough to fill his stomach, which sufficed for the moment. After satisfying his hunger, you took a brief rest before immersing himself once more in his training. You had already mastered the body replacement technique to a remarkable degree. He found it perplexing that despite the lengthy training in the Ninja Academy, many still failed to grasp this technique. How could they be so inept? However, while you had mastered the body replacement technique, he felt his application of it was still lacking. Some individuals, despite possessing great talent, faltered in real combat compared to those with lesser abilities in daily practice. You was determined not to become one of those. Therefore, he diligently studied the usage of the body replacement technique, simultaneously acknowledging that his chakra reserves seemed somewhat insufficient. Practicing chakra control was monotonous. In this era, It resembled meditation, while another method involved utilizing chakra to enhance its quantity. Yu also dedicated time to honing his swordsmanship. The swing of his long sword released a blade of energy, akin to wind release. He was uncertain of its origin. Yet he held this technique in high regard for its practicality. Strangely, when he wielded other long swords, he could not produce such energy. And he sensed a difference in his familiarity with them. Was it an issue with this particular sword? Yet, you could not articulate what was distinct about it. He decided not to dwell on this matter and continued his training. In truth, when he was discovered in an uninhabited room of the Uchiha clan, he had been accompanied by this very sword. The Uchiha had left the sword with him, and he had grown up in its presence. His first encounter with the sword occurred at the age of 10, although he had not yet attended the ninja academy. He made it a habit to train with this long sword whenever he found the time. It was not the Rain that consciously sought to cultivate its skills, rather. It was the Rain that instinctively grasped the long blade, as if the sword possessed an irresistible allure that beckoned the Rain to touch, master, and wield it. Though the Rain remained oblivious to this fact, in the Uchiha clan, there were many who wielded swords, hence no one found the Rain's actions peculiar. As the day of training came to an end, the Rain glanced at the sky, where the sun gradually descended, signaling that it was time to return. For the Rain was utterly exhausted. Wait a moment, Rain. A familiar voice interrupted just as the Rain was about to depart. Turning around, the Rain saw Uchiha Ningxin rushing toward him. The Rain halted, and despite his lack of fondness for others in the Uchiha clan, he found himself possessing a greater patience for Uchiha Ningxin. What is it? The Rain inquired. This is for you, Uchiha Ningxin replied, approaching with a scroll in hand. This is a fire release scroll. I know you possess fire release chakra. Uchiha Ningxin presented the scroll before the Rain. How did you know? The Rain asked, puzzled. Uchiha Ningxin rolled his eyes. Every newly minted genin has a record, right? A simple glance would reveal it. The Rain's expression shifted to one of realization. Thank you, he said as he accepted the scroll. At this juncture, the Rain was merely at the threshold of ninjutsu, having not yet learned the foundational techniques. His practice and study of ninjutsu relied heavily on scrolls, which not only documented intricate and powerful techniques but also served to preserve the knowledge of ninjutsu. Some basic techniques were designed for those just beginning their journey. Seeing the Rain accept the scroll, Uchiha Ningxin finally exhaled in relief. Will you return, Rain? In response to Uchiha Ningxin's query, the Rain affirmed with determination, I will definitely return. One day, my name will once again be preceded by the Uchiha surname. Upon hearing the Rain's response, Uchiha Ningxin's face lit up with joy. That is wonderful. I believe you will achieve it. In the next moment, Uchiha Ningxin tightly embraced the Rain's neck before dashing away, leaving the Rain momentarily stunned in place. The following day, at the same location and time, the members of Team 4 gathered. This time, the Rain was punctual. Upon arrival, he found Hatake Jinbei, Yoko Nobuta, and Hyuga Kizashi already present, awaiting his arrival. The Rain swiftly positioned himself beside Yoko Nobuta and Hyuga Kizashi as Hatake Jinbei commenced speaking. No one is late. This deserves commendation, though it is still quite late. Suddenly, Yoko Nobuta leaned closer to the Rain's ear and whispered, I recall that members of the Hatake clan are known for their tardiness. Why is our teacher different? Do not speak ill of me in my presence. There are only 3 of us here. Do you think I am blind or deaf? Hatake Jinbei retorted, visibly annoyed. The following day, my students had already disregarded my presence. What should I do in the future? I am resolutely determined to restore my majestic image. With this resolution firmly established, I commanded, you 3, run 100 laps around this area, and do so swiftly. Upon finishing, Qi Muinling clenched her fist, warning that any who dared to halt would face her wrath. Consequently, the 3 began to sprint rapidly, for they were well aware of the faint green glow emanating from Qi Muinling's fist. It's all your fault for speaking of such matters in front of him. Hinata Yuka complained loudly, devoid of any ladylike demeanor. Yet, her actions were entirely graceful, trailing behind the other 2 while maintaining a distinctly feminine running style. The expanse of the training ground was considerable, with each lap measuring 300 meters. Though running 100 laps was not beyond their capabilities, it would undeniably take a toll on them. By the 97th lap, you fell to the ground, and Kuka Shinden collapsed just as he reached the starting point of the 98th lap. However, Hinata Yuka successfully completed all the laps, albeit while gasping for breath. She cast a disdainful glance at the 2 fallen men, exclaiming, How useless you 2 are. Her tone was that of a spoiled young lady, though her intentions were not malicious. Meanwhile, the leisurely Qi Muinling approached as she noticed the 3 were nearing their limits. Fine. Since you all seem to have realized your mistakes, I shall grant you mercy. You lay on the ground, feeling as if she had entered another realm. Her vision thoroughly blurred. Suddenly, she felt herself being lifted by someone, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance wafting into her senses. However, as you began to relish this unexpected kindness, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Straining to see, she noticed a horrific scene unfolding in the direction of Kokushinden. He lay on the ground, having been kicked by Chimuinling, who lifted his legs and dragged him across the ground, head first. You also discerned that it was Hinata Yuka who was carrying her forward, albeit slowly, as she had just completed the entire course herself. Given that Yuka was already exhausted, it was commendable that she could support you. Yet, the prospect of her increasing her pace was unrealistic. Moreover, you had no desire for her to speed up. Such a rare opportunity was too precious to squander. Despite her own condition, you recognized that this was a moment of male nature, especially with a beautiful girl like Hinata Yuka providing such care. However, the pleasant moment was fleeting. As Hinata Yuka gradually pulled you along, her own stamina dwindled. Why are you so heavy? How can you not finish running? Just moments ago, a complaint was uttered regarding Hinata Kyuji, who suddenly lost her balance, nearly collapsing to the ground. In that instant, the rain cascaded down beside her, and, fatefully, her hand inadvertently brushed against Hinata Kyuji's still developing bosom. Startled, Hinata Kyuji exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Her piercing cry drew the attention of both Hatake Jinrin and Ogo Nobita, while the rain fell in astonishment at the unfolding scene, questioning what on earth had transpired. In the next heartbeat, Hinata Kyuji glared furiously at the rain, who lay on the ground, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Yet, from the expression on her face, the rain sensed that the outcome might not bode well for her. Wait, what exactly just happened? She pondered, as Hinata Kyuji approached her menacingly. How dare you ask me? With that, Hinata Kyuji delivered a resounding slap to the rain's right cheek, the reverberation echoing throughout the training ground, even causing a stir in the adjacent arena. Observing this spectacle, Hatake Jinrin and Ogo Nobita were left utterly dumbfounded. What just unfolded over there? Ogo Nobita inquired, tugged by Hatake Jinrin. I have no idea either. Perhaps they were just joking due to their close relationship. After the slap, Hinata Kyuji seemed unsatisfied and attempted to strike again. The rain raised her hands defensively, pleading, "Please, don't hit me. What did I do?" Her words seemed to incite Hinata Kyuji further, who shouted, "I will kill you. No, please, just don't hit my face." The rain continued to shield her not-so-attractive visage with her hands. Perhaps influenced by the rain's plea, Hinata Kyuji refrained from using her hands this time, opting instead to employ her foot. The impact was heard with a horrific cry as the rain's hands swiftly moved from her face to her groin. Her expression contorted in agony, rendering her immobile, collapsing to the ground. Hatake Jinrin and Ogo Nobita were now thoroughly stunned, exclaiming, "This is terrifying. I shall never provoke this woman." Ogo Nobita silently resolved. It took the rain over an hour to recover from the kick, barely managing to walk again. Determined, she vowed to visit the hospital after the training session to ensure no lasting damage. Hatake Jinrin settled beneath a tree's shade. While the three of them sat apart, the rain on the left, Hinata Kyuji on the right, her face still seething with anger, and Ogo Nobita in the middle, visibly fearful. Unaware of the specifics, Ogo Nobita had come to believe that Hinata Kyuji's moods were unpredictable. If she were to lash out at him as well, he would be utterly doomed. He watched Hinata Kyuji warily, ever prepared to defend himself. Kikuki Jinrei sighed and suddenly spoke, "From now on, we shall all be members of the same team, henceforth teammates. Let us take this opportunity to introduce ourselves, sharing our abilities, names, and perhaps our dreams." Upon finishing, Kikuki Jinrei pointed at Yoko Mitsuda. "You shall go first." Yoko Mitsuda, upon hearing this, appeared invigorated, completely disregarding the intimidating presence beside him. "I am Yoko Mitsuda, hailing from the land of samurai. My dream is to become the most powerful warrior in the world, to safeguard peace across the globe, and to journey through it. That is my aspiration. An admirable dream indeed. However, the path to its realization is long, so persevere." Kikuki Jinrei encouraged. The encouragement instantly filled Yoko Mitsuda with confidence, and he began to see this seemingly indifferent teacher in a more understanding light. Kikuki Jinrei then turned to another direction, towards the timid Yu. "Your turn. As a young man, you must be ready to lead by example." You cast a hesitant glance towards Hinata Kaji, immediately met with an intimidating glare that made him swallow hard. "I am Yu, skilled with the blade. My dream is to become Hokage, to protect my entire village. And I also have a place I must return to." "A place you must return to? Where is that?" Kikuki Jinrei inquired. "I'd rather not say. Let us move on to the next person." You replied, waving his hand dismissively. Before Kikuki Jinrei could gesture for the next individual, Hinata Kaji spoke up. I am Hinata Kaji. As for my dreams, I am uncertain. I merely wish to protect the Hyuga clan and my family. Once the three had taken turns speaking, Kikuki Jinrei introduced herself. You likely know my name, Kikuki Jinrei. As your leading jonin, I shall guide you through tasks and instruct you. With that, she stood up. Today's session concludes. What should have been a leisurely day has been disrupted by your own actions. Tomorrow, at the same location and time, we shall convene to embark on our first mission, so prepare yourselves. The three responded in unison. Afterward, they dispersed, and tranquility returned in an instant. What a terrifying person, you muttered as he ran, instinctively covering his groin. Passers-by regarded him as though he were a fool, watching him rush by. In truth, there was little he could do. The earlier encounter with Hinata Kaji had left a profound and haunting impression on him. At the same time and place the next day, he was once again the last to arrive, yet still within the allotted time. So Kikuki Jinrei said nothing to him. Since the time has come, I shall now explain the levels and regulations of our tasks. Kikuki Jinrei signaled for the three to pay attention before continuing. Tasks are categorized into 5 distinct levels: D, C, B, A, and S, with each level representing a corresponding degree of difficulty. Given your current capabilities, you are only able to undertake D-level tasks, with C-level tasks being a struggle at best, remarked Kiki Silverbell. D-level tasks are exceedingly mundane. Let us directly pursue a C-level task, exclaimed Xiongguang Xintian suddenly. Although Xiongguang Xintian hails from the samurai nation, he possesses a clear understanding of the task grading system for ninjas. D-level tasks typically involve capturing small animals such as kittens and puppies, while C-level tasks, albeit devoid of combat, present a significantly greater challenge than their D-level counterparts. I concur. As a member of the Hyuga clan, I hold D-level tasks in contempt, said Hyuga Kyozai coldly. Since yesterday, it seemed that whenever it rained, Hyuga Kyozai exhibited a somewhat aloof demeanor. In that case, we shall opt for a C-level task, which, though richly rewarding, stipulates that 90% of the compensation must be surrendered to the village. The remaining 10% will be distributed among us. Each of you will receive 10%, while I will take 70%. Is that agreeable? What? This is nothing short of blatant robbery, Rain interjected vehemently. In dire need of funds. She was particularly sensitive to discussions about money. Meanwhile, Hyuga Kyozai, unconcerned, replied, I shall forfeit my 10% to you. I have no interest in such trivialities. Rain gazed at Hyuga Kyozai with excitement. Don't backtrack. It's settled. Hyuga Kyozai scoffed, as the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Do you think I would care for such matters? It's all yours. With that, she turned away, unwilling to continue gazing at Rain's face. On the other hand, Xiongguang Xintian suddenly felt the intensity of Rain's gaze. And you? What about you? He waved his hand dismissively. I am the prince of the samurai nation. Although I receive support from my family, I believe in self-reliance, so I cannot offer you anything. After realizing her plea was in vain, Rain resigned herself, acknowledging that receiving 20% was still quite commendable. Now that an agreement had been reached, allow me to elucidate the current distribution of tasks within the village. D-level tasks involve capturing stray animals and locating lost items, whereas the upcoming C-level tasks will comprise protecting individuals and transporting documents, without combat scenarios. Rain widened her eyes in astonishment. Without combat? How are we to protect someone? Are we expected to just take blows? If such a situation arises, the task will be reclassified as B-level, and I will handle it, Kiki Silverbell assured, leading the trio towards the highest edifice in Konoha, the Hokage building. Having lived in Konoha for many years, Rain had only visited the Hokage building once before, under the cover of night, accompanying Shinjamuta to engage in mischief. As I stand in awe before the magnificent Hokage building, I cannot help but marvel at its grandeur. Towering 10 stories high, it dominates the landscape of Konohagakure. And more importantly, it houses countless formidable individuals within its walls. I am resolutely determined to become Hokage in the future, earning the recognition of all. The first, second, third, fourth, and fifth floors. Currently, the office of Hokage Lingfeng is situated on the 5th floor. Upon entering the spacious room, I observe a steady stream of individuals coming and going. Yet it is only Hokage Lingfeng who remains seated. I recall that there is a mission exchange point in the Hidden Leaf Village. Why must we come to the Hokage building to accept missions? In response, KK Shintian expressed his confusion. For every team's initial mission, Hokage personally selects D-rank and C-rank tasks. Subsequent missions will depend on our performance. granting us the freedom to choose missions at the exchange point. However, as you are currently Jinin, you may only select C rank or D rank missions even there. After a brief wait, Hatake Jinrin led the three of us into the room to face Lingfeng directly. As we approached, Lingfeng was engrossed in reviewing documents. After a moment, he looked up and said, "So you have come to receive your missions today? Will you be selecting a D rank or a C rank task? Is there even a question?" "We prefer a C rank mission, and if possible, a B rank one would also suffice," was the reply. Lingfeng chuckled, stating that rules are rules, not just for ninjas. But for everyone, adherence to regulations is essential for accomplishing tasks effectively. He then turned his attention to Hatake Jinrin, as he is the leader and decision-maker of the group. Jinrin confirmed, "We have decided on a C rank mission." "Really? Choosing a C rank mission for your first one? I trust you will manage it well," Lingfeng remarked, retrieving several documents from a drawer. After sifting through them, he suddenly produced one and placed it before Jinrin. "This is a standard C rank mission, not particularly challenging. With you at the helm, you should be able to independently select missions from the management office next time," Lingfeng stated, handing the document to Jinrin. Jinrin nodded, opening the mission file. C rank mission: infiltrate a merchant caravan and ascertain its destination. "Hokage-sama, is there something amiss with this caravan?" Jinrin inquired, perplexed. Tasks received from the Hokage building are primarily internal matters of Konoha, with rewards paid by the village itself. Thus, Jinrin's concern was understandable. Lingfeng set the file down and replied, "Recently, intelligence reports indicate that several merchant caravans are heading toward the New Star Ninja Village and Kainin Village. And reliable sources suggest they are primarily transporting military supplies." Military supplies? At this juncture, the utility of military supplies is rather negligible. Our nation is essentially capable of fulfilling its own needs. Moreover, the shinobi village of Hikari is backed by the formidable support of the Land of Light, rendering the need for procuring military supplies improbable. It is likely that they are in dire need of a vast quantity of resources, acquired without the consent of the Land of Light. The merchant caravan you are to accompany is a significant convoy from our Land of Fire, with their approved documents indicating a destination in the Land of Lightning, and the listed supplies merely identifying food. Kikuchi Jinrin observed Lingfeng, seemingly deducing the situation. They have evaded stringent inspections through their connections, and their true objective is likely the Land of Light, with the contents not necessarily being food, but rather military supplies. Astutely, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has tasked us with discreetly investigating the shipment. The Byakugan from the Hyuga clan revealed that this massive convoy consists entirely of military supplies, exceeding the export quota of the Land of Fire. Yuko Shinden interjected, asserting that the only reason for needing such an extensive arsenal is to instigate war. How else could one justify such a substantial military accumulation? We should intercept them immediately. However, should we halt them, additional forces may come to their aid. Where there is wealth, there will be countless individuals willing to assist. Moreover, the background of this convoy is substantial, and even the daimyo is reluctant to conduct a direct inspection, opting instead for our covert investigation, as Kikuchi Jinrin elucidated. Thus, this operation is entrusted to you. Your task is merely to ascertain their direction, without necessitating any confrontation, Lingfeng stated. Can we truly allow them to escape unscathed? Hokage-sama. If we do not apprehend them, this shipment could very well find its way into the Land of Light, Yuko Shinden reiterated. Kikuchi Jinrin abruptly halted Yuko Shinden, signaling him to refrain from further remarks, then stated, "I understand, Hokage-sama. Leave it to me. We shall accomplish this mission successfully." Lingfeng continued to elaborate on the task at hand. "Very well then. The caravan will set off from the designated location in the Western District tomorrow morning at dawn. Here are your credentials. You will pose as casual travelers accompanying them. We have already covered your travel expenses. Their destination will be the border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Light, at which point you will detach from the caravan to investigate whether they are indeed heading to the Land of Lightning or the Land of Light." As the four departed from the Hokage's office, Kikuchi Jinrin was the first to speak, urging everyone to prepare for the journey to the border between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Light, which will take several days due to the caravan's limited pace. Ensure you are ready, and we shall convene at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning at the specified location in the Western District. Having concluded, Kikuchi Jinrin vanished in a moment. Hyuga Jizai said little, appearing colder than before, particularly towards you. As he scratched his head, just about to depart, he was halted by the inquisitive voice of Xiongguang Xintian from behind. "You. What transpired between you and Hinata? That day, what happened?" Xiang Guangxintian inquired with a curious expression. Instantly, you felt a surge of irritation, truth be told. He himself was oblivious to what had offended her, yet he had been unjustly punished. Don't ask. I don't know either. However, I am aware that if I continue to probe, my fate will remain unchanged. Observing U.S. reluctance to divulge the details, Xiang Guangxintian's curiosity intensified. After exchanging a brief greeting with you, he dashed off in the direction where Hinata had departed. You watched him leave, murmuring softly, I hope you can safely appear at our meeting place tomorrow. With that, you vanished from sight. Tomorrow, he was to embark on a mission, and naturally, he needed to procure essential supplies. For many years, you had not ventured beyond the towering walls of Konoha village. The prospect of a long journey filled him with excitement. Even though it was a mission, he embraced it with a spirit akin to that of a traveler. Upon returning to the old noodle shop, he withdrew all of his remaining funds, fully aware that upon completing the mission, he would earn a substantial reward. Thus, he resolved to spend his entire savings on travel essentials. Whether it was food or gear, you ensured he was well equipped. However, after a day of training, while organizing his newly acquired items in his room, he realized he had accumulated far too much. If he brought everything along, he would surely tire himself out. And in the face of unforeseen circumstances, he would likely have to abandon most of it. After contemplating, you made up his mind. There is no other option. It must be done this way. He portioned out a part of the food, meticulously arranging daily rations. Although it still amounted to a considerable quantity, it was significantly lighter than the large bundle he had initially planned to carry. A thick fog enveloped the entirety of Konoha village. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the streets were sparsely populated with merchants setting up their stalls. You hastened towards the western district, drawing closer to an unspecified location. Upon arriving at an expansive clearing he had never visited before, the density of the fog did not obscure the sight of throngs of people gathered there. Numerous merchant caravans had assembled, and though the specifics were obscured, the sheer size of the central caravan indicated that this was indeed the target of his mission. The rain leaped vigorously, plunging into the vast expanse of open land, where a bustling crowd traversed back and forth, yet communication among them was scarce. Any exchanges that did occur were solely regarding their wares. Each caravan had maintained an air of silence, and as the rain ambled forward, it soon arrived at the largest caravan, where it spotted Kiki Silver Bell and Hinata intertwined in conversation with a hefty man from the caravan. Approaching them, the rain greeted. Hello, Teacher Silver Bell, Hinata. Kiki Silver Bell acknowledged the rain with a nod, but Hinata turned away, choosing not to meet the rain's gaze. Kiki Silver Bell then addressed the stout gentleman. This is the rain, one of our quartet, and another will likely arrive shortly. The man replied, You should hurry. If it weren't for Lord Hokage's grace, you might have to venture to the land of lightning alone. However, we can accommodate you for now, but you must be swift, as we shall depart in less than 20 minutes. With that, the rotund man turned away, disregarding Kiki Silver Bell further. This man is Fu, the leader of this caravan and a significant figure within the entire merchant association. I believe we could leverage his position. Kiki Silver Bell suddenly crouched down and spoke to the rain and Hinata. The two nodded in agreement and stood still, awaiting the arrival of the final member, Yoko Shinta. 20 minutes passed swiftly, yet Yoko Shinta was still absent. Kiki Silver Bell began to frown slightly. The caravan's departure was imminent, and why had Shinta not yet arrived? The clock read 6:10, and according to their scheduled meeting time, Yoko Shinta was exceedingly late. Hey, is your friend coming? Our caravan is about to set off. A slender man approached, inquiring. Apologies, he has not yet arrived. I hope you can wait 5 more minutes. He should be here shortly, Kiki Silver Bell replied. That may be challenging. The management of the Fire Country's caravans is quite stringent. If we delay, we risk becoming entangled with other caravans, making our initial journey considerably arduous. As this timing is crucial for our caravan and has incurred significant costs. Upon hearing this, Kiki Silver Bell sighed, conceding, then we shall proceed as per the original schedule. With that, Kiki Silver Bell prepared to board the caravan's carriage with the rain and Hinata. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, Teacher Silver Bell, wait for me. Yoko Shinta's distant call reached their ears. Kiki Silver Bell finally displayed a hint of a smile, relieved that the lad had made it in time. With Yoko Shinta aboard, the grand caravan commenced its journey. Within the confines of the last carriage of the caravan, a few members of the 14th class sat, having only just embarked. However, it was already 3 minutes later when the carriage belonging to Kiki Yinsuk began to move. Observing this situation, you remarked with a hint of resignation. Had I known it would be like this, we needn't have rushed for Shinden's arrival. If he were to arrive 10 minutes late, our outcome would remain unchanged. Hinata Kazuki replied in a nonchalant manner. Kiki Yinsuk interjected, as long as we can board safely, that is sufficient. We are about to enter a rather tedious period. You should all take this time to rest well. Our true mission will only commence when we reach the crossroads leading to the land of lightning and the land of light. Accompanying the caravan, you concluded that this journey was indeed the most monotonous. The pace was painfully slow, with frequent stops for rigorous inspections at every village. Yet no discrepancies had been found within the caravan. This hinted at the caravan's extraordinary origins, having traveled for 5 days. They had yet to leave the borders of the land of fire, which was quite intolerable for some. However, during this time, you had not neglected his training. His swordsmanship and chakra refinement had seen notable improvement. More significantly, the speed training under Kiki Yinsuk had greatly benefited both you and Shinden. As for Hinata Kazuki, she possessed her own methods, and while Kiki Yinsuk could not offer extensive guidance on the techniques of the Hyuga clan, he was able to provide her with substantial foundational advice. On the 6th day, while you and Hinata Kazuki were engrossed in chakra refinement within the carriage, and Shinden and Kiki Yinsuk found themselves in a state of idleness, they were suddenly alerted by a commotion outside and the halt of the carriage, prompting a sense of unease among the four. Kiki Yinsuk signaled for the others to remain inside, then descended alone from the carriage. Stay here and do not exit without my instruction. Understood? Understood, the three responded in unison. Upon stepping down, Kiki Yinsuk observed the situation at the front of the caravan, where a crowd was beginning to gather, indicating that something significant had occurred. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kiki Yinsuk hastened forward. You can come out now. Follow me. The four moved swiftly but were cautious not to reveal their identities as ninjas. Upon reaching the gathering, they found themselves at the forefront of the caravan, where an alarming sight awaited them. A cold corpse lay within the second carriage. Judging by the state of the scene, it appeared the individual had been deceased for 1 to 2 days. Kiki Yinsuk furrowed his brow. For the deceased was none other than the very person with whom he had conversed earlier, the esteemed Daikianfu. The rain, in its disjointed manner, mirrored the confusion of the moment. Just days ago, a vibrant life had thrived, yet it had abruptly ceased, leaving both you and Xinguang Xintian grappling with the harsh reality, albeit with a semblance of composure. In stark contrast, Hinata Kazuya averted her gaze, struggling to suppress the urge to retch, teetering on the brink of outright vomiting. Perhaps it was the inability to release the turmoil within, or perhaps it was the weight of her status as a young lady that compelled her to endure. The complexity of the situation loomed larger than anticipated. Kiki Yinling bowed her head in contemplation. The sudden loss of life, particularly in the absence of an ambush on the convoy, suggested that this tragedy was orchestrated by someone within their ranks, indicating that there were those among the merchant team who harbored intentions to eliminate Qianfu. It was likely that Qianfu had foreseen this fate. Otherwise, he would not have fallen victim so easily. Within mere seconds, Kiki Yinling had unraveled the general outline of the incident and turned to the trio, advising them to wait and observe the forthcoming actions. With that, she resumed her watch over the lifeless body. Gradually, the three began to gather their composure in the shadow of death. Although Hinata Kazuya, as a young lady, felt a visceral aversion and profound nausea, her experiences as the second daughter of the Hinata clan had exposed her to many sights. While she had never encountered a corpse before, she knew that it merely required a moment to regain her steadiness. Conversely, Yu's reaction was markedly different. For reasons unknown, he felt a slight queasiness, but it was not severe enough to deter him. As for Xinguang Xintian, he endeavored to maintain an air of bravado, attempting to put forth a strong front before Hinata Kazuya, seemingly unfazed by the sight of the body, all the while teetering on the edge of his own limits. Ultimately, however, he managed to hold it together, for he was indeed a courageous individual. Yet, the pretense of nonchalance remained paramount. Xinguang Xintian approached Hinata Kazuya and inquired, "Are you all right? While this is difficult to accept, given the loss of life, do not be too distressed. I am here for you." Hinata Kazuya replied flatly, "There is nothing amiss. You should concern yourself with your own well-being, Xintian. I can see you are struggling." With that, her previously indifferent demeanor transformed into a warm smile, captivating Xinguang Xintian entirely. In an instant, he felt as though he had lost his senses, yet the nausea he had been staving off erupted within him. Overwhelmed, he glanced at the corpse, and in that moment, he could no longer contain his discomfort. He doubled over and retched onto the ground, feeling as if every ounce of vitality had been drained from his body, leaving him weak and slumped in place. Meanwhile, Hinata Kazuya maintained her enchanting smile, as if everything unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. De Qianfu's corpse lay starkly before them, and the head of the merchant caravan had met an inexplicable demise. Thus, the caravan had splintered into two factions. The leader of this caravan is De Qianfu, but alongside him are two deputy leaders, the second in command. At this moment, the two deputies have divided their followers into two factions. One faction, led by a man named De Qianyi, insists that De Qianfu perished at the hands of their own, and they must return to the Land of Fire to ensure the safety of the remaining members. The other faction, led by Guguang Yuichiro, opposes this decision, asserting that they must proceed to the Land of Thunder, delivering their cargo to its destination to deem their mission a success. The two factions are at an impasse, unwilling to yield, and tensions are escalating to the point of potential violence. How can they act in such a manner, even if the next step is crucial? To abandon the body of their original leader in such a callous manner is utterly unconscionable, complained Xiongguang Zenshin. His voice of discontent drew the attention of those around him. And suddenly both factions turned their gaze toward Class 14, their expressions laden with fury, which instilled a sense of fear in Xiongguang Zenshin. Who are you? I have never seen you before, De Qianyi exclaimed. On the other side, Guguang Yuichiro pondered for a moment and then remarked, I believe I have seen them. They seem to be the ones entrusted by Lord Hokage to accompany De Qianfu to the Land of Thunder. Suddenly, De Qianyu had a realization and, with a hint of anger, declared, It must be you. You must have killed Lord De Qianfu. We are all comrades here, and you are the only outsiders. De Qianyi approached Chimu Yinling aggressively, while Chimu Yinling raised her hands defensively, stating, We are unarmed, and our cart is at the rear. To reach here to commit murder and then return without attracting attention would be exceedingly difficult. Her explanation left De Qianyi momentarily speechless, even if he wished to cast blame. There was no substantial evidence to support his claims. Meanwhile, Guguang Yuichiro, who had just been arguing with De Qianyi, interjected, Indeed, they are not one of us and would attract even more scrutiny. Furthermore, their cart is at the back, making it impossible for them to kill and leave unnoticed. Just as De Qianyi was about to retort, Guguang Yuichiro raised a hand to halt him and continued, Since you are innocent, and there may be a traitor among us, I would like to ask for your assistance in thoroughly investigating this matter. He then turned to De Qianyi. Does that sound acceptable? If you can uncover the truth within 2 days, we will continue our journey. If not, I will adhere to your decision and return to Konoha to ensure everyone's safety. Guguang Yuichiro's proposition garnered widespread agreement, even among some of De Qianyi's supporters, who raised their hands in favor. Although they were aligned with De Qianyi, they understood that the caravan's safety was paramount. De Qianyi sighed deeply. If they have no objections, then neither do I. Our ranks have already been infiltrated by traitors, leading to a profound mistrust among us. Let us entrust this matter to those individuals. Upon hearing these words, Hatake Jinri stepped forward and spoke. We hail from Konoha, and my vocation is that of a physician. These children are sufficiently adept to assist me, so leave this to my charge. With Jinri's assurance, the plan was solidified. The time frame was set from today until the morning of the day after tomorrow. Should the truth remain undisclosed, the merchant caravan would inevitably retrace its route back to the hidden leaf village. Suddenly, Jinri addressed Daihaku Taichi, instructing everyone to return to their respective compartments and refrain from emerging. Remain in your positions prior to the incident and do not move. I will inspect the corpse to ascertain how the individual was slain within the carriage. Jinri approached the body of Daichinfu, scrutinizing it meticulously. The rain began to draw closer. While Hanada Jushi was reluctant to gaze upon the corpse, and Ogo Shinden exhibited a fear of observing it from a close distance. Rain observed intently from the side and remarked, There are no visible wounds on the exterior. Indeed, there is not even a trace of blood within the carriage, which is truly perplexing. Jinri cast a fleeting glance at Rain, though it was merely a momentary reaction. After Rain's observation, Jinri proceeded to unfasten Daichinfu's garments, examining other parts of the body with diligence. Given Daichinfu's current state, were it not for the absence of breath, the coldness of his form, and the stillness of his heart, Jinri would hardly believe he had passed away. The entirety of Daichinfu's body bore no signs of injury, and his countenance was remarkably serene, devoid of any expression of shock. After conducting a thorough examination, Jinri gradually exited the carriage and addressed the individuals remaining at the scene, Daihaku Taichi, Kokuigaru, and the 3 members of Team 14. I have scrutinized the body closely. There are no signs of injury whatsoever, and the carriage shows no evidence of a struggle. From his demeanor, it appears that nothing extraordinary transpired. Daihaku Taichi, filled with urgency, inquired, Then, according to your assessment, how did Daichinfu meet his end? Jinri furrowed his brow, recognizing that the current circumstances could only lead to one explanation for Daichinfu's demise: poisoning. Poisoning. The group echoed in unison. Precisely. The absence of any anomalies in his body points solely to poisoning, and this toxin is entirely undetectable externally. In the Land of Fire, and indeed throughout the world, poison has been rigorously controlled. The ancient scourge of the red sand scorpion, or ninjas who relied predominantly on toxins, has nearly vanished. Therefore, it stands to reason that those capable of employing poison must inevitably be ninjas. This indicates that there is indeed a ninja concealed among us. Upon the completion of Da by Tianyi's statement, a flicker of terror manifested in his eyes, mirrored by the same expression of dread on Gu Guang Yilang's face. Qi Muyin Ling swiftly detected the apprehension that arose in response to the mention of ninjas within the merchant convoy. This occurrence hinted that the situation might be far more complex, concealing numerous secrets within this vast caravan, a thought that Qi Muyin Ling pondered deeply. At this juncture, Dabai Tiani spoke up, asserting that now that they had ascertained the involvement of ninjas, it was imperative to hasten back to Konoha, the only place that could guarantee their safety. Remaining near the borders of the Land of Fire could render them vulnerable, potentially making them the next targets of the assassin. It was then that you, with a calm demeanor, interjected. He reasoned that if the assassin had chosen to eliminate Fu at this moment, it indicated a deliberate intention. Rushing into a decision could lead them into peril. Qi Muyin Ling nodded in appreciation, although Yu's logic might not hold. For the increasingly frayed and terrified Dabai Tian Yi and Gu Guang Yilang, the notion of danger was more compelling than any rationale. Returning to the Land of Fire and Konoha would jeopardize all their plans, allowing the true culprit behind Fu's murder to slip away unnoticed. Thus, keeping the caravan in its current position was the most prudent course of action. However, the authority over the caravan rested with the two men before him. Retaining them was tantamount to preserving the entire convoy. Qi Muyin Ling concurred, stating emphatically that they could not hastily resolve to return to Konoha. The journey was extensive, and should ninjas be present, their lives would be at stake, especially given their high-ranking status. With the Qianfu deceased, they could very well be next. Upon hearing these words, Dabai Tian Yi and Gu Guang Yilang grew even more agitated, exclaiming their fears of mortality. Qi Muyin Ling feigned contemplation before proposing a plan. They should adhere to the original strategy, finding trusted individuals to remain close within their own carriages, while leaving the task of uncovering the assassin to him and you. Before long, Qi Muyin Ling led the two men to their respective carriages, which were positioned in close proximity, facilitating swift assistance should the ninja resort to coercive measures. Meanwhile, Hinata Jiaoji and Xiongguang Xiantian were assigned to guard outside the two carriages. Although Dabai Tian Yi and Gu Guang Yilang were puzzled by Qi Muyin Ling's decision to station two young boys outside, they wisely refrained from questioning further. Unbeknownst to them, Qi Muyin Ling had already seized the initiative in this unfolding scenario. He and Yu commenced a meticulous examination of Fu's carriage. The interior layout was nearly identical to others, yet the distinction lay in the exceptional value of every item within. Each object bore the potential to obliterate Yu's remuneration for this mission, prompting a careful and deliberate inspection. Inside the carriage, there was a table flanked by seats capable of accommodating 3 individuals on each side, allowing the compartment to hold approximately 6 people. The teacup placed upon the table immediately captured the attention of Kiki Sakuraba. If this cup of tea were indeed poisoned, the cause of death would inevitably be uncovered. Upon hearing Kiki's remark, Yu promptly lifted the teacup and let a few drops spill onto the ground, which suddenly began to corrode, emitting a startling purple smoke that was truly alarming. Undoubtedly, this tea had been tainted with poison. If one were to trace the origins, it might not be arduous to identify the perpetrator. Kiki nodded in agreement with Yu's assertion and continued, instructing you to have Shinoda and Kazuna inquire about the 2 individuals responsible for serving tea to Dakian over the past day. Following the command, Yu descended, while Kiki remained, moving aside Dakian's lifeless body to conceal something behind it before turning to depart. Upon entering the compartment of Daihatani, Kiki found him gazing anxiously outside. Mr. Daihatani, the examination of the body is nearly complete, and the cause of death has been determined. I presume the child I just mentioned has informed you. Daihatani nodded, acknowledging that a considerable number of individuals had visited Dakian's compartment recently, with 4 of them serving him tea. I have dispatched someone to locate them. After a thorough inquiry, The statements from the four individuals were largely corroborated, indicating that they could not have committed the crime. Among them, two had provided tea that several others had consumed. And given the time elapsed, they were swiftly exonerated. The remaining individuals were dismissed as suspects for various other reasons, and similarly. The cup of tea identified by you and Kiki as poison was claimed by all four not to have been poured by them. They were keenly aware of what Dakian preferred to drink, and this particular tea was the very type he detested, thus eliminating them from suspicion. Furthermore, during the time of Dakian's demise, all four had alibis, making it improbable for Kiki to implicate them. Continuously searching around the vicinity of Dakian's death, Hinata Kazuna and Yukikazu Shinoda were also inquiring within each compartment for any pertinent information that might yield useful leads. Meanwhile, you and Kiki returned to the compartment adjacent to where Dakian had perished after some time spent investigating. Kiki abruptly inquired, have you made any progress? At this rate, we might not uncover the answers we seek even after a year. You smiled gently, meeting Kiki's gaze. Teacher, I believe you must already possess the answer. Do you not? As the sun gradually descended and the night enveloped the surroundings, under the specific request of Hataki Silverbell, everyone retreated into their respective compartments, none daring to venture outside, including Hataki Silverbell and her companions. Even dinner was resolved within the confines of the carriages, albeit inconvenient. The gravity of the situation left all on edge, suppressing any complaints or grumbling. After dinner, Hataki Silverbell, along with Rain and others, began to rest within the carriage. The night fell swiftly, and shortly after their meal, darkness had already descended. The atmosphere throughout the caravan was notably heavy. Some compartments had even extinguished their lights, opting instead for rest as they awaited the dawn of a new day. In the deep of night, at precisely 2 o'clock, all had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a shadow flickered within one of the carriages, agile and swift. It moved rapidly towards the vicinity of the 14th carriage, stealthily pressing its ear against the side of the compartment. The sound of snoring from Xian Guang, Xintian, echoed softly. After a brief nod, the shadow nimbly leaped atop the carriage, deftly activating a small mechanism. The decision to set this trap proved astute, it mused. Peering inside, it beheld Hinata lying across 3 seats in slumber, while Rain, Hataki Silverbell, and Xian Guang Xintian were seated on the opposite side, all undisturbed. A smirk curled at the edge of the shadow's lips as it departed from the 14th carriage, hastening towards the front. Underestimating the opposition, the shadow advanced towards the Qianfu's compartment, noting the stillness of the lifeless form. In the next moment, its gaze shifted towards another carriage, specifically that of Dabaitiani. I harbor no desire to end your life, but since you choose to oppose me, your fate is sealed, it declared, with a swift movement. The shadow approached Dabaitiani's compartment, drawing a shuriken from its person. It flung open the carriage door and lunged into the dark interior, aiming directly at a shadowy figure. Success, it boasted, only to sense something amiss. The sensation of the shuriken did not register as piercing flesh, but rather was this an illusion technique? A cloud of white smoke erupted, filling the compartment, prompting the shadow to leap back in haste, just as it prepared to flee. A cacophony erupted from De Qianfu's area, startling the entire caravan awake. Suddenly, a series of lights flickered on in various compartments, revealing those who had emerged to investigate the commotion. This is bad, it thought, as the illumination grew brighter. Escape was no longer an option. You realize it is too late for you, do you not? Thus, there is no need for further resistance, Mr. Gu Guang Yichiro, Hataki Silverbell, declared loudly, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, including the visibly enraged Dabaitiani. Gu Guangyilang, I never expected you to be this kind of person. After years of collaboration, you actually wish to bring about my demise. However, Gu Guangyilang's attention was not directed at Dabaitiani. Instead, he turned to face Kiki Yinling and inquired, when did you realize it was me? Was it during my investigation of your carriage? From the moment you stepped out of your carriage, I had already discerned the truth. The figures you saw asleep inside were merely our clones. Gu Guangyilang was taken aback. You are also ninjas? Konoha ninjas. It seems the Land of Fire has begun to take action. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched Konoha ninjas to track our caravan. Dabaitiani, however, wore a perplexed expression. You are also ninjas? What is the meaning of this? At that moment, Dabaitiani was thoroughly bewildered. As the second in command of the caravan, he was suddenly confronted with a host of unexpected developments. A longtime companion turned out to be a ninja intent on killing him, and within his own group, there were Konoha ninjas lying in wait to follow their caravan. Gu Guangyilang calmly remarked. Debating E, you remain blissfully unaware of the circumstances. It is indeed a miracle that someone like you could rise to the position of second in command. However, now that I have been discovered, there is no need for me to conceal myself any longer. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Gu Guangyilang formed hand seals. Lightning release, earth walk. Upon completing the seals, he pressed his hands to the ground, unleashing a powerful current that surged towards the assembled crowd. Too naive. Kiki Yinling manifested a pale green light in her hands, which she also plunged into the ground, causing the earth beneath to shimmer with the same gentle hue, effectively neutralizing the lightning attack. Gu Guangyilang stared at Kiki Yinling in astonishment. This technique, it is, light release. Kiki Yinling? You are from Konoha. Before he could finish his sentence, Kiki Yinling had already appeared before him, delivering a forceful punch. The strike landed where Gu Guangyilang had raised his arms for defense, sending a jolt through his body, and he felt himself lifted off the ground, soaring through the air. Kiki Yinling had no intention of letting him go so easily. She hastened towards him, the pale green light reappearing in her hands. This blow will ensure your utter defeat. With the glowing light, Kiki Yinling struck Gu Guangyilang midair, enveloping him entirely in the radiant glow. At he, Gu Guangyilang screamed in rage as he witnessed his form being consumed by the pale green light, feeling utterly powerless. Despair had claimed him. A Konoha light release ninja, Kiki Yinling, how could you possibly be here? Kiki Yinling replied coolly, since you are aware of my identity, you might as well accept our judgment and cease your resistance. As she halted, Gu Guangyilang found himself drawn closer to her, enveloped by the pale green radiance. At this moment, Kagoro Furukawa's body was completely sealed, enveloped in a faint emerald glow that shimmered conspicuously in the night. Shirogane Hakurio clapped his hands lightly before turning his gaze toward the trembling Oshiro Daichi. This man is now imprisoned by my luminescent seal. There's no escape for him. So you need not fear, Hakurio declared. Yet despite his reassurance, Daichi remained crouched, arms wrapped around his head as if haunted by some unspeakable terror. No, not just him. I saw it. I saw it. Suddenly, Im stepped forward, seizing Daichi's wrist and yanking up his sleeve. A sinister black mark, shaped like a radiant sigil yet devoid of light, was etched into his skin. What is this? Im demanded sharply. Your fear, does it stem from this mark? Hakurio approached, scrutinizing the dark emblem before his brows furrowed in recognition. This is the insignia exclusive to the military of the Land of Light. You're a soldier? Memories from his childhood surfaced, a past mission to the Land of Light where he had learned that every soldier bore this very mark. And Daichi's was identical. Meanwhile, Hyuga Kosher rushed to Kagoro's side as Hakurio swiftly dispelled the luminescent seal, revealing the unconscious man. Check his arms or legs, Hakurio instructed firmly. The Land of Light's insignia only appears in those areas. The situation had grown too peculiar to dismiss. If both men were indeed former soldiers of the Land of Light, the implications ran far deeper than mere coincidence. Kosher lifted Kagoro's sleeve. Just as Hakurio predicted, the same black radiance was branded onto his arm. He bears it too, Kosher confirmed. A knowing smile curled on Hakurio's lips as he hauled Daichi closer, his voice low and deliberate. If memory serves, the Land of Light's monarchy was overthrown 5 years ago in a devastating civil war. The conflict drained their forces, and deserters were countless. With each word, Daichi's face twisted further into dread, his eyes refusing to meet Hakurio's piercing stare. Silence changes nothing, Hakurio continued coolly. If we deliver you to Konoha, your secrets will be laid bare regardless. And no, don't send me back to the Land of Fire. Daichi stammered, his voice laced with raw terror. They'll kill me. I swear, they'll slaughter me. Kakaki Jinren released Abation E, simultaneously forming hand seals, and once again utilized the art of illusion to completely immobilize Kogu Hiroshi. He then gazed at Dabation E and continued, Now, it is imperative that we engage in a serious discussion. Only then can I ensure your life. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to send you back to the Land of Fire. At this moment, Dabation E had entirely relinquished his will to resist. His voice tinged with a hint of sobbing as he implored, I will divulge everything, provided you guarantee my safety. They will undoubtedly come to kill me. As he spoke, his agitation grew, and he struggled to contain his emotions. Kakaki Jinren's gaze shifted to Hinata Kazuha, who instantly comprehended his unspoken intent. With a swift strike, Kazuha delivered a precise blow to Dabation Yi's pressure point, rendering him unconscious. The employees of the merchant caravan erupted in a flurry of anxiety. With 2 leaders subdued and 1 already deceased, What had appeared to be an ordinary mission had spiraled into an inescapable nightmare, ensuring a sleepless night ahead. Kazuha, you and Nobukata must carry their bodies into our carriage. I am uncertain how many among them are aware of the cargo, thus this matter is far from concluded. Hinata Kazuha and Yoko Nobukata nodded in acknowledgement, each selecting a body and heading towards their respective carriage. Witnessing their actions, a cacophony of resistance erupted from the crowd. Do not take our leader away. Even if you are from Konoha, this is sheer tyranny. What do you intend to do with us? The earlier display of Kakashi Jinran's prowess had made it painfully clear to them that escape was futile. Fear had settled within their hearts. In an instant, Kakashi Jinran appeared before the throng, unperturbed by the presence of over 100 individuals. These two are under my jurisdiction. Their crimes are undeniable. If you are not complicit with them, I assure you of your safety. What crimes? What has our leader done? Some voiced their confusion, overwhelmed by the recent turn of events. You need not concern yourselves with that, for among you surely lies a collaborator. Thus, I cannot disclose details at this juncture. However, your original mission to the Land of Lightning shall proceed, and I shall assume the role of your leader. What do you think you are? One cried out. Even without our leader, our caravan requires no guidance from you. Indeed, we recognize your formidable strength, but in matters of commerce, any one of us could easily surpass you. Moreover, we must return to the capital of the Land of Fire or Konoha at once. Our safety is paramount. Kikuchi Jinran spoke resolutely, stating that at any moment, someone could arrive to eliminate all of them, including himself. He asserted that he was their only protector, guaranteeing that should they choose to return to the Land of Fire, a new batch of individuals would come to assist in transporting the goods, ultimately putting their lives at risk. Suddenly, another person stepped forward, insisting that regardless of what was said, he only wished for safety, fearing that continuing their current path would lead to their demise. Kikuchi Jinran chuckled, inquiring if the destination for this shipment was the Land of Lightning. Among the 5 great nations, a peace treaty still prevailed. He argued that returning to Konoha was less advantageous than hastening their entry into the Land of Lightning, where they would finally be secure. His words swayed the majority. Yet a small faction, unbeknownst to Kikuchi Jinran, remained determined to return to the Land of Fire, fully aware that their lives would be in jeopardy if their leader fell. They understood that no one could assure the safety of the goods, especially with a ninja from Konoha leading the group. Their sole desire was to expedite their departure, escape to the vast lands of the Land of Fire, and vanish. Enough with the flowery language. The Land of Fire is our homeland, one declared. Indeed, we must return to the Land of Fire. If the Land of Lightning would kill us for these goods, we would be utterly doomed. At this proclamation, nearly everyone turned to look, and Kikuchi Jinran erupted in laughter. Pray tell, what valuable cargo could possibly compel the Land of Lightning to risk war with the Land of Fire and attack us for it? Is it not merely food and supplies? Others gazed in astonishment at the speaker. Although the caravan was grand and well-stocked, it primarily contained food and necessities. As much of the Land of Lightning's supplies were imported from the Land of Fire, this shipment was not uncommon if war were to break out over such goods. It would indicate the folly of the Land of Lightning. Kikuchi Jinran shook his finger and continued, no. If the Land of Lightning were to truly discover the nature of this cargo, they might indeed launch a covert attack against us. For within these goods lies an arsenal sufficient to equip an entire legion. As his words settled in, nearly all present stared at Kikuchi Jinran in shock. Some were incredulous, while others felt the weight of their predicament, fearing how he had come to this revelation. However, De Qianfu, Gu Guangyilang, and De Baishanyi are all connected to this transaction. Your ultimate goal is not the Land of Thunder, but rather the Land of Light. Apart from those who have already allied with the Land of Light, all the unaware merchants will meet their demise there. As soon as Chimu Yinling finished speaking, many individuals began rushing towards the carriage, frantically rummaging through the goods they had personally loaded. The disbelief among the merchants was palpable as they opened the carriage, only to find it, as Chimu Yinling had described, entirely filled with military supplies. It took over an hour for the realization to sink in, and they slumped onto the ground, feeling fortunate to have encountered Chimu Yinling, especially upon learning they had been manipulated and were now facing death. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Lord Chimu Yinling, please tell us what to do. I will follow your lead. Voices of determination rose from the crowd. They turned to Chimu Yinling, resolute in their decision that, having arrived at this juncture, they had no choice but to trust in his words. At least among these untrustworthy colleagues, Chimu Yinling and his companions, adorned with the Konoha headband, were perceived as relatively trustworthy. Once the voices had quieted down, Chimu Yinling continued. In that case, when dawn breaks, We shall proceed along our intended path. Our destination will no longer be the land of light, but the land of thunder. Upon reaching the land of thunder, you will be given ample time to rest before being escorted back to the land of fire. With Chimu Inling's reassurances, the crowd began to disperse back to their respective carriages. However, the chatter had almost vanished. Even familiar faces exchanged no words, as they were uncertain who among them was connected to the land of light as mentioned by Chimu Inling. Chimu Inling returned to the carriage alongside you, where Hinata Kaji and Xinguang Shitian were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing you approach, they ceased their discussion. Xinguang Shitian glanced at you with an awkward expression, while Hinata Kaji offered a rare smile. Since that incident, you had not seen Hinata Kaji smile. It seemed he had never smiled before that occasion. Has Dabaishanyi awakened? Chimu Inling inquired. Hinata Kaji looked at Dabaishanyi and remarked, this individual's resistance is remarkably feeble. He still hasn't regained consciousness. My pressure points are not particularly forceful without Byakugan, yet he remains unresponsive. Hinata Kaji regarded Dabaishanyi with disdain. You then approached Hinata Kaji, moving closer to Dabaishanyi. Let me try. Perhaps this fellow requires a more unconventional method to awaken. You raised his fist and, summoning all his strength, brought it down decisively upon Dabaishanyi's head. As the fist of rain was about to strike Dabai Tianyi's head, he suddenly awoke and turned to face the rain, only to be astonished to discover that the fist had merely halted in midair. Realizing that he could no longer procrastinate, Dabai Tianyi slowly sat up, bracing himself for the judgment of those around him. Rain began to speak softly, stating, only in this manner will you be somewhat compliant, before stepping away from Hinata Kanzuya. As the carriage was rather cramped, Dabai Tianyi had relinquished any pretense of cunning and declared, feel free to ask anything, as long as you ensure my safety. I shall speak without reservation. Without delay, Hatake Jinrei inquired, do you know the destination of this caravan as transport? Dabai Tianyi widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, You already knew? Rain regarded Dabai Tianyi as if he were a fool, replying, if we did not know beforehand, would we have followed you to this desolate wilderness? Hatake Jinrei continued, just answer my questions without any further nonsense. Dabai Tianyi nodded and resumed. As you have stated, I am indeed aware of this matter, and so is the Qianfu. However, that fellow, Gu Guangyilang, is not one of our associates. Nevertheless, once we reach the land of light, we shall release him, provided he is willing to ally with us. Hatake Jinrei swiftly grasped the crux of the matter and remarked, so, if those unaware of the situation arrive in the land of light, they will be eradicated? Is it true that the land of light would show no mercy to you? Upon hearing this, Dabai Tianyi fell silent. In fact, I was a soldier in the land of light years ago. You have seen my tattoo. However, after our defeat, the dynasty was overthrown, the lord was slain, and a new land of light was established, leaving us as deserters. Dabai Tianyi swallowed hard and continued, yet, a group of deserters seeks to overturn the current land of light. They are either under some instruction or are perhaps the same deserters from years past, capturing those of us marked by tattoos. If we refuse to join them, they will erase us. Yongguang Xintian, thoroughly bewildered, exclaimed, what does that have to do with you assisting the land of light in transporting this military equipment? Dabai Tianyi paused momentarily before elucidating. Just over 10 days ago, I sensed someone was watching me. By chance, I noticed the black markings on his arm, which confirmed that they had found me. Hence, I dared not remain in the land of fire. I wished to reach the land of light, for there, their reach is limited. I then called upon the Qianfu to undertake this task together, for upon our return to the land of light, we would receive a substantial sum of money and protection. Hatake Jinrei nodded and pressed on, and what of Gu Guangyilang? Dabai Tianyi shook his head in response. I am unaware of the matters concerning Hiroshike, despite having been his colleague for many years. It astonishes me to discover that he is, in fact, a ninja, and that he harbors intentions to assassinate me. Upon hearing this, Dai Baitian covered his face with his hands, bowing his head in silence. There was little left to inquire. He was merely a pawn of the land of light, as stated by Kiki Jinren. However, you glanced around and spoke. Now that you have finished your tale, you may return to your carriage and rest. Upon hearing Yu's words, Dai Baitian suddenly erupted in protest. No, you cannot leave me alone. You promised to ensure my safety. Kiki Jinren responded with resignation. Very well, I shall accompany you to your carriage. This area is best left for the children to rest. At dawn tomorrow, we shall continue our journey towards the land of thunder. As the sun rose, the caravan resumed its travels. Their destination, the land of thunder, was closer than the land of light. allowing them to reach it swiftly without encountering further complications along the way. Kiki Jinren also dispatched intelligence to the village, hoping for effective communication with the Land of Thunder and requesting reinforcements, for the situation was far from simple. It could very well culminate in a significant conflict for the Land of Light. When the caravan reached the border of the Land of Thunder, Kiki Jinren noticed a figure clad in cloud ninja attire standing nearby, seemingly waiting for them for quite some time. He leapt from the carriage and approached the ninja with haste. With golden hair and clad in black, the individual possessed an eccentric appearance, accentuated by notably large lips. You are the caravan from Konoha, are you not? According to reports, you sought refuge in the Land of Thunder due to unforeseen circumstances. Am I mistaken? The somewhat formal tone left Kiki Jinren momentarily at a loss for words, prompting him to adopt a serious demeanor. We are indeed from Konoha. I am Kiki Jinren, a ninja of Konoha. Upon stating this, he produced the Leaf Village forehead protector and their travel permit. In this era, the significance of such permits surpassed that of modern identification cards, making them essential for convenience. The Cloud Ninja nodded and examined the permit closely. All is in order. I am Carrot, a ninja of the cloud, dispatched by Lord Rakage to escort you. We have arranged accommodations for you. Please follow us. Suddenly, Kiki Jinren seized Carrot's arm and insisted, you should also present your permit for our inspection. It is a matter of mutual respect. Indeed, while permits were critical, many attempted to forge them. However, the anti-counterfeiting measures were remarkably robust, and to this day, no one had successfully produced a duplicate permit. Only those lacking discernment might fail to recognize a counterfeit, but to a ninja like Kiki Jinren, no false permit could escape his keen scrutiny. Karada nodded thoughtfully, then retrieved a pass from his pocket and handed it to Kiki Yinzling. After examining it carefully, she returned it. I was merely overthinking. Please forgive me, he remarked, dismissing the concern with a wave of his hand. We are all ninjas. This matter does not trouble me, for if I were in your position, I might be even more stringent. Kiki Yinzling smiled before swiftly returning to the front of the caravan, urging everyone to advance behind their leader, who would guide them to the designated location in the Land of Lightning. Karada began to move at the caravan's maximum pace, which they could only match, for his speed had reached the caravan's limits. Yet those limits were indeed just that. Now on the border of the Land of Lightning, it was evident that the safety of the area was significantly compromised. The vast territory of the Land of Lightning lacked sufficient personnel to guarantee security at every corner. Thus, Karada continued to walk ahead of the caravan for 2 days without pause, leaving even Kiki Yinzling in awe of his endurance. Yukiko Shintian, astonished, remarked, Has this fellow not slept at all? It has been 2 days, hasn't it? After saying this, he interrupted Yu, who was refining chakra, and continued, Yu, let us go ahead and check on that guy. Anyone would struggle under such conditions. Yu waved him off, disinterested, replying, Boredom, you go ahead. With that, she resumed her chakra refinement, dismissing Yukiko Shintian. Meanwhile, he felt increasingly restless as the caravan moved forward, leaving him unable to practice his swordsmanship in the carriage. Unlike Hinata Keiji and Yu, who could refine their chakra, even if he could, it would serve little purpose. Suddenly, Hinata Keiji spoke up. I'll join you. Let us see him. Yukiko Shintian's spirits lifted unexpectedly. He preferred Hinata Keiji's company over US. After all, he was not one to entertain such notions. The two quickly exited the carriage. Once they did, Yu opened her eyes and murmured, What are those two up to? Yukiko Shintian and Hinata Keiji soon reached the front of the carriage, where Kiki Yinzling sat, with Karada not far ahead, guiding them after 2 days. Yukiko Shintian climbed to the spot where Kiki Yinzling was seated and inquired, Teacher Yinzling, has that man truly not slept? Kiki Yinzling nodded. Indeed, he has not. Hinata Keiji added, Teacher, have you not checked on his condition? Kiki Yinzling smiled. You should go see for yourselves. You will understand his circumstances better. With that, Yukiko Shintian quickly jumped down from the carriage and dashed towards Karatu, only to find himself confronted by an unexpected situation. As Hinata intertwined with the scene, he too observed the situation, his expression darkening in disbelief. Is he actually asleep? Yoko Shinden exclaimed, astonished that one could slumber while in motion. Hinata, covering his mouth in shock, lamented, Indeed, there is no one in this world who does not require sleep. The curiosity that had previously filled him dissipated entirely. It seemed that the insufferable fellow was, after all, the wisest. He resolved to return to the carriage to continue his training. However, Yoko Shinden had no intention of departing. The skill of walking while asleep was rather advantageous, and he was determined to learn it from Kalad upon his awakening. With that, he continued to accompany Kalat forward, awaiting his revival. This brief interlude passed swiftly with the passage of time. After successfully traversing several mountains, on the fourth day, Kiki Jinbel finally beheld a bustling village come into view. Under Kalat's guidance, the caravan soon reached the village that Kiki had spotted, which was notably vast. Roughly half the size of the current Hidden Leaf village and densely populated, making it difficult to ascertain where safety resided. At that moment, Kalat awoke and approached Kiki Jinbel, declaring, "We have arrived. There are numerous ninjas from Cloud Village here, sufficient to ensure your safety. Additionally, an Umbu team is executing a mission within the village. So you may rest easy." Kiki nodded in agreement. Since others had assured him of their safety, he had no complaints. Having Cloud Village send ninjas for protection was already quite an honor. Meanwhile, Yoko Shinden, having seen the caravan halt in the vibrant village, swiftly leaped down. Having waited a considerable time for Kalat to awaken, yet there had been no signs of him stirring. Now that they had reached their destination, Yoko was certain that Kalat must have finally roused. Upon seeing Yoko rush over, Kiki sensed impending trouble. "Uncle, you've been sleeping the entire time you were leading us, haven't you?" Yoko exclaimed as he approached Kalat. "Indeed, what of it?" Kalat responded, puzzled. Yoko, brimming with enthusiasm, said, "Please teach me. Your ability is remarkable. I must learn it." Imagine being able to sleep through long journeys, and for 4 days at that. Kalat's previously serious demeanor suddenly shifted to one of awkwardness. He could scarcely believe that someone would desire to learn his unique skill. This very ability often led to him being dispatched by the Rakage as a guide, resulting in numerous complaints that had earned him beatings from the 15th Rakage. With such a capability, you ought to engage in more meaningful endeavors. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of such talent? Although Carrot appeared rather stern and somewhat edgy, he softened in the presence of Xiang Guangxintian's pleading gaze and explained, "This cannot truly be considered a skill. It is something I have known since childhood, so I am unsure how to teach it." Upon hearing Carrot's response, Xiang Guangxintian was immediately filled with disappointment and lost interest. "Well then," he muttered, turning away to gather his belongings. Just then, he heard Carrot's voice from behind. "While I cannot teach you this, as a token of appreciation for your rare recognition of my abilities, I have decided to impart some other knowledge to compensate." At this point, Chimu Yinling, feeling somewhat helpless, departed to oversee the merchant caravan. Carrot, noticing Xiang Guangxintian's renewed attention, continued, "I see the long sword on your back. You must be a practitioner of the sword. Your attire indicates you are a warrior." Xiang Guangxintian nodded. "I have traveled from the land of samurai to learn in Konoha." Carrot proceeded, "Though I am a ninja, I seldom employ ninjutsu. The sword is my true craft. Allow me to teach you a technique that can swiftly dispatch your foes." At this, Xiang Guangxintian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The notion of swiftly eliminating an adversary was incredibly enticing. Meanwhile, Chimu Yinling was busy directing the merchant caravan and arranging their goods. Due to the location designated by the Land of Lightning, though spacious, it was situated on the outskirts of the town, making it quite secluded. Definitely a relief from the bustling streets, thus avoiding numerous inconveniences. As for Xiang Guangxintian and the Cloud Ninja Carrot, their whereabouts were unknown. Hinata Kiji remarked, "I haven't bathed in quite some time. I shall take a proper rest," and promptly ventured into town for some leisure, a hot spring. This left the bored you with little to do. Thus, he resolved to devote his time to training. The air in the Land of Lightning is notably thin. Years ago, a calamity exacerbated the natural disasters in the region, resulting in a sudden thinning of the air. However, the air quality here remains relatively normal, which has significantly contributed to the recent population surge in the outskirts of the Land of Lightning. Yet, no evidence has surfaced to establish a connection between the thin air and the natural disasters. After you had settled his belongings, he departed from the designated area arranged by the Land of Lightning and made his way outside the town. The roads of this town were bustling with activity, teeming with merchants coming and going, and he encountered many compatriots from Konoha, alleviating any fears of losing his way. Upon discovering a large lake not far from the outskirts, you paused, feeling that there was no place more perfect than this. From his pocket, you produced a scroll, the very one bestowed upon him by Uchiha Ningxin. This scroll encompassed the fundamental techniques of fire release, yet due to its nature as a scroll, even if mastered, they would remain the most rudimentary of skills. To elevate his powers, he would ultimately need to rely on his own efforts for refinement. During this period, you had matured significantly in his chakra training. Most members of the Uchiha clan were notably deficient in chakra, a circumstance intricately linked to their possession of the Sharingan. However, even in his current state. He was considered one of the more formidable chakra bearers within the Uchiha clan, surpassing many of the clan's nin in terms of chakra quantity. You gently unfurled the ninjutsu scroll, which detailed various methods of utilization, along with the sequence of hand seals required. More importantly, he noticed an encouraging inscription pinned on the back of each page. You must strive. It was evident that these words were written by Uchiha Ningxin herself. Upon reading this, you smiled, feeling an inexplicable surge of joy and motivation. The first technique within the scroll was one he had seen before, the Uchiha clan's original ninjutsu. Fire release, fireball technique. This technique was considered quite elementary, inferior even to the great fireball technique. The prolonged era of peace initiated by the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, had resulted in a significant decline in the number of true prodigies among contemporary ninjas, including the Uchiha clan. Consequently, the overall strength of the ninja world had diminished considerably, leading to a reduction in the difficulty of basic techniques, culminating in the current iteration of fire release, fireball technique, which was primarily transmitted within the Uchiha household. Unlike conventional fire release techniques that are initiated from the mouth, this fire release could be executed directly from the hands. However, the amount of chakra concentration required was somewhat greater than that of the great fireball technique. Nevertheless, this increased concentration rendered the fireball technique rather ineffective in practical combat scenarios. Not only did it consume chakra akin to the great fireball, but the two fireballs emitted from the hands inflicted minimal damage. Yet, it provided an excellent training opportunity for those unable to learn the great fireball technique, aiding in chakra concentration and usage, while also serving as a preparatory exercise for the chakra consumption associated with the latter. As you continued to read, he discerned that this technique was merely a transitional ninjutsu, designed for those lacking aptitude. Uchiha Ningxin's perception of him as someone with mediocre talent was disheartening. Although this technique had been developed, the number of individuals within the Uchiha clan willing to learn it was limited. Nevertheless, motivated by the encouraging words on the page, you resolved to master this technique. It is not merely due to those few words. Rather, it is the profound inadequacy of Yu's understanding of ninjutsu that becomes apparent, to the extent that even some students from lower grades in the Ninja Academy surpass him. At times, theory truly holds great significance. Yu began to form hand seals, concentrating all of his chakra at the palms of his hands. He could distinctly sense the chakra within him flowing rapidly, and the energy at his palms gradually coalescing. A sensation akin to flames ignited on Yu's arms. Was it about to manifest? It appeared deceptively simple. Just as he felt a burning pain at the center of his palms, Yu instinctively waved his hands towards the lake's surface. Two fireballs, no larger than ants, shot forth from in front of him, only to be extinguished by the gust of wind generated by their rapid flight before they could travel even 2 meters. Yu's expression fell immediately. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had clearly felt the heat in his palms, and the chakra had gathered significantly. No matter, he would attempt once more. Yu formed the seals again, releasing his hands to concentrate chakra in his arms. Experiencing the same sensation, the chakra had gathered, and the burning feeling returned to his palms. This time, he was certain it would succeed. Once more, Yu waved both hands forward, yet the outcome was identical. 2 fireballs, again the size of ants, flew from his position, this time reaching a distance of 3 meters. It was merely due to a sudden decrease in wind. Nothing more. Yu found himself utterly bewildered. While the inability to concentrate chakra could be explained, he had clearly felt it coalesce. Yet he could not fully release a complete fireball. After 2 failures, Yu decided to attempt gathering for a longer duration. Following several consecutive practices, although the size of the fireballs increased somewhat, the time required for their creation extended significantly, causing Yu to endure a burning sensation in his palms with each release of ninjutsu. Just as Yu prepared to try once more, extending the time he could endure, his arms were suddenly seized by a pair of hands that had emerged from behind him. Turning around, he saw that it was Hatake Jinrei who had grasped his arms, halting his hand seals. "Jinrei-sensei? What brings you here?" Yu inquired. Hatake Jinrei approached Yu's side, forming hand seals before slowly releasing them and forcefully waving his hands outward. "Fire release, fireball technique?" Hatake Jinrei asked. 2 fireballs, the size of an adult's palms, soared across the lake's surface, only stopping upon colliding with a massive rock on the opposite shore. Yu gazed at Hatake Jinrei in astonishment. "Teacher, you can perform this ninjutsu too? Isn't this?" The remainder of his words remained unspoken. Hatake Jinrei shook his head, then solemnly remarked. This technique, although devised by the Uchiha clan for those lacking in innate talent, can significantly enhance one's control over chakra with diligent practice. Thus, it would be exceedingly naive to pursue this ninjutsu solely due to a perceived lack of talent. Upon hearing this, you remained somewhat incredulous, as the words inscribed on the scroll had taken deep root in his mind. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Hatake Jinren. Furthermore, I wish to convey that your talent is not lacking. However, it is imperative that you master this ninjutsu entirely and apply it with proficiency. Moreover, the notion that this technique is reserved for those with inferior talent, limited to the Uchiha clan, is misguided. After Hatake Jinren finished speaking, you finally nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether Hatake Jinren was present, you was determined to learn this ninjutsu. The method you just employed is incorrect, Hatake Jinren remarked. I noticed you allowed the fiery chakra to linger on your arm for too long. Once you have formed the hand seals, the ninjutsu is complete. The release must be swift. You turned to Hatake Jinren and replied, but if I do that, my fireball technique will lack any potency, even though I can distinctly feel my chakra surging in my palm. This is the essence of chakra control. The same ninjutsu, when wielded by different individuals, yields varying degrees of power based on their mastery of chakra, even if one possesses a greater quantity of chakra without the ability to utilize it. They may be outperformed by someone with less chakra but superior skill. You, perplexed, continued to inquire, chakra control and application? Indeed, Hatake Jinren affirmed. I have observed that your chakra levels have increased rapidly in recent days, yet your control over it is virtually non-existent. This left you even more bewildered. So, how can I enhance my ability to control chakra? Suddenly, Hatake Jinren picked up a stone from the ground and said, watch closely. He merely held the stone in his hand for a second before forcefully tossing it towards the lake. After traveling a considerable distance, the stone began to descend, and upon touching the water's surface, it rebounded and continued its flight. If this were a game of skipping stones, it was certainly extraordinary. The stone soared even farther than the initial throw, reaching heights that defied expectation, ultimately landing at the spot where Hatake Jinren had previously conjured his fireball. How is this achieved? You asked in astonishment. Hatake Jinren picked up another stone, holding it in his hand as a soft blue glow emanated from it. It's quite simple. Concentrate chakra of exceptionally high purity within the stone, and utilize your control over the chakra to effectively retain it in the air. Kakashi Jinbei cast another stone into the air, reminiscent of the last time when it danced upon the lake's surface before soaring higher and farther, ultimately landing precisely atop the previous stone. This endeavor not only required a certain mastery over one's chakra but also demanded a refined purity of chakra. He then picked up another stone and handed it to you, continuing, now it's your turn. See what level you can achieve. Remember, it is not merely about infusing sufficient chakra into the stone, but about filling it with the least amount of chakra possible. There are no limits. Only minimalism. Only minimalism? You concentrated his chakra, allowing it to envelop the stone. He sensed that each release of chakra into the stone consumed an unexpectedly large amount, even more than he had anticipated. Focusing his mind, you began to exert control over his chakra, which gradually slowed within his body. However, after a short while, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Kakashi Jinbei observed you's progress. Indeed, maintain this effort. Mastery over chakra is not an overnight achievement. It requires persistent dedication. After some time, you suddenly felt the stone grow heavier, plummeting to the ground as his chakra dissipated entirely. Do not be disheartened. This is a normal occurrence. As you continue to practice, your control will surely progress. But how long you can sustain it depends on your understanding and innate talent. Kakashi Jinbei remarked before turning to leave, waving his hand. I shall visit the town. You should continue your practice here. You nodded, realizing that his training in ninjutsu would require further time. Initially, he had believed that ninjutsu could be executed with the same ease as the body flicker technique. He had also thought that sufficient chakra would allow for effortless execution of ninjutsu. However, it became evident that mastering ninjutsu was far more challenging than he had imagined. Relentlessly, you picked up stones, focusing intently as he controlled and released his chakra. He could feel that the continuous accumulation of chakra on the stone was as taxing as any ninjutsu. Yet, he understood that to envelop the entire stone with chakra, only a small amount would suffice. As night fell, the merchant caravan welcomed its first evening in the town. After a diligent afternoon, Kakashi Jinbei had successfully settled the caravan and its goods. Meanwhile, every piece of cargo was under the vigilant guard of the villagers from Cloud Shinobi Village. Akira Mitsutake had returned before dinner, while Hinata Kurenai opted to spend the night in town, though she was still summoned back by Kiba Jinrei. Rain, on the other hand, was exhausted, sprawled by the edge of the Great Lake, panting heavily as she gazed at the star-studded night sky. At last, she had succeeded. After an afternoon of practice, Rain was now able to envelop the entire base of the stone with a considerably reduced amount of chakra and could barely replicate the strength with which Kiba Jinrei had hurled the stone. However, the extensive use of chakra left her feeling utterly drained. At this moment, even an ordinary person could easily overpower her, and she would have no strength to retaliate. Closing her eyes, Rain prepared to rest when she heard a series of peculiar sounds, dragging her weary body. She concealed herself behind a tree and observed 3 individuals crouched in the grass, engaged in hushed conversation and exhibiting suspicious behavior. Narrowing her eyes, she endeavored to mask her chakra and the sound of her breathing, straining to listen to their discussion. A man with golden hair, fair skin, and deep blue eyes was the first to speak. "Tram, are you certain they are here?" The person referred to as Tram slowly replied, "Katsu, do not question my capabilities. I have ascertained their whereabouts, and quite a few of our own are among them. They are indeed complacent, so I can confirm they are here." Although the third individual remained silent, Rain sensed a formidable presence emanating from him. His silver mask concealed his features, yet his robust physique hinted at immense strength. After hearing Tram's words, Katsu continued, "If there are no issues, we should act immediately. The sooner we complete our task, the sooner I can indulge in life's pleasures." Finally, the third man, known as Murakami, spoke up. "Let us commence our operation. Remember, our objective is to seize that batch of supplies. Our transport team has already infiltrated this town, and Cloud Shinobi Village has dispatched personnel to stall them. Our mission is to eliminate the remaining members of the merchant convoy swiftly. Do not linger in battle. Our goal is to swiftly acquire the goods and depart from the land of lightning." The other 2 nodded in agreement, and in the next instant, the 3 vanished from sight. Rain collapsed to the ground, realizing the dire situation. It would be extremely challenging to return before them given her current state of fatigue. She recognized them as individuals from the land of light. They were aware of the cargo's existence and had infiltrated their merchant convoy. Despite having uncovered the entire plot, Rain felt utterly helpless and unable to return. Within the town, although night had fallen, the atmosphere remained vibrant with voices, in stark contrast to the resting place of the merchant convoy. In this dimly lit place, where even the lights remained extinguished, shadows lurked in the corners, each concealing 1 or 2 cloud ninjas who had received orders to protect the caravan's safety at all costs. Under the meticulous arrangements of Hitaki Jinren, nearly everyone had succumbed to slumber. The night, often fraught with unease, warranted vigilant sentinels in every room, loyal to Jinren, to prevent anyone from stealthily escaping to divulge their whereabouts. Even upon reaching the Land of Thunder, vigilance could not be relaxed. This was Jinren's unwavering principle. After meticulously counting the goods, Jinren understood the immense desirability of these items, even to the Land of Thunder. Hence, the inhabitants of the Land of Thunder and the Cloud Ninja Village would not allow them to approach the treasures. It was evident that the Land of Thunder was acutely aware of the goods' significance, making it likely they would resort to unscrupulous means, employing the prowess of the Cloud Ninja Village to masquerade as individuals from the Land of Light, ultimately leveraging them to achieve their own ends. What should have been a tranquil night was destined for turmoil. A dozen shadows, unnoticed, swiftly infiltrated the town, drawing perilously close to Jinren's vicinity. "Who are you? What mischief are you up to?" A cloud ninja, preoccupied with a private matter, suddenly spotted the intruding figures and inquired. Upon hearing his call, the leading shadows surged forward, while 3 others turned to regard the ninja who had spoken. "You meddle too much. Meddling comes with a price." The cloud ninja's face contorted in terror as he prepared to evade, only to find a figure materializing before him with alarming speed. Before he could react, the figure descended rapidly, seizing his arm, and an agonizing chill coursed through him. The shadow, exerting all its strength, wrenched the ninja's arm with brutal force, snapping it and causing a torrent of blood to spurt forth. Yet the ordeal was far from over. The ninja, racked with pain, sought to flee, but suspended in midair, he found no means of escape. 2 more shadows leapt up, one positioning itself before him and the other behind. Trapped between them, the wounded ninja appeared utterly cornered. Who are you?" he gasped, the specter of death looming ever closer. "We are here to claim your life, though you are of little consequence to us." With that, the 2 shadows lunged forward, converging upon the ninja. Braving the agony, he dashed to the right, but the figures merely smirked at his futile attempt. Just as he thought he had evaded them, They seized him, piercing his body with a swift, lethal strike. This time, the Cloud Ninja did not rise again. He collapsed to the ground, never to stand once more. However, Yunrin did not truly perish. His blood trickled down to his fingertips as he exerted every ounce of strength to inscribe upon the ground. Just as he completed the first character, an unsettling chill coursed through him, followed by a shuriken embedding itself into his back. If death was inevitable, it should come in peace, devoid of futile endeavors. Meanwhile, Hatake Jinrin sat outside the resting chamber, eyes closed in repose, yet do not presume he was asleep. At the slightest disturbance, he would react with alacrity. Seated there, devoid of any discernible vitality, Jinrin suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flashing within. Indeed, even in the land of lightning, you have pursued me? In an instant, Jinrin vanished from his spot, while Hinata Kyuji and Ogo Nobita were abruptly roused from their slumber. A shuriken lay at their bedside, accompanied by a note that read clearly, "Enemies are approaching." Upon receiving this alarming news, the two immediately began their preparations. The merchant convoy was vast, and thus their encampment was equally extensive. Jinrin was acutely aware that despite stringent measures, breaches were inevitable, and this proved that someone had indeed sent word of their approach. In that moment, shadows emerged in droves across various locations within the convoy, each marked unmistakably with the emblem of the sun. "Are you from the Light Shinobi village?" Jinrin inquired, standing firm. Before him stood three individuals, fixated on him. They were the same three shadowy figures previously encountered by you: Quan, Terum, and Murakami. Quan clasped his hands together and spoke slowly. "Your opponent is I, Hatake Jinrin of Konoha. Allow me to witness the true prowess of your radiant jutsu." Terum interjected, "Quan. Are you certain?" "He is, after all, Hatake Jinrin." "Humph, do not underestimate my strength. Allow me to deal with him. You two proceed with your mission. This task falls to me, for I am the strongest among us three." With that, Quan charged towards Jinrin. Jinrin formed hand seals, invoking radiant jutsu, luminous technique. A pale green luminescence surged forth from behind him, taking the form of a serpent before expanding outward. Quan narrowed his eyes. So this is the famed radiant jutsu? Meanwhile, Terum and Murakami vanished from sight. "Do not even think of escaping, you two," Jinrin admonished, as he observed the two attempting to flee. Employing the luminous energy, he began to encircle Quan while hastening in pursuit. The luminous glow gradually enveloped Quan, yet he seemed entirely unfazed by Jinrin's radiance. He, too, formed hand seals, declaring, "Your opponent is me. Do not think to pursue them or disrupt our plans." Water release, water shockwave. As Quan sprinted swiftly, a torrent of water erupted from his arm, akin to the force of a high-pressure water gun, rapidly concentrating and hurtling towards Kiki Silverbell. However, just as he was about to collide with her, the luminescent entities surrounding Quan sprang into action, forming a barrier that thwarted the water's powerful onslaught. The intense pressure of the water did not penetrate the luminous shield. Instead, it rebounded and surged back towards Quan. What? As the deluge returned towards him, Quan realized the astonishing speed of his own ninjutsu. Was he unable to evade it? In an instant, the high-pressure stream engulfed his body, piercing through him. Kiki Silverbell glanced back, murmuring to herself, such formidable water ninjutsu, capable of penetrating the body in an instant. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. She quickened her pace, fully aware that Tram and Murakami were headed directly towards the location where the goods were stored. "He followed us," Quan was dispatched so swiftly. Tram, noticing Kiki Silverbell closing in rapidly behind him, voiced his concern. Murakami, unfazed, continued onward, asserting, "That guy Quan is not so easily eliminated." Just as Kiki Silverbell was about to close the distance, two shurikens suddenly flew towards her. At that moment, Kiki was airborne, but with a graceful twist. She evaded the seemingly certain strikes, landing flawlessly on the ground, albeit losing the chance to catch up with Tram and Murakami. "If you think you can easily dispose of me, you are gravely mistaken." A familiar voice echoed behind Kiki Silverbell. It was Quan, the very man she thought had perished before her eyes. Kiki's eyes widened in disbelief as she confronted the figure blocking her path. "How did you escape my light ninjutsu?" "Your light ninjutsu can assume any form and enhance both defense and offense through chakra. However, if your concealment did not entirely envelop me, there must have been a flaw that allowed my escape." Kiki nodded slowly, acknowledging his insight. "Impressive perception. Since you have managed to obstruct me, I shall deal with you here. Otherwise, I cannot prevent the other two from proceeding. You are quite confident. Even if you are Kiki Silverbell, I will still eliminate you here." Quan retrieved a shuriken from his pocket, charging once more towards Kiki's position. In response, Kiki drew her own shuriken, hurling it directly at Quan. He deflected her projectile with his own, but in that fleeting moment Kikuchi Jinrin had completed the hand seals, and a multitude of luminous particles surged towards him with astonishing speed. The brilliance coalesced, revealing a myriad of radiant points within the glow. Suddenly, Quan halted, evading the onslaught as the light struck the ground where he had stood moments before, resulting in a tremendous explosion that left a gaping crater in its wake. Such formidable power, yet perhaps this is the extent of it. Your light escape technique. After Quan dodged, the luminescence pressed menacingly towards him. In response, he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning the earth-style, earth flow wall. A robust earthen barrier rose from the ground, its thickness formidable. Although the luminous force created a significant dent upon impact, it failed to penetrate the wall, ultimately breaching it only on the second strike. Nevertheless, Quan had already begun to advance towards Kikuchi Jinrin's position. Kikuchi Jinrin drew forth another shuriken, the pale green light once again emanating from it, enveloping the weapon. With a powerful flick, he hurled it forth, simultaneously forming hand seals. Earth-style, luminous shuriken technique. The pale green radiance clung to the shuriken, swirling rapidly around it, augmenting both its speed and range. Just as the shuriken was about to make contact with Quan, he leapt with great force, allowing the shuriken to pass just beneath his feet. How perilous! Such speed! Quan marveled, realizing that had his reaction been any slower, the shuriken would have undoubtedly struck him. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Kikuchi Jinrin launched another luminous shuriken, its velocity equally swift. The same technique would prove ineffectual against me. This time, Quan had familiarized himself with the speed of the shuriken, preemptively positioning himself for evasion. However, Kikuchi Jinrin remained unfazed, coolly remarking, sometimes the most advantageous position is the one most easily targeted. Quan's eyes widened in alarm as he heard a terrifying sound approaching rapidly from behind. This is bad. The shuriken, imbued with light, could be controlled by that wretched Kikuchi Jinrin. Behind Quan, the luminous shuriken sped towards him. Realizing he could not evade it, he hastily formed seals, invoking earth-style, earth flow wall once more. The barrier rose from the ground, shielding him from behind, while Quan's gaze remained fixed on Kikuchi Jinrin, for he had no time to turn and assess the situation. Yet, it was precisely because he did not look back that he remained unaware of the impending threat. Kikuchi Jinrin executed hand seals, and in the next instant, Quan heard the ominous sound of movement behind him. As he turned, the glow of the shuriken appeared above the earth flow wall, finally coming into view. This shuriken truly is relentless. At that moment, Murakami and Tyram had arrived at the location of the stored goods. Here lies the old warehouse of this town, with a vast capacity that accommodates nearly all the wagons. Although Kiki Sakuragi wishes to keep the contents hidden from Yunrin, the task of safeguarding it can only be entrusted to him at this moment. Yunrin has already been diverted by our people, leaving the area deserted and devoid of any obstacles. Tram is filled with excitement, he proclaimed. Victory appears to be within reach. Suddenly, Murakami retrieved a firework tube from behind, ignited it, and the projectile soared into the sky, bursting into a magnificent display of green fireworks. While we have the opportunity to delay Kiki Sakuragi, we must swiftly evacuate this place and leave the land of lightning. I understand. Tram nodded before hastily leaping through the warehouse entrance, forming hand seals. Earth release, earth wall technique. The ground surrounding the warehouse abruptly rose, forming a barrier that left a substantial opening. Now it looks the part, Tram remarked. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind them. They're coming, Murakami stated calmly. A throng of individuals clad in civilian attire surged into the warehouse, hastily boarding the wagons and making their escape. The number of newcomers was staggering. Nearly every wagon could accommodate 3 to 4 people, rivaling the size of a merchant convoy. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that many among them were former members of that very convoy. Hurry. If you don't want to get caught, move faster, Murakami urged incessantly. Suddenly, a crisp female voice rang out. Do you truly believe you can depart so easily from here? Murakami turned to find Hinata Kyoji and Koiko Nobutaka, both acting under Kiki Sakuragi's orders. Huh? What do you think you two can accomplish? Murakami approached them slowly. Koiko Nobutaka retorted loudly. You fool. If you seize this batch of supplies, you will surely incur the wrath of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. Murakami waved his hand dismissively, sneering. What do you know? This world has enjoyed peace for far too long. We have become complacent. Look at you. The world craves war, otherwise we will forever dwell in delusion. Koiko Nobutaka raised his voice even further. You madman. After all the effort to achieve lasting peace, it must not be shattered by the likes of you. With that, he drew the long sword from his back and leapt forward to confront Murakami. Look at your attire. You must be a samurai. Though I fail to understand why such a feudal profession still garners followers, I shall ensure your end today. With those words, Murakami charged towards Koiko Nobutaka, kunai in hand. Bang! Bang! After several exchanges, Murakami sensed that although the warrior before him appeared rather reckless, his swordsmanship was proving to be quite formidable. Humph, just a mere child. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. With that, he swiftly evaded a few of Akira Nobutada's attacks and leaped backward, simultaneously forming hand seals. Lightning release, thunderstrike. A thunderous sound erupted as the lightning from Murakami's hands surged toward Akira. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, yet Akira remained unfazed. With all his might, he swung his long blade, unleashing a tremendous force that effectively shielded him from the lightning. How is it possible for a blade to withstand lightning? Murakami gazed in disbelief. Here you are, ensnared by just 2 children. Meanwhile, Teramu approached, observing as Murakami's lightning strike was thwarted. Mind your own business. I was merely toying with them. Now, I shall eliminate them, Murakami retorted impatiently. Just as he finished speaking, Akira swung his long blade once more, advancing directly toward Murakami. Teramu, poised to launch a surprise attack on Akira, found himself hindered by Hinata Kazashi on the other side. Hinata joined her hands and unleashed a series of powerful strikes aimed at Teramu's body. Sensing the imminent danger, Teramu could only retreat. However, the relentless barrage of Hinata's gentle fist attacks left him struggling to respond. Teramu found himself bewildered, unable to discern when to attack or defend. He could only dodge. Although Hinata's strikes appeared to be mere palm attacks, they felt utterly unstoppable to Teramu. His disbelief deepened as he realized that every counter he attempted was flawlessly neutralized by Hinata. And each of his most threatening assaults seemed to rebound upon himself even more severely. Who on earth are you? He gasped, continuing to evade Hinata's onslaught. The strongest clan of Konoha, the Hyuga, she replied, suddenly widening her stance to reveal the gentle fist technique. Meanwhile, the sound of shurikens echoed as Murakami unleashed a continuous barrage. Akira gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength and maintaining his utmost speed to suppress Murakami. He swung his blade toward Murakami's body, who barely managed to dodge and took a step back, preparing to form seals once more. However, Akira was determined not to grant Murakami any opportunity. In an instant, he raised his blade, driving it toward Murakami's throat. Realizing he could not evade the rapidly approaching blade, Murakami swiftly altered the order of his seals. Akira's blade struck true at the position of Murakami's throat. With a smile, Akira remarked, "Did I succeed this time?" In the next moment, the imagined scenario by Xiongguang Zinshin did not unfold as expected. A plume of white smoke appeared, and a wooden object was firmly lodged atop the tip of his blade. Was this the technique of invigorating oneself? Xiongguang Zinshin surveyed his surroundings, but the presence of the village had completely vanished. Nevertheless, the wooden piece remained steadfastly embedded at the tip of his blade. As he turned around, Murakami materialized behind him in an instant. Lightning release, earth walk. After forming the hand seals, Murakami pressed his hands against the ground. Invisible bolts of lightning surged rapidly towards Xiongguang Zinshin. He swiftly leapt aside. Although the speed of the lightning release was impressive, its range was relatively limited, allowing Xiongguang Zinshin to evade it with ease. Meanwhile, fierce combat raged on, yet the outskirts of the town had succumbed entirely, primarily due to its location on the periphery of the Land of Lightning, where few capable individuals resided. Furthermore, this town, once sparsely populated, had not many inhabitants even during its peak, leading to a scarcity of cloud ninjas, let alone smaller ninja villages from the Land of Lightning. On another front, Hatake Inling was still entangled with Quan, her radiant shuriken relentlessly pursuing him. However, Hatake Inling was astonished to find that no matter her efforts, she could not seem to capture Quan's elusive form. Such agility. Yet, I possess more than mere ninjutsu. With that thought, Hatake Inling propelled her radiant shuriken forward, appearing suddenly behind Quan and thrusting it towards his back. Yet, it was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He deftly dodged the shuriken with a swift movement. Before she could fully regain her stance, a figure with silver hair materialized before her, Hatake Inling herself. "I've got you now. You cannot escape." She began to gather a faint green light in her hand. Radiant release, radiant fist. With a powerful strike, she aimed for Quan's abdomen. Boom, boom. 2 consecutive impacts struck Quan's body, sending him flying, while the faint green glow lingered upon him. Staring wide-eyed at Hatake Yinling, Quan realized that his once proud speed had been completely countered by her timing, and he understood that even with slightly greater velocity, evasion would have been impossible. My radiant fist not only enhances power and speed, but it also— Hatake Yinling squinted at the direction in which Quan was propelled. What did you say? Quan soared through the air, witnessing the faint green light on his abdomen gradually expanding and consuming his body. No matter how he struggled, the light relentlessly spread, engulfing him. What is this radiant release? Is it intangible? Unreachable? Quan shouted, feeling the light now spreading towards his head. Hatake Yinling coldly remarked, think about it in hell. My luminous escape, the potency of which can only be comprehended by the living. Upon uttering this, the radiance wholly consumed Quan, enveloping him completely and gradually diminishing over time. In a swift motion, Kiba Jinren performed another seal, causing the surrounding luminescence to contract significantly, subsequently intensifying its brilliance until it shone resplendently, only to fade away completely from sight. Having been detained for far too long, I must hasten to the caravan's location, Kiba Jinren murmured to herself. Tram's consecutive punches collided directly with Hinata's gentle fist, but just as he made contact with Hinata, he prepared to unleash his full strength. However, to his astonishment, he sensed an even greater force emanating from his opponent. Tram distinctly felt as though he were striking at mere air, as if his strength had been entirely transformed, akin to throwing a punch into nothingness. Yet, Hinata's power surged, exceeding what one would expect at such a tender age. In an instant, Tram sensed something amiss. Are you wielding my strength? Hinata queried, her flawless visage conveying a chilling composure. The art of gentle fist and its principle of leveraging one's strength is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Thus, prepare to face your reckoning. With that, Hinata, having absorbed Tram's strength, extended her palm flatly, landing a direct blow upon Tram's arm, while simultaneously countering the hand he had just raised. As her right hand shot upward, it struck decisively at the location of Tram's arm. A scream escaped Tram's lips as he felt as though his arm had been rendered useless, immobilized entirely. What is this, vision? At that moment, Hinata's eyes bulged with chakra, the white of her eyes manifesting prominently. Nonetheless, her onslaught did not relent. Rather, it accelerated, with each precise strike of the gentle fist finding its mark upon Tram's body. This is the power of the Byakugan. With a series of relentless attacks targeting Tram's chakra points, Hinata combined her hands and unleashed a full-force strike, executing the gentle fist technique, Surge Fist. A formidable current of energy enveloped her palms, delivering a powerful impact upon Tram's body. A pain cry erupted from Tram as he collapsed to the ground. Dazed and frothing at the mouth, gasping for breath, Hinata crouched down, exclaiming in resignation, "It seems I may have sealed too many of your chakra points." While Hinata dealt with Tram, the situation was not as straightforward for Mitsukuni. With Tram now entirely in control, he was taken aback to see Tram sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, unable to fathom how this cold, beautiful girl had brought about such a fate. However, in that fleeting moment of silence, Yukimitsu Shinden delivered a powerful strike, catching Murakami off guard. The blade cleaved into Murakami's upper arm, though he managed to shift slightly, resulting in only a portion of flesh being severed. Yet, the agony was sufficient to render Murakami incapable of maintaining his grip on the shuriken. Clenching his left hand tightly around the wound on his right arm, Murakami gritted his teeth. The pain made it painfully clear that defeat was imminent. Damn it! How can these two brats possess such formidable strength? Murakami seethed, glancing at the individuals behind him who were still tirelessly transporting goods. While he felt himself nearing his breaking point, Yukimitsu Shinden did not hesitate. He pressed forward swiftly, joined by the recovering Hinata Kyuji, both closing in on Murakami, who found himself unable to defend against their onslaught. With no other option, Murakami turned and exerted all his strength to flee. "You shall not escape," Yukimitsu Shinden declared, unsheathing another long blade from his back and hurling it directly at Murakami. The sword sliced through the air, propelled by the wind, rapidly approaching its target. What? It seemed as though the injury to his arm hindered Murakami's reflexes. He realized too late that death was near as the blade pierced through his heart. Immobilized, Murakami collapsed to the ground, devoid of reaction, yet his eyes brimmed with bitterness and despair. Both Murakami and Terum were swiftly dealt with. Meanwhile, The individuals hastily transporting goods had witnessed the grim scene. Those already mounted on carts urged their horses to flee this perilous place, while others scattered in all directions. Despite the fact that the assailants were merely 12-year-old children, the sight of Terum and Murakami being ruthlessly eliminated instilled terror within them. Just as Yukimitsu Shinden prepared to pursue further, an unsettling wave of nausea washed over him, perhaps due to the brutality of his recent actions. On the other hand, Hinata Kyuji collapsed to the ground, possibly from exhaustion or other factors. The situation had grown exceedingly dire. Kabuki Jinren was not present, and Yukimitsu Shinden observed that the nearby unit tasked with safeguarding the merchant convoy were being overwhelmed by numerous adversaries. If the unit were to falter, both he and Kyuji were in a precarious state. There was no alternative. Continuing the chase would likely lead to their demise. Yukimitsu Shinden resolved to carry Hinata Kyuji and began to run in another direction. They could no longer remain there. They had to wait for their teacher, Kabuki Jinren, and for Kyuji to regain consciousness before resuming their pursuit. As Yukimitsu Shinden bore Hinata Kyuji's weight, he noted how surprisingly light it was, accompanied by a faint fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, stirring a rush of emotions within him. As Kitamaki Jinren journeyed onward, she was intercepted by several unknown figures clad in black. Although her formidable prowess swiftly dispatched them, precious time was lost. Upon her arrival at the warehouse, she found it deserted, with the surrounding skirmish gradually dissipating. Had they successfully escaped? It appeared she had been remiss, allowing herself to be delayed. Frustration welled within her as she ran her fingers through her hair. Leaping down, she beheld Murakami and Terum lying motionless on the ground. It seemed that Hinata Kazu and Yuko Nabukata had dealt with the two adversaries. Had they pursued the assailants? With that thought, Jinren surmised that the duo had indeed set off in pursuit of those who had absconded with the cargo. However, her concern was not the goods, but rather the safety of Hinata Kazu and Yuko Nabukata. To chase alone would be perilous, and she recognized that both individuals were prodigies in their own right. Hinata Kazu, having undergone rigorous training from the Hinata clan since childhood, could easily have eliminated the two adversaries before her. Yet, their current state was far from optimal. The lifeless forms of Murakami and Terum bore testament to their struggle, indicating that the victors were also in dire condition. In an instant, Kitamaki Jinren vanished from her position, swiftly pursuing the direction in which the merchant caravan had fled. Please, do not let harm befall you two. She hastened onward, and before long, she caught sight of the caravan. It was clear that the formation had disintegrated. The vehicles were scattered chaotically, each compartment racing as if in a desperate flight. The horses ahead were mercilessly whipped, their speed escalating uncontrollably. Have they truly become cornered animals? Jinren mused. Although they were on the outskirts of the Land of Thunder, it was not the border. Escaping would take more than a day. Thus, she was not overly concerned about the cargo at this moment. What troubled her was the absence of Hinata Kazu and Yuko Nabukata. Had they not followed? With no sign of their presence, Jinren exhaled in relief, hopeful that they had managed to escape safely. Now assured that she had no rearward concerns, she formed hand seals, invoking her technique, illumination release, glimmering shuriken. A flurry of shimmering shurikens, glowing with a faint green light, burst forth from her pocket, their speed remarkable, numbering over a dozen. Aimed at the swiftest horses pulling the caravan. Weaving through the throng of wagons, under Jinren's deft control, the luminous shurikens found their mark among the foremost horses. The impact was devastating. These steeds, unaccustomed to such punishment, collapsed in rapid succession, pulling their respective carts down with them. The chaotic caravan, hastily racing in a disordered frenzy, remained densely packed. Suddenly, one vehicle ahead collapsed, and the one behind, moving too swiftly, collided directly into it. At this moment, the merchant convoy below had descended into utter turmoil, the cacophony of collisions echoing incessantly. Such an epic spectacle is indeed a rare sight, is it not? The merchant group below had become a veritable mess. Escaping at this juncture was utterly impossible, as all the carts had been toppled over, leaving only a meager few still attempting to flee. At that moment, from several overturned carts, a dozen dark figures suddenly emerged, each adorned with a forehead protector bearing the emblem of the sun. Indeed, the land of light, the village of light ninjas, it was truly your doing. Hatake Jinbel gazed upon the cluster of ninjas from the village of light. Despite the presence of numerous adversaries, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with a fierce bloodlust, for these ninjas had thoroughly provoked him. Curse be it, my body is nearly immobile. You trudged forward, burdened by exhaustion. And although he had been walking for quite some time, a considerable distance still lay between him and the town. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Realizing he could no longer rise, as his body had become profoundly fatigued. If this continued, he was certain he would fall apart entirely. Curse be it. He lamented his own condition. However, in the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. The long blade behind him inexplicably soared into the air and ascended heavenward before descending vertically, embedding itself firmly in the ground just 30 centimeters in front of you's eyes. Upon striking the earth, the blade emanated a fiery crimson glow that enveloped its entire length. Instinctively, you raised his hand to shield himself from the blinding radiance, but before long, he felt an intense heat radiating from his body, akin to being scorched. What is this blade? You pondered, bewildered by the glowing weapon. The searing heat that pierced him was undeniably emanating from the blade itself. As the temperature escalated, Yu's body became increasingly aware of the intense warmth, and the flames surrounding the blade began to slowly recede, gradually creeping toward him. Bit by bit, it ensnared him entirely, enveloping him within its fiery embrace. Temperatures exceeding hundreds, even thousands of degrees suddenly enveloped you. This unbearable heat pushed him to his limits, compelling him to scream. Yet his skin bore no marks from the relentless heat. Nonetheless, the tormenting temperature left him utterly exhausted and howling in despair. You cried out repeatedly. Yet he found himself utterly incapable of moving his body. As the fiery glow enveloping the long sword dissipated entirely, all the radiance converged upon you. The crimson light gradually faded away, seemingly absorbed by you. At that moment, you lay on the ground, eyes closed, completely devoid of life, having succumbed to unconsciousness. When you regained consciousness, he slowly opened his eyes to find that dawn had broken, the sun had risen, casting its warm rays into his eyes. You turned over to shield himself from the sunlight and surveyed his surroundings. Had he collapsed here yesterday? As the memories rushed back upon seeing the longsword still standing nearby, he recalled everything. Observing his own body, you noted that there were no visible changes. The unforgettable pain he experienced yesterday surely emanated from temperatures capable of melting flesh, yet his skin bore not a single mark. Suddenly, he sensed a rapid flow of chakra within him, the quantity more abundant and refined than before. Additionally, he felt a newfound obedience in his chakra's control, allowing it to flow with greater ease. Could it be that yesterday's training had proven successful? With a spark of excitement, you sprinted towards the lakeshore. Although he had traversed a considerable distance yesterday, his slow pace meant he was not far from the lake. Before long, he arrived at the water's edge, picked up a stone, and once again infused the bottom with chakra. It felt effortless. Indeed, he had succeeded. After saturating the stone, he hurled it with all his might. The stone soared across the lake's surface and, akin to the demonstration by Hatake Tsukumo, ascended into the sky. This time, Yu's stone flew even higher and farther than Tsukumo's. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, concentrating chakra once more in his palms, feeling a surge of heat radiating through his arms, and then forcefully released it. Fire release, fireball. 2 palm-sized spheres of flame, propelled by Yu's swift arm movement, broke free from his hands and hurtled through the air, crashing into a boulder on the opposite side of the lake. Although it did not shatter the stone, he finally mastered this rudimentary ninjutsu, acutely aware that the chakra consumed was far less than that required for the Great Fireball technique. This indicated that even if he were to use the fire release, Great Fireball technique, it would not deplete the expected chakra reserve. Yu unsheathed the long sword from his back and swung it, noting no peculiarities. Was this a dream? No, it was undoubtedly not a dream. The pain. You gazed at his palms and body, yet reality insisted that this was indeed a dream. The searing sensation. The thousands of degrees of heat that had caused him to faint. How could it be that not a single inch of his skin had been harmed? Resolving not to dwell on this any longer, a more pressing thought surfaced. Oh no, those individuals. With this realization, you quickened his pace, hastening towards the direction of the town. Upon returning to the outskirts of the town, Rain was struck by a profound sense of dismay at the scene before him. Is this the land of thunder? How could this town have transformed into such a state? Could it be that war has erupted here? Otherwise, how could it have come to this? Rain gazed in astonishment at the billowing black smoke that lingered over the town, although the flames had long since extinguished. The smoke continued to envelop the sky above. The periphery of the town lay in ruins, utterly devastated. Simultaneously, Rain observed the merchant caravan's wagons outside the town, all toppled on the ground, alongside several figures clad in ninja attire, lying motionless. No, it was not just a few, but rather a dozen or more, all sprawled upon the earth. Rain was utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired in the town since he had glimpsed those three individuals. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, it was evident that this was far from a favorable turn of events. Rain hastily made his way towards the town, mentally calling out to teacher Yinling and Xintian to inquire if they were safe. Meanwhile, the approaching carriage held no significance for him, as Rain had recently come to a profound realization about the true value of friendship. Throughout his life, only Uchiha Ningxin had been able to converse with him, and now, he found this hard-won camaraderie to be more precious than anything else. Upon entering the town, a cloud ninja descended from the sky, blocking Rain's path. "Who are you?" The cloud ninja's vigilant gaze revealed his dissatisfaction. The previous night's ambush had inflicted considerable losses on the cloud, making the current situation precarious. With everyone treating it with utmost caution, Rain, gripping the hilt of his sword behind his back, calmly responded, "I am from Team 14 of the Hidden Leaf, here to escort a merchant convoy, as directed by your village." The cloud ninja, initially tense from Rain's posture, relaxed slightly upon hearing the boy's affiliation. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Rain," came the reply. After confirming his identity, the cloud ninja summoned a nearby companion. "Go inform the Leaf Ninja and have them verify this. We must proceed with caution at this critical juncture." With that, the other cloud ninjas swiftly departed, leaving only Rain and the first ninja. "I am Isat, a Jonin of the cloud," he introduced himself. "I have been tasked with guarding this area. Due to last night's events, we must exercise greater caution. We received word that a leaf ninja named Rain was training outside and did not return." Rain nodded in acknowledgement. "It's of no concern. We are all ninjas, are we not?" Before long, Hatake Yinling appeared before the two, exclaiming, "Rain, you've returned." Rain, filled with emotion, asked, "Teacher Yinling, what happened to your injuries?" The cloud ninja interjected, explaining, "Last night, the ninjas from the Land of Light SK Ninja Village launched an assault on the town. They were numerous, and although we are unsure how they infiltrated the Land of Thunder, we were thoroughly overwhelmed." Rain listened, astonished. He had overheard discussions the previous night, aware that many were coming to seize the convoy, but he never anticipated such an overwhelming confrontation with the cloud. The cloud ninja continued, "Fortunately, with your assistance, we managed to drive them out of the town. Thankfully, your goods remain intact, and there were no civilian casualties." A sigh escaped him, indicating that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The losses among the cloud were likely significant, and for a world that had known peace for many years, such an incident was enough to remind many of the horrors of war. Hatake Yinling remained silent, signaling for Rain to depart. Upon receiving the instructions from Hatake Silverbell, he nodded slightly and then took his leave, heading towards the room of Team 14. Hatake Silverbell remained behind to converse further with Cloud Ninja, before also departing, likely to verify Yu's identity. By the time Hatake Silverbell returned to the room, you had already gleaned a general understanding of the previous night's events from Akira Shitian and Hinata Jizai. Although the two had not actively participated in the battle, they had successfully dealt with two of the three individuals leading the transport caravan. Yu's absence throughout the night had caused considerable concern for the duo. Silverbell Sensei. As Hatake Silverbell entered, you rushed to support her, noticing her injuries were quite severe. "Sensei, your wounds are too grave. We must summon a medical ninja from Cloud." Hatake Silverbell waved her hand dismissively, continuing, "There is no need. Though my injuries are serious, they are primarily superficial. A bit of rest will suffice." With her eyes narrowed, she added, "While our relationship with Cloud Ninja has always been amicable, this shipment has already raised suspicions. I suspect the higher-ups in Cloud are now aware, so we must maintain a certain distance from them. But we can't delay your treatment, Sensei," Hinata Jizai interjected, clearly having urged Hatake Silverbell to seek help alongside Akira Shintian for quite some time. "Enough," Hatake Silverbell replied. "As a ninja, one must always remain vigilant. If I seek treatment from Cloud Ninja and an unforeseen circumstance arises, I would have no chance to resist." You fell into a thoughtful silence. Indeed, Hatake Silverbell's reasoning was sound. However, in a world that had enjoyed peace for so long, fissures were beginning to reappear. Despite being only 12, Yu harbored an inexplicable aversion to war and was acutely sensitive to the transitions between peace and conflict. Suddenly, Hatake Silverbell shifted the topic. "By the way, Yu, how did your training go yesterday?" You nodded affirmatively. "I have completed it. I can even fly higher and farther than you, Sensei. And I have mastered the ninjutsu as well." Hatake Silverbell regarded you with a look of astonishment. Although this method appeared simple and you had quickly accomplished it, She understood that even she would require over a month to reach such a proficiency. The fact that you had surpassed the power he wielded just the previous day was nothing short of extraordinary, compelling Hitaki's silver bell to concede that you had indeed reached an astonishing level of ability. Suddenly, Akira Shintian exclaimed, "Silver Bell Sensei, I see now that you did not return last night because he was in special training. It's so unfair that you only provided you with this opportunity while leaving us behind." Hitaki Silverbell, exasperated, waved her hand. "Didn't you leave with that cloud ninja who was sleeping while walking? What could I do if I didn't see you there?" Faced with the impeccable response from Hitaki Jinren, Akira Shinden remained defiant, asserting, "Even so, what about the intertwining? She is a girl after all. Shouldn't girls take precedence?" You regarded Akira Shinden with silent incredulity, pondering when this fierce girl had garnered such concern from him. "No, it was merely that I ventured out for training yesterday. And suddenly, Jinren-sensei's clone appeared before me. As soon as you finished speaking, Hitaki Jinren looked at him in astonishment, realizing he had already discerned the truth. Jinren believed he had concealed his intentions well, yet he had to concede that Yu's observational skills were remarkably keen. After a brief exchange of light-hearted banter, Jinren shifted to a serious tone, stating, "Although we have reclaimed the goods, the Land of Lightning is already casting covetous eyes upon them. It remains uncertain what actions they may undertake." Pausing momentarily, Jinren continued, "I have reported to Lord Hokage. While the Land of Lightning dares not act overtly, the recent assault by the Land of Light on their town will undoubtedly escalate tensions between the two nations." As soon as Jinren concluded, Akira Shinden rose in indignation. Must these people inevitably resort to war? Is this hard-won peace to dissolve into an unending cycle of conflict, akin to centuries past? Jinren sighed, gesturing for Akira to sit before continuing. "This is an unavoidable situation. Following the assault on their town, the Land of Lightning will not easily swallow their anger. The strength of the Land of Light pales in comparison to that of the Land of Lightning. I doubt they possess the audacity to brazenly attack. There must be something amiss." You nodded in agreement, observing that the headband of the Light Ninja Village suggested a strong possibility that the village might provoke war independently, bearing little relation to the Land of Light. Jinren waved a hand dismissively and said, "Regardless, our primary objective now is to collaborate with the Land of Lightning and the Cloud Ninja to safeguard the goods. However, our forces are insufficient. We must await Lord Hokage's support." "Then it is settled," you affirmed with a nod. During this period, the four of them rarely ventured outside. Even their training was confined to the interior of the house or the courtyard, as none wished to stand out during such a critical time. The goods outside remained untouched by the Land of Lightning, as they dared not act without the permission of the Land of Fire. Jinren was also coordinating with the Cloud Ninja to guard the external goods, ensuring their temporary safety. Yet, Jinren was acutely aware that the higher-ups in the Land of Lightning must have already discerned the true nature of this shipment. Even if their personnel could not approach the goods lying outside the town, they still had means to ascertain their contents, such as through earth manipulation or sensory-type ninjas. On the 10th day, Jinren finally received news from Konoha. "Sensei Jinren, I have heard that news has arrived from within the village." Hinata Kizuna emerged from her room, inquiring. Kikuchi Inling nodded slightly, then produced a letter and began to read it aloud in front of the three individuals. The letter clearly articulated the significance of the cargo, expressing a hope that Kikuchi Inling and her companions would safeguard it diligently. It was further noted that the personnel remaining with the merchant caravan would collaborate with Kikuchi Inling and her team to transport the goods back to the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, the higher echelons of the Land of Fire had commenced negotiations with the Land of Lightning, elucidating the nature of the cargo and seeking cooperation to facilitate its return. However, the Land of Lightning would not relinquish such a substantial cache of military supplies without seeking some form of compensation from the Land of Fire. The present circumstances hinted at a potential outbreak of conflict between the Land of Light and the Land of Lightning, with Konoha poised to assume a neutral stance. Yet, the terms for the Land of Lightning's retrieval of the cargo could very well involve the Land of Fire's participation in an exhibition and a potential alliance with the Land of Lightning. Upon concluding her reading, Kikuchi Inling noted the palpable discontent among her companions, Hikaru Shintian, Hinata Kyuji, and Yu. After all, these goods rightfully belonged to the Land of Fire. Yet they were being wielded by the Land of Lightning as bargaining chips, coercing Konoha into the throes of war. Although the Land of Light was not as formidable as the Land of Fire or the Land of Lightning, it was still a sovereign entity, should war erupt. The long-standing peace would be shattered, leading to significant casualties for both the Land of Fire and Konoha's ninja village. Such an eventuality must not be permitted. Hinata Kyuji spoke up with clarity. As the second daughter of the Hyuga clan, she had been acutely aware of the horrors of war since childhood. Their ancestor, the wife of the seventh Hokage, belonged to the Hyuga clan, which had only deepened their understanding of the concept of warfare. Yu likewise expressed his disapproval of the Land of Fire's choices, voicing his concerns. If we were to acquiesce to the Land of Lightning. Before Yu could finish his thought, Kikuchi Inling interrupted him, continuing, the matter is still unresolved. The Land of Lightning's intentions remain under negotiation. Her words served as a wake-up call to the group, emphasizing that the outcome was yet undetermined and hasty actions might yield counterproductive results. The group fell into silence, refraining from further discussion until Kikuchi Inling spoke again. The letter indicates that a resolution will be reached in a few days. We must prepare to act then. In the meantime, let us take this opportunity to rest. With that, Kikuchi Inling turned to leave, recognizing the necessity of vigilance over the cargo outside. As the representative of Konoha, her responsibilities weighed heavily upon her due to the limited number of personnel available. Once Kikuchi Inling departed, the three remaining individuals found themselves idly engaging in training within the confines of the room. However, Hikaru Shintian soon grew bored. The instructor who had begun teaching him karate had inexplicably vanished, and he had not seen him around town since. Kyuji, since we have no pressing matters at hand, why don't we engage in a friendly competition to gauge our respective strengths? It will facilitate better coordination in the future, he suggested, a smile gracing his face. Even though he himself seemed unconvinced by the rationale, Hinata Kyuji continued to meditate, her eyes closed, immersing herself in the flow of chakra. As the rain opened its eyes, it gazed at the formidable Hinata and spoke. All right, let us commence a duel. To its surprise, no sooner had the rain spoken than Hinata, who had been nearby, opened her eyes and replied, I'll take you on. With that, Hinata strode purposefully outside, leaving the two in a state of astonishment. The rain, feeling helpless, shrugged and remarked, I might very well perish out there. Faced with Hinata's sudden challenge, the rain felt an unsettling fear. Suspecting that Hinata might have a personal vendetta for an incident that had transpired earlier, both Hinata and the rain exited the room together. Outside lay a courtyard of moderate size, adequately arranged for training purposes. However, it seemed insufficient for a proper showdown, as it risked damaging the decor. The rain spoke up. This space is too confined. We should seek a more expansive area. Hinata, however, shook her head and asserted, this is ample. I will defeat you swiftly. The rain could only shake its head in resignation. Very well then. With that, Hinata made the first move, swiftly adopting the stance of the gentle fist. The rain, not idle, formed hand seals, channeling chakra into its palms, feeling the heat surge rapidly. Hinata closed in at remarkable speed, her stance unmistakably indicating the gentle fist technique. Fire release, fireball jutsu. The rain unleashed two palm-sized fireballs towards the approaching Hinata. Yet, Hinata did not flinch. Instead, she concentrated chakra in her palms and executed the gentle fist, striking palm. A visible gust of energy erupted from her hands, colliding with the fireballs. To the astonishment of all, the gust overwhelmed the fireballs, extinguishing them in an instant. Nevertheless, the force of Hinata's attack did not wane. It surged forth like a lethal current towards the rain. In a swift motion, the rain drew its long blade, channeling its strength to counter the incoming force. A sword wave, akin to a gust of wind, sliced forth from the rain's blade. The two energies intertwined, momentarily suspended in the air. Yet the impact from both sides began to radiate outward. The tremendous force left both Hinata and the rain struggling to maintain their ground, unable to advance further. The rain shielded its eyes with one hand as the powerful gust rushed past, whipping its hair wildly, a stark contrast to Hinata, who was equally affected. Gradually, the turbulence began to wane. Seizing the opportunity before Hinata could react, the rain swiftly drew its blade once more and launched a decisive strike forward. The sword energy unleashed by Yu swiftly merged into the remnants of the battle, two currents colliding as they surged towards Hinata's direction. Yet, Hinata was well prepared for the encounter. A surge of chakra suddenly filled her eyes, and the veins around her white pupils swelled. The Byakugan. What kind of eyes are these? Akira Mitsuda widened his eyes in astonishment at Hinata. Should one behold such eyes for the first time without prior knowledge, they might indeed appear somewhat terrifying. However, on the visage of a beauty like Hinata, they seemed less daunting, or so Akira believed. The power of the Byakugan effortlessly dispersed Yu's sword energy, unleashing a formidable force. With the Byakugan activated, Hinata assumed the stance of the gentle fist once more, but this time, her technique was imbued with even greater strength and ferocity. A gaze that left no blind spots. The Byakugan, a bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, you observed Hinata. To you, the Byakugan was well known. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was familiar with the rivalry between the two prominent ocular jutsu families of Konoha, the Byakugan and the Sharingan. You gripped the long sword tightly, feeling an increased sense of caution in the face of Hinata. She closed the distance quickly. And you was acutely aware of the Hyuga clan's prowess in taijutsu. Although you excelled in swordsmanship, he was at a disadvantage against the Hyuga's martial arts. He swung his long sword, unleashing a powerful blade aura that surged toward the charging Hinata, concentrating the strength of her gentle fist in her right arm. Hinata raised her hand and effortlessly shattered Yu's sword energy, her palm showing no signs of damage. Gentle fist technique, Byakugan palm. Just as Hinata was about to close in on you, she halted, launching another strike, a force greater than before erupting forth. The expansive energy made it nearly impossible for you to evade. Is this the power of the Byakugan? Fire release, great fireball technique. You formed hand seals, channeling chakra into his mouth before taking a deep breath. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, its range rivaling that of Hinata's energy. The two formidable forces intertwined. Even Akira Mitsuda found himself caught in the chaos. The flames were swept towards him by the gusts, prompting Akira to flee in fright. Fortunately, he was not significantly affected. Narrowly escaping disaster, had he been touched by the flames combined with the wind, it would have quickly escalated into a raging inferno. The great fireball and Hinata's Byakugan palm clashed, resembling flames caught in a mighty vortex, swirling and being absorbed by the invisible currents. Yet, you did not cease his assault. He continued to expel fierce flames from his mouth. Hinata Kyuji furrowed her brow, for the continuous use of her chakra-dense strikes had begun to deplete her energy reserves. If this persisted, future battles would surely become arduous. However, even as she yearned to extricate herself from the confrontation, escape proved elusive, for her opponent, Yu, continued to unleash torrents of flames, their intensity growing ever more formidable. Utilizing her Byakugan, Hinata Kyuji discerned Yu's condition beyond the inferno. Resolute in her decision, she halted her onslaught of strikes and invoked the gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams air palm. With that proclamation, a surge of chakra, akin to that of her earlier strikes, erupted from her arm, precisely guided by her Byakugan to ascertain Yu's position. The primary distinction between the 8 trigrams air palm and her previous strikes lay in its sheer force. A tremendous impact surged forth, penetrating the intersection of chakra and flames, and hurtled directly towards you. Although the speed of the 8 trigrams air palm was not particularly swift, evasion would not prove overly difficult for you. Yet, as the technique emerged within Yu's line of sight, it coincided with its emergence from the flames, now standing before her. Yu's eyes widened in alarm as she beheld the approaching wave of chakra, realizing her predicament too late. Before she could even seize her fireball technique, Hinata Kyuji's 8 trigrams air palm struck her with tremendous force, sending her careening backwards. She collided violently with the wall, collapsing to the ground, leaving a deep imprint of her form etched into the surface, a clear testament to the severity of the impact. Slowly, Yu propped herself up with her hands, rising to her feet as she continued, "Is this the extent of the Byakugan's prowess possessed by your Hyuga clan?" As the rain subsided, Hinata Kyuji surged forward, her gentle fist poised for an imminent assault. From behind, Yu drew forth a long blade, fully aware that even though Hinata Kyuji was not adept at ranged attacks, her activated Byakugan would enable her to effectively suppress him. Yu slightly crouched, swinging his sword toward her. Hinata Kyuji tilted her body to evade Yu's strike. Her right foot firmly planted on the ground, and then her palm struck directly at Yu's back. The force of the blow caused Yu to lean forward, leaving him unable to evade in time. Hinata Kyuji's strike landed squarely on Yu's back, prompting a pained exclamation from him as he staggered forward. Yet, even this did not deter Hinata Kyuji, as another palm strike followed, once again impacting Yu's back. However, Hinata Kyuji could not revel in her success. Her Byakugan had failed to pinpoint Yu's chakra points, as his subtle movements had allowed him to avoid being struck at vital points. She contemplated the consequences. If struck by the Byakugan and the gentle fist, he would surely be incapacitated. Despite enduring Hinata Kyuji's gentle fist, Yu sustained manageable damage. As Hinata Kyuji pressed her attack again, Yu successfully pivoted, delivering a horizontal slash aimed at her. The blade grazed her hair as she crouched, narrowly escaping the blow. "You, do you intend to kill Kyuji? This is a spar, not a death match," shouted the furious Kokushinden from the sidelines. Yet Yu remained undeterred in his counterattack. Hinata Kyuji, now crouched, was an easy target before him. He lifted his leg and kicked toward her. Hinata Kyuji crossed her arms to shield her face, but the force of Yu's kick struck her hands with tremendous impact. Although she managed to block his attack with both hands, she was still propelled backward a considerable distance, nearly losing her balance due to her crouched position. As Hinata Kyuji regained her footing, her Byakugan detected you charging at her once more. Advancing, you formed hand seals. Unleashing the fire release, great fireball technique. Channeling chakra to his chest, he inhaled deeply and released a massive fireball that surged toward the crouching Hinata Kyuji. In this moment of urgency, Kokushinden shouted even more frantically, "Kyuji, run. You has lost his mind." Hinata Kyuji's Byakugan intensified, empowering her gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams palms. She unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending a torrent of air rushing from her hands, mirroring their previous exchange. Within Hinata Kyuji's Byakugan vision, she saw you unleashing the fireball across the battlefield. Ready to counter with her own technique, she prepared to launch the 8 trigrams air palm. However, as the Bagua empty palm struck the body of you, who was observed through the Byakugan, Hyuga Kyuji immediately sensed something amiss. You had an insufficient amount of chakra. In the blink of an eye, you vanished in a puff of smoke. Hyuga Kyuji quickly deduced the situation. Was this a technique of shadow clones? He scanned his surroundings. Yet the figure of you is nowhere to be found. Could it be? Directing his Byakugan towards the location of the previous fireball, he still found no trace of you. If not here, then perhaps above. As Hyuga Kyuji's Byakugan turned skyward, he indeed spotted you plummeting from the heavens, and the descent was aimed directly above him. Witnessing you's aerial drop, a barely perceptible smile graced Hyuga Kyuji's lips. He had succeeded. However, you, high in the sky, noticed Hyuga Kyuji's gaze upon him and realized he had been discovered. More critically, he was entirely unable to evade any attacks from his elevated position. Seizing the moment, Hyuga Kyuji unleashed the gentle fist technique. Just as he was about to touch the ground, Hyuga Kyuji appeared before him, exploiting Yu's precarious landing. A precise strike landed on Yu's right arm. My right arm cannot move. Is this a pressure point strike? Yu exclaimed in astonishment. With his right arm incapacitated, he could no longer wield his blade, which had fallen to the ground. Should his left arm also be struck, his fate would be sealed. Just as Hyuga Kyuji prepared to employ the gentle fist on another target area, Yu swiftly evaded the next impending attack. Now at a safe distance, Yu lamented his inability to use any ninjutsu due to his immobilized right arm, and he could no longer grip his weapon with his left hand. Moreover, his blade lay just beside Hyuga Kyuji, unreachable for him. Hyuga Kyuji straightened his posture, his icy voice cutting through the silence. You have lost. Your right arm is paralyzed, rendering both your fire techniques and your weapon useless. Yet Yu was not inclined to concede defeat so easily. Not necessarily. Even if it is a pressure point strike, it cannot permanently immobilize my right arm. With that, Yu initiated a guerrilla tactic, distancing himself from Hyuga Kyuji to avoid close combat. Hyuga Kyuji shook his head, declaring, "Then allow me to deliver the final blow." Gentle fist, Bagua empty palm. With a swift rush of air, a powerful force surged toward Yu, who was already in motion. And Hyuga Kyuji successfully anticipated Yu's direction. A tremendous gust of wind engulfed the fleeing Yu. Yet with a resounding thud, Yu vanished from sight. How is this possible? Is this a shadow clone technique? Even the onlooker, Akira Mitsunari, was utterly astonished. When had this technique been employed? Hadn't he already been sealed? With one hand unable to form seals, it meant that this shadow clone had been meticulously planned long before. Suddenly, behind Hyuga Kyuji, Yu reappeared, unleashing a powerful punch towards the unsuspecting fighter. He had struck successfully. Hinata Kyuji swiftly turned over, striking faster than the rain itself, landing a blow on her opponent, followed by another powerful strike that sent the rain soaring through the air. Remember, the Byakugan's vision has no blind spots. After being knocked away, the rain struggled to rise. Enduring considerable pain, Kyuji's strikes were formidable. Had Kyuji's strength not been in need of further enhancement, the rain would have been thoroughly incapacitated. For the Hinata clan's gentle fist technique is no trivial matter. Byakugan has no blind spots, the rain murmured. This meant that regardless of the angle from which one attacked a Byakugan user, they would be able to foresee the assault, rendering ambushes ineffective. The rain felt her right hand gradually regaining strength, yet her long sword remained poised beside Kyuji. Despite attempting various tactics, she found herself utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon Kyuji, a sense of impotence washing over her. Since I was able to defeat that Senju Mutai, so too can I defeat her. Resolutely, the rain rose once more, charging directly towards Kyuji. Kyuji was somewhat taken aback, for during this period, the rain had consistently evaded close combat, aware of the Hinata clan's formidable taijutsu prowess. Kyuji also dashed forward, recognizing that the rain had initiated the confrontation. As a member of the esteemed Hinata clan, there was no reason to shy away from battle. She contemplated whether to unleash a fire release technique upon their imminent collision, recalling how the rain had previously employed such a tactic. However, Kyuji found it hard to believe that the rain would engage in close combat. Knowing full well the lack of advantage in doing so, such an approach would yield no fruitful results. Yet, to Kyuji's surprise, the anticipated great fireball technique never materialized. And the rain closed the distance, driving her right elbow forcefully towards a vulnerable spot on Kyuji. Nevertheless, Kyuji's gentle fist effortlessly neutralized the rain's relentless barrage. After a series of strikes, the rain distinctly felt her strength being redirected by Kyuji's counterattacks. Indeed, the close combat capability of the gentle fist surpassed her own. Yet the rain's continuous assaults managed to slightly suppress Kyuji, a testament to her experience. The rain unleashed a flurry of kicks aimed at Kyuji, only to have them effortlessly countered once more. The strength exhibited by Kyuji bewildered the rain. This seemingly petite girl possessed an alarming power. Kyuji blocked the rain's kicks, then pivoted to deliver a gentle fist strike aimed at the rain's unguarded body. Just as the strike seemed poised to connect, the rain unexpectedly countered, withdrawing a leg to deflect Kyuji's palm. Kyuji's eyes widened in astonishment, for she believed the rain had lost her chance to retaliate after being forced back. The rain smiled faintly. Your defensive mode has been thoroughly deciphered by me. I have accurately anticipated that you would swiftly strike back at my legs with your palm, then directly close the distance between us. The rain, however, left Hinata in disbelief. Her defenses and counterattacks had been so easily read. Yet, the evidence was undeniable. The rain quickly retracted its foot, forcefully pushing Hinata's hand aside, and the sheer strength of the kick caused Hinata to momentarily evade. Hinata took a couple of steps back, and the rain seized this opportunity to land a punch squarely on Hinata's exquisite cheek. This blow ignited the fury of Mitsukuni Akira nearby, pushing him to the brink of rage. However, the encounter was far from over. Another punch was aimed squarely at Hinata's abdomen. This was to be the final strike. The rain stated calmly as a fist descended toward Hinata's midsection. Just as the rain was about to land the blow, Hinata exploited the opening, abandoning her defense to deliver a palm strike toward the rain's face. Hinata's hand was infused with chakra, radiating a formidable power, while the rain's punch, aimed at the seemingly fragile Hinata, would likely yield a similar outcome. Both attacks landed almost simultaneously, one to the abdomen, the other to the face, sending both combatants sprawling backward in contrasting positions. The rain's mouth opened in pain, a bruise already forming beneath her eye, while Hinata was not faring much better, crumpling to the ground, clutching her abdomen in agony. The rain lay still, devoid of any movement. Hinata! Mitsukuni Akira's voice rang out as he rushed to her side. At that moment, the rain was acutely aware of the throbbing pain in her face, rendering her speechless. This woman is relentless. Is my face ruined? She pondered silently. However, upon noticing Mitsukuni Akira dashing toward Hinata, the rain felt an irate surge. Truly, a woman could turn a brother against another. Mitsukuni Akira reached Hinata, who was doubled over in pain, clearly suffering. This sight drove him into a frenzy. Hinata, wait. I'll summon the medical personnel from the Cloud Village, he exclaimed, preparing to rush out. Yet, Hinata's voice halted him. It's all right. I'll be fine in a bit. Upon returning, Mitsukuni Akira observed that Hinata had improved considerably. However, the rain's condition appeared to be more dire. Yet no one seemed to care. Hinata had nearly recovered. Despite the rain's impactful punch, the injuries were merely superficial, and with time, the pain would subside. As Hinata gazed at the rain lying motionless, an involuntary smile escaped her lips, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in amusement. As Xiang Guangxintian turned his gaze towards you, he couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing Yu's comical state. Yu's teeth were misaligned, and dark purple bruises adorned the area beneath his eyes, lying motionless on the ground. Yet, the slightest twitch indicated that Yu was indeed capable of movement, albeit too embarrassed to face the situation. Xiang Guangxintian approached, observing Yu's resigned posture as he feigned death with his eyes closed. Without hesitation, Xiang Guangxintian delivered a powerful punch to Yu's body. The next moment, a piercing scream erupted from Yu, his eyes nearly bulging, only to collapse back onto the ground. This time, it seemed he truly could not rise again. Xiang Guangxintian dusted off his hands and remarked, "This is precisely the consequence of your fierce assaults during our tussles. Had you been in his right mind, he would have retaliated against me with equal ferocity. Just look at the evidence etched on his face, a compelling testament to his prior aggression. A few days prior, Within the confines of the Hokage building in the Hidden Leaf Village, Ling Feng sat with a grave expression. Before him stood a man clad in a tight-fitting green suit. With bushy eyebrows and an air of righteousness, one of the elite jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village, Lulu and Tay. Ling Feng furrowed his brow as he regarded Lulu and Tay, stating, "The situation concerning the Land of Light is quite serious. However, we are in an era of peace. And the term war is exceedingly sensitive. No one dares to take the lead. Thus, this matter is exceedingly delicate." Lulu and Tay nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Understood, Hokage-sama. I shall fulfill my duty." Just as Lulu and Tay was about to depart, he encountered another visitor, Nara Shikaku, another elite jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village, who hurriedly approached. "Hokage-sama, trouble has arisen. Our negotiations with the Land of Lightning are on the verge of collapse. They are adamant regarding the situation in the Land of Light and are contemplating war." Upon hearing this, even Lulu and Tay halted in astonishment. What? The Land of Lightning is preparing for war? In a world that had known peace for so long. The prospect of conflict was both terrifying and unfamiliar to those like Lulu and Tay and Nara Shikaku, who had never experienced warfare. Ling Feng, however, merely nodded, maintaining his composure as the leader of the village. Rising slowly, he addressed Nara Shikaku. "This matter has escalated to a new level. Have we thoroughly discerned the intentions of the Land of Lightning?" Nara Shikaku nodded and began to elaborate. "Having discerned the situation, it is evident that the Land of Lightning does not intend to engage in a national-level war, as it has encountered numerous setbacks in recent years, and the losses incurred from war would be substantial. Instead, they are utilizing the village of Cloud Shinobi to wage war against the Land of Light." "Indeed," Lauren said, somewhat speechless. "Have we, as ninjas, truly become mere instruments of national warfare?" Nara Shikaku turned and remarked, "Our primary duty as ninjas is to execute our missions flawlessly. Since events have unfolded to this extent, we find ourselves powerless." Ling Feng interjected, interrupting their dialogue. "This matter cannot simply be dismissed. We must persist in negotiations with the people of the Land of Lightning, ensuring that war does not erupt. Lauren, you shall travel to the Land of Lightning and rendezvous with the Hitaki Inling team to investigate the incidents in the Land of Light." "What incidents in the Land of Light?" Lauren inquired, perplexed. "The recent ambush by the Land of Light on a town in the Land of Lightning has, on the surface, declared war. However, the involvement of the ninjas from the Village of Light Shinobi makes the response from the Land of Lightning, utilizing the Cloud Shinobi, justifiable." Nara Shikaku continued to elucidate. "The Land of Light lacks the audacity to provoke the Land of Lightning. It is merely a small nation. And the Village of Light Shinobi cannot possibly rival the formidable Cloud Shinobi. Even if they acquired our military supplies, they would be unable to withstand the wrath of the Land of Lightning." Lauren nodded in deep realization, his expression transforming into one of enlightenment. Ling Feng smiled and added, "They are well aware of their own limitations, hence their likelihood of provoking the Land of Lightning is exceedingly low. Moreover, I have heard that the internal situation in the Land of Light has been quite turbulent recently." Lauren's look of understanding became even more genuine, signifying a true epiphany. In other words, those from the Land of Light may have ulterior motives in instigating war with the Land of Lightning. They seek to manipulate the Land of Lightning for their own ends. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. At that moment, within a town in the Land of Lightning, 2 days had passed since the clash between Yu and Hinata, which had culminated in a lesson administered by Hitaki Inling. Hinata received some disciplinary training, while Yu faced graver consequences. Not only was he deprived of food for a day, but he also endured intensified training over the following 2 days, not due to the severity of his defeat, but rather because he had been bested by a girl, which served as a significant lesson from Hitaki Inling. However, she was increasingly impressed by Yu's talent, having mastered the great fireball technique within just a few days. Hitaki Inling knew well that on the day of the gathering, although Yu had performed admirably, his strength was still vastly inferior to that of Hinata. Today, Hinata had comprehended the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan, yet still found himself evenly matched with Yu, indicating that Yu's talent had reached an astonishing level. "Perhaps this boy genuinely possesses the potential to attain my heights," Hitaki Inling mused narcissistically. On the third day, at the break of dawn, Kirigakir's silver bell heard a knock at the door. A shinobi from the Cloud Village stood before her, declaring, "Lady Silverbell, we have reached an agreement with the Leaf Village regarding your cargo, which will commence transportation back to Konoha and the Land of Fire starting tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Silverbell breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, responding casually, "Is that so? Then we shall set off together tomorrow." However, the Cloud Shinobi continued, "I'm afraid that will not be possible. According to your Hokage's orders, you are to proceed to the Land of Light to investigate the village of Light Shinobi. And you have a companion who is on his way. Silver Bell looked bewildered at the Cloud Shinobi, exclaiming, "What? To the village of Light in the Land of Light?" "Indeed, Silver Bell. It has been quite a while since we last undertook a mission together." Just as she finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed from outside, startling even the Cloud Shinobi. Looking towards the sound, Silver Bell recognized it as Lyrant, the elite jonin from Konoha, who had recently conferred with Ling Feng at the Hokage building. "Why are you here? What does the Hokage think?" Silver Bell said with a hint of exasperation. Although Lyrant was a distinguished jonin, Silver Bell was acutely aware of his demeanor, which often left her feeling overwhelmed. Lyrant then continued, "Cloud Shinobi, we have matters to discuss." The Cloud Shinobi nodded and promptly departed. Once the shinobi had left, Silver Bell ushered Lyrant inside and inquired, "What exactly is happening? Why are we heading to the Land of Light for an investigation?" Lyrant, with a resigned expression, replied, "The tensions between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Light have escalated significantly, rising to the brink of war." Silver Bell's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? War? Is it truly unavoidable?" Despite being aware that the Land of Lightning would not relent easily, the confirmation of impending war left her in a state of shock. Lyrant continued, "Not necessarily. The Hokage has personally negotiated with the Reikage. The Land of Lightning has granted us 10 days for investigation, otherwise they will launch an attack on the village of Light Shinobi, and we from Konoha will be involved as well." Silver Bell contemplated this grave news. This C-rank mission is turning out to be anything but ordinary. It has escalated to the level of an A-rank mission. Lyrant concurred, "What is the strength of your team? Although this mission is merely an investigation, I have an ominous feeling about it." Silver Bell nodded in agreement and stated, "Let us commence our actions tomorrow. Make sure to rest well today." Lyrant nodded as well, watching her leave the room before heading to the accommodations arranged for him by the Cloud Shinobi. After Kinomoto Jinrin meticulously arranged the transportation of this batch of military supplies, he devoted all his energy to the Land of Light. On the following morning, you sat by the lakeside outside the town, a location chosen by Kinomoto Jinrin as the meeting point. Soon after, the formidable figures of Yoko Shinden and Nadakuji, Kinomoto Jinrin, and the rather eccentric Rowant arrived in succession. When Rowant appeared, clad in a striking green bodysuit, an involuntary chill ran down the spines of the three others present. His exaggerated, Shinibi demeanor made it difficult for them to reconcile the fact that he was indeed one of Konoha's elite jounin. Pointing at Rowant, Kinomoto Jinrin introduced him, stating, "This is Rowant, an elite jounin of Konoha and a master of taijutsu. During the wartime era, his ancestor, Might Guy, nearly vanquished the enemy's formidable leader. Although he fell just short, his contribution was monumental, and their legacy in taijutsu has since flourished significantly." You listened with a perplexed expression, while Hinata Kyuji maintained a stoic demeanor. In contrast, Yoko Shinden regarded Rowant with evident disdain and interjected, "I've seen several individuals in Konoha donned in similar green attire. Are they all practitioners of your taijutsu?" As soon as Yoko finished speaking, Rowant flashed a thumbs up, revealing his pearly white teeth, and exclaimed, "Indeed. They are all youths who strive for the glory of youth. We are brimming with passion. Should you choose to join us now, I can offer you a half-price deal. Courtesy of Jinrin, to let you experience our fervent youth." However, as soon as Rowant concluded his exuberant proclamation, he received a swift kick from Kinomoto Jinrin. Unaware of Jinrin's intent, Rowant was sent sprawling to the ground. "Do not promote your nonsense in front of my students," Kinomoto Jinrin admonished sternly. From the ground, Rowant gave an okay hand gesture, indicating his understanding and assuring he would not err again. Once everything was prepared, the four set forth on their journey to the Land of Light. Although their mission entailed infiltration, an agreement had been established between the Land of Light and Konoha, allowing the four-man team 4, led by Kinomoto Jinrin, to enter the Light Ninja Village as representatives of Konoha for educational purposes. Rowant, however, was the true infiltrator. Upon entering the Land of Light, they would temporarily separate. Kinomoto Jinrin and the others would conduct investigations in the Light Ninja Village with the latter's consent. The Light Ninja Village had engaged in brief negotiations with the Land of Lightning, completely denying any involvement of their ninja in the repairs of the towns of the Land of Lightning, which ultimately led to a rather unsatisfactory conclusion for both parties. Konoha thus became the intermediary between the two regions, acting as the mediator. The Light Ninja Village, a small nation neighboring the Land of Lightning, emerged during the era of peace, with Konoha and the Cloud Ninja providing considerable assistance during its inception. thus ensuring that the establishment of the Light Ninja Village bore the mark of both Konoha and the Cloud Ninja's contributions. Otherwise, the Village of Light would have been obliterated by the Land of Light long ago. After all, during times of peace, the higher-ups of the Land of Light contemplated abandoning the establishment of a ninja village due to economic concerns, deeming it a waste of resources. However, it has been proven that the Village of Light has repeatedly brought immense benefits to the Land of Light. At a certain time, a remarkable surge of prodigies emerged from the Village of Light, known as the Golden Generation. Yet, as time passed, this illustrious generation merely made fleeting appearances at various ninja village gatherings. True warfare has scarcely occurred over the centuries, with large-scale conflicts being virtually unheard of, rendering these so-called geniuses mere ephemeral figures. Consequently, the Village of Light has gradually succumbed to mediocrity, devoid of prodigies, formidable warriors, or powerful clans. The annual ninja gatherings have become rather perfunctory, let alone daring to provoke the Land of Thunder or the formidable Cloud Ninjas. As you approached Kirigikure's Yansuzu, he spoke, "Yansuzu-sensei. It appears we are headed towards the Village of Light." After a considerable journey, the group finally arrived at the vicinity of the Village of Light. The Land of Light itself occupies a small territory, making the journey to the Village of Light swift, especially since it is situated a short distance from the border with the Land of Thunder. Unlike the prominent 5 great ninja villages, which are strategically located within their respective nations, the Village of Light has never been regarded with favor since its inception, resulting in a less desirable allocation of land, even inferior to some commercial districts within the Land of Light. Laurent nodded in agreement, addressing Kirigikure's Yansuzu. "Now that we have arrived, it is time for us to part ways. My identity as Hokage has been duly arranged, so you need not worry. I trust you are aware of my efficiency in completing tasks from our collaborations." In response to Laurent's assertion, Kirigikure's Yansuzu's expression darkened as he retorted, "Have you ever considered why the Hokage never permits you to lead a ninja team?" Laurent, with an air of righteousness, replied, "That is undoubtedly because my leadership of the youth brigade has yielded remarkable results, bringing great prestige to our Konoha ninja village. The Hokage understands this, which is why I am not assigned to lead a ninja team." However, Kirigikure's Yansuzu held a different perspective. "You are merely too foolish. The Hokage is simply not at ease with entrusting you to lead a ninja team. The Village of Light was established alongside the Land of Light. Although it may not boast the formidable strength of venerable ninja villages like Konoha, it has experienced moments of great glory, particularly during the Golden Generation. Yet, all members of this Golden Generation have since passed away. The entrance of the Village of Light resembles the grandiose gates of Konoha, requiring the highest command of the village to open. Typically, entry and exit from the Village of Light occur through a form of teleportation ninjutsu. In essence, it is merely space ninjutsu, utilizing the powerful treasures of the Village of Light, specifically the light energy, to maintain a large-scale space ninjutsu portal. However, due to certain limitations, it can only facilitate access between the village's interior and its outskirts. However, the true power of light energy, as legend has it, is boundless. Yet it has been sealed by the founder of the Light Ninja Village. Even though future generations have attempted to unlock it, they have been utterly unsuccessful. Coincidentally, light energy has always been regarded as the village's treasured possession, and by the time of the Golden Generation, this artifact had transformed into a weapon reputed to possess infinite power. This very circumstance exacerbated the plight of the Light Ninja Village, which found itself in dire straits, significantly impacted by the decline following the Golden Generation and the oppression from other ninja villages. As the 4 approached the grand entrance of the Light Ninja Village, its imposing outer wall loomed before them. Kiki Jinren remarked, "This wall resembles the former outer wall of Konoha. Konoha has since undergone renovations, with its old wall completely overhauled, heightened, and repainted in shades of blue." Hyuga Kaji observed intently. As a member of the Hyuga clan, she held a keen interest in Konoha's past, particularly during the era when the Uchiha clan had not yet risen to prominence, and the Hyuga clan was considered the foremost family in Konoha. While the group idled at the entrance, the space before them suddenly warped. You glanced over, feeling a surge of caution. "What is this?" Kiki Jinren waved his hand dismissively and explained, "The distortion of space is a space ninjutsu unique to the Light Ninja Village, specifically designed for entering and exiting the village." Upon hearing this clarification, U.S. apprehension subsided. As the gradually twisting space began to dissipate, a man clad in pristine white attire emerged, a headband of the Light Ninja Village adorning his brow. "I am Guren Zashur, a chunin of the Light Ninja Village. It is a pleasure to meet you." I presume you are the learning group from Konoha? Upon hearing this, Kiki Jinran nodded and replied courteously, Indeed, we are the learning group from Konoha. I am the leader. Kiki Jinran, an elite jonin from Konoha, and these are my disciples from Team 14. Even though Gurren Zashir had not heard of Kiki Jinran's renown, he regarded him with admiration, for elite jonin are a rare breed in Konoha, and in the Light Ninja Village, they are often seen as the most formidable individuals. I am Yu, and this is Hinata Kaji of the Hyuga clan. I am also Kukushinden. After their introductions, Gurren Zashir led the four towards the entrance of the Light Ninja Village and said, Please hold on a moment. Our teleportation portal requires some time to prepare. Kiki Jinran nodded in understanding. Shortly thereafter, the space before Gurren Zashir began to warp once more, accompanied by peculiar sounds that filled the air around the five. Xiangguang Zinshin observed the unfolding events before him with an expression reminiscent of one gazing upon a peculiar beast. As a warrior, he found the spatial ninjutsu more astonishing and extraordinary than that exhibited by Hinata Kyoji and Yu. You simply need to step inside. It's nothing to worry about, declared Gulingzashi. Following his guidance, the four individuals entered the realm of space. Upon crossing the threshold, you felt everything around him warp and twist abruptly. And in an instant, both Chimu Yinling and Hinata Kyoji, as well as Xiongguang Zinshin, vanished from his sight. In the next moment, a bustling street materialized before him, with Xiongguang Zinshin equally bewildered, while Chimu Yinling emerged with an air of nonchalance, and Hinata Kyoji maintained a similarly composed demeanor. Indeed, they were scions of notable families. Even when confronted with the unfamiliar, they feigned calm, projecting an image of one well-versed in worldly affairs. Yu internally scoffed at this. During his years in the Uchiha clan, he had encountered such scenarios far too often. What should have been a novel experience was something one could never outwardly express, and the current Hinata Kyoji epitomized this trait. Gulingzashi also stepped forward, observing that all four had now appeared in the Village of Light. He then announced, The visitors from Konoha. Our village chief is awaiting our arrival. With that, he began to lead the way towards their destination. The chief of the Village of Light held a position akin to that of Konoha's Hokage, yet there existed a significant disparity in their strengths. It was said that the first-generation chief's power was not inferior to that of the ninth Hokage at the time, although such claims remained speculative, as the Village of Light and Konoha were not on the same level. The political center of the Village of Light was evidently less grand than that of Konoha, consisting of a rather simple two-story structure that appeared quite modest. Upon entering, the wooden doors to several rooms stood before the quartet, yet the space did not feel crowded. For the foot traffic here was nowhere near that of Konoha. The four individuals felt as though they were urbanites visiting the countryside, although Hinata Kyoji concealed her disdain well. You could sense her underlying aversion. Deep within the building loomed a large door, leading to the office of the village chief. Gulingzashi halted his steps and said, I shall take you no further, you may enter now. With that, he turned and departed, exiting the premises. As Chimu Yinling pushed open the grand door, a spacious interior rivaling that of the Hokage's office greeted them. At the head of the room, a venerable elder with white hair sat solemnly in the chief's seat. Exuding an air of dignity, Chimu Yinling, accompanied by the three others, approached the elder, facing him directly. Honorable village chief, I am Chimu Yinling, an elite Jainin from Konoha, here to learn from your esteemed village. After Kiki Silverbell spoke, the elder slowly began to articulate, his body seemingly devoid of any movement. Indeed, I have received word from Lord Hokage. For the time being, you are permitted to freely enter and exit the Light Ninja Village. This is your token. Upon finishing his words, the elder did not extend his hand. Yet four tokens mysteriously soared forth, landing in the hands of the four individuals. Automatically transported? Kiki Silverbell pondered inwardly. Su Guangxintian looked on with curiosity, exclaiming, How impressive! They can actually float. The elder, maintaining his stoic demeanor, continued, Now that we are gathered, let us discuss matters of significance. At this juncture, Kiki Silverbell's gaze shifted to the side, where a faint sound suddenly emerged before vanishing into silence. The elder then coughed a few times, visibly agitated, and apologized. Indeed, you are the elite jonin of Konoha. It appears I am truly aging. He paused momentarily before continuing. At least for now, we are safe. I presume you are aware that our Light Ninja Village has recently attacked a town in the Land of Lightning, and you were witnesses to this, correct? Before Kiki Silverbell could respond, Su Guangxintian, brimming with fervor, interjected, Indeed, how could you engage in such actions? This is tantamount to provoking war. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes suddenly widened, and he sighed, It seems you all harbor distrust towards our light ninja village. However, we too have our burdens. The elder spoke slowly. Kiki Silverbell remained silent, realizing the elder had more to convey. Indeed, the elder continued. Currently, an enigmatic force has emerged within the light ninja village. One that I find increasingly difficult to control. Kiki Silverbell gasped. An enigmatic force? Has the light ninja village truly escaped your grasp? The elder shook his head and elaborated. Although the light ninja village appears tranquil, there exists an external influence that may have infiltrated our village, executing numerous detrimental actions against us. This recent assault on the land of lightning was orchestrated by them. After absorbing this information, Kiki Silverbell contemplated and queried. Are you implying rogue ninjas? Correct, though I cannot ascertain their origins. Their operatives have already embedded themselves within the light ninja village, and their strength is formidable. We are utterly incapable of countering them. However, you might seek assistance from other ninja villages. The Land of Lightning, your neighboring nation, would be your optimal ally. Kiki Silverbell suggested. The elder smiled faintly and replied, I have considered this, and even attempted it, yet to no avail. Not to mention, the fees demanded by the Cloud Ninja are exorbitant, far beyond what the Light Ninja Village can bear at present. And the relations between the Land of Lightning and the Light Nation have recently soured. Kiki Silverbell furrowed his brow, sensing that events were inevitably gravitating towards one direction, war. Then the current situation unfolded, the Land of Lightning, and we have completely severed ties. If it were not for your unexpected intervention from Konoha, we would have been unable to live in peace at all. Upon finishing his words, the elder's tone gradually sank into despondency, his spirit dampened, reflecting a sense of helplessness and profound dissatisfaction with the plight of the Hikari Ninja Village. Hyuga Kyuji and Akira Mitsuda gazed at the elder with sympathetic expressions. Yui then spoke up, suggesting, So, we need to assist you in investigating these individuals? Or perhaps eliminate them? The elder maintained a solemn demeanor and continued, Indeed. At this juncture, only you from Konoha can offer us assistance. I am utterly powerless. What should we do then? Hyuga Kyuji ventured, a rare moment of initiative from him. This was also a question on the minds of Hatake Jinrei and the others. After all, as outsiders, they were not well versed in the intricate details of Hikari Ninja Village's circumstances. Engaging blindly could lead to futility, especially considering the gravity of an issue that even a village leader could not resolve. The elder elaborated, You cannot interfere in village matters. Hikari Ninja Village is currently engulfed in turmoil. Mending the rift with the Land of Lightning is exceedingly difficult, and deepening their animosity towards us will likely lead to their next move, the Reika Dam. Hatake Jinrei suddenly glanced at the map, where a blue river bordered the Land of Lightning and the Land of Hikari. Could it be that dam? The elder nodded affirmatively. Indeed. If this dam were to be compromised within Hikari territory, the entire border of the Land of Lightning would be submerged. It would take no less than 2 months to rectify the situation, resulting in catastrophic losses. Hatake Jinrei was taken aback. Should this dam be destroyed, any chance of reconciliation between the Land of Hikari and the Land of Lightning would vanish. According to the treaty between the two nations, the dam was under the sole protection of Hikari Ninja Village. Should any mishap befall it, war between the two nations and their respective ninja villages would be inevitable. Such a scenario must not be allowed to transpire. Absolutely not, Yui asserted firmly. Akira Mitsuda stepped forward, embodying righteous resolve. Yes, we will safeguard the dam. Hatake Jinrei nodded, articulating, I comprehend. You wish for us to act near the dam, seizing the opportunity when they attempt to target it, to uncover the true puppet masters behind this scheme. Precisely, their influence has permeated the village. We are under their constant surveillance. Had it not been for your arrival, I might not have even had the chance to express my concerns, the elder admitted. After discussing several matters with the village head, the group departed from the political center of Hikari Ninja Village. However, just as they stepped outside, Hatake Jinrei sensed the presence of another individual entering and concealing themselves in the vicinity. Yet, he was resolute in not alarming the intruder. The true nature of events within Hikari Ninja Village remained shrouded in uncertainty. Teacher Yuin, is that dam truly as formidable as they say? Xiong Wang Xintian inquired. Before Chimu Yuin could respond, Hinata Jiaozi interjected, My father and I have visited that dam in the Land of Thunder. It is an immense structure. If it were to breach, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although they had come to Konoha Village for learning and exchange, Chimu Yuin's team had spent merely a day in Konoha before departing for the dam. Early the following morning, under the guidance of Guling Zushi, they approached the dam's edge. Upon catching sight of the dam, Xiangguang Xintian gasped in awe. This is simply magnificent. Truly extraordinary. The dam was a colossal circle, constructed from immense stones with vast outlets at regular intervals and a large inlet at the bottom, each outlet boasting a radius of 10 meters. While the entire circular structure seemed to stretch endlessly. As Chimu Yuin and her companions walked atop the dam, they gazed down into the depths, which appeared to plunge 1,000 meters below, where the water's surface looked diminutive, akin to ants, a sight of grandiosity. Guling Zishi slowly elaborated. This dam was built under the guidance of our golden generation of ninjas, with considerable assistance from both Konoha and the Cloud Ninja of the Land of Thunder. Chimu Yuin nodded thoughtfully and remarked, I recall that our Chimu clan was among the vanguard from Konoha to the Land of Light. After traversing a distance, they soon spotted a camp situated above the dam's principal outlet, nestled against the jungle beside the dam, with a small artificial lake nearby. Upon seeing the camp, Guling Zishi hurried over and called out, Ahead lies the camp of our dam guardian squad. I will greet them first. You may follow shortly. Before long. As Team 4 entered the camp, several ninjas adorned with Konoha headbands emerged to greet them. Welcome to the dam, esteemed guests from Konoha. I am the captain of the dam guardian squad, Cockroach Xiaoqiang. Our mission is to staunchly defend the legacy of our golden generation of light. I am Chimu Yuin, an elite jonin from Konoha. I trust you are all aware of our mission here at the dam, so rest assured, she replied. However, she soon felt the unfriendly gazes of the nearby Konoha ninjas, as if her words had struck them deeply. Suddenly, one of the Konoha ninjas stepped forward and declared, I care not for your mission. Protecting the dam is our responsibility in Konoha, and we do not require assistance from outsiders. Before he could continue, Cockroach Xiaoqiang intervened, raising a hand apologetically. I apologize. Recent events in the Land of Light have indeed left us somewhat overwhelmed. Kikuchi Jinri, indifferent to the events unfolding, expressed that there was nothing of concern and, under the guidance of Guling Zishi, retreated to their respective quarters. Though referred to as a camp, it merely consisted of several large tents situated near a dam, the resounding roar of the water proving irksome to both KK Shinden and Yu, who had barely been there an hour. Even Kikuchi Jinri began to feel a twinge of impatience. What is amiss? Despite the overwhelming sound of the water, how can it so profoundly affect my state of mind? Kikuchi pondered, casting a dubious glance at the cacophony. Simultaneously, he retrieved earplugs and hastily exited the tent. Nightfall arrived swiftly, and after indulging in a sumptuous feast of forest delicacies, everyone retired to their tents for rest. You ventured alone into the woods for training. While Hinata KG returned to the tent, KK Shinden, however, remained near the dam, engaging in conversation with Guling Zishi. Kikuchi Jinri, akin to Yu, departed the camp towards the forest, yet found nothing of note. As midnight descended, the thunderous sound of the dam rendered Hinata KG the first to succumb to slumber. Restless, while KK Shinden's mind was nearly overwhelmed with thoughts of escaping to the woods for a respite. On the opposite side of the camp, atop the dam, several shadows conspired quietly. An elite shinobi from Konoha occupied one of the tents, accompanied by a few youths, while a silent boy had seemingly retreated to the woods for training after dinner. Upon concluding their discussion, the remaining shadows nodded in agreement and dispersed, vanishing into the night. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated, startling all members of the dam's guard from their slumber. What transpired? Quickly, to the top of the dam. An explosion has occurred. Those intruders have arrived. Several guards dashed toward the site of the explosion. We will not allow you to tarnish the legacy of our Kainin village, they declared vehemently. Drawing shuriken from their backs, they hurled them into the thick smoke that enveloped the area. Emerging from the haze, Hinata KG and KK Shinden gazed at the remaining Kainin village shinobi in the camp, bewildered. What is happening? They inquired. The Kainin shinobi, impatient and anxious, responded, Can you not see? A massive explosion has erupted across the way. Someone is attempting to breach the dam's security. Hinata KG shouted. They are coming. Just then, several shinobi clad in Kainin attire charged forth, launching shuriken without hesitation, targeting Guling Zishi. Guling Zishi, just emerging from the tent, was caught off guard by the incoming projectiles. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams palms. Hinata intertwined her Byakugan and simultaneously assumed the gentle fist stance, launching a powerful strike that sent a fierce gust of air hurtling toward the shuriken aimed at Kogure Zishi. Just as Kogure Zishi exhaled a sigh of relief, he noticed several light ninjas charging toward him from a distance. What on earth is happening? Why are they? Confused and unable to grasp the situation, Kogure Zishi could only reach for his kunai to defend himself. Hinata, poised to rush to Kogurashi's aid, was suddenly intercepted by several ninjas from the light ninja village who obstructed her path. Just take care of yourself, they declared, before launching a coordinated assault against her. Hinata's Byakugan flared to life, and a tremendous wave of energy emanated from her eyes, exerting immense pressure on the advancing ninjas. What is that in her eyes? Intertwined. I will come to your rescue. Yoko Mitsutaka dashed toward his tent, retrieving his long blade and sprinting toward Hinata. However, these light ninjas, like relentless phantoms, reappeared just as Yoko was about to engage, blocking his way. Each bore the emblem of the light ninja village. Yet they had already clashed with the water dam guard stationed at the camp. Are they not light ninjas? Why are they attacking you? Yoko Mitsutaka shouted in disbelief. Inling-sensei, what are you doing? At this moment, the battle outside had commenced, yet there was an eerie stillness surrounding the tent of Hatake Inling. In the forest outside the camp, a shadow furrowed its brow and muttered, what on earth is that elite jonin from Konoha doing? Is the camp under attack while he idly sleeps? Then allow me to send you on a journey to the underworld. With that, the shadow swiftly darted forward, arriving in an instant around Hatake Inling's tent. Several shuriken flew through the air, all aimed precisely at Inling's sleeping form, tearing the tent aside. In that very moment, a torrent of Byakugan energy erupted forth. Is this a shadow clone jutsu? The shadow revealed its true identity. It was the cockroach known as Xiaoqiang, who had greeted Hatake Inling, Yu, and Hinata earlier that day. In a heartbeat, a kunai was pressed against Xiaoqiang's neck, and a calm voice stated, just as I suspected, it is you. The differences between the light ninjas from earlier and you are evident. You are well informed about our arrival. Kogurashi was supposed to inform you in advance. So how did you know we were coming? The speaker, who had vanished into the tent, was none other than Hatake Inling, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaoqiang. Humph. You are indeed the Wai-Tun ninja of Konoha. From the slightest imperceptible cues, you discern the anomaly, truly a formidable adversary. However, you cannot prevent us from destroying the dam. After Cockroach Xiaoqiang finished speaking, he swiftly escaped the control of Hatake Jinrin, who simultaneously hurled several shurikens towards an empty space. Unexpectedly, Cockroach Xiaoqiang manifested in that very spot, immediately met with the shuriken attack that Hatake Jinrin had anticipated. With a sharp sound, Cockroach Xiaoqiang produced shurikens from his pocket and deftly countered, blocking all the shurikens that were perilously close. Hatake Jinrin furrowed her brow. The strength of this captain of the guard had exceeded her expectations, rivaling that of a high-ranking shinobi. Hatake Jinrin began to take the situation seriously. Why do you wish to attack the dam? Do you comprehend the countless lives that would be rendered homeless if it were destroyed? How many individuals would descend into the quagmire of war and hatred as a result? After her statement, Cockroach Xiaoqiang burst into laughter, speaking with a tone of disdain. You people of Konoha could never fathom our intentions. I aim to restore the former glory of the light shinobi village, to revive the splendor of the golden generation. To achieve my goals, only war will suffice. Only war can rescue the decaying light shinobi village. With that, Cockroach Xiaoqiang charged towards Hatake Jinrin, who assumed a battle stance, her silver hair shimmering brightly against the night. Thus, all who seek to disrupt peace shall be my enemies. Upon uttering these words, Hatake Jinrin formed hand seals, invoking light release, glowing shuriken. The luminous shurikens shot forth from her hands. Cockroach Xiaoqiang narrowed his eyes, confident that he had thoroughly analyzed this technique, deeming it ineffective. He likewise drew his shurikens, accurately targeting the glowing projectiles, striking them all and causing them to fall harmlessly to the ground. Nevertheless, the light upon the shurikens began to radiate once more, stirring back to life. Yet, Cockroach Xiaoqiang had already closed in, and the glowing shurikens fell silent. Hatake Jinrin exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth is this?" Cockroach Xiaoqiang was now mere moments away from her, leaving no time for contemplation. Hatake Jinrin caught his attack with one hand. After being kicked, Cockroach Xiaoqiang exerted force downward, using Hatake Jinrin as a pivot to perform a backflip. Consequently, Jinrin, bearing the weight of his body, staggered backward. As she raised her head, she witnessed Cockroach Xiaoqiang forming hand seals before her. Light shield, flash strike. A beam of golden light coalesced into a rectangular shape, hurtling swiftly towards Hatake Jinrin. Still grappling with the inexplicable failure of the glowing shurikens to control the situation and unable to regain her balance, she was struck on her right leg by the rapid flash strike. Blood erupted forth, and she fell to her knee, clutching the wound. Light shield? This bears an uncanny resemblance to the jutsu of a legendary ninja from the Village of Light, remarked Hataki Yinling. However, Cockroach Xiaoqiang sneered in response. Your glimmering release is merely an evolution of my radiant release. When your glimmering release deceived your ancestors, it was inevitable that your fate would be nothing short of utter defeat. Indeed, the Hataki clan had learned from a ninja of the Golden Generation during their aid in constructing a dam for the Village of Light many years ago. That very ninja wielded the Radiant Release. Since then, the Glimmering Release was born and became the bloodline limit of the Hataki clan. Upon finishing her statement, Cockroach Xiaoqiang burst into laughter. It seems you leaf dogs still remember our kindness. In that case, I might spare your life. However, it won't be long before Leaf, the land of lightning, and indeed the entire ninja world will be under the dominion of our nation of light. Hataki Yinling gradually rose to her feet. Despite the excruciating pain in her right leg, this was not the time for concern. You are merely dreaming. I will never allow you to succeed. With that, Hataki Yinling formed hand seals once more, mirroring the actions of Cockroach Xiaoqiang, who also began to weave his seals. If one were to observe closely, the techniques employed by both were strikingly similar. Cockroach Xiaoqiang coolly stated, the primary distinction between my radiant release and your glimmering release lies in the fact that the latter's offensive power pales in comparison to mine. A luminescent aura coalesced into a large triangle, emitting a tremendous glow that swiftly propelled towards Cockroach Xiaoqiang. Conversely, a triangle of a different nature formed on the opposite side. Although similar in shape, the two jutsu collided forcefully. Glimmering release, glimmering triangle. Radiant release, radiant triangle. The two brilliant beams of light intertwined, creating an immense radiance that momentarily blinded both Hataki Yinling and Cockroach Xiaoqiang, who shielded their eyes with their hands. Once the blinding light subsided, Cockroach Xiaoqiang still found it difficult to discern his surroundings, his vision not yet fully restored. Suddenly, a sharp shuriken whistled through the air, hurtling towards the blinded Cockroach Xiaoqiang. Unprepared to react, he was struck in the arm by the shuriken. Hataki Yinling expressed her regret. Did the brilliance impair my judgment? Although the shuriken had pierced Cockroach Xiaoqiang's arm, he was not gravely harmed. As his vision began to clear, he calmly remarked, you anticipated my general position and deduced the mutual restraint of our jutsu, resulting in a powerful light. Quite an astute assessment, Hataki Yinling. Thank you for the compliment. But today I must eliminate you. Upon completing her statement, Hataki Yinling surged forward with remarkable speed towards Cockroach Xiaoqiang. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Cockroach Xiaoqiang's mouth. Your speed was never this swift. However, the glimmer and radiant releases effectively enhanced the user's velocity, achieving a remarkable acceleration. In the fleeting moment of Kiki and Suzu's swift movement, a faint glow emerged behind her, standing out distinctly against the pitch-black night. Simultaneously, behind Cockroach Xiaoqiang, a golden radiance subtly manifested. In an instant, Kiki and Suzu and Cockroach Xiaoqiang collided with one another. Both had initiated their speeds simultaneously and with equal swiftness, leaving no room for them to wield their weapons. Their arms met with a forceful impact, propelling both in opposite directions, with Kiki and Suzu evidently responding more rapidly. Two shurikens were launched forth, precisely aimed at the throat of Cockroach Xiaoqiang. In response, Cockroach Xiaoqiang formed hand seals and executed the technique of light escape, tri-light wall. He touched 3 points on a triangular formation before a brilliant light coalesced from these points, forming a luminous barrier. The swiftly flying shurikens pierced through the light wall, which did not impede their passage, but significantly slowed their velocity. Cockroach Xiaoqiang seized the decelerated shurikens and flung them back, this time with an accelerated speed, surpassing their original pace by more than double. The shurikens, now radiating a golden brilliance, resembled Kiki and Suzu's fluorescent shurikens, with a luminance that exceeded the former and a velocity that was even more formidable. Kiki and Suzu widened her eyes, observing the approaching radiant shurikens, their speed astonishing. Nevertheless, her reflexes were exceptionally sharp. She retrieved another fluorescent shuriken from her pocket and launched it forth. Yet, time was insufficient, as the two light-imbued shurikens were nearly upon her. In the next heartbeat, the fluorescence detached from Kiki and Suzu's shuriken, instantly entwining with the light escape shuriken at the speed of light, merging with its brilliance. While the amalgamation of liquids is a common occurrence, the fusion of two intense lights was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, this was the reality. The fluorescence ensnared the shuriken, halting at just mere centimeters before Kiki and Suzu's eyes. Cockroach Xiaoqiang clicked his tongue and launched another assault against Kiki and Suzu. Light escape, radiant bombardment, forming hand seals. He then combined his palms and opened them, unleashing a powerful shockwave of light directly towards Kiki and Suzu, who had just evaded the peril of the shuriken. Unyielding, Kiki and Suzu responded with fluorescent escape, fluorescent bombardment. The two similarly potent beams of light clashed once more, their shockwaves exhibiting even greater penetrating power than before. The two brilliant lights collided as if they were solid entities, neither yielding nor retreating, both determinately surging towards one another. Kikuki Jinren and Cockroach Xiaoqiang maintained identical stances, continuously emanating radiant light, their gazes fixed intently upon the source of illumination. Even the slightest movement would suffice to cost them 100 lives. For they were acutely aware that although the light appeared intense and harmless, its true destructive potential was formidable. On the other side, Cockroach Xiaoqiang exclaimed loudly, "Kikuki Jinren, your capabilities are rather limited. Is this the caliber of the elite jonin in the current Konoha?" Yet Kikuki Jinren remained silent, as both parties had become ensnared in a stalemate. To eliminate Cockroach Xiaoqiang, one must first break free from this deadlock. Having reached a complete impasse, neither side could resolve the confrontation, nor could they shatter the stasis. Fire release, great fireball technique. Simultaneously responding to the source of sound, a colossal fireball surged fiercely towards Cockroach Xiaoqiang's position, eyes wide with shock. Cockroach Xiaoqiang continued to support the radiant light with one hand while conjuring a shockwave of light with the other. This wave collided with the flames of the fireball, which was evidently summoned by the recently returned Yu. The attack from Yu did not cease there, pressed by the fireball and forced to use only one hand. Cockroach Xiaoqiang found himself thoroughly suppressed by Kikuki Jinren. Just as he prepared to retaliate with both hands, Yu closed in rapidly, launching two shurikens that, despite appearing trivial, represented the very threat Cockroach Xiaoqiang dreaded most. "You cannot escape, you traitor." Yu darted to the opposite side, while Cockroach Xiaoqiang summoned all his strength to fend off Kikuki Jinren's assault, deflecting the two shurikens. Upon reaching the other side, Yu quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, fireball technique. Two palm-sized fireballs hurtled toward Cockroach Xiaoqiang from different directions. At that moment, Kikuki Jinren unleashed his full might, leaving Cockroach Xiaoqiang utterly immobilized. "This is bad. There is no way to evade now." Cockroach Xiaoqiang observed the approaching fireballs, yet his instincts urged him to remain still. He intensified the output of his light release, maintaining equilibrium with Kikuki Jinren. However, in the next instant, the fireball struck either side of Cockroach Xiaoqiang, igniting his flesh despite their modest size. "Ah!" Cockroach Xiaoqiang cried out, yet he did not relent in his assault against Kikuki Jinren. "Today, I shall not be defeated by you," he declared fiercely. At that moment, Yu unsheathed his long blade, charging swiftly toward Cockroach Xiaoqiang's position. A wave of energy sliced through the air from the blade, propelled by a fierce gust, rapidly approaching Cockroach Xiaoqiang. This is not merely a technique of fire release. It gradually scorches you, and this wave of energy is potent enough to rend your very form asunder. The wave approached the roach known as Xiaoqiang. Yet even in the face of such force, Xiaoqiang remained unfazed, intensifying the brilliance of its output to its zenith. Kiki Yinling could sense that Xiaoqiang's power had reached its limit, and the chakra within was swiftly depleting, on the brink of collapse. However, there was no need for Kiki Yinling to endure much longer. The energy wave pierced through Xiaoqiang's body, severing it above the legs. It disbanded and fell, while Kiki Yinling's luminous energy surged forward, piercing through the scattered remains of Xiaoqiang. When Kiki Yinling concluded the impact of the radiant wave, what should have been left on the ground was not even a trace of Xiaoqiang's corporeal form. It vanished, completely gone. Kiki Yinling approached the spot of disappearance, furrowing her brow. Despite her radiant technique striking true, there was not a single remnant left behind. Rain approached as well, gazing at the vanished body of Xiaoqiang, sensing an ominous premonition that something foreboding was about to unfold. However, as the two remained oblivious, a golden light abruptly flickered away into the distance. Several ninjas from the Light Ninja Village converged on the isolated Hinata Kyoji and Yoko Shintian. Hinata Kyoji fared relatively well, employing his Byakugan to successfully hold off several ninjas from the Light Ninja Village, even gaining a slight upper hand. The prowess of these light ninjas was rather mediocre. Yet Yoko Shintian was not as fortunate. He was already battered and bruised, having endured several strikes without managing to inflict any significant harm on the ninjas. "Teacher Yinling, where are you?" Yoko Shintian spoke weakly. Not only was he concerned about the situation with Hinata Kyoji, but he himself was also in peril, his stamina nearly depleted. Had it not been for the relatively low skill level of the Light Ninja Village's ninjas, Yoko Shintian would have surely met his end by now. Fire release, great fireball technique. A familiar voice echoed in the ears of Yoko Shintian and Hinata Kyoji. It was Rain. Yoko Shintian, seeing Rain descend like a savior, turned his gaze skyward, just as a colossal fireball hurtled towards them. The moment he had felt salvation, darkness suddenly enveloped Yoko Shintian's world. Rain, are you trying to kill me too? Yoko Shintian was now at a loss, his anxiety mounting. The ninjas of the light ninja village were momentarily caught off guard. The fireball struck two of them forcefully, while another managed to evade the flames due to his position at the periphery. Yoko Shintian, engulfed by the flames, found himself abruptly transported a short distance away from the battlefield. Embracing the valiant Kiyotaka was none other than the illustrious Kiki Jinren. Truly, that scoundrel Yu has acted far too recklessly. The light ninja, barely evading an attack, glared at you with a murderous intent. Yet, you calmly responded. I have already dispatched two. Now it is your turn. The light ninja, filled with rage, retorted, You killed them. You killed my brother. With that, he charged at you without hesitation. You frowned and swiftly advanced as well, drawing his long blade. The two engaged in fierce combat, with you delivering a powerful strike that forcefully clashed against the light ninja's shuriken. The tremendous strength of you caused the light ninja's hands to tremble. In the next moment, you lifted his leg and delivered a forceful kick to the light ninja's body, sending him sprawling. What were you saying? You inquired. The light ninja, now struggling to control his emotions, bellowed, You killed them. You killed my brother. Ignoring the disparity in their strengths, he recklessly charged at you once more. You deftly dodged the attack, observing that the light ninja had completely succumbed to rage, becoming a brute. You evaded again and seized the opportunity to land another kick, sending the light ninja crashing to the ground. Gazing down at the fallen ninja, you spoke, I have slain your brother, and you surely harbor immense hatred for me. But how many brothers have you killed? Do you even comprehend? When animosity and disdain permeate among all, war is inevitably on the horizon. With that, you said no more and hastened toward the prostrate light ninja, plunging his long blade into the ninja's body. A gasp escaped the light ninja's lips, and a spray of blood erupted, splattering Yu's face. Sometimes, war is rooted in distrust and hatred. Meanwhile, with Kiki Jinren's assistance, Hinata Kage was successfully liberated and had dealt with all nearby light ninja from the village. Teacher Jinren, over there. The battle continues. Hinata Kage pointed toward the location where the explosion initially occurred. However, upon closer inspection, he found that the conflict had subsided. Several light ninjas were panting, crouching, or standing. Yet Kiki Jinren and the others could not discern whether they were allies or foes. Yu turned his gaze around and inquired, Where has that fellow Gurenzashi gone? Upon hearing Yu's words, Hinata Kage abruptly turned to the site of Gurenzashi's earlier assault, only to find that he had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a corpse behind. Gurenzashi, it seems he has disappeared, Hinata Kage exclaimed in astonishment. The valiant Kiyotaka also fixed his gaze in that direction. Although they had been entangled in combat, they remained attentive to Gurenzashi's circumstances. Gurenzashi's strength appeared formidable. It was implausible that he could be taken away so silently. Kakaki Inling fell into contemplation, while Yu swiftly dashed towards the place where Gulingzashi had vanished. Soon, several ninjas from the Hikari shinobi village joined Kakaki Inling, who slowly spoke, Lord Kakaki Inling, we are immensely grateful for your assistance in this matter. It appears we have harbored a traitor among us without realizing it. This is indeed our failure. After speaking, the Hikari ninja bowed his head. Although the recent battle seemed perilous, the actual threat was minimal. The most significant danger lay with their captain, Cockroach Xiaoqiang. Kakaki Inling had sustained considerable injury to his foot, and thus merely waved his hand, saying, Given the circumstances, you must promptly report to the higher authorities of Hikari village and the Kingdom of Light to fortify the defenses here. Due to my injury, our combat capability is limited, and it remains uncertain whether we can protect the dam. Before long, Xiangguang Xintian was taken into a tent for treatment and recuperation, while Hinata Jiaji stood with you at the spot where Gulingzashi had disappeared. You fixated intently on the ground. Hinata Jiaji, puzzled, inquired, What exactly are you looking at? Is there something suspicious about Gulingzashi's disappearance? You shook his head and continued, No, there is nothing suspicious. Yet it is precisely the lack of any clues that is troubling. While there are signs of battle, there are no traces of his disappearance. Even if he was taken away, you would expect some evidence to indicate as much, especially given the fierce struggle we encountered. Hinata Jiaji nodded in agreement. Indeed, although they had been besieged and Xiongguang Xintian had fallen into a disadvantageous position. He had been vigilantly observing the area, and yet Guling Zishi had inexplicably vanished. Prior to Kakashi Inling's arrival, Hinata Jiaji had even cast a glance at Guling Zishi. It was all too strange. Those Hikari ninjas surrounding Guling Zishi had not gained a significant upper hand. If Guling Zishi had been swiftly defeated, it was certain that a more formidable presence had intervened in the conflict. Upon hearing Hinata Jiaji's analysis, you nodded in agreement. Indeed. I shall discuss this with teacher Inling shortly. Moreover, it is possible that the Hikari ninja known as Cockroach Xiaoqiang has survived, Kakashi Inling remarked. Hinata Jiaji, bewildered, responded. Did that Cockroach Xiaoqiang truly injure teacher Inling? His strength must be formidable. Despite being the second daughter of the esteemed Hinata clan, she held a deep respect for Kakashi Inling's prowess. In a clan teeming with powerful individuals, Kakashi Inling undoubtedly ranked among the elite. Few could inflict harm upon Kakashi Inling while maintaining an advantageous position. As the battlefield was cleared, dawn gradually broke. Kakashi Inling discovered a substantial quantity of detonating talisman remnants at the explosion site. This indicated that the area surrounding the dam had been preemptively rigged with explosives, suggesting that the recent explosion was premeditated. With the arrival of daylight, apart from you and a few specialized members of the dam's guard on patrol, the others remained soundly asleep in their tents. The sounds of water from last night seemed to have diminished, though it was uncertain whether it was due to adaptation or some other reason. Nonetheless, it was a night of remarkable comfort. The rain did not linger at the campsite but ventured back into the woods, for Rain understood that practice must never be forsaken. Within less than a month, Rain had wholly mastered the techniques of the fireball and the great fireball, while also achieving notable improvement in swordsmanship. During this period, Rain had intensified the training of physical techniques. However, after the previous practice of fire release, a sense of stagnation had set in, although there was some advancement. It was difficult to articulate the progress in any significant manner. Nevertheless, even this stagnation reflected a level of talent that would be considered extraordinary by ordinary standards. As the day of training drew to a close and dusk began to settle, Rain felt the hour had grown late and decided it was time to return for a meal and rest. Suddenly, a realization struck. There were visitors seeking him. Rain focused intently ahead, yet his attention was wholly drawn to the dense woods behind him. In an instant, he leaped and vanished from sight, concealing himself behind a hidden tree. He was determined to uncover who was following him. Rain kept a vigilant gaze fixed on the spot where he had previously stood. However, the anticipated revelation eluded him, and he remained cautious, steadfastly observing until the encroaching darkness enveloped the forest in an eerie stillness. Rain slowed his breathing, maintaining his watch on the original position. He sensed, with clarity, that someone was observing him from nearby, their gaze unwavering. In the next moment, a chill ran down Rain's spine as a long blade swung viciously toward him. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he ducked just in time. The sharp edge of the blade severed several strands of his hair. Crouching low, Rain swiftly turned to face his assailant, a shadowy figure clad in the attire of the light ninja village, adorned with its headband, and wearing a mask akin to that of the Leaf Village's Umbu. The figure possessed a tall, robust physique, unmistakably revealing itself to be male despite the obscurity of the shadows. In an instant, Rain drew his long blade and struck towards the shadow, yet it met only air. Upon closer inspection, the figure had vanished from sight. "Who are you?" Rain called out, his voice echoing through the trees. The figure had suddenly disappeared into the forest, casting Rain into a state of heightened tension. Surrounded by trees, he could not discern the enemy's location. Gripping his long blade tightly, Rain surveyed his surroundings, sharpening his focus to a razor's edge. In the next heartbeat, he sensed a surge of murderous intent. A blade sliced towards him, and Rain reacted with equal speed, countering with a strike of his own. The clash resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Two long blades clashed together. Yet the blade wielded by you emitted a wave of energy that detached itself and slowly soared towards the shadow that loomed near. This wave of energy penetrated the shadow's blade, imperceptible in the darkness, producing only the faintest sound, barely detectable. The shadow, oblivious to this occurrence, was suddenly pierced by the unseen wave, resulting in a torrent of blood. A gaping wound and an overwhelming pain caused the shadow to collapse. Without hesitation, you formed a series of hand seals and unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique, directing it towards the location where the shadow had fallen beneath the tree. A tremendous flame erupted, illuminating the pitch-black forest, and you seized the opportunity to discern the identity of the assailant. "You were Gu Lingzishi?" You marveled at the figure who had just attacked him. The fireball descended with a resounding crash, igniting the surrounding woods and setting a conflagration into motion. You sprang into action, searching for Gulingzashi. Logically, under the assault of the great fireball, Gulingzashi should have perished. However, you was acutely aware that the wave had struck Gulingzashi's arm and waist, leaving his legs unscathed. Thus, it was entirely possible that Gulingzashi had not died but had instead evaded the attack. The immense flames soon attracted the attention of the water dam guards. However, it was not the shinobi of Konoha who arrived, but rather Xiongguang Xintian and Hinata Kyuji, who hurried towards the blaze, catching sight of you standing at the edge. Xiongguang Xintian shouted, "You, what has transpired? Was this your great fireball?" As he was searching for Gulingzashi's whereabouts, he heard Xiongguang Xintian's voice from behind. Just as he was about to respond, you caught sight of Gulingzashi's murderous gaze and the triumphant smile that spread across his face. Clutching a shuriken in his right hand, Gulingzashi lunged towards the back of Xiongguang Xintian. "Xintian, behind you. Run," you shouted urgently. Both Xiongguang Xintian and Hinata Kyuji turned to look, but it was already too late. Gulingzashi charged forward and drove the shuriken deep into Xiongguang Xintian's heart, exerting tremendous force as he plunged it in. You cried out in anguish, "Xintian! Xintian!" Then, he drew his long blade and rushed towards Xiongguang Xintian with great speed. At that moment, Yu's eyes were clouded with confusion, yet the underlying bloodlust was unmistakable. He had locked onto Gulingzashi with unwavering intent. Seizing the opportunity, Gulingzashi withdrew the shuriken from Xiongguang Xintian's back and set his sights on Hinata Kyuji, hurling the shuriken once more. Hinata Kyuji activated the Byakugan and executed the gentle fist technique, assault fist. Witnessing Xiongguang Xintian's injury left Hinata Kyuji momentarily stunned, but as he regained his composure, the force of his attack struck Gulingzashi. Injured, Gulingzashi was struck by Hinata Kyuji's powerful punch, sending him hurtling through the air, swept away by a torrent of force. Following closely, you, wielding a long sword with both hands, charged towards the airborne figure, delivering a brutal slash that erupted in a spray of crimson. Simultaneously, he seized Gulingzashi with one hand and brought him crashing to the ground. "You damn bastard," he uttered. Without hesitation, you swung his sword down again, and in an instant, Gulingzashi breathed his last. From a distance, the sound of Hinata Kyuji's sobs reached them. You turned swiftly, sensing that the most unbearable outcome may have already transpired. He rushed over to find Akira Nobutake sprawled on the ground, eyes wide open, blood flowing incessantly from his mouth and back. With a quavering voice, Hinata Kyuji reassured, "You will be fine. I will take you to the camp immediately. The medical ninjas from Konoha will surely save you, as they have been nurtured by our support." Upon hearing this, you lifted Akira Nobutake, attempting to place him on his back. "It's no use. Only I know my body. I fear I won't survive the journey back to camp." Yet you persisted, hoisting Akira onto his back and sprinting towards the camp. Akira ceased his resistance, continuing softly, "Although our acquaintance has been brief, I have come to regard you as my brother." You remained silent, though tears welled in his eyes as he thought, "Who isn't?" Hinata Kyuji, overwhelmed by emotion, recognized the bond they had forged despite their short time together. Akira spoke on, as if delivering a final testament, his words slow and laced with despair. "I know Kyuji can be violent when she strikes you." A faint smile graced his lips, "but she is the only girl in our class. You must take good care of her." Suddenly, you shouted, "Don't speak as if it's your last words. You won't die. I can't do this alone. I need your help." But after his plea, silence enveloped them. Akira's voice was no longer heard. Panic surged through you as he called, "Nobutake, Nobutake." Yet there was no response. He halted, and Hinata Kyuji approached, laying Akira down gently. Activating her Byakugan, she covered her eyes with her hands a moment later. You fell silent. From Hinata Kyuji's expression, it was evident that Akira Nobutake had succumbed. Yu's gaze fixated on the direction of the camp, his eyes swirling, transforming into a blood-red hue with two tomo appearing within. Your eyes." Hinata Kyuji gasped in astonishment at the sight. "Is that the Sharingan? Are you the Uchiha clan?" The rain remained silent as it hoisted the lifeless body of Hirokazu Shinden and continued its sprint toward the camp. Hinata Izumi observed with a complex gaze, focused on the rain and the burden it bore. Upon returning to the camp, the medical ninja, Keishin, confirmed the grim truth. Hirokazu Shinden had indeed perished. Although both Rain and Hinata Izumi were already aware of this reality, the doctor's pronouncement proved a challenge to contain their impending despair. Nearby, Konoha Jinren approached, placing a comforting hand on Hinata Izumi's shoulder. It is all my fault. I should not have allowed the injured Shinden to assess the forest's condition. However, you must gather your strength. This place remains perilous, and those adversaries are far from finished. Yet, Konoha Jinren's gaze was fixed upon Rain, for at that moment, Rain's eyes reflected the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, Sharingan. Was this the so-called eye of hatred of the Uchiha? It had manifested at such a moment, Konoha Jinren pondered. In the next instant, Rain closed its Sharingan, aware of the considerable chakra it consumed. So, this is the Sharingan? Indeed, I belong to the Uchiha bloodline. But why was I cast out? Though Rain had acquired the Sharingan, it was accompanied by confusion and the anguish of being exiled from its clan. Despite a profound disconnection from the Uchiha, Rain harbored deep-seated feelings for the clan. Even without the Uchiha bloodline, in the depths of Rain's heart, it identified as Uchiha Rain, yet it never proclaimed this to outsiders. One day, I shall compel you to plead for my return to the Uchiha, Rain resolved. After offering solace to Hinata Izumi, Konoha Jinren approached Rain. Shinden's death will not be in vain. We must fulfill his will of fire, Konoha Jinren declared. Rain turned to Konoha Jinren, inquiring, "What is this will of fire?" Shinden's ultimate intent was merely to protect Izumi. I sense no trace of this will of fire. It cannot shield anyone, nor can it save anyone. If the will of fire were effective, Shinden would not have died. In response to Rain's fervent questioning, Konoha Jinren continued, "Wherever leaves drift, there shall be a fire burning. The shadows of that fire illuminate the village, allowing new leaves to sprout anew. This is the will of fire. Though Shinden has departed, his will of fire remains. He wished for each companion to live well, which is why he entrusted you with the protection of Izumi." Rain fell into profound silence. Rendered speechless. No words could alter the reality. Shinden was gone, yet the mission must persist. This was the duty and responsibility of a ninja. Konoha Jinren sighed, recognizing that at this moment, Rain's emotional turmoil rendered it incapable of absorbing any further words. The rain gradually seeped into the tent, and the night was exceptionally beautiful, with stars dominating the sky in overwhelming numbers. However, tranquility was not destined to reign on the ground. As midnight approached, nearly everyone had succumbed to slumber. The rain quietly emerged from the tent, making its way to the burial site of Shintian. Crouching down, it gazed upon Shintian's grave, which, though recently crafted by Kiki Yinling, appeared rather commendable. Yet, in the vicinity of the massive dam, it felt particularly desolate and cacophonous. The Sharingan in Rain's eyes slowly manifested, with two tomo beginning to swirl within. Powerful chakra flowed through Rain's gaze, signifying a unique Sharingan. You took his life. Thus, you too shall pay the ultimate price. Shall you not? Rain stood up, articulating the words with a measured tone. In the next moment, shadows emerged around the camp, several figures, including the previously slain cockroach Xiaoqiang. Cockroach Xiaoqiang regarded Rain's silhouette and remarked, "The Sharingan? It appears that not only does the Hyuga clan dwell among you, but even the Uchiha clan of Konoha is present. However, you are destined to perish here tonight, and I shall claim your eyes." Following this, ninjas from the Light Ninja Village began to appear from various directions, dispersing throughout the dam. This night shall ignite the flames of war, and I shall be the one to instigate it. I will be the savior of the Light Ninja Village, Cockroach Xiaoqiang proclaimed maniacally. I fear it may not be as simple as you presume, Cockroach Xiaoqiang. A beam of luminescence shot forth towards the rambling Cockroach Xiaoqiang. Reacting swiftly, he evaded Kiki Yinling's light-based jutsu with a deft maneuver. "Oh, it seems your injuries have healed rather quickly." As the ninjas from the Light Ninja Village spread out across the dam, another wave of ninjas appeared, their attire bearing similarities. Yet this new group sported white ribbons tied around their arms, and their headbands had been replaced with a different insignia. Cockroach Xiaoqiang stared incredulously at the ninjas surrounding him. "Impossible. You cannot mobilize such a multitude of Light Ninja Village ninjas in a single day. It is absolutely inconceivable." Suddenly, the leader of the Light Ninja Village emerged, raising his voice in admonition. "Zhang Chang, have you forgotten? Have you forgotten your former vows? Have you forgotten the cause for which you fought? This is not how it should be, for you are the pride of our Light Ninja Village, the Golden Generation." Upon hearing the term Golden Generation, nearly all the ninjas from the Light Ninja Village turned their attention to this exchange, as it resonated deeply within them. Zhang Chang spat on the ground dismissively, retorting, "Golden Generation? Merely an antiquated relic of the past. The Light Ninja Village requires reform. Maintaining the status quo leads only to ruin." Upon concluding his words, Zhang Chang seized the shuriken in his hand. The moment he made this gesture, the village chief sighed, stating, "Zhang Chang, you are no longer a person of this era. Do not disturb the lives of the present." Simultaneously, Hatake Inling drew her shuriken, locking eyes with Zhang Chang. At this moment, both sides stood firmly opposed. The situation suspended in a tense stalemate, with neither party daring to take a subsequent action. Hatake Inling gradually spoke, "We are already aware of your plans. The Cloud and Leaf ninjas are en route, and the Kingdom of Light has reached a consensus with several other nations." Yet, Zhang Chang, in disbelief, retorted, "Impossible. This cannot be true," he exclaimed loudly. The village chief continued, "Your plan has already failed. Surrender, Zhang Chang. You remain our former pride. I have no interest in such meaningless matters. Since you have ceased your infighting, allow me to bring an end to this utterly pointless ninja village." With that, Zhang Chang began forming hand seals, calmly declaring, "Hatake Inling, it was I who taught your clan the art of the light release. Yesterday was merely a warm-up. Now, I shall eliminate you all here, so that those bloodless inhabitants of the light ninja village may witness the strength we once possessed. The terror we instilled in the 5 great nations and 5 great ninja villages." Upon finishing, a blinding light illuminated the entire night, rendering both Hatake Inling and you unable to open their eyes. "Inling-sensei, he's coming," exclaimed Hyuga Kyuju loudly. Although the intense radiance blinded everyone, only Hyuga Kyuju could perceive Zhang Chang's movements through her Byakugan. Zhang Chang frowned as he noticed a shuriken flying toward him from the closed-eyed Hatake Inling. "Damn girl. If that's the case, I shall eliminate you first." He shifted his focus, dodging Inling's shuriken and redirecting his attention toward Hyuga Kyuju, who, despite being aware of Zhang Chang's approach, was no match for him in strength or speed. Zhang Chang delivered a powerful kick to Hyuga Kyuju's abdomen, seizing her in his grasp while brandishing the shuriken, poised to pierce her body. Just as the shuriken was about to make contact, Yu dashed forward, but her speed was far inferior to Zhang Chang's. She drew the long knife from her back, hurling it toward Hyuga Kyuju. Now, with her eyes shut, you could only hope for a miracle. Fortunately, her long knife found its mark, striking Zhang Chang's arm. He hissed in annoyance, compelled to release Hyuga Kyuju. Upon doing so, he noticed that the surrounding light had nearly dissipated, and Hatake Inling was rapidly approaching. "Humph, do you truly believe you are my equal? You are merely an elite shinobi of the wooden craft." Kiki Yinsuk delivered a powerful kick, which Zhang Chang effortlessly blocked with his arm before swiftly countering. Fire release, great fireball technique. The massive fireball hurtled towards them just as Zhang Chang was about to retaliate against Kiki Yinsuk. The fierce flames engulfed the area, prompting both Kiki Yinsuk and Zhang Chang to leap in opposite directions to evade the inferno. As they distanced themselves, the two wielders of light simultaneously began to form hand seals. Ing release, radiant strike, light shield, holy impact. 2 beams of light intertwined, a soft green and a golden hue, blazing forth with such intensity that those nearby struggled to keep their eyes open. The village chief of the light ninja village shouted, "Quickly, assist Yinsuk in defeating Zhang Chang." However, scarcely had the command been issued when a dozen ninjas, garbed in the attire of the light ninja village, appeared near the chief, entering into one-on-one skirmishes. Zhang Chang's contingent held a numerical advantage. "Damn it," cursed one of the ninjas from the light ninja village. Although these individuals donned the village's uniform, it was widely acknowledged that they were merely wandering rogue ninjas, many of whom had been expelled due to unsavory deeds, colloquially known as traitorous ninjas. Despite their lowly capabilities, they were not deemed worthy of the title of rogue ninjas, leading even established ninja villages to shy away from acknowledging them. They dared not mar their forehead protectors with a slash, for they could not withstand the relentless pursuit of major ninja villages. Thus, they chose to live in obscurity rather than brazenly display the insignia of traitors. Bang, bang. The sounds of combat erupted from every corner, transforming the scene into a miniature battleground. A throng of ninjas engaged one another, spiraling the situation into chaos. "Chief, be careful." A voice rang out from a light ninja. At that moment, one of Zhang Chang's ninjas hurled a shuriken at the chief, but before he could react, the light ninja was overpowered by his opponent, leaving him vulnerable to a counterattack and rendering him unable to assist the chief. With a resounding thud, a long blade appeared on the scene. Rain had already detected a ninja attempting to ambush the chief and swiftly drew his long sword from a distance, deflecting the incoming shuriken with a single strike. Kiki Yinsuk and Zhang Chang were locked in fierce combat, while only Rain and Hinata intertwined held the power to sway the outcome. Hinata swiftly joined the fray, utilizing the gentle fist technique. Surge punch. A massive wave of air propelled towards the rogue ninja who had just employed the shuriken, the force and speed of the attack sending him flying. Rain, seizing the moment, declared loudly, "Hinata, protect the chief. I shall eliminate that assailant." The ninja, having been struck and sent flying, had his raven black hair held back by a dark silk. And his attire was not the traditional garb of the light ninja village, rendering him even more distinctive. Fire release, great fireball technique. The great fireball was unleashed once more. And at that moment the ninja, having been hit by a powerful punch, found his movements sluggish due to the pain. As he beheld the fireball hurtling towards him, evasion was no longer an option. He clasped his hands together to form seals, invoking light release, light wall technique. A wall of light materialized before him. Yet the great fireball struck it with precision, overwhelming the light barrier. Although some flames penetrated the wall, they posed no real threat to the ninja. Is that light release? Could there be someone other than Zhang Chang who possesses this technique? Hyuga interlaced, equally incredulous, while the village chief widened his eyes in disbelief. For many years, the light ninja village had sought a successor to light release, but since Zhang Chang's demise, no one had been able to inherit its power. Ultimately, only the Hitaki clan managed to tenuously grasp a diminished version of light release, merely a degraded form known as radiant release. At that moment, the mask that had obscured the ninja's face was blown away by the wind generated by the fireball, revealing the true identity of the individual, Guling Zishi, the very murderer who had slain Xiongguang Xintian in the forest. "You, I thought I had killed you," Rain exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Guling Zishi. Guling Zishi stood slowly, speaking with a calm demeanor. "Did you ever see my corpse? Did you truly believe you had vanquished me?" Indeed. Rain had not checked the body after defeating Guling Zishi, being too preoccupied with the urgency of saving Xiongguang Xintian. However, the village chief's reaction was even more pronounced. He gazed at Guling Zishi in disbelief, stammering, How? How could it be you?" Guling Zishi's expression twisted into one of smug satisfaction as he retorted, "You are merely a decrepit old man. How could the future of the light ninja village be entrusted to someone like you? Only I can guide the village towards a new dawn, reclaiming its former glory." With that, Guling Zishi's smile became grotesque, and his gaze turned terrifying. The village chief, unable to contain his emotions, began to sputter angrily. "I raised you as the future of the light ninja village. If you had continued on this path, you would have undoubtedly become its leader. Yet, you have disappointed me gravely." At this, Guling Zishi erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world, proclaiming, "The village chief of the light ninja village? The current village is nothing more than a gathering of fools, led by a feeble old man. The light ninja village does not require a new leader, it needs reform. And the only one capable of leading us to that is Master Zhang Chang. Only he can elevate the light ninja village to new heights." Upon finishing his words, Guling Zishi began to form seals, unleashing the light release, Holy Light Strike. A beam of light, slightly less potent than Zhang Chang's Holy Light Strike, shot directly towards you. In an instant, Yu's eyes transformed into the Sharingan, the two tomo within beginning to spin at an astonishing speed. "I see it clearly. I perceive it distinctly." With the aid of the Sharingan, you could discern the rapidly approaching beam with clarity. He swiftly darted to the right, successfully evading the attack. "You have not perished, and that is not entirely unfortunate. This time I shall not allow you to meet your end so easily. You will pay for the life of my comrade," Yu thought. The rotation of his Sharingan intensified, and he felt an overwhelming surge of power emanating from his eyes. A formidable chakra flooding through his entire being. Fire release, great fireball technique. The size of the fireball increased dramatically, surpassing even Yu's expectations of its magnitude. As the fireball was expelled, the speed of the Sharingan's rotation accelerated further, resembling the whirl of a fan, radiating energy. Is this the true power of the Sharingan? You could distinctly feel the amplification provided by his eyes channeling into the great fireball, though such an ability had never been attributed to the Sharingan before. The colossal fireball, now more than twice the size of a standard one, forced even nearby battling ninjas to retreat from its overwhelming presence, leaping to safer grounds. What a formidable fire release. Truly worthy of the Uchiha clan. Yet today, your demise is inevitable. No bloodline limit surpasses the might of light release. Guling Zishi formed seals once more, conjuring a radiant wall of light that loomed larger than before, each corner more pronounced and formidable. Observing Guling Zishi resorting to the same tactic, you scoffed. "Do you truly believe this wall will yield any effectiveness?" The immense great fireball surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing everything in its path towards Guling Zishi. Yet, he displayed no sign of fear. When the fireball collided with the wall of light, a thunderous roar erupted, the flames instantaneously halted by the barrier. The massive flames that flanked the wall were substantial, yet they could not touch Gu Lingzishi, who stood unfazed behind his luminous shield. You intensified his chakra input. The flames he expelled growing even larger, the potent chakra fueling the rapid rotation of his Sharingan, akin to a power generator continuously supplying energy. Gu Lingzishi furrowed his brow. Such intensity and fire release was beyond the capability of an ordinary ninja to sustain for this duration. It represented an overwhelming chakra capacity, capable of annihilating an entire squad. Hinata Jiaozi suddenly exclaimed, He is preparing to unleash a powerful chakra from within that light wall. You must evade at once. The ranged Sharingan abruptly ceased its rotation, and then a sudden sound emanated from beyond the luminous barrier, alerting the rain to an impending danger. With a swift movement, the rain halted its fire technique and vacated the spot. In the next instant, the area where the rain had previously stood was obliterated by a beam of light, creating a substantial crater. How fortunate! Had it not been for the warning from the intertwining, I would have met my demise there. As the flames gradually extinguished following the cessation of the fire technique, the trees behind Gu Lingzishi lay completely consumed by the inferno. Emerging from behind the light wall, Gu Lingzishi spoke with a nonchalant tone. Humph. Consider it your lucky day, however, your fortune may not persist. With that, Gu Lingzishi waved a finger, sending a rapid beam of light hurtling towards Hinata Kyoji's position. The speed was tremendous, and Gu Lingzishi executed the technique without forming any hand seals, employing an unmarked ninjutsu. Hinata Kyoji's eyes widened in astonishment as the beam of light surged towards him, piercing through his body. The rain gasped, exclaiming loudly, Kyoji, Kyoji, witnessing Hinata Kyoji being penetrated. The rain felt as though the very fabric of reality was unraveling, a sense of impending collapse enveloping him. The two Tomo in the rain's eyes began to spin with unprecedented velocity, surpassing any prior moment, and as they whirled, a third Tomo joined the dance. When the third Tomo emerged, the rain's Sharingan finally ceased its rotation. Gu Lingzishi observed the transformation in the rain's eyes, remarking, Indeed, the eye of hatred. Transformed into a three-Tomo Sharingan? With a roar, the rain charged towards Gu Lingzishi, nearly blinded by vengeance. Gu Lingzishi raised his finger once more, manifesting another beam of light. Even with a three-Tomo Sharingan, this is where your journey ends, Uchiha scum. A beam shot forth from his fingertip, relentlessly advancing towards the rain. The rain's three-Tomo Sharingan widened in shock. At that moment, the speed of the beam appeared to slow in the rain's perception, leaning slightly to the right. The slender beam whizzed past him. Gu Lingzishi stared in disbelief as the rain evaded the beam. If Hinata Kyoji had managed to dodge it due to proximity, the rain's ability to evade the attack while in motion was truly astonishing. A blade of white light sliced through the air as the rain brought down his long sword. Gu Lingzishi reacted swiftly, creating distance between his hands, which conjured a long beam of light to intercept the rain strike. The rain withdrew his sword and struck again, this time unleashing a wave of energy simultaneously. The elongated beam suddenly surged, aiming directly for the rain's chest. However, the rain's three-Tomo Sharingan discerned the rapidly extending beam with clarity. As the rain swiftly evaded the suddenly burgeoning beam of light, he locked eyes with Gu Lingzishi. In an instant, Gu Lingzishi shut his eyes, for before him lay the ominous sight of rain's three-Tomo Sharingan. Was it an illusion? Barely had he closed his eyes when he felt a tremendous punch land on his cheek, followed by a heavy kick that sent him soaring into the air. I am no illusionist. It is you who closed your eyes, Rain remarked coolly. With a grunt, Gu Lingzishi was hurled against a large stone. Slowly rising to his feet. Light release. Holy light strike. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The two techniques entwined, the beam piercing through the flames, while the fire engulfed the light, advancing towards Gu Lingzishi's position. From a distance, Hyuga, with his Byakugan activated, observed the unfolding chaos and shouted, Rain. The beam is coming your way, Ron. A subtle smile graced Rain's lips as he deftly sidestepped the incoming beam. With the vast range of his great fireball technique, Gu Lingzishi would find it impossible to evade without employing a light wall. Determined, Rain charged towards Gu Lingzishi, concealing himself behind the flames. Light release, light wall technique. An enhanced light wall materialized before Gu Lingzishi, successfully shielding him from the oncoming flames, though the heat radiated fiercely from the sides. Observing the successful defense, Gu Lingzishi stated nonchalantly, No attack can breach my light wall. However, before he could finish, a spine-chilling voice reached his ears. Rain had silently approached Gu Ling's Shi, using the flames as cover. Now, I shall simply bypass your light wall, gripping his long sword tightly. The murderous intent in his gaze, amplified by the Sharingan, sent a shiver down Gu Ling's Shi's spine. With a swift slash, Gu Ling's Shi drew a shuriken to block the blade's descent. You cannot kill me, he retorted defiantly. In a heartbeat, Gu Ling's Shi transformed into a blinding flash and vanished from sight. Rain instinctively turned, only to find Gu Ling's Shi reappearing behind him, shuriken aimed directly at him. Yet, the Sharingan allowed Rain to perceive the attack clearly, enabling him to evade and retaliate with a kick. Gu Ling's Shi raised his arm to deflect the blow and leaped back, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Rain. Gu Ling's Shi activated his light wall, once again shielding himself from the inferno. This ends now. I shall eliminate you here, Uchiha brat. Suddenly, Rain felt a radiant brilliance enveloping him, as dozens of luminous points materialized around him. This is light release, holy light strangulation. You cannot escape. Each beam possesses the speed of light. The Rain widened its eyes, contemplating the speed of light. Surrounding it were numerous points of light, a dozen or more. If they were to strike simultaneously, and if they indeed possessed the speed of light, then its demise would be inevitable. Prepare to perish, Uchiha Scion. In front of the lights, radiance began to manifest, unleashing a beam that, as predicted by Gu Ling's Shi, approached the speed of light. The three-tomo Sharingan of the Rain began to spin rapidly. The first beam arrived with astonishing swiftness. Even with the prowess of the three-tomo Sharingan, the Rain found it impossible to discern the speed of the light. The first beam pierced through its form, followed closely by several more beams. Ha 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 ha. Gu Ling's Shi erupted into laughter. Just after uttering those words, a long blade pierced through Gu Ling's Shi's body, blood seeping from the wound. Within the blinding light, the Rain suddenly transformed into a wooden post, while the true Rain stood behind Gu Ling's Shi, speaking softly. Now, it is your day of reckoning, Gu Ling's Shi. With a blade plunged into a fatal spot, Gu Ling's Shi spoke slowly, disbelief evident in his tone. How? How is this possible? How could you evade my light? The Rain swiftly withdrew the blade from Gu Ling's Shi, replying, from the moment you activated the light, you had already been evaded by me. Since you betrayed your village, your light has ceased to belong to you. Is that so? Perhaps I was truly mistaken, Gu Ling's Shi mused as he approached death, realization dawning upon him. The Rain remained silent, aware that Gu Ling's Shi had more to express. Indeed, I killed your comrades. You have every right to despise me. Perhaps my actions were too extreme. Our light ninja village could persist even in this state, as long as the people thrive and find happiness. Perhaps that is the ultimate choice. With that, Gu Ling's Shi closed his eyes for the final time. One might only grasp the ultimate truth in their dying moments, such as your fate. The Rain spoke, feeling its chakra dissipate entirely, coalescing within its Sharingan, which then vanished, causing the Rain to collapse on the ground. My chakra, uttered the Rain before losing consciousness. On another front, the battle between Hatake Yinling and Zhang Chang had escalated to a fever pitch, both sides sustaining grievous injuries. I concede. Your light release has reached an extraordinary level. You truly are a genius of light release, Hatake Yinling. Were it not for my light release possessing an inherent advantage, perhaps I would have been defeated by you by now. Hatake Yinling gasped for breath. Despite Zhang Chang's words, his chakra was nearly depleted, and his stamina could not hold out much longer. He was on the brink of collapse. Zhang Chang formed seals once more, declaring, light release, holy light shuriken. Light release, fluorescent shuriken. The shurikens, each radiating their unique brilliance, were propelled towards their respective targets. However, in a display of mutual restraint, neither party attempted to intercept the other's shuriken. Instead, they shot straight at one another. The victor would be determined by who reached their opponent first, as the shuriken would embed itself in the body of the one who faltered first. Yet, it was evident that the speed of the light-based technique was superior. Kirigakir's Jinrei quickly grasped the situation, deftly evading the shuriken, while her own weapon came to a halt, refraining from piercing Zhang Chang. Are you afraid? Zhang Chang remarked coolly, as his shuriken continued its pursuit of Jinrei, who, under duress, had already lost her weapon to the ground. With a sudden cry, Zhang Chang turned to see a figure clad in green, launching a swift kick towards him. What is this? A freak? The powerful kick struck Zhang Chang's face, propelling him backward into a distant rock. I am the current president of the Konoha Taijutsu Academy, Rurant, the figure declared. Zhang Chang rose, gazing at Rurant as if he were a fool. Are you here to entertain me? Without further ado, Zhang Chang began to weave hand signs. Invoking the technique of light release, light dispersion. Several beams of light split and shot toward Warant from various angles. However, Warant showed no intention of dodging. From a safe distance, Jinrei shouted, "Warant, his light release is exceptionally powerful. Be cautious. If you are struck, it will lead to your demise." Warant, unfazed, responded leisurely. "I understand. Just take a breather and leave it to me." With that, he faced the incoming beams and sprang into action. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped into the air, the beams following him upward as commanded by Zhang Chang. "In the air, you cannot evade. Truly a fool," Zhang Chang scoffed. The beams raced toward Warant, who appeared to anticipate the onslaught. As he spun in midair, his legs ignited in flames, enveloped in a verdant glow. Ing release, fluorescence. The technique enveloped Warant's legs, allowing him to deftly strike the beams of light with a series of kicks, ultimately dissipating them. Simultaneously, Jinrei manipulated the technique to launch Warant through the air, expertly adjusting his trajectory toward Zhang Chang on the ground. "This is impossible," Zhang Chang stammered, caught off guard by their seamless coordination. Suddenly, the fluorescence surrounding Warant's feet vanished, leaving only the fiery legs he had conjured. A powerful kick landed squarely on Zhang Chang's chest, as if to say, "Die." The moment Urente's foot connected, flames erupted, engulfing Zhang Chang entirely. Urente then propelled Zhang Chang with a forceful kick, sending him crashing against a rock, which obstructed Zhang Chang's retreat. The impact of Urente's kick penetrated Zhang Chang's heart. As Urente withdrew his foot from Zhang Chang's heart, the damage rendered Zhang Chang too weak to utter a word, teetering on the brink of death. However, a sudden radiance emerged above Zhang Chang's heart, granting him a flicker of strength to speak. "Is this the power of comrades?" Urente, nonchalantly, replied. "This is the prowess of my Konoha's 8 gates technique. If you had lived in Konoha, my technique would surely outshine your light release." Zhang Chang managed a faint smile. "I have long since perished." At that moment, Hatake Jinling approached and remarked, "Since you are already aware of your demise, there is no need to linger. Rest in peace." With that, Zhang Chang closed his eyes, exhaling softly. "In my final moments, I realized that if the world were devoid of war, humanity would inevitably succumb to decay. The land of light, and even your Konoha, will one day be consumed by a world of peace. The significance of a ninja can only be manifested through conflict. Those so-called competitions are merely the last size of a ninja." Hatake Jinling countered, "The purpose of a ninja transcends war and opposition. We exist to protect our loved ones and to strive to enhance our homeland. War breeds only hatred and endless strife. Such a world is fundamentally flawed." Zhang Chang sighed in response. "There is no need for further debate. I shall soon return. Gu Ling Zhe, she has already been slain by your student, granting you peace after my passing." With that, Zhang Chang drew his last breath and succumbed to death. Meanwhile, the ninjas near the dam began to surrender one after another, as the area had been completely secured. With the assistance of the surrendering ninjas, the bombs concealed within the dam were dismantled using explosive tags, bringing this ordeal to a close. Rain, having exhausted his chakra and reached his physical limit, returned to the Village of Light to recuperate. Although Hinata Kanzuya had been struck by the light beam, as it did not hit any vital areas, he received emergency treatment. Following the swift arrival of Konoha's medical ninjas dispatched by the Hyuga clan, he managed to survive. In the aftermath of these events, the Village of Light not only invested substantial funds into the Ninja Academy, but also received aid from the Land of Light, further enhancing investments in the training of young ninjas. Ultimately, the reason behind Zhang Chang's resurrection was finally uncovered. It was indeed the treasure of the Light Ninja Village that facilitated his revival. However, the exact method remains shrouded in mystery, and whether this outcome is a blessing or a curse is still uncertain. On the 10th day, Hinata Kazu finally regained consciousness, and several medical ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. Had anything happened to Hinata, they would have faced dire consequences. "Kazu, you're awake?" You entered the room, noticing Hinata Kazu seated on the bed in a patient-esque attire, surveying the surroundings. "You? Where am I?" "This is the hospital. You were struck by a beam from the Kogure Seiji, but fortunately it didn't hit any vital areas. You should be well on your way to recovery. Only superficial wounds remain." Hinata Kazu's expression suddenly darkened as he gazed at you. "What about Nakatane?" At this, Yu's mood also dipped. No one could find joy in Nakatane's demise. Even though the mission had been successfully completed and elevated to the A rank level, yielding substantial rewards, the loss of Nakatane was a heavy burden. "But it's all right. He will surely watch over us from above. I will protect you." Hinata Kazu's demeanor shifted, and he replied dismissively, "Well, I don't need your protection. You've already lost to me. In the Hidden Leaf Village, you ambled through the streets, having returned 2 days after their last mission. Due to Hinata Kazu's injury and the incident with Takashi Nakatane, Team 4, despite being the first to complete an A-rank mission, had temporarily ceased all operations. Yet, you relished the windfall of wealth, reveling in the sensation of affluence. As he strolled along the thoroughfare, he found himself tempted to enter every restaurant and shop he passed. Hey, isn't that you? I heard you become a ninja, quite impressive. You, initially buoyant, soon found his spirits dampened by an unwelcome presence, Uchiha Yama from the Uchiha clan. You seem rather unoccupied. I've heard your team has done quite well. Completing 3 D-rank missions, Uchiha Yama chuckled with pride. Only our squad achieved that number. Other teams managed only 1 mission. And you, the only one to opt for a C-rank mission, seems to have lost a deadweight, no less. Perhaps your lack of skill was the reason for his demise. After all, he was a prince from the land of samurai. At this juncture, Yu's gaze suddenly sharpened, revealing an intensity never before witnessed, instilling a flicker of fear in Uchiha Yama. Uchiha Yama took a cautious step back, but then, recalling something, advanced toward you, saying, "Do you think that with the Senju clan backing you, you've become formidable? I tell you, it is the Uchiha clan that reigns supreme over Konoha. The Senju cannot protect you. This time, you did not choose silence. Having acquired power, you would no longer spare Uchiha Yamashita. Then you may as well try. Just how vast is the chasm between your Uchiha strength and mine?" Uchiha Yamashita smiled faintly and replied, "Since you are courting death, I shall oblige. This time, you won't be hiding behind the Senju clan, will you? It is not that I cannot. Rather, it is that I have no need to," you retorted. The two swiftly arrived at a spacious training ground. As much time had passed since graduation and with the ninja school on break, most teams were out on missions, leaving many training grounds vacant. "Allow me to resolve this here, kid," Uchiha Yamashita declared, promptly activating his Sharingan and launching shurikens at you. You, in turn, drew his long sword, striking the shuriken mid-flight. The 2 weapons trembled against each other, creating a clashing sound. "Do you honestly believe you can defeat me? You dare to engage me in combat," Uchiha Yamashita remarked. You remained silent, intensifying his strength in an attempt to overpower Uchiha Yamashita. The weapons locked in a stalemate. And at that moment, another you appeared behind him, revealing his shadow clone. Uchiha Yamashita noticed the clone and scoffed, "A mere parlor trick. Do you think a clone can harm me?" However, the clone began to form hand seals, unleashing the fire style, great fireball technique toward the standoff between Uchiha Yamashita and you. The immense flames threatened to engulf their positions. Uchiha Yamashita stared in disbelief at the you before him. Was this clone the true one? With that thought, he broke free from the standoff with the clone and swiftly evaded the oncoming fireball, exhaling in relief. What a cunning fellow, attempting to deceive me in such a manner. All's fair in war, Uchiha Yamashita. In that case, unleash your Sharingan and finish me, Uchiha, you stated coolly. Uchiha Yamashita returned the gaze and replied, "Then you may wallow in the sorrow of not possessing a Sharingan, you counterfeit Uchiha." With that, Uchiha Yamashita began forming seals for the fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal flame surged toward you, yet he was not prepared to concede. He too began forming seals, casting the fire style, fireball technique. You deftly dodged the great fireball. And 2 smaller fireballs surged from either side, closing in on Uchiha Yamashita, who was still expelling flames. Despite the element of surprise, Uchiha Yamashita, empowered by his Sharingan, swiftly evaded the incoming fireballs and closed the distance toward you. The rain struck relentlessly, a cacophony of thuds echoing in the air. Despite the rain's overwhelming advantage in technique, it found itself at a disadvantage. Uchiha Mountain adeptly anticipated each of its forthcoming attacks. However, the rain remained unfazed, speaking slowly and deliberately. Utilizing the Sharingan, it discerned every movement, granting ample time for counteraction. Uchiha Mountain, launching a series of oppressive strikes, remarked, "This is the fundamental distinction between you and the Uchiha clan." Yet, in the next moment, an event transpired that plunged Uchiha Mountain into utter despair. The sudden, unexpected assaults from Uchiha Mountain were preemptively foreshadowed by the rain, which countered with astonishing speed, so swift that even the Sharingan struggled to keep pace. As Uchiha Mountain grappled with disbelief at how the rain could predict his attacks, he beheld the rain's eyes, red orbs adorned with 2 or 3 spinning tomo. A rotating Sharingan? Uchiha Mountain exclaimed in astonishment. The rain, undeterred, continued its barrage of swift strikes. Uchiha Mountain was struck, though he managed to deflect the rain's blade with a shuriken. Nonetheless, a kick from the rain landed squarely on his hand, and another kick thwarted Uchiha Mountain's attempt to launch a surprise attack with another shuriken. Damn it! Simultaneously, the rain seized Uchiha Mountain's hand, gripping the shuriken and, deftly avoiding it, placed his blade against Uchiha Mountain's neck. Uchiha Mountain, incredulous, stammered, "You? How could you possess a Sharingan? You are not of the Uchiha clan." The rain responded resolutely, "I am of the Uchiha, yet I am not one of you. I am my own person. Do as you will. I harbor no interest in your decaying family." Uchiha Mountain's expression betrayed his seething rage. The Sharingan in the rain's eyes was no ordinary manifestation. At merely 12 years of age, the rain had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, a prodigious feat among the Uchiha clan. Should word of the rain's Sharingan reach the Uchiha, its return to the clan would undoubtedly become a matter of urgency, especially since the Uchiha had yet to publicly acknowledge the rain's departure from their ranks. Even Uchiha Mountain learned of this revelation from his father's high-ranking associates. The rain released Uchiha Mountain and coldly declared, "Return to your Uchiha clan and revel in your pampered existence. You and I have never been on the same level." With that, the rain swiftly departed, leaving Uchiha Mountain's figure behind. Suddenly, a droplet from the sky, a rather large avian excrement, plummeted, landing directly in front of the rain, astonishingly accompanied by a small note. Without even glancing at the rain, one could discern the contents of the note atop the unsightly bird droppings. Soon, in a training ground, Kiki Silverbell and Hinata Kyuji were already present. Rain hurried over to them. Upon noticing Rain's arrival, Kiki Silverbell remarked, after such a long respite, "My funds are nearly depleted. It is high time to undertake some tasks, lest I find myself famished." Hinata Kyuji, wearing a frown, remained silent. Rain approached and, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Silverbell-sensei, what a coincidence. I too have exhausted my resources." However, as soon as Rain finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the trio. Typically, such moments would provoke an outburst of protest. Yet, this time felt distinctly different. No one wished to broach that particular subject again, preferring to keep it buried in their hearts, as voicing it would only deepen their sorrow. Following the completion of this A-rank mission, although they had lost a member, Class 14 was now able to select tasks independently. Nevertheless, the death of Akira Shinden had indeed caused significant turmoil for Konoha. Given that Akira's background was hardly inferior to that of Hinata Kyuji, after all, he was a prince of a nation. Kiki Silverbell surveyed the array of tasks before them and ultimately decided to undertake a C-rank mission. The C-rank mission involved protecting a wealthy merchant in the land of protectors for 10 days. The merchant had recently been followed by some unsavory individuals, prompting him to hire ninjas for his protection during this period. After 10 days, he would depart the land of protectors and journey into the land of fire. Having perused the details of the task, Kiki Silverbell declared, "This mission appears rather straightforward, and the remuneration is among the most generous I have encountered for a C-rank task." Nodding in agreement, Rain concurred. While Hinata Kyuji regarded the task as merely an opportunity to hone her skills and enhance her mission data, monetary concerns were utterly irrelevant to her. With no objections raised, the trio resolved to accept the mission. The following morning, they convened at the gates of Konoha, setting out towards the mission site in the Land of Protectors. As a border nation, the Land of Protectors faced the sea to the north and possessed formidable military strength, deterring the Land of Fire from jeopardizing their relationship. Even though the Land of Fire held the title of the foremost nation, a desperate confrontation with the Land of Protectors would result in heavy losses, even if they emerged victorious. Though the Land of Protectors was not far from the Land of Fire, it was separated by two other nations. Upon arriving in the Land of Protectors, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The towns exhibited a dismal reality. Unlike any normal settlement, beggars were ubiquitous, and the dwellings were dilapidated, many in dire need of repair. Yet, amidst each town, there stood a remarkably grand and beautiful house. Hinata Kyuji, in disbelief, remarked, "Even the most impoverished and rundown houses in Konoha are far superior to what we see here. The conditions are simply hard to fathom." Kikuchi Jinran appeared rather tranquil as she spoke, although the scenery here was quite dilapidated. The presence of affluent districts in each town indicated that the disparity between the rich and the poor had reached an extreme. The wealthy had thoroughly exploited the impoverished, turning them into mere subjects within their own towns. Regardless, Rain interjected, "Our sole responsibility is to safeguard that so-called wealthy merchant. Everything else is of no concern to us. Even if it were, we are powerless to alter their circumstances." Hinata, feeling a twinge of compassion, understood that even the esteemed Hyuga clan could not rival the wealth necessary to transform these people's fates. After traversing several towns, they finally arrived at their destination. This town was somewhat more favorable than the previous ones, yet the overall situation remained largely unchanged. The stark contrast between the affluent and the impoverished was glaringly evident. The streets and nearby shops were of entirely different calibers. Before Rain stood a grand white mansion adorned with an abundance of gold. What a magnificent residence! If it had a few more stories, it would surpass even our Hokage building in grandeur, she mused. Suddenly, the grand entrance swung open, and a maid clad in a black and white uniform emerged. You are the Leaf Ninjas from Konoha, aren't you? Kikuchi Jinrin was the first to step forward. Indeed. We hail from Konoha. The maid nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. My master has been expecting you for many days. He awaits you in the bedroom. Please, step inside. With that, she led the three of them into the opulent mansion. Upon entering, the foyer was expansive enough to serve as a Hokage's office, adorned with the finest shoe cabinets and exquisite decorations, items that even the entire Hyuga clan possessed in scant numbers. The level of splendor here was beyond the trio's wildest imaginations. As they entered the hall and looked up, a grand circular staircase spiraled up to all levels, with countless rooms beyond. In the center of the hall stood a colossal golden statue of a rotund man, his small mustaches curling upwards, a monocle perched on one eye, and a cane held in hand. It was evident that this statue represented their mission's benefactor, the wealthy merchant and lord of this mansion. Once the group was ushered to the second floor and a large door was opened, they found a man identical to the statue seated at a desk, diligently engrossed in his studies. Upon hearing the door creak open, he glanced up and inquired, "Who might you be?" The maid responded, "Master. These are the ninjas from Konoha who have just arrived in the land of Rain." With that, she exited the room, and the merchant joyfully stood, approaching them. At last, you have arrived. I have been in such dread lately, as I feared someone was scheming against me nearby. Kikuchi Jinrin, puzzled, posed a question. Please, do share the specific circumstances with us. We shall handle the rest. The wealthy merchant led a few individuals into a reception room, and after settling down, he began to speak slowly. Just a few days prior to my task in your Hidden Leaf village, during my frequent visits to the capital of the Land of Iron and other distant locales for business, I would often return home after prolonged absences. However, each time I returned, my residence bore signs of having been tampered with. Hinata, interweaving her thoughts, responded calmly, "Is it possible you've encountered a thief? After all, many towns in the Land of Iron have their share of slums." The merchant shook his head. I was aware of this situation and harbored similar thoughts at first. Yet, one fateful night while I was asleep in my room, a shuriken pierced through the window, landing ominously beside me, sending chills down my spine. A shuriken? Indeed. And affixed to it was a note that read, "My dear merchant, Takeda Kojiro, should you remain in the Land of Iron tomorrow, you shall meet your demise." Kiki Jinrin pondered for a moment before asking, "May I see that note?" "Of course, I shall fetch it immediately." Takeda Kojiro quickly handed the envelope to Kiki Jinrin. The contents were precisely as he had described, with each character appearing distinct and clearly intended to obscure the writer's identity. It seems likely that the author of this letter is someone you may know, and without a doubt, they're a ninja, Kiki Jinrin remarked. Upon hearing this, Takeda Kojiro became visibly anxious. Indeed, someone has hired a ninja to assassinate me. Thankfully, I have already commissioned a task. You must ensure my safety. The reward is of no consequence. At this juncture, Rain's expression shifted, and just as she was about to speak, Hinata interrupted her. "It's perfectly fine. Remuneration is inconsequential as long as the task is completed successfully." At that moment, not only Rain but even Kiki Jinrin felt a strong urge to bury Hinata alive, realizing the wealthy man's obliviousness to the struggles of the less fortunate. "In the days since our arrival, have there been any unusual occurrences?" Rain inquired. Takeda Kojiro swiftly replied, "Yes, I have an unsettling feeling that someone is tailing me each time I leave my home, yet I am utterly incapable of detecting their presence. Moreover, particularly at night, whenever I venture out to the restroom, it feels as though someone lurks in the shadows, watching me. The path to and from the restroom is always frightfully eerie." Rain nodded and continued, "In that case, tonight you shall make several trips to the restroom while we observe from the shadows. If anyone is indeed following you, leave it to me." The merchant, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. "That is splendid. I entrust everything to you." Afterward, the affluent gentleman proceeded to his room to continue his work, while you, Hinata, Kyuka, and Shizune were assigned to their respective chambers. It is worth mentioning that one of these rooms is almost as spacious as two ordinary living rooms, providing an abundance of space and complete amenities. You leaped onto the expansive, plush bed, its comfort nearly eliciting a gasp from him. How delightful. Once I have earned enough money, I must acquire an identical soft bed. Even within the Uchiha clan, you merely laid a thin sleeping mat atop tatama mats, and it was not particularly thick. The bed's softness quickly lulled you into slumber, until the sound of a knock at the door roused him. Slowly, he opened his eyes and called out, "Who is it?" A feminine voice soon responded from outside the door. It was indeed Hinata Kyuka. "It's me, you. It's quite late. You haven't fallen asleep, have you?" With that, you rolled out of bed and opened the door. Hinata Kyuka stood outside, having changed into a pink jumpsuit, her damp hair cascading around her, rendering her particularly enchanting and exuding a youthful charm unique to young women. You felt a blush creep onto his cheeks, for Hinata Kyuka was indeed breathtaking at that moment. Hinata Kyuka, seemingly unfazed, urged, "Let me in first." Teacher Shizen instructed us to remain in the room and observe the happenings outside with our Byakugan. You promptly ushered Hinata Kyuka inside and glanced outside, noting that it was quite late, around 8 o'clock. Rubbing his head sheepishly, you remarked, "I can't believe I slept for so long." Hinata Kyuka, tousling her damp hair, added, "This bed is truly comfortable. I must ask my father to buy one for me when I return." You, feeling slightly embarrassed, suggested, "Then, perhaps your father could also procure one for me? I promise to repay the Hyuga clan in due time." Hinata Kyuka regarded him with an incredulous expression. "Do you think our Hyuga clan is an ATM? You can't just borrow from us. If you want one, go buy it yourself. By the way, your Uchiha clan surely isn't short on funds, right?" You paused, recalling that during his previous encounter with Kogitsu Zashir, his Sharingan had been seen by Hinata Kyuka, leading her to naturally assume he belonged to the Uchiha clan. He scratched his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and inquired, "What should we do now?" Hinata Kyuka replied, "In a moment. Takeda Kojiro will head to the restroom, and soon he will be monitored. At that point, I will use my Byakugan to locate that individual, and Teacher Shizen will personally apprehend him." Although the plan seemed flawless, you suddenly found himself in disagreement. "What am I supposed to do? It seems there is no role for me here. After all, I am the protagonist." Hinata Kyuka waved her hand dismissively. "This is one of the reasons why the Byakugan surpasses the Sharingan in power, so you may simply enjoy the unfolding drama." Before long, you heard Hinata Kyuji's startled exclamations. I see them, she exclaimed, as two figures lurked in a corner of the hall, their eyes filled with murderous intent, fixated on Takeda Kojiro's room. Upon hearing this, you was prepared to burst through the door to aid Takeda Kojiro, yet was pulled back by Hinata Kyuji. "Do not act rashly. Teacher Jinrei will handle it," she cautioned. After speaking, Hinata Kyuji tapped on the window a few times, indicating, "Is this your signal with Teacher Jinrei?" Hinata Kyuji nodded. She then opened the window, and a small bird flew in. After conveying the situation to Hitaki Jinrei, she turned to you. "Teacher Jinrei advises you to head outside and assess the situation, as there may be more than just the two we see." Initially idle, you felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of being involved in something significant. She quickly leaped out of the window and concealed herself among the flowers in the garden. Meanwhile, Takeda Kojiro, having noted that the agreed time had arrived, promptly exited his room and made his way toward the restroom. The building was replete with restrooms. Each floor boasted two. As Takeda Kojiro proceeded, he had to pass by the room where Hitaki Jinrei and Hinata Kyuji were situated. Casting a worried glance at the room, he mustered his courage and continued toward the restroom. Just as he was about to reach the restroom door, the door behind him suddenly swung open. However, it was not the room occupied by Hitaki Jinrei and Hinata Kyuji, but rather a room that was typically uninhabited. Takeda Kojiro turned in terror, and in the darkness, a tall shadow loomed, fixated on him. Who are you?" he stammered, fear rendering him nearly speechless. Before he could finish his inquiry, the shadow spoke. "I am here to take your life. I warned you long ago to leave this land, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Do not blame me for the consequences." Just as he was about to ask if this figure was Hitaki Jinrei, Takeda Kojiro realized from the words spoken that this person was not Jinrei, but someone else entirely. At that moment, the room behind the shadow was suddenly opened, and Hitaki Jinrei emerged, promptly illuminating the entire building. The shadow's form was instantly revealed. Clad in the garb of a mist ninja, he wore a white mask and had long, dark hair cascading to his shoulders, with a razor-sharp long sword at his back. Hitaki Jinrei's eyes widened in recognition. "You are the sword demon of the mist, Suryuzen, who vanished 10 years ago." At this, Suryuzen slowly turned to face Hitaki Jinrei. Ah, it seems that this wretched merchant has summoned a formidable figure, the Konoha's H-ton ninja, Hatake Jinren. Hatake Jinren narrowed his eyes. Years ago, when he was but a child, he had crossed paths with this individual. Although his prowess was not yet at its current heights, he was utterly defeated without the slightest chance of retaliation. Hatake Jinren then spoke. I never anticipated that after a decade of absence, you would reappear in the land of water. Mizukuri slowly drew the long blade from his back, stating, Humph, you lost to me years ago. Should you attempt to obstruct my path today, I shall ensure you experience the taste of defeat once more, though this time it may cost you your life. At that moment, Takeda Kojiro was thoroughly terrified, as the pressure emanating from the man wielding the massive sword was overwhelmingly intense. Why do you wish to kill him? Hatake Jinren inquired. We are both ninjas, merely serving our respective masters. Spare me your prattle. His life is as good as mine today, Mizukuri retorted, and with that, he swiftly unsheathed his great sword, launching a strike towards Hatake Jinren. However, just as Hatake Jinren prepared to defend himself, Mizukuri suddenly altered the trajectory of his blade, aiming directly at Takeda Kojiro instead. Don't. A resounding clash echoed as Mizukuri's sword was intercepted by a long blade, wielded by none other than Y, who had been called outside by High-GA Keizai earlier. Oh, a young one from Konoha? It seems Hatake Jinren has acquired a new team, Mizukuri remarked, observing as Y successfully shielded Takeda Kojiro. Hatake Jinren, relieved, began forming hand seals. H-ton, Hikari no Heisu. A beam of light shot towards Mizukuri, who effortlessly evaded it and leaped down to the first floor. Hatake Jinren swiftly grasped the handrail, peering downwards, only to feel an unsettling sense of foreboding. For upon looking down, he saw not even the shadow of Mizukuri. At that moment, Mizukuri was crouched in the blind spot beneath the handrail. With a powerful pull, he seized the handrail and leaped directly before Hatake Jinren. The unexpected appearance forced Hatake Jinren to stumble back a few steps, giving Mizukuri the opportunity to strike down. Die. Konoha's H-ton ninja, he bellowed. Yet, Hatake Jinren was not so easily harmed. The blade cleaved through his head, only for an instant later for it to transform into a wisp of light, coalescing elsewhere to form a new Hatake Jinren. H-ton, Kage no Jutsu? You have indeed become more adept since our last encounter, Mizukuri remarked. From behind, a surge of blade energy approached as Y's strike reached Mizukuri. However, Mizukuri merely pivoted and deflected the attack with a fist, smashing it squarely into Y's face. With a thunderous impact, Y was sent flying into a nearby room, crashing through the door with a resounding crash. The rain gradually rose, wiping the blood from its lips with remarkable swiftness. As Hatake Jinren and Mizuki Yama continued their fierce confrontation, Hinata Kazashi noticed the sudden movements of two ninjas he had previously spotted. In the terrified gaze of Takeda Kojiro, they dashed towards the second floor, seizing him before making their escape. Damn it, cursed Hatake Jinren, preparing to pursue Takeda Kojiro, only to be forced back by Mizuki Yama's relentless and aggressive attacks. Kazashi, hurry. Takeda Kojiro has been taken. Upon uttering this, the door to Hinata Kazashi's room swung open. Clad in a pink jumpsuit, she appeared youthful yet alluring. But in the midst of battle, her demeanor turned icy. Activating her Byakugan, she sprinted towards the direction Takeda Kojiro had been taken. Do not even think about escaping? Hinata Kazashi called out, her voice delicate yet resolute. Indeed, Mizuki Yama's swordsmanship was unparalleled. His continuous strikes completely suppressed Hatake Jinren, leaving no room for retaliation. The narrowness of the second-floor corridor further hindered Jinren's ability to maneuver, rendering him unable to showcase his skills, while Mizuki Yama exploited this to maintain his dominance. Bursting through the doorway, Kazashi beheld Takeda Kojiro, unconscious and slung over one of the ninjas, who was sprinting away. Gentle fist technique, assault fist. A swift blast of chakra surged forward, bridging the gap and striking one of the ninjas, who collapsed to the ground. The other ninja, however, continued his flight without a glance back. Fire release, great fireball technique. The ranged Sharingan began to whirl with extraordinary speed, unleashing an even more potent fireball than usual, engulfing everything in its path. Even Hatake Jinren and Mizuki Yama inside the house were taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the fireball. Mizuki Yama furrowed his brow, remarking, "It seems there is another formidable adversary among you, such a powerful fire technique." Hatake Jinren was equally taken aback. While he suspected the immense fireball might be the rain's doing, he doubted anyone could conjure such a colossal flame. The massive inferno surged towards the remaining ninja. Yet he overlooked a crucial detail. If the flames consumed the ninja, Takeda Kojiro would perish as well. You don't even care about his life? The ninja shouted in despair. With no means to evade the fiery onslaught, he released Takeda Kojiro and formed hand seals. Water release. Water barrier technique. A torrent of water suddenly manifested, forming a towering wave that shielded against the fireball, accompanied by a thick cloud of steam. Kazashi, it's up to you now. As Hinata Kazashi activated her Byakugan, she dashed into the obscuring mist, quickly locating Takeda Kojiro amidst the dense vapor and hoisting him onto her back as she fled. On that day, Hinata Kyoji rushed out, and the rain began to fall. After ensuring the safety of Takeda Kojiro, the rain felt at ease to engage in battle. With a swift motion, she drew her long sword, unleashing a powerful wave of energy directed towards the spot where the previous ninja had stood. The forceful gust dispersed the surrounding water vapor, alerting the ninja to the rain's approach. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. While the rain was still airborne, a water dragon surged forth from the mist, furrowing her brow. The rain positioned her long sword before her, a wave of energy coursing along the blade, effectively countering the water technique. To the ninja's astonishment, it appeared as though she had cleaved through the water dragon bullet technique. How could this be? Only Lord Mizukage could achieve such a feat. And yet this child the rain had no intention of engaging in further conversation. She continued her assault toward the ninja. Bang, bang, bang. In a series of rapid exchanges, she sent the shuriken flying from the ninja's grasp and struck towards his chest. Water release. Water gun. Unexpectedly, the ninja's other hand discreetly unleashed a water gun from his waist. As the rain's blade pierced his chest, the water gun simultaneously struck her at the waist. The ninja, impaled by the longsword, collapsed instantly, while the rain, overwhelmed by a sudden pain, crouched down. Rain, what is wrong? Hinata Kyoji, seeing the rain in distress, rushed over while carrying Takeda Kojiro on her back. The recent death of Yukimitsu Nobutaka had made her excessively sensitive to injuries, as she feared losing another companion. Are you all right, Rain? Noticing the blood seeping from the Rain's hand, Hinata Kyoji grew increasingly anxious. The Rain, however, waved her hand dismissively, though in considerable pain. It was merely a surface wound. Do not worry, quickly go support Silver Bell Sensei. That mist ninja wielding a long sword is formidable. Hinata Kyoji shook her head. No, if both Silver Bell Sensei and I confront that man, who will protect you and Takeda Kojiro? I have vowed that since I have defeated you, it is my duty to protect you. Her eyes brimmed with determination and an unwavering resolve not to abandon her partner. Crouching down, Hinata Kyoji gently set Takeda Kojiro down and retrieved a roll of medical bandages from her pouch, swiftly pushing aside the Rain's hand that covered her wound. Be gentle. The Rain winced in pain. With a series of deft motions, Hinata Kyoji wrapped the bandages around the wound, securing it. The Rain felt a slight relief. With a sigh, she conceded, very well, let us remain here to safeguard Takeda Kojiro. Meanwhile, the battle between Hatake Jinrin and Mizukage continued unabated. If this persisted, she knew she would not stand a chance against him, and could only hope that the Rain and Hinata Kyoji would retrieve Takeda Kojiro. Kikuchi Jinrin swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, aiming to swiftly overpower Mizuki Mountain. However, just as success seemed imminent, Kikuchi Jinrin reverted to a defensive stance. Was this a tactic to buy time? Mizuki Mountain discerned Kikuchi Jinrin's subtle intentions and promptly extricated himself from their entanglement, leaping through a window, where he beheld Takeda Kojiro lying down and Hinata Kanzuya and Yuki standing guard beside him. Ah, you managed to retrieve those two useless ones, Mizuki Mountain remarked, swiftly advancing towards Yuki and Hinata Kanzuya. Hinata Kanzuya activated his Byakugan, while Yuki unleashed his Sharingan. Gentle fist technique, surge punch. A powerful gust of energy surged towards the advancing Mizuki Mountain. Yet, Mizuki Mountain's reaction was remarkably swift, evading the oncoming strike with ease. However, in that fleeting moment of evasion, two fireballs materialized, effectively hindering Mizuki Mountain's movements. Fire style, fireball technique. Pa, you underestimate me if you think you can restrict my actions. Mizuki Mountain retorted, leaping into the air and executing a graceful somersault, not only dodging the fireballs but also closing in on Takeda Kojiro's position. You two little brats cannot possibly contend with me. But just as the words left his lips, Mizuki Mountain found himself utterly astonished in midair, confronted by a colossal fireball. While below him, Takeda Kojiro had transformed into a clone. Oh no, is this a combination of the clone technique and transformation technique? Realizing he had been deceived, it was too late. The immense fireball engulfed Mizuki Mountain, and the fierce heat generated by the flames forced Hinata Kanzuya to shield his face with his arm, as his hair was whipped about by the scorching winds. Did we succeed? Yuki inquired. Hinata Kanzuya, peering into the fiery abyss through his Byakugan, marveled. Yuki. He is not dead. It appears he has utilized water style to counter your flames. Yuki furrowed his brow, contemplating how such a close-range fireball technique could be thwarted, pondering what means could possibly harm this insufferable foe. As the flames gradually dissipated, steam erupted from within. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? It seems Kikuchi Jinrin has indeed brought along some remarkable pupils. Mizuki Mountain understood that within the steam, visibility was compromised, although his sensory capabilities far surpassed those of the two youngsters. The presence of a Hyuga clan member posed a significant challenge. Swiftly, Mizuki Mountain extricated himself from the enveloping steam, leaping onto a tree branch, where he calmly declared, "Today, you have triumphed. I shall temporarily spare this fellow's life. But remember, you have obstructed my mission. Should we meet again, I will not show mercy." At that moment, Kikuchi Jinrin arrived swiftly, addressing Mizuki Mountain from his elevated position. "No matter how many times you come, do not expect to succeed here again." Shueling Mountain emitted a sound and swiftly departed, leaving behind two fallen ninjas. One had been knocked to the ground by Hinata's intertwined punch and lay unconscious, while the other had already succumbed to the rain's lethal strike. "Are you two all right?" asked Hitaki Yinling. Before the rain could respond, Hinata interjected hastily, "I'm fine. But Rain has sustained some injuries and requires immediate treatment." Hitaki Yinling had already noticed Rain's wounds, yet considering Rain had managed to evade Shueling Mountain previously, the injuries likely weren't severe, so she paid little mind. "There is a large clinic in this town. Let us head there shortly." With that, Hitaki Yinling turned and roused Takeda Kojiro. Hey, it's all clear now." After persistent efforts from Hitaki Yinling, Takeda Kojiro finally regained consciousness and asked, "What happened? Did those people leave?" Hitaki Yinling reassured him, "You are safe now, and that individual shouldn't return. However, it would be prudent for you to leave the land of water as soon as possible, given that he could employ the long-missing Shueling Mountain. It's certain that he will not rest easy after Shueling Mountain's failure." Takeda Kojiro nodded in apprehension, recalling the events and feeling a chill of fear each time he remembered how close he had come to perishing at that man's hands. "I need to expedite my plans. I'll head to the land of fire tomorrow. You will protect me for 10 days, which should suffice for my journey." Hitaki Yinling nonchalantly replied, "No problem. We can conveniently return to Konoha along the way." Soon, Hitaki Yinling and Takeda Kojiro returned to their residence, while Hinata and Rain proceeded to the clinic for treatment. Hinata supported Rain by placing one of his arms over her shoulder, helping him walk slowly. "Honestly, there's no need to go," Rain protested. "This minor injury is manageable with just a bit of bandaging." Hinata turned to him, her gaze resolute. "I'm not a medical ninja. If there is anything else wrong inside, it could lead to irreparable consequences. We must get it checked." Given Hinata's unwavering determination, Rain decided it was futile to argue and chose to comply. After a moment of contemplation, he finally broached a question that had been lingering in his mind. "During our escape, even though I collapsed from running too fast, why did you suddenly strike me?" Rain inquired, revealing the matter that had been hidden in his heart. Hinata's face flushed crimson, yet she responded with a mischievous grin. "Because you were irritating me at that moment, so I thought I'd give you a beating." Clearly, her dismissive response left Rain hesitant to pursue the topic further, for he feared that this girl might unleash another barrage of blows upon him, which would be far too costly. The journey to the Grand Clinic was exceedingly long. However, this passage brought Rain a peculiar sense of enjoyment. While Hinata Kyuji typically donned ordinary attire, her appearance today was strikingly captivating, leaving Rain to ponder why she had never perceived her beauty in such a light before. Yet, Rain found herself perplexed as to why Hinata Kyuji was clad in such an outfit after completing her task. The pink dress, now slightly soiled from the recent skirmish, did little to diminish her charm. Hinata Kyuji, seemingly aware of Rain's gaze, smiled softly and remarked, "What are you staring at? Just close your eyes and rest well." Upon hearing this, Rain felt a sudden shyness wash over her, realizing the woman's intuition was remarkably accurate. Once confirmed that there was no pressing matter at the clinic, Hinata Kyuji declined to carry Rain back. Early the next morning, under the guidance of the affluent Takeda Kojiro, they set forth towards the land of fire. The industries of the land of water began to gradually shift towards the land of fire. While Takeda Kojiro mentioned that he would keep the grand residence for a future fortunate soul, it remained a mystery who might be the lucky recipient of such a splendid abode, leaving Rain envious as she reclined atop the carriage. At this moment, Hinata Kyuji climbed up beside her, noticing Rain's nearly slumbering state. With a gentle shove, she roused her, exclaiming, "You'll catch a chill sleeping up there." Rain looked at the girl with a hint of skepticism, inquiring, "When did you become so concerned about me?" Hinata Kyuji blushed slightly, finding a convenient excuse. "I only noticed your injury and feared that your poor habits might cause a relapse. I was merely being considerate." Rain scratched his head, realizing that her concerns held validity, especially in light of Shinden's demise, and thus chose not to dwell on it. "Very well. I shall descend, and you can enjoy the view from up there." With that, Rain leaped down into his own compartment, which, unlike the merchant caravan, was lavishly appointed, with each of them, Rain, Hinata Kyuji, and Hatake Jinrin, afforded their own opulent carriage. Meanwhile, Hinata Kyuji sat above, feeling an inexplicable sense of destined solitude, her gaze lingering reproachfully on Rain as he jumped down. Takeda Kojiro, seated at the front with Hatake Jinrin, was engaged in conversation. "It's no trouble to have you in my embrace. It's merely a soft bed. I could accommodate as many as needed. Especially since you saved my life," he said, to which Hatake Jinrin smiled in response. Then, "Thank you." Upon reaching the land of fire, Takeda Kojiro vanished without a trace, reportedly to the capital to further his commercial empire, while Hatake Jinrin and the others returned to their routine lives. However, Jinrin's quarters now boasted a grand, plush bed. Should Rain and Hinata Kyuji venture into her room, they would undoubtedly be astonished to find it resembled the very bed they had slept in at Takeda Kojiro's residence. However, the true cost of this bed remains known only to Kiki Silverbell, who alone is aware of the extent to which he has embezzled from his task clients. This time, Takeda Kojiro has also offered a considerable reward for the mission, primarily dispensed privately, while the legitimate amount has been duly submitted to the Hidden Leaf Village. It must be noted that the C-rank mission has indeed ensnared a plump prey, although the task substance has escalated to B-rank. The rewards, when factoring in Kiki Silverbell's grand bed, have reached the level of an S-rank mission. After taking a well-deserved respite at the Earl Noodle house for several days, during which Rain also lent a hand with various tasks, trouble once again found its way to Rain. Uchiha Mountain arrived at the Noodle house, accompanied not by one, but another member of the Uchiha clan. If Rain were to see him, he would instantly recognize this individual as one of the clan's prodigies, Uchiha Shirhan. With a disgruntled expression, Uchiha Mountain entered the Noodle house and took a seat at an empty table, followed closely by Uchiha Shirhan. No sooner had they settled than Uchiha Mountain began to voice his grievances. "That damned Rain has awakened the Sharingan, and not just any Sharingan, but a 3-tomo variant." Uchiha Shirhan replied in astonishment, "Are you saying that the boy who was banished from the family has awakened the Sharingan at the tender age of 12, and furthermore, achieved the 3-tomo Sharingan?" Uchiha Mountain nodded with resignation. Such talent was indeed beyond even Uchiha Shikin's grasp, particularly given that the boy had been cast out from the clan. What was even more alarming was the fact that this individual had never attended a ninja academy, merely practicing a few sword techniques on his own. These techniques, in the eyes of the Uchiha clan, were considered subpar, and he had never refined chakra or practiced ninjutsu, yet he managed to defeat Uchiha Mountain. Uchiha Shirhan, however, adopted a more cheerful demeanor and remarked, "That's wonderful. In recent years, during our comparisons with the younger generation of the Senju clan, the Senju have triumphed for 2 consecutive years. This year, it is rumored that the Senju clan has produced a prodigious ninja who possesses wood release, a technique famously utilized by our first Hokage." Uchiha Mountain nodded, recalling that the individual who had aided Rain was indeed a practitioner of wood release, a technique synonymous with the renowned Senju clan prodigy, Senju Mutai. It is undeniable that Senju Mutai has received unequivocal support from the upper echelons of the Hidden Leaf, being heavily groomed for the Hokage position, as Senju Hashirama's influence as the first Hokage is profoundly significant, with his wood release unparalleled in the ninja world. Yet, Uchiha Mountain could not bear to see Rain reap any rewards and prodded, "Shirhan, have you always had a fondness for Ningxin?" Uchiha Shirhan looked at Uchiha Mountain with confusion, pondering the suddenness of this inquiry, but he nodded nonetheless. Uchiha Mountain continued with a smirk, "You are well aware of the relationship between Rain and Ningxin, are you not? If the Rain truly returned to the Uchiha clan, then at this juncture, Uchiha Jishuin would comprehend the implications of Uchiha Mountain's words. The return of the Rain would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. He would resemble the 7th Hokage from centuries past, foolishly spending 15 years to reclaim his rival." Observing Uchiha Jishuin's hesitation, Uchiha Mountain fanned the flames of persuasion. "If Uchiha returns, your exceptional talent is beyond dispute. Brother son, Without a doubt, you are destined to become the leader of the Uchiha clan. How could one allow this newcomer to overshadow you? Hearing this, Uchiha Jishuin's brow furrowed. Although he may not yet be the strongest among the Uchiha, he was indeed the last to triumph over the Senju before the clan's consecutive failures over the past 2 years. Additionally, he was the son of the current elder of the Uchiha clan, and his future was bright. He could not allow the newcomer to disrupt the favorable circumstances he currently enjoyed. What should I do? Uchiha Mountain, with a cunning smile, replied. He has been exceedingly arrogant lately. He even sought me out for a duel last time. This time, we shall invite him to the training ground and give him a thorough beating. Once we dispel his bravado, he will have no face to return to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Jishuin nodded in agreement. Just as the very subject of their discussion, you approached them. Your plan seems sound, yet the outcome may not align with your expectations. Uchiha Mountain remarked in astonishment, noticing you still present in the noodle shop. This is fortuitous. It makes it easier for me to find you. So what is your decision? Uchiha Yu, appearing indifferent, responded, since Brother Jishuin has taken the initiative to challenge me, I cannot refuse. Let us meet at the training grounds this afternoon. With that, you return to his work. Suddenly, Uchiha Jishuin called out to you, if you win this afternoon, I will ensure you are reinstated into the Uchiha clan with due recognition. You waved his hand dismissively and fixed a piercing gaze on Uchiha Jishuin. I am already a member of the Uchiha. Your acceptance or denial is of no consequence. With that, he swiftly departed for the kitchen. Uchiha Mountain seethed with anger as he watched you leave. What an arrogant individual. Who does he think he is? Does he believe the Uchiha clan would covet someone like him? Uchiha Jishuin shared his frustration. After all, as a member of the Uchiha clan, they viewed their family's honor as paramount. Faced with Yu's disdain for the clan, Uchiha Jishuin resolved to defeat Uchiha Yu and demonstrate the strength of the Uchiha clan. After finishing their meal, the two left promptly, while Yu continued his work at the noodle shop, and the morning quickly passed, leading them to the appointed time for their confrontation. Confronting Uchiha Shizune, Yu felt an unsettling uncertainty within. 3 years prior, Shizune had represented the youth of the Uchiha clan, competing at the tender age of 12 in that particular tournament. In the fierce clash between the two clans' most exceptional young talents, Uchiha Shizune emerged victorious, his name echoing throughout the Uchiha lineage. Subsequently, the Uchiha clan faced a series of defeats at the hands of the Senju clan for 2 consecutive years, which significantly bolstered Shizune's reputation among the Uchihas. Moreover, the grandeur of his lineage led to exaggerated proclamations, leaving you uncertain of his chances against Shizune. As a cold breeze swept through, both Yu and Shizune stood vigilant, eyeing each other warily. At Uchiha Mountain's command, both warriors sprang into action simultaneously. In an instant, Yu unsheathed his long blade, while Shizune wielded a short knife. The clash of steel echoed as they exchanged strikes, neither gaining a decisive advantage. On their third encounter, Shizune's Sharingan suddenly manifested before him. Was this an illusion? Yu activated his own Sharingan, but as it encountered Shizune's Jinjutsu, it began to whirl uncontrollably. Reminiscent of a spinning fan, the dark tomo swirling in Yu's vision. Is it a rotating Sharingan? Shizune pondered in confusion. Indeed, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Yet hesitation was not an option. Yu's spinning Sharingan, despite being ensnared by Shizune's Jinjutsu, showed no signs of faltering, while Shizune himself abruptly closed his Sharingan. Was this a rebound of the illusion? Shizune gazed in astonishment at the unfolding events, realizing he had fallen victim to his own Jinjutsu. Had his ocular power not been sufficiently potent, he would have long been subdued by his own illusion, though he was unaware of the precise nature of the occurrence. He recognized the monumental opportunity before him. He lunged forward, delivering a decisive strike towards Shizune. However, Shizune, relying on his Sharingan, swiftly evaded the attack and countered with equal fervor. With both combatants possessing Sharingan, their assaults proved ineffective against one another, showcasing the inherent strength of their eyes. Nevertheless, Yu seized upon an opening. Shizune's over-reliance on his Sharingan caused a delay in his counterattacks, granting Yu insight into his attack trajectory. When Yu hastened his assault, Shizune found his rhythm disrupted. Seizing this rare moment, Yu delivered a powerful kick that sent Shizune hurtling backward. Simultaneously, Yu formed seals and unleashed, fire style, great fireball technique. His Sharingan spun once more, as a colossal flame surged forth, engulfing the arena. What a magnificent great fireball technique. Uchiha Mountain marveled at the sheer size of the inferno. In the majestic Lushan, Uchiha Shirhan was utterly astounded. He had never witnessed such a formidable fire technique. Perhaps only the most skilled members of the Uchiha clan could wield such a powerful ninjutsu. After being kicked away, he fell to the ground. And as he faced the oncoming colossal fireball, he realized he had no means to withstand its fierce momentum. His only recourse was to flee. With a swift motion, he employed the earth release, subterranean technique, instantly burrowing underground and narrowly evading the fireball's assault. However, this escape left him in a precarious state. For the earth release technique required immense chakra, and Shihin's reserves were already quite limited. Where is he? Rain scanned the surroundings, pondering if it was earth release. Suddenly, his Sharingan began to spin, and he leaped into the air. In an instant, Uchiha Shurihun erupted from the ground, delivering a punch toward the spot where Rain had just stood. Yet, Rain had already taken flight. Fire release, great fireball technique. A relatively standard fireball hurtled directly toward Shurihun, who had just emerged from the earth. Fire release, flame dragon technique. A vast wave of fire erupted from the ground, shattering the training field and surging skyward toward Rain. Rain's fireball was swiftly consumed, leaving him with no means of evasion as the ground below transformed into a raging inferno. Reacting with remarkable speed, Rain's Sharingan spun even faster, and he conjured his most potent great fireball. The two colossal flames entwined, and as Rain descended, the fierce winds generated by the conflagration propelled him beyond the flames' reach, allowing him a brief respite. With a look of horror, Rain contemplated the scene. Had he not been swept away by the intense heat, he would have surely perished amid the inferno. As the flames gradually dissipated, he noticed Uchiha Shurihun, panting heavily, gaze fixed upon him. You managed to evade my fire release, flame dragon technique under such circumstances, Shurihun remarked, his voice calm yet incredulous. It was merely luck, Rain replied, his expression impassive. Nevertheless, your fire technique is indeed formidable. With that, Rain renewed his assault on Shurihun, recognizing that the latter was still catching his breath and could not afford to recover. Rain's blades surged toward Shurihun, who, though gasping for air, maintained sufficient combat prowess. The two engaged in a relentless skirmish. But it soon became apparent that Shihin's chakra was waning, as both relied heavily on the Sharingan in their close-quarters combat. The Uchiha clan typically boasted strength in offense, but weakness in defense. Without the Sharingan, the advantage in internecine battles became even more pronounced. Shurihun was clearly struggling to sustain his Sharingan, let alone utilize ninjutsu. The rain fell incessantly, granting a slight advantage, while a succession of ninjutsu left Uchiha Shurihun utterly defenseless. Furrowing his brow, Uchiha Shurihun regarded Uchiha Yu, and in the next moment, his Sharingan vanished. I have lost. My chakra is depleted, and without my Sharingan, I cannot evade your blade. Uchiha-san observed from a distance, his expression one of bitter resentment as he witnessed Uchiha Shurihun concede defeat. Damn it! What happened to the future clan leader of the Uchiha? What happened to the genius of the Uchiha? He can't even defeat a discarded member of the family. Uchiha-san formed hand seals, invoking fire style, fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball hurtled towards you. Yu's Sharingan began to whirl, and he countered with his own fire style, fireball jutsu. The two flames collided, each combatant continuously expelling fire. You just battled Uchiha Shurihun for so long. Your chakra must not sustain your fireball for much longer. Indeed, after the confrontation with Uchiha Shurihun, Yu's chakra had nearly run dry. However, the chakra fueled by the rotation of his Sharingan allowed him to unleash a massive fireball that swiftly engulfed Uchiha-san's. As Uchiha-san continued to spew flames, he glanced up to see Yu's enormous fireball rushing towards him. The fireball, ablaze with ferocity, approached rapidly. Realizing his ambush had failed and facing an opponent he could not contend with, Uchiha-san attempted to leap aside. Yet, the vast expanse of Yu's fireball left him unable to escape entirely. His right hand remained ensnared within the fiery sphere, the flame searing his arm to charred black within mere moments. Uchiha-san clutched his right arm tightly, the agony proving nearly unbearable. Uchiha Yu regarded Uchiha-san with an expression of indifference. If you are so adept at ambushes, you must also understand that one day you will reap the consequences of your actions. Uchiha Shurihun too cast a strange glance at Uchiha-san, piecing together the words exchanged earlier at the Ol restaurant. It dawned on him that this fellow's hatred for Yu had reached an unprecedented level, and he was evidently manipulating him. With this realization, Uchiha Shurihun began to stride toward Uchiha-san. San, enduring the pain, found himself devoid of strength to move. If he did not seek treatment swiftly, he risked losing his right hand due to the severity of the burns. Seeing Uchiha Shurihun approach, Uchiha-san sighed in relief. grateful that at least someone could assist him to the hospital. However, what he did not anticipate was Uchiha Shirhan seizing his collar, lifting him up, and exclaiming fiercely, "You wretched fool, how dare you use me? Who do you think you are?" Within the realm of Uchiha Mountain, amidst a visage of sheer terror, Uchiha Jishuin delivered two formidable punches to Uchiha Mountain's head, swiftly followed by a kick to his groin, resulting in yet another catastrophic blow to that region. Uchiha Mountain's anguished cries reverberated throughout the training ground, drawing the curious gazes of onlookers from afar. However, due to the obscured sightlines between the training grounds, their interest waned swiftly. Rain approached, stating, "You ought to take him to the hospital, otherwise, this fellow's right arm may very well be rendered useless." And his groin has now endured a second devastating blow. Uchiha Jishuin nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Although this individual had exploited him, the notion of obliterating him entirely was unthinkable, for they shared the same clan. "Are you truly not considering a return?" Rain shook his head in response, asserting, "Should I return, it must be with dignity. I harbor no interest in your Uchiha collective. I am Uchiha as well, and I too can be Uchiha Rain." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Uchiha Jishuin with a heavy sigh. At merely 12 years of age, Rain had easily bested him, despite Jishuin being 3 years his senior. Moreover, Rain had only embarked on his training journey for less than a year. Perhaps this individual truly possessed the potential to surpass the Senju clan's prodigious wood style user. Uchiha Jishuin resolved that such talent as Rain's must not be squandered. This strength was undoubtedly the future hope of the Uchiha clan. Although he had previously feared that Rain might overshadow his own promising future within the Uchiha lineage, the honor of the family ultimately eclipsed his personal ambitions. Yet, he had not contemplated the implications of Uchiha Ningshin's involvement. Following his victory, Rain found himself severely weakened. His chakra nearly depleted and having been ambushed at the most opportune moment by Uchiha Mountain. At this moment, Rain was unable to sustain his Sharingan. Had Uchiha Jishuin opted for a fight to the finish rather than surrender, Rain might have succumbed to the experience gap. After all, Uchiha Jishuin was a well-established name, while Rain was merely a fledgling ninja. Hey, have you heard? The annual duel between the Uchiha and Senju clans is about to commence again. And it is rumored that this year, the Senju clan has a strong chance of a 3-year winning streak. Indeed, among the 12-year-olds from the Senju clan, there is the wood-style prodigy Senju Mutai, who may very well surpass the first Hokage. As Rain ambled along, he overheard numerous discussions regarding this impending tournament. Indeed, the Uchiha clan had suffered 2 consecutive defeats in this contest, and the matter had been shunned in silence within the clan over the past 2 years. Upon returning to the Earl Noodle house, Rain reclined on his bed, seeking rest. The establishment had closed early that afternoon, much to Rain's delight as he relished the tranquility. The following morning, the Earl Noodle house opened its doors as usual, and Rain proceeded to the secluded grove, which was largely ignored by others. "I must master a new fire-style ninjutsu today," Rain silently resolved. Yesterday's confrontation with Uchiha Jishuin enlightened you to the realization that while the fire release, great fireball technique is indeed practical, it pales in comparison to more formidable fire techniques. Upon unrolling the scroll, the subsequent page revealed 2 additional fire release ninjutsu: fire release, Phoenix fire technique, and fire release, great fireball technique. These 2 techniques share a similar nature with the great fireball technique. However, they possess a more limited attack range. The great fireball has undergone centuries of refinement, and the current iteration of the technique employs chakra to expel a spherical flame from the mouth. In contrast, the Phoenix fire technique serves as an enhanced version of the flame ball technique, being expelled from the mouth rather than executed with both hands. Nevertheless, the methods of learning these 2 techniques, along with their chakra properties, are quite similar, making it relatively easy for you to learn, and he progressed at an impressive pace. As you diligently practiced, a familiar voice once again called out to him, "Long time no see you." The visitor was none other than Uchiha Ningshin. In truth, ever since Uchiha Ningshin discovered Yu's training location, she had visited a few times but had not encountered him, perhaps due to misfortune, as you had been on missions at those times. Upon turning around, you saw Uchiha Ningshin standing below, holding a bag, prompting him to cease his practice and leap down. Inquiring, "What brings you here?" Uchiha Ningshin, with a hint of impatience, replied, "Must I always have a reason to seek you out?" You scratched his head, responding, "No reason, no visit to the temple." "This is hardly a temple, it resembles a thatched hut more closely," she retorted. Both erupted into hearty laughter, suddenly feeling transported back to their earlier days. "I heard you defeated Uchiha Jishuin, Brother, Ningxin remarked. You nodded, saying, they challenged me to a duel this afternoon. And I emerged victorious. Uchiha Ningxin's face brightened with joy. That's wonderful. After such a short time training, you were able to defeat Brother Shirshuan. Your talent will surely earn you a place in the family again. Yet, upon witnessing the sincerity in Uchiha Ningxin's eyes, you found himself at a loss for words. Noticing his silence, Ningxin asked, what troubles you? It's nothing. It's just that I may find it difficult to return to a family that does not acknowledge me. You admitted. Uchiha Ningxin, filled with fervor, exclaimed, why? Although the family has committed many wrongs and has wronged you, you are still a member of the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, you surprisingly countered her assertion. Is there anyone in the clan, aside from you, who regards me as a member of the Uchiha? Does anyone believe my existence is of consequence? To them, I am merely a superfluous being. But you have now proven your worth. Even Brother Shirshuan has fallen to you. Uchiha, you declared emphatically. I have vanquished him. The Uchiha clan, along with those individuals, matters not to me. I am Uchiha, not their puppet. This decaying clan holds no further significance for me, does it? Uchiha Ningxin gazed at her childhood companion with disbelief, sensing an unfamiliar aura. You promised me you would return one day. Why, when the opportunity lies before you, do you appear so indifferent? You vowed to come back, did you not? You lowered her head and spoke softly. I am sorry, Ningxin. What do you have to apologize for? Uchiha Ningxia questioned. I am the one who must apologize. I deceived you. Perhaps I shall never return to that family. If that is the case, then there is no need for your apology. We are no longer connected. From now on, we shall be rivals, not friends. I will represent the Uchiha clan in the family battle a month from now and will defeat Mutai with my own hands. Upon finishing her words, Uchiha Ningxin turned and departed, leaving behind the bag in her hand. Ningxin, your belongings, Uchiha Ningxia remarked coolly as she turned back. They are yours. Furthermore, my name is Uchiha Ningxin, she replied, continuing her departure without looking back. You approached the bag, opening it to reveal a delightful aroma emanating from within, her favorite delicacies and some ninja tools. Suddenly, an impulse to chase after her surged within you. As a sense of loss spread through her mind, perhaps her actions had completely extinguished the friendship between her and Uchiha Ningxin. As Uchiha walked the path back to Noodle House, her thoughts were consumed by the resolute departure of Uchiha Ningxin and the words she had spoken to her. Perhaps what she truly desired was not merely an apology, but rather a genuine hope for you to reconsider her stance and return. However, once the Uchiha had forsaken her, she found herself unable to return, for it was not she who betrayed the Uchiha, but rather the Uchiha who had betrayed her. Lying in bed, you pondered these matters silently. A month hence would mark the grand clash between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Uchiha Ningxin was undoubtedly the most exceptional among the 12-year-olds of this generation, likely to face Mutai in the final confrontation. How she longed to witness it. Yet, attendance at this duel was primarily limited to members of the two clans, with only the upper echelon of Konoha permitted to observe. And arrangements had to be made in advance with both the Uchiha and Senju clans, for these two families were the founders of Konoha. At this moment, the Chunin exams were fervently underway in the Hidden Leaf Village, yet this year's exams held little connection for you. It was rumored that both Uchiha Ningxin and Mutai had registered to compete. The Hyuga clan had aspirations to participate as well, but with Yoko Shineda absent, Team 4 would have to wait until the following year, as the Chunin exams required a trio to compete. In this contemporary era, although it is not strictly necessary to form a team of 3 to participate in the CHNIN exam, the long-standing tradition and the inherent disadvantage of being a duo left Hatake Jinren uneasy about allowing you and Hyuga Jizai to enter the examination. Given that participation was not an option, Hatake Jinren opted to engage in a flurry of capture missions during this period. The manpower shortage in the Hidden Leaf Village during the CHNIN exam meant that the rewards for completed tasks were significantly increased. Consequently, pursuing frantic capture missions proved to be quite beneficial over the course of the CHNIN exam, which lasted for over 10 days. Hatake Jinren successfully completed 4 missions, 2 C rank and 2 D rank, earning a modest sum. Upon the completion of the 4th task, the CHNIN exam reached its final phase, with the ultimate showdown set to occur at the newly constructed training ground in the Hidden Leaf. After receiving the mission rewards, Hatake Jinren approached the two and conveyed, "The Hokage has requested that we attend the CHNIN exam. You both will be participating next year, so observing it now will be advantageous for you." Hyuga Jizai nodded in agreement. After all, even if she did not accompany Hatake Jinren, she would have to follow her family upon returning to the Hyuga clan, which would prove less liberating. Meanwhile, Yu was indifferent, feeling rather bored without any afternoon training plans. Thus he consented to join. Well then, it's settled. After we each have a good meal, let us gather at the entrance of the training ground. The Hokage has already procured our tickets, Hatake Jinren declared. You looked astonished and remarked, you actually got tickets from the Hokage? That's rather stingy of you. After all, you are a distinguished elite Jonin of the Leaf. Surely. You wouldn't be short on funds. Hatake Jinren retorted, come on, the tickets for the Nin exam are quite expensive, and the Hokage managed to secure us prime seating. If we were to buy them ourselves, it would cost as much as a B rank mission. Is it really that costly? It's merely a few Nin skirmishes, you questioned. Hatake Jinren shook his head solemnly, stating, the Nin exam is by no means a trivial affair. In this day and age, it serves as the most compelling test of a ninja's prowess. A commendable performance in the exam significantly increases the chances of gaining the village's recognition. You nodded, acknowledging the truth in this. Even within the Uchiha clan, the importance placed on the Nin exam was exceedingly high, as acquiring village resources remained a primary objective for all clans. Hyuga Jizai, too, did not disagree. Otherwise, the younger generation of the entire clan would not be attending together. However, accompanying Hatake Jinren seemed far less burdensome than joining her family. The mere thought of her father's stern visage filled Hyuga Jizai with trepidation during her childhood training. She had often faced reprimands from him for the smallest of mistakes. The final stage of the Chunin exams, a pivotal selection process, remains one of the last unaltered traditions within the Hidden Leaf Village. This examination has not transformed for several centuries, and the expansive training ground remains unchanged as well. Kirigaya Jinren, accompanied by Yu and Hinata, occupied the esteemed VIP seats, entering through a special passage. However, upon stepping into the vast training arena, they were greeted by a sea of humanity, a testament to years of expansion, capable of accommodating up to 100,000 spectators, reminiscent of Barcelona's Camp Nou. The air was thick with the sounds of encouragement and the cacophony of the crowd, while the participating ninjas stood poised for action below. The 14th Hokage stood resolutely at the forefront of the arena. A notable shift from previous years is that this Chunin exam has evolved from a collaborative effort among various ninja villages into an internal assessment exclusive to the Leaf Village. Yet, as ninjas excel in their respective village exams, they advance to a subsequent competition, a grand tournament featuring ninjas from all nations, ultimately selecting the most formidable candidates to compete. Victorious participants not only elevate their village's reputation, an essential consideration for a prominent village like the Leaf, where poor performance may invite criticism, but also receive substantial rewards funded by the 5 great nations, benefiting their village with significant financial support. It is said that the Hokage Tower in the Leaf Village was established using the funds garnered from consecutive championship victories in this competition. Ling Feng took a deliberate step forward, exuding an overwhelming aura that silenced the crowd instantaneously. His presence commanded the attention of all, and once the arena fell into complete silence, he spoke. This is the final examination. Advancement does not solely depend on victory. If you demonstrate sufficient strength and an impressive performance, you too have the opportunity to advance and become a distinguished Chunin of the Leaf. Upon his words, thunderous applause erupted from the audience of 100,000, a magnificent display of approval, with fervent shouts of Lord Lingfeng. Lord Lingfeng, echoing through the air. His name resonated particularly among the female voices, signifying his popularity as a young Hokage. However, some young men harbored differing opinions. Though he is the Hokage, he pales in comparison to me as a man, one scoffed. Such poor judgment these women have. Another echoed, indeed, he is merely powerful in this era of peace. It is we, the affluent, who are the true gentlemen. Their remarks, however, were met with disdain from those who overheard. Ling Feng's esteemed position was not easily shaken. You surveyed the vibrant atmosphere of the crowd, feeling the palpable energy, yet in the next moment, Ling Feng's commanding presence once again enveloped the arena, restoring silence. Then Ling Feng continued, now, the Chunin exam is about to commence. As he spoke, a Jonin suddenly appeared in the center of the exam arena. He had silver-white hair, akin to that of Hatake Yinling, yet his physique was vastly different. He was notably corpulent, were it not for his silver locks. One might easily mistake him for a member of the Akimichi clan. The rotund ninja introduced himself. I am Kakashi Hitaki, a Jonin of Konoha. I shall serve as the chief referee for this Chunin exam, and I will swiftly assist you in evading any life-threatening situations, so you may engage in battle without concern. After a brief pause, Kakashi declared, let the Chunin exam officially begin. The first match will feature Uchiha Nisshin against Saratobi Ziku. With that, he vanished from his spot. reappearing above the training ground, slightly lower than where Ling Feng stood. Upon hearing that Uchiha Ningxin was the first to compete, Yu's attention was particularly piqued. Both Uchiha Ningxin and Sarutobi Ziku entered the arena simultaneously. However, Ningxin's focus was not on her opponent, but rather on Yu, who stood closest to the battlefield. Yu found herself unable to meet Ningxin's gaze, uncertain whether it was due to guilt or the embarrassment of facing a childhood companion. Hinata Kinzuya approached, inquiring, "Look, that girl from the Uchiha clan is truly beautiful." She came in and immediately looked at Yu. "Are you two involved?" Today, Hinata wore a vibrant, youthful outfit in shades of pink, complemented by her flawless figure and visage. Ningxin furrowed her brow, snorting softly before redirecting her attention to Sarutobi Ziku. Now, the first match begins. Ningxin activated her Sharingan, revealing the single Tomo, and simultaneously unleashed a flurry of shuriken toward Ziku. The barrage of shuriken was not aimed directly at Ziku, who smirked disdainfully, remarking, "Is this the best your Uchiha clan can muster?" However, as he spoke, the shuriken drew ever nearer. At that moment, Hinata whispered to Yu, suggesting that Ningxin's shuriken might have missed their target. Yu, however, understood the situation clearly and replied coolly, "If that member of the Sarutobi clan continues this way, he won't even be able to evade these shuriken." Although the shuriken initially appeared off-target, they collided with one another, altering their trajectories. These new paths not only aimed squarely at Sarutobi Ziku but also effectively blocked all avenues of escape for him. Although the scope of the confrontation was not extensive, it was already too late for realization, as Uchiha Ningxin had accurately anticipated that his shuriken would strike true against his opponent. In that moment, the overconfident Sarutobi Shokai had entirely forfeited his chance to evade. The shuriken found its mark on Sarutobi's arm. However, Sarutobi's own formidable strength allowed him to narrowly avoid the full brunt of Uchiha Ningxin's attack. Clutching his wounded arm, Sarutobi remarked with a hint of disdain, "The shuriken technique of the Uchiha clan truly lives up to its reputation. I have underestimated it." With an air of arrogance, Uchiha Ningxin replied, "The Uchiha clan possesses not only formidable power, but also many more surprises. I shall see how far you can comprehend." With that, Sarutobi swiftly withdrew the shuriken embedded in his arm, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Ningxin. "You are merely a small clan of fewer than 300 members. Cease this ostentation. Do not forget, your family were all deemed sinners in history hundreds of years ago." Sarutobi's words ignited a fire within not only Uchiha Ningxin, standing upon the dueling stage, but also among the younger members of the Uchiha clan below, who were eager to rush forward, only to be restrained by the adults nearby. Even the rain seemed to radiate a sense of murderous intent. How could the honor of their clan be so insulted? Uchiha Jishuin, too, was filled with wrath. Though the Sarutobi clan had produced 2 Hokage, he believed that the Sarutobi were far inferior to the Uchiha. "Let me go and strike that wretch. How dare he insult our clan in such a manner?" An elder from the Uchiha clan intervened, calmly stating, "This matter does not require our intervention. The Hokage and the Sarutobi clan will provide us with an explanation. Should there be none, do not blame the Uchiha for being unyielding. Ultimately, it is Ningxin who shall defeat that Sarutobi brat in the arena." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jishuin nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed been provoked by Sarutobi Shokai's taunts. Uchiha Ningxin, too, was spurred by his own fierce spirit, fiercely loyal to his clan like many others of the Uchiha lineage. He launched another shuriken, declaring, "With that arm of yours, I fear your ninjutsu will be difficult to perform." This time, Sarutobi Shokai had learned from his previous encounter, deftly avoiding the shuriken and maintaining a considerable distance from it. "Fire release is not solely the domain of your Uchiha clan. I will show you that our Sarutobi's fire release is even more powerful." Fire release, flame eruption. A tremendous torrent of flames erupted from Sarutobi's mouth. A formidable display of power. Although its range was limited compared to other fire techniques, its speed was unparalleled. Uchiha Ningxin narrowed his Sharingan, preparing his own counterattack. Fire release, great fireball technique. 2 fire techniques intertwined instantaneously, engulfing the entire arena in a torrent of flames, resembling a colossal mouth of fire. The inferno within the Colosseum intensified as the 2 contenders relentlessly expelled their fiery assaults, as if engaged in a contest to determine whose fire technique was superior. Kagami Jinrin furrowed his brow and remarked with a hint of concern, "If that Uchiha girl were to face off against a member of the Sarutobi clan in a battle of fire techniques, the likelihood of her defeat would be substantial." A skeptical Rain turned to inquire, "Why?" The Uchiha clan excels in fire techniques. How could she possibly lose? At that moment, Hinata interjected to clarify. It is surprising that you are from the Uchiha clan. Although the Sharingan is formidable, the average chakra reserve among the Uchiha is limited. Moreover, the Sarutobi clan possesses exceptional prowess in fire techniques as well. Indeed, the chakra limitations of the Uchiha clan are a significant drawback. Should Uchiha Ningxin and Sarutobi Zika continue their clash of fire techniques, not only would her chakra supply be insufficient, but the advantages of the Sharingan would also be rendered ineffective. A smirk crept across Sarutobi Zika's lips as he taunted, "Prepare yourself for defeat, foolish woman." However, in an unexpected turn, Uchiha Ningxin's great fireball technique suddenly expanded, its fiery force magnifying considerably, breaking through the oppressive flames with ease. At that moment, Uchiha Ningxin channeled all her chakra into the great fireball technique, resulting in a powerful eruption that overcame the searing flames. Sarutobi Zika was caught off guard as the great fireball surged toward him. This is bad, he thought, recognizing the vast range of the attack. Although it could not rival Rain's fire techniques, the sheer scale was enough to make evasion exceedingly difficult. He sprinted to the side with all his might. His gaze fixed on the approaching flames, his pupils dilating in alarm. Boom! The immense fire consumed everything in its path, crashing into the barriers set within the training grounds, which absorbed the flames entirely. Sarutobi Zika narrowly escaped disaster, propelled by his swift escape, yet his injured hand was once again scorched by the flames. Gasping for breath, he regarded Uchiha Ningxin from a distance and remarked coolly, "Such powerful fire techniques, but your chakra must be nearly depleted by now." Uchiha Ningxin, having even closed her Sharingan, responded confidently, "Even with taijutsu, I can still defeat you here." She launched several shurikens from behind her. Observing this, Sarutobi Zika sprang into action, attempting to distance himself from her shurikens. "Such tactics are futile against me. You are destined to lose, Uchiha." Yet, to Sarutobi Zika's astonishment, the shurikens unexpectedly altered their trajectory. How is this possible? Rain, seated at the sidelines, remarked nonchalantly, "Shuriken manipulation technique, and this is just the beginning." The long strings tethering Uchiha Ningxin's shurikens allowed her to control their movements. As she pulled the strings, the shurikens collided with one another, honing in on Sarutobi Zika with deadly precision. Sarutobi Shinkai crouched slightly, preparing to evade. Just as the shuriken approached him, he sprang into the air, executing a series of movements that allowed him to completely dodge all the shuriken thrown by Uchiha Ningxin. At that moment, Uchiha Ningxin suddenly yanked her right arm forcefully, retracting another batch of shuriken from the ground with great strength, their trajectory aligning perfectly with Sarutobi Shinkai's position in midair. Sarutobi Shinkai felt a sharp pain in his back as several shuriken pierced through him. His eyes widened in shock as a wave of dizziness overcame him, causing him to collapse. Medical ninjas from Konoha swiftly rushed onto the scene and carried Sarutobi Shinkai away with astonishing speed. An elder from the Sarutobi clan stood up, visibly excited, exclaiming in disbelief. This girl had cleverly utilized the shuriken that previously harmed Shinkai, concealing them in the ground, and then forced him back into the earlier position with a third volley of shuriken, subsequently pulling the hidden long wires to achieve a surprise attack. A young member of the Sarutobi clan looked at Uchiha Ningxin in astonishment, admitting that he too might have fallen for such a trap. Hinata Kyuji gasped in awe as he witnessed the shuriken being pulled back, realizing that this intricate series of maneuvers had been meticulously planned from the outset, showcasing the girl's formidable strength. "I declare the victor to be Uchiha Ningxin," declared Hatake Kakashi as he entered the arena, raising Uchiha Ningxin's right hand. The members of the Sarutobi clan wore grim expressions as they gazed at Uchiha Ningxin, while the Uchiha clan erupted with cheers. Uchiha Shirhan beamed with joy. The Uchiha had triumphed, and he was exceedingly pleased. With the conclusion of the first match, the nearby Jounin began to deliberate on the scores. Shortly thereafter, Hatake Kakashi re-entered the arena and announced, "I declare that both Uchiha Ningxin and Sarutobi Shinkai will advance to the rank of Chunin." Upon hearing this, not only the Uchiha clan but also many spectators voiced their discontent. While Sarutobi Shinkai possessed notable strength, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Uchiha Ningxin in this round, making it difficult for onlookers not to suspect favoritism towards the Sarutobi clan. Hatake Kakashi cleared his throat and continued, "Now, the second round will feature Shinja against Uchiha Yama." At this announcement, you couldn't help but chuckle, recalling that Uchiha Yama had been unable to participate in the written exam and team trials due to a severe injury to his groin. Yet his teammates had managed to reach this stage through their combined efforts. Now, Uchiha Yama had also eliminated his opponent in the first round, leading him to this moment. However, his opponent would be the genius of the Shinja clan, Shinja Muta, as Uchiha Yamato and Shinja Mutai entered the arena simultaneously. The members of the Uchiha clan could not help but furrow their brows. Although Uchiha Yamato was one of the two finalists, it was evident to all that his strength paled in comparison to that of Shinja Mutai. Uchiha Shirhan stepped forward and spoke slowly. That fellow Yamato is already destined to lose. There is no need for him to further disgrace himself here. An elder from the Uchiha clan cast a fierce glare at Uchiha Shirhan and admonished loudly, "Even if we are not the stronger party, we must never concede. They are merely the vermin of the Shinja clan." As Uchiha Yamato stepped into the ring, he unconsciously swallowed hard, fully aware of the terror that Shinja Mutai embodied. He knew he was no match for him, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, surrender before the Shinja was simply unacceptable. Upon hearing Hitaki Kakashi's signal to commence, Uchiha Yamato charged towards Shinja Mutai, determined to end this humiliation as swiftly as possible. His reckless assault revealed his intentions to Shinja Mutai, who, as a member of the Shinja clan, relished the opportunity to embarrass the Uchiha. Shinja Mutai swiftly approached Uchiha Yamato without resorting to his signature wood-release technique. Activating his Sharingan, Uchiha Yamato thought, "If you won't use your wood-release, then I shall defeat you with my Sharingan." He drew a shuriken and swung it, momentarily causing Shinja Mutai to feel a pang of anxiety. Fortunately, he managed to evade it. Following this, Uchiha Yamato crouched low and attempted a sweeping kick. However, Shinja Mutai anticipated his move and leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Uchiha Yamato's head as he crouched. Even though Uchiha Yamato's Sharingan allowed him to perceive Shinja Mutai's actions, his body failed to respond in time, and he was sent sprawling to the ground. Simultaneously, Uchiha Yamato felt a chill in his nether regions, sensing imminent danger, and instinctively covered himself. This gesture elicited a hearty laugh from Shinja Mutai, who had not yet struck but had clearly indicated his intent. The audience, witnessing the entire scene, erupted in laughter as well. "Hey, did you see that?" The Uchiha guy instantly covered himself. Indeed, he just got kicked in the face. His eyes must still be closed. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan has another eye down there? Even Hinata Hyuga stifled a chuckle as Uchiha Yamato's actions were undeniably comical. Realizing something was amiss, Uchiha Yamato sensed the overwhelming noise of laughter around him. He quickly rose to his feet, distancing himself from Shinja Mutai, and regarded him with a serious expression. "What on earth did you do?" Shinja Mutai looked at Uchiha Yamato with an innocent expression and replied, "I haven't done anything at all. You have inadvertently concealed your groin, rendering yourself a subject of ridicule, which seems to bear no relevance to me." Uchiha Yama's expression soured, evidently affected by the consecutive strikes to his sensitive area. Nevertheless, he resolutely gripped his shuriken, launching yet another assault on Shinja Mutai, for he could not afford to lose face and linger in this place. In that moment, Uchiha Yama harbored a desire for Shinja Mutai to unleash his most magnificent wood-release technique, swiftly defeating him. Such an outcome would allow him to concede without significant disgrace. However, Shinja Mutai did not entertain even this modest consideration. With a powerful punch, he struck Uchiha Yama's shuriken, and in response, Uchiha Yama lunged toward Muta's fist. As the shuriken pierced Muta's hand, it instantly transformed into wood, splintering apart and summoning an infinitely extending wood release that ensnared Uchiha Yama. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Yama endeavored to extricate himself from the binding wood, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Neither his shuriken nor brute strength could shatter the wooden restraints. At that moment, Shinja Mutai unleashed a fierce punch that landed squarely on Uchiha Yama's visage. Such a disparity in strength was utterly unfathomable. Although Uchiha Yama was aware of the vast difference in power between himself and Shinja Mutai, he had never anticipated such a total lack of ability to resist. He had at least hoped to pose some measure of threat to Mutai, yet it seemed he could not even compel Mutai to reveal his wood release, let alone pose any credible threat. With a series of relentless punches, Uchiha Yama's face became a tapestry of bruises, yet he dared not surrender, nor could he. As he endured the onslaught from Shinja Mutai without the means to retaliate, Mutai taunted him, "Why do you not concede yet? At this rate, you risk permanent disfigurement." Uchiha Yama. Ultimately, Mutai delivered several more merciless blows, rendering Uchiha Yama battered and bruised until he was finally halted by Kakashi Hitaki, who intervened and put an end to Muta's assault. Once the wood release was dispelled, Uchiha Yama collapsed to the ground, swiftly attended by several medical ninjas who carried him from the arena. It seemed that the recently discharged Uchiha Yama would soon find himself in a hospital bed once more. As Uchiha Yama was carried away, Senjimura raised his hand, and Kakashi Hitaki announced, "The victor is Senjimura, and he is the sole contender to advance to the rank of Chunin in this round." Following Muta's promotion, several members of the Uchiha clan furrowed their brows. For like the Sarutobi clan, they had previously discussed advancements with the higher-ups of Konoha. Yet now, while the Sarutobi clan celebrated their ascension, the Uchiha clan faced elimination. The subsequent matches proved equally thrilling. In the third bout, Shino Aburame faced off against Hinata Hyuga, with Hinata emerging victorious. In the fourth match, Senju faced off against Uchiha once again, but this time, the Uchiha clan emerged victorious. Following the match, you departed the training ground, no longer wishing to watch. However, Hitaki Jinren and Hyuga intertwined their fates, as their family members were set to compete later, prompting them to remain and observe. The Chunin exams had reached their conclusive end today. Those who advanced to the rank of Chunin were elated, while those who did not faced a rather disheartening fate. On the following day, Hitaki Jinren, seemingly inspired by some unknown motivation, took two individuals to the mission center in search of tasks, despite the lack of prior arrangements. "Jinren-sensei," you inquired, "the Chunin exams just concluded yesterday. Shouldn't we take a day to rest? After all, many are celebrating, while others are recuperating in hospitals." Hyuga intertwined nodded in agreement, for the Hyuga clan had triumphed magnificently in this exam, making a celebratory feast indispensable. Yet, being summoned today meant that Hyuga intertwined could not partake in the festivities. Hitaki Jinren spoke with a hint of profundity. "These are but a few days following the end of the Chunin exams. Soon, we shall revert to our original compensation. We should seize this opportunity to earn some money. Otherwise, we might struggle to make ends meet. In truth, during the exams, you had accumulated a considerable sum, enough to last for a while." So Jinren's claim of financial hardship seemed perplexing. "Curiously," you asked, "Jinren-sensei, where has all your money gone? How could it be spent so quickly?" Hyuga intertwined also nodded, eager to know the answer. Hitaki Jinren smirked wickedly, "I donated it to charity, for my conscience is simply too benevolent." You shot Jinren a skeptical glance. "I don't believe you." Hyuga intertwined merely nodded in silent agreement. Jinren continued, "Whenever I see those scantily clad girls in the alley at night, I cannot help but offer them some money. It is unavoidable. My heart is just too kind." You listened, utterly baffled, while Hyuga intertwined gazed at Jinren with wide-eyed innocence. "How tragic," you lamented. "At night, in those alleys, they must be leading such miserable lives. Once I have the means, I shall help them. To the best of my ability." Jinren chuckled, "There will come a day when you will, for you are a man. And with that comes the responsibility to aid the weak and those in need. Remember, wherever there is a pink light, they will surely be found." You nodded earnestly and then set off towards the mission center. At that moment, Hyuga intertwined turned to Jinren and declared, "When I grow up, I too shall experience their lives and assist them." Upon hearing this, Jinren broke into a cold sweat and pleaded, "My dear Hyuga-sama, please do not go. Otherwise, your father will surely come seeking me for retribution." Hinata shook his head. His father often taught them to experience different lives, although it could be arduous. He felt compelled to give it a try. Kirigakure's silver bell wore a thoroughly grim expression. If they truly went, his credibility as a teacher might plummet to zero, and his authority could dip into the negative. Upon arriving at the mission center, he noted that it resembled the atmosphere during the Chunin exams, with scant few people present. This was precisely why Kirigakure's silver bell had chosen to come during this period. Upon noticing Silver Bell's arrival, the center's staff sighed, "Silver Bell, while the profit-sharing ratio is currently quite high, is it truly necessary to undertake missions so frantically?" Silver Bell waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This is not merely about profit or money. I am doing this for Konoha. If no one undertakes missions during the Chunin exams, it would adversely affect the entire system of Konoha." Before the staff could continue, Silver Bell seized a recent C-rank mission. It was a task he recognized all too well, evoking nostalgia for that nation. Yuki curiously leaned in, asking what mission could possibly make Silver Bell sense such longing. Suddenly, Silver Bell's face flushed, and he handed the mission paper to Yuki. The task read, "Protection Mission. On the borders of the Land of Fire, there exists a prestigious music academy. The Fire Music Academy, known for producing numerous musical talents. The most renowned singer, Chika Chika, hails from this academy. The mission involves providing security for Chika Chika's return performance at the academy, which is expected to draw massive crowds. This event is particularly special. necessitating the expertise of Konoha ninjas to ensure no unforeseen circumstances arise. Upon reading it, the typically stoic Hinata suddenly exhibited an unusual excitement, exclaiming, "Chika-Chika's performance? This is hardly a mission, it's a privilege." Yuki looked perplexed at the task and asked, "Is this Chika-Chika really that famous?" Silverbell, Hinata. And the staff cast incredulous glances at Yuki. Hinata was the first to exclaim, "You don't even know Chika-Chika? She's the most famous singer right now. Whenever she performs in any country, it's always a massive turnout. If today weren't so quiet, we would never have been able to snag this mission." Silverbell nodded in agreement, exclaiming how fortunate they were to come on this day. He burst into laughter. The staff concurred, saying, "You are indeed quite lucky. I just posted this task, and you arrived right on time to claim it." Yuki, feeling resigned, turned to Silverbell and remarked, "Teacher, you must have known about this beforehand, which is why you came here today at this hour, right?" Upon entering, you effortlessly secured this task. Hatake Jinren offered a non-committal smile. In the midst of the excitement shared between Hatake Jinren and Hinata Kurenai, the task was seamlessly accepted, with the urgency to depart intensifying. Hinata Kurenai expressed a desire to leave by tomorrow, the sooner the better, while Hatake Jinren promptly stated, "Let us return to gather our belongings at once. We shall convene at the village entrance and set forth immediately towards the Fire Country's Music Academy." Rain waved farewell and returned to his chamber. Having recognized the fervor of the star-chasing duo, Hinata Kurenai and Hatake Jinren, he quickly grabbed some provisions before hastily departing for the village entrance. Initially believing he was swift in his endeavor, he was surprised to find that Hinata Kurenai and Hatake Jinren were already prepared and waiting. Their expressions tinged with impatience as they observed Rain approaching. Hinata Kurenai called out exuberantly, "Rain, hurry. We must depart. If we arrive before dusk tomorrow, we might even catch a glimpse of Chika-Chika." Rain quickened his pace to match theirs, expressing his irritation, "I thought I was quick enough. Just gathering a few snacks to bring along. I truly do not understand your urgency." Hatake Jinren, in a tone reminiscent of a mentor, replied, "Once you meet Miss Chika-Chika and grasp her popularity, you will realize that a close encounter with her is something worth cherishing for a lifetime." Rain, with a disgruntled expression, waved his hand dismissively. "I have no interest in such matters. When you rush off to see the performance, I will be left outside, burdened with tasks." Hatake Jinren erupted into laughter, secretly entertained by the thought. Hinata Kurenai looked at Rain with a perplexed expression, as if to say, "Isn't this how it should be?" Rain, exasperated, placed his hand over his face and let it slide down slowly, resignedly stating, "Do as you please. I am simply not interested." The Fire Country Music Academy, established during the era of the 7th Hokage, emerged shortly after the onset of a peaceful age. This period heralded a renaissance, during which the status of ninjas began to diminish, giving rise to various professions across the land. Consequently, the income of ninjas dwindled. Yet the peril associated with their vocation lessened. Nevertheless, the allure of being a ninja remained remarkably high. The inception of the Music Academy not only inaugurated an era of music for all, but also revitalized the music industry. The earnings of a renowned singer often exceeded those of the Hokage by several times, if not dozens. As a result, society gradually shifted its admiration away from Hokages and generals, redirecting it towards singers, actors, and athletes. The Fire Country Music Academy sprawled over an expansive area, comparable to half the size of the Hidden Leaf Village, a testament to the significance placed upon it by the Fire Country, which invested far more in the Music Academy than in the Hidden Leaf Village itself. Standing before the grand entrance of the Fire Music Academy, Hinata Kaido felt as though she hailed from the countryside. The pristine white decorations and numerous colossal statues, along with the pathway paved in various stones, exuded an air of nobility. In truth, Konoha is considered a rural area within the Land of Fire. The main building of the Fire Music Academy rivaled even that of the Hokage, with its sharply pointed towers and the emblem of the academy flanking either side, underscoring the significance of this edifice and its preeminent status. "How beautiful! I yearn to study here," Hinata Kaido exclaimed, her youthful heart stirred by the enchanting surroundings. The intricately carved statues outside, particularly the one of the currently celebrated singer, Chika-Chika, captivated her. She hurried over to admire the statue, her face brimming with admiration. Yuki, observing her, couldn't help but wonder where the so-called dignity and honor of her prestigious family had vanished to. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, wary of provoking the girl into an unnecessary confrontation. Suddenly, the doors of the academy swung open, revealing an elderly butler accompanied by several young, beautiful girls. Among them was Kiki Jinri, her silver hair glistening as she waved. Kiki approached Hinata and Yuki, greeting them warmly. I am Kiki Jinri from the Konoha Ninja Village. Here on behalf of your Fire Music Academy. The amiable butler added, I oversee the vocal department, now referred to as the Director of Education. Though I prefer my former title. Konoha's efficiency is indeed impressive. You've arrived so promptly. Please, do come inside. Miss Chiki Keiko is currently available, and we can discuss the details together. Upon hearing that Miss Chiki had time to meet, Hinata Kaido felt a surge of excitement. In contrast, Kiki Jinri maintained a calm demeanor, her enthusiasm tempered compared to Hinata's fervor. Under the guidance of the department director, Kintani, the group proceeded to a large building behind the main structure. The architecture was uniquely shaped, exuding an undeniable sense of grandeur and an ineffable nobility. Upon reaching the fourth floor, they encountered several renowned singers engaged in conversation, and Hinata gazed at them in awe, nearly drooling with admiration. Yuki glanced around, noting the abundance of strikingly beautiful women, all adorned in elaborate attire, alongside many handsome men. Despite knowing they too were made up, Yuki felt a sudden pang of inadequacy. The female stars occasionally cast glances in Hinata's direction, whispering amongst themselves. What a stunning girl. She rivals Chiki Keiko in beauty. And I dare say her figure is even more alluring. If she is already this captivating now, just imagine her perfection in the future, one woman remarked, nodding in agreement. Is this preparation for new talent at the academy? Our pressure would certainly increase. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Kintaro knocked on a door facing the hallway and announced, Miss Chikako, your guest has arrived. A voice from within quickly responded, I understand. Shortly after, a woman dressed in a light blue kimono, her hair cascading freely, opened the door. Hinata, upon seeing her, appeared almost faint. While Kiki's expression was somewhat peculiar, neither an outright lecherous gaze nor one of disbelief. The woman who opened the door was none other than the esteemed singer Chikako, the very client of this mission, known to both Hinata and Kiki. It must be said that Chikako was indeed stunning, with flawless cheeks and an undeniable allure. Yuki found it hard to resist stealing glances, and the slightly fitted kimono accentuated her perfect figure. After greeting Chikako, Kintaro turned and departed, while Chikako ushered the others into the room. The space was spacious enough to serve as a living room, furnished neatly and imbued with a youthful charm. It was said that Chikako had just turned 26. Kiki scanned the surroundings before finding a seat, while Hinata closely followed Chikako, her expression reminiscent of first love, completely entranced. Yuki, maintaining an air of composure, settled into another seat, though his heart raced at the sight of Chikako's beauty. Once Chikako brought in several cups of tea and took her seat, Kiki, now composed, remarked, Miss Chikako, I believe we should discuss the matter at hand. Could you provide us with the specifics of the task, including its scope and any particular individuals involved? Upon hearing this, Yuki and Hinata reacted quite differently. Hinata nodded vigorously, even feeling that Kiki's inquiry lacked detail. Yuki, however, perceived Kiki's true intentions. It was unlikely that a routine protection task would involve such complexities, suggesting that Kiki was indeed seeking to offer Chikako additional benefits, effectively increasing Yuki's own burden. Chikako pondered for a moment and then spoke softly, in truth, if it were merely a standard performance, your presence wouldn't be necessary. This upcoming event will attract not only ordinary spectators, but also numerous nobles and high-ranking officials from other countries. Kiki furrowed her brow, realizing that the situation was more complicated than anticipated. Chikako continued, amidst the gathering of esteemed individuals, there exists the potential to attract those with malevolent intentions. Such individuals may resort to assassination, targeting either specific individuals or even a group, which could lead to the disruption of my performance or unforeseen consequences. Although I may appear to bask in glory, I am in no position to shoulder such responsibilities when compared to these aristocrats and nobles. Indeed, while Chika Keiko is a celebrated star, this world still largely belongs to the aristocracy and royal families. Should an incident occur involving them, Chika Keiko would find herself in a precarious predicament. Kikuchi Jinra nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of this mission, and then inquired, thus, to preemptively thwart any nefarious individuals from causing chaos, we must prepare in advance? Chika Keiko affirmed with a nod and continued, precisely. Although it need not be overly complicated, most of the necessary checks have been completed. We simply require your assistance in preventing any unforeseen incidents. Should any ill-intentioned individuals appear at the venue, please ensure they are dealt with before they can inflict any irreversible damage. Upon hearing this, you smiled faintly and regrettably remarked, It seems this mission is not suited for me. Clearly, it would be more appropriate to assign it to the Byakugan-wielding Hyuga clan. Wouldn't you agree? Hyuga, who had been staring intently at Chika Keiko, was suddenly roused from his thoughts and coldly replied, "If it is designated for you, then it is yours to command. I have great faith in your abilities." With that, he turned away, disregarding you entirely. Chika Keiko stifled a smile, joyfully exclaiming, "You two truly complement each other." Both you and Hyuga pointed at one another, exclaiming him, her, I would never be so well matched. This banter elicited laughter even from Kikuchi Jinran. With the mission largely settled, Kikuchi Jinran adopted a more serious demeanor and continued, "Miss Chika Keiko, may I inquire about your concert tickets?" Chika Keiko suddenly beamed. Responding lightly, "I didn't expect you to attend my performance. I recall you never cared for such things before." Kikuchi Jinran sighed, "Given your fame, who would wish to see your performance? Speaking of our relationship, surely we can secure a few tickets?" Chika Keiko fixed her gaze on Kikuchi Jinran and asked, "What do you believe the nature of our relationship is?" Kikuchi Jinran burst into laughter, though it appeared rather strained. "I would say we share a rather commendable friendship." "Wouldn't you? Is that so? Friends, then?" "That's agreeable," Chika Keiko replied, before departing to retrieve 3 tickets from a drawer, which he then handed to Kikuchi Jinran. "Here are the tickets, situated in the front rows. You'll be seated alongside other nobles, which should conveniently aid your mission." Hyuga gazed at Kikuchi Jinran with admiration. "Teacher Yinling, I cannot believe you have known Qianqian Huizi for such a long time, and your relationship is quite good." Qianqian Huizi took a seat and began to explain. "A few years ago, before I gained fame, Yinling saved my life. He is indeed my lifesaver." Hinata Kanzuya grew even more curious and inquired, "What exactly happened that posed such a threat to your life?" Qianqian Huizi was prepared to elaborate, but just then, Kiki Yinling interrupted her, stating, "Enough. Thank you, Miss Huizi. Kanzuya, we have pressing matters to attend to, so we must take our leave now." With that, Kiki Yinling stood up immediately, seeming eager to depart, a stark contrast to his demeanor upon arrival. Although Hinata Kanzuya appeared reluctant, he bid farewell to Qianqian Huizi, while you remained silent, feeling that he had no place in this conversation. Once outside the room, Hinata Kanzuya began to complain, "Teacher Yinling, we have no other matters to attend to. Why did you not allow me to seize this opportunity to engage more with Miss Huizi?" Kiki Yinling sighed and replied, "Enough of that. Let us first inspect the rooms and gather our belongings." With that, Kiki Yinling vanished from sight. Upon witnessing this sudden disappearance, Hinata Kanzuya turned to you and gently suggested, "Without Teacher Yinling here, shall we return to Miss Qianqian Huizi? She is a superstar. We cannot miss such an opportunity." You dismissively waved his hand and replied, "I could not care less about such opportunities. I need to quickly drop off my luggage." "Did you not hear Teacher Yinling? We are to gather here shortly." Hinata Kanzuya continued persuasively, "Oh, come now. We are comrades after all." You, taken aback by Kanzuya's unexpected demeanor, reluctantly conceded, "All right. I'll agree to your request this once." Suddenly, Hinata Kanzuya rushed over, grasping Yu's arm, shaking it in delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful. I knew you would agree." He then swiftly pulled you toward Qianqian Huizi's room. Midway, he suddenly realized he was holding Yu's hand as he ran, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He immediately released Yu's hand, glaring at him in annoyance. Yu raised both hands innocently, a hint of blush on his cheeks. As he looked at the suddenly irate Hinata Kanzuya and weakly explained, "This is not my doing. You were the one who pulled me along." Hinata Kanzuya paused momentarily before continuing forward, urging, "Hurry up." Yu, with exasperation, followed suit, silently pondering, "What have I done to deserve this? Why is it always this woman who has me in her sights?" After knocking again, Qianqian Huizi's voice came from within. "May I ask who is there?" Hinata Kyuji suddenly shifted to a different tone, speaking slowly. "Sister Keiko, it is I, Hinata Kyuji, and I have returned. Do you have a moment?" Chihiro Keiko promptly opened the door to her room, welcoming both Rain and Hinata inside with evident joy. "I do have time. After all, there is no one else here to converse with, and it's fortunate that you have come. But is there truly no issue with your teacher, Silver Bell? I sense he may not be particularly keen on you speaking with me." Hinata Kyuji curiously found a spot and remarked, "It's fine. Silver Bell isn't even here right now. By the way, Sister Keiko, may I request your autograph? I am a devoted fan of yours." Chihiro Keiko quickly signed her name in the notebook that Hinata had produced, and then inquired, "By the way, does your teacher, Silver Bell, have a girlfriend?" Rain, who had been idly listening, suddenly straightened up, casting a peculiar glance at Chihiro Keiko, pondering if she had developed feelings for Silver Bell. Hinata Kyuji voiced her astonishment. Sister Keiko, do you perhaps like Silver Bell? Chihiro Keiko's face flushed suddenly, but she shook her arms dismissively, offering a feeble explanation. How could that be? I was merely asking out of curiosity. After all, he is my savior. I know quite a few lovely ladies. Perhaps I could introduce him to a few. Although her explanation seemed rather weak, Hinata Kyuji chose not to expose her, contemplating before replying, Silver Bell holds quite a prestigious position in our village. Yet I have never seen him with a girlfriend on the streets. Chihiro Keiko felt a tremor in her heart. A barely perceptible smile gracing her lips as she joyfully exclaimed, Is that so? Would you like to hear about the time Silver Bell saved me? It was truly a harrowing experience. Hinata Kyuji nodded emphatically, and though Rain remained silent, she perked up her ears, eager to listen. Chihiro Keiko paused, seemingly lost in her memories. One night, I was merely a student at the Fire Music Academy. Due to my playful nature, I ventured alone to the back mountains of the academy, a place known among students as the Mountain of Death, for several corpses had been discovered there, causing quite a stir within the academy. A senior whom I greatly respected had perished on that mountain, though he had once warned me never to approach it, claiming it held unpleasant memories. Thus, I could never believe that he willingly ventured into those mountains. It was not the mountains that were to blame, but rather the actions of someone malicious. Nevertheless, I set off alone towards the back mountains, and upon my arrival, I sensed something amiss. For I seemed to have lost my way completely and could not find the path back. As I wandered through the forest enveloped in darkness, I found myself utterly disoriented, gripped by fear and anxiety. My frantic footsteps echoed in the stillness until a nearby scream shattered the night, propelling me into a panicked sprint. It was perhaps my bewildered flight that drew the attention of the source of that horrifying cry, a student from our academy. To my horror, the one responsible for that student's demise was none other than my esteemed senior. In that moment, I was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. Why was my respected senior, wielding a bloodied axe, pursuing me in this desolate, moonless night? At this juncture, Qian Huizi's emotion surged, her expression transforming into one of terror. It was as if she had resolved to end my life. I fled desperately, only to find my escape thwarted at the edge of a small cliff, with my senior closing in on me. Despair consumed me as I cried out, but no response came. Ultimately, it was the arrival of Yinling that answered my call. She appeared suddenly behind me, engaging in a struggle with my senior. In a matter of moments, she subdued him. Yet the weight of reality was too much for me to bear, and I succumbed to unconsciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in a hospital bed, with Yinling vigilantly watching over me. She had cared for me throughout the night. Lacking family at the conservatory, I felt immense gratitude towards her. Suddenly, you spoke up, inquiring about the resurrection of my senior. Qian Huizi fell silent for a moment before explaining that he had not actually perished. Rather, he had cleverly evaded detection using a remarkably lifelike model corpse. Yinling had discerned the truth, conducting an investigation that ultimately revealed my senior's survival, and she had followed him until she was able to restrain him. Hinata Keiji then pondered another aspect of the story, asking how my relationship with Yinling had evolved. It seemed evident that we had become quite good friends. The emphasis on the word friends was particularly pronounced. As a group, we made our way to the rendezvous point we had previously agreed upon, only to discover Chimu Yinling standing there, gazing up at the sky. You went to see Qian Huizi, didn't you? Chimu Yinling inquired. Hinata Keiji, undeterred, replied boldly. Yes, I suddenly realized I had something to discuss with Sister Huizi. Surely, Teacher Yinling would not deny me this small freedom. In a measured tone, Chimu Yinling responded, If I intended to deny you, you would have been dragged out already. My leniency is not an allowance of freedom. Rather, it is to prevent others from discovering the nature of my role as a teacher. Observing the trivial exchange between Hinata Keiji and Chimu Yinling, you swiftly redirected the conversation. Teacher Yinling, what is the significance of our gathering here? Hinata Keiji promptly echoed the question. Indeed, Teacher Yinling, what is the important matter you previously mentioned? Chimu Yinling remarked with a serious expression. Although this task appears to be a mere protection mission on the surface, the implications behind it are exceedingly significant. We are tasked with safeguarding a daimyo. You, with a resigned demeanor, replied, What do those daimyo have to do with us? If something were to happen to them, it would merely be an issue for the Fire Country Music Academy. Chimu Yinling continued to elucidate. No, while they may not directly concern us, they are, after all, daimyo. Our client holds considerable importance, and as ninjas, if we fail to protect our clients' interests, the reputation of our ninja village would suffer greatly. You nodded in understanding. Next, we must traverse the entire Fire Country Music Academy to familiarize ourselves with the geography and the overall terrain surrounding this performance. Hinata Jiaji nonchalantly remarked. In that case, I need not accompany you. My Byakugan enables me to comprehend the layout here entirely, and I can perceive even the minutest details. Moreover, if necessary, the terrain will be my domain during actual combat. Chimu Yinling promptly tapped Hinata Jiaji on the head and stated, even so, we must remain vigilant. Therefore, you must refrain from using your Byakugan. Accompany us. This serves as part of your training. You continued walking indifferently, while Hinata Jiaji followed reluctantly at the rear. By the time they had explored the entirety of the Fire Country Music Academy, evening had approached. After enjoying a delightful dinner in the Academy's cafeteria, the trio returned to their respective rooms, for even in such a vast academy, a few rooms were manageable. It was said that tomorrow, the daimyo and several nobles would be arriving at the academy. After lying on his bed for a short while, Yu found himself feeling quite bored. He thought it would be more entertaining to venture out during this interval, if there was nothing particularly amusing at the Fire Country Music Academy. The only thing that piqued Yu's interest was the back mountain, which he had learned about from Qian Huizi earlier that day. Although the true culprit had been apprehended, the location had since become deserted. Excitedly, Yu made his way toward the back mountain, only to spot a familiar figure sneaking in the same direction, Hinata Jiaji. Yu called out softly, Jiaji, Jiaji. Startled, Hinata Jiaji jumped, but relaxed upon seeing Yu. What are you doing here? Yu retorted, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? By the looks of it, are you planning to head to the back mountain? If I tell teacher Yinling, you won't be able to go. Suddenly, Hinata Jiaji activated her Byakugan and glared at Yu, declaring, you dare? If you tell teacher Yinling, I will not hesitate to beat you up right now. Yu felt a bit embarrassed. What a violent girl she was. Nevertheless, he shook his head, hands crossed over his chest. I understand. Then I shall accompany you. It would be quite perilous for you to venture alone, would it not? Hinata intertwined retracted her Byakugan, then with a huff, she strode ahead on her own, while Yu followed closely behind. The sole route to the back mountain was through the rear entrance of the Fire Music Academy, yet this passage had been thoroughly sealed off. However, for the ninja duo of Yu and Hinata, this posed no obstacle whatsoever. The two leapt with agility, sprinting a few steps atop the barriers, and successfully vaulted over the barricaded wall. Upon landing, they glanced back, and the Fire Music Academy had been left far behind. Hinata, observing the foreboding mountain path ahead, expressed her concern. It appears so dark here. I truly cannot fathom what courage Miss Keiko possessed to venture up this mountain alone. Yu, upon hearing this, resolutely advanced, waving his hand dismissively. If you are afraid, then do not follow. I can manage on my own and will relay everything that transpires within. Hinata, fueled by her indomitable spirit, swiftly darted ahead to walk in front of you. My Byakugan allows me to perceive the path clearly. It is evident that my presence in front is far more advantageous than yours. The pair continued their ascent up the mountain, and as they reached a midway point, Hinata suddenly turned to inquire, Yu, do you still remember the way back? Yu glanced behind him, only to see an expanse of trees and grass, rendering it impossible to discern their original path. I do not know, but with your Byakugan it should not pose a problem. Besides, as long as we keep moving in this direction, we ought to reach our destination. Hinata nodded, yet the seemingly modest mountain emanated an enigmatic allure. The summit was not devoid of inhabitants. It had once been a charming little village, now abandoned for reasons unknown. The subsequent arrival of the Fire Music Academy had branded this mountain as the Mountain of Death. You remarked nonchalantly, it has become desolate, yet the structures remain largely intact. If someone were to reside here clandestinely, it is unlikely anyone would notice. Hinata turned to you with a look of horror. Are you suggesting that it is possible for someone to live here? How could that be? This place is devoid of life. Mere survival is a challenge, is it not? If someone were to inhabit this mountain at night and depart by day, it would serve as a perfect hiding spot, which renders our situation perilous. Should they discover us? We are utterly unfamiliar with this terrain. Hinata waved her hand dismissively. We are ninjas, after all. Even if we are detected, we can utilize the terrain to our advantage. What if the one residing here is also a ninja? A dangerous ninja, no less. This place provides ample opportunity for evasion from pursuers, as well as the execution of unsavory plans. Hinata furrowed her brow, gazing intently at you. Now is not the time for jest. How could you possibly know that a ninja might reside here? Upon hearing this, you crouched down in a small grove and retrieved an object, presenting it to Hinata Koji. This object was none other than a shuriken, stained with blood, and nearby trees bore the shadows of more shurikens. Hinata Koji covered her mouth in terror and exclaimed, "No way. We should return quickly. Staying here is perilous. If we call Teacher Yinling, he can surely eliminate the ninja hiding here." Yu shook his head, asserting that since they were already here, leaving would be futile. Wouldn't it be better to draw him out rather than trouble Teacher Yinling? Now, activate your Byakugan and see if there are any individuals concealed within those houses. Hinata Koji nodded, activating her Byakugan, which granted her instant clarity into the rooms. To her eyes, those rooms were nearly devoid of inhabitants, the furniture intact yet somewhat disordered, indicating that it was still livable. This was not the chaos left by villagers who had departed years ago. While there were no current occupants, it was evident that people had once dwelled there. You nodded, reasoning that if no one was inside at this late hour, there were two possibilities. Either the ninja was nearby, observing them, something Hinata could ascertain with her Byakugan, or he had already made his way to the Fire Music Academy, possibly intending to harm someone. Hinata Koji immediately surveyed the surroundings with her Byakugan and, upon confirming that there was no one nearby, expressed her disbelief. Are you overly anxious? Perhaps the shurikens were left here long ago. You continued to analyze, stating, that cannot be. The blood has not fully coagulated, indicating this occurred recently. We might have crossed paths with him on our way up the mountain. Perhaps he is now at the Fire Music Academy. Hinata Koji inquired. So what should we do now? Return to the academy? It's vast. We'd be searching for a needle in a haystack. Indeed. Returning to the academy would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and by the time they addressed the situation, it might be too late. With no guarantee that he would abandon this place. However, you was certain of one thing. If we hide in this house, we will undoubtedly catch that rogue. I am certain. Why? He might very well forsake this place. You shook his head and replied, do not forget, this location is quite secluded. He has taken lives here, demonstrating his desire to protect this place. Thus, he will surely return, unless he is fleeing from a powerful adversary and dares not reveal his stronghold. Hinata intertwined nodded, and after confirming with a sidelong glance that no one was around, the two took refuge in a deserted little house, awaiting the return of the ninja mentioned by you. Hinata rubbed his eyes. Hours had passed without any sign of the expected arrival, and he inquired, why is he still not here? I'm nearly falling asleep. You glanced at the sky, noting the moon was particularly full tonight. The moon looks splendidly round, he remarked. Hinata, irritated, retorted, don't change the subject. I can barely keep my eyes open. You continued, you mustn't succumb to slumber. Your Byakugan is our only safeguard. How about this? I will rest first. And you keep watch with your Byakugan. If anything arises, wake me immediately. At that moment, Hinata felt an overwhelming urge to strike you down, yet he acknowledged Yu's point. Without the Byakugan, they would be oblivious to any potential threat. After observing you drift into a deep slumber, Hinata resumed his vigilant watch. An hour later, his Byakugan suddenly detected a tall figure approaching their location. Hinata promptly roused you, exclaiming, you wake up. Something's happening. You quickly sprang to his feet, asking, what is going on? Has that guy returned? Hinata continued to observe the figure with his Byakugan, confirming, indeed, it is an exceptionally tall man. His long hair suggesting it hasn't been cut in years. You nodded, it's normal, if he has lived here for a long time without money. He likely hasn't had a haircut. He simultaneously unsheathed his long knife, stating, what is his exact position? Hinata reported, he is just a short distance downhill from this small village. He will enter the village within minutes. You nodded in agreement. When he arrives, we must subdue him instantly. Ideally, we should knock him out right away. As the man approached, his towering stature was evident. He stood at least twice Yu's height, despite his long hair. It could not conceal the remnants of a once handsome face. You dashed out of the room, startling the man who gazed back in terror. You swung his knife down. But the man extended his right arm, astonishingly blocking the strike. What? You recoiled slightly, then swung again. Yet the man intercepted with his arm once more. You could distinctly feel the blade connect with flesh, yet the man remained unscathed. Soft fist technique, piercing fist. A powerful surge of energy erupted from you, propelling directly towards the man. The man, wholly fixated on you, momentarily failed to notice the presence of another individual within the dilapidated house. He was abruptly struck by a powerful punch, sending him crashing into the crumbling structure, which succumbed to his formidable weight. You swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the fire release. Great fireball technique. A tremendous blaze erupted, starkly illuminating the darkened forest, surging toward the spot where the man had fallen. engulfing both the house and him in its fiery embrace. However, the subsequent event left both Yu and Hinata in astonishment, for the man emerged unscathed from the flames. His face contorted with rage, transformed beyond humanity. At that moment, dark fur sprouted from his body, his eyes morphed into a menacing crimson, and his skin darkened as he rapidly grew in size. His nails elongated into vicious claws, fully metamorphosing him into a ferocious werewolf. A beast seemingly poised to rend everything before it asunder with a fearsome roar. Hinata stood frozen in place, having never encountered such a creature before. Yu too gazed in terror at the werewolf, whose stature had now reached 4 times his own height. Under the full moon's glow, the horror of this beast exceeded their wildest imaginations. The werewolf raised its razor-sharp claws and lunged towards Yu, yet Yu's reflexes were swift enough to raise his long sword to parry the claws, delivering a kick to the creature's leg. To no avail, as the werewolf absorbed the attack, retaliating with a powerful kick that sent Yu flying several meters through the air. The werewolf's gaze then shifted toward Hinata, who was now engulfed in paralyzing fear. Gentle fist, palm strike. Yet even in the face of terror, a ninja's instinct to resist remained. A gentle fist struck out, landing solidly on the werewolf's form, but it felt as though she had merely struck air, yielding no reaction. Realizing the futility, Hinata swiftly exited the house and fled into the distance, knowing that the farther she could get from the werewolf, the better. However, the werewolf's speed surpassed her expectations. It dropped to all fours and sprinted after her with astonishing swiftness. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yu, having regained his composure, activated his Sharingan, focusing a massive chakra within his mouth. A colossal fireball was unleashed toward the werewolf's path. Despite its rapid pace, Yu successfully anticipated the creature's movements, and the extensive range of the fireball engulfed the massive werewolf entirely, obscuring its form from view. Hinata halted, gazing at the distant site where the werewolf had been consumed by flames, letting out a sigh of relief. Did it succeed? Such a tremendous fire. However, a more despairing event unfolded for both individuals. The werewolf emerged once again, breaking through the flames and charging towards Hinata. Yu, having been struck by the werewolf and acutely aware of its terrifying power, harbored a singular thought: the werewolf must not be allowed to approach Hinata. The cursed beast. Yu's Sharingan began to whirl fiercely, reaching an unprecedented speed, transforming the 3 tomo into a solid black. This is my ultimate technique. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A surge of potent chakra coalesced in Yu's throat, visibly stretching it, while an overflow of chakra enveloped him. Leaning forward, he unleashed a colossal torrent of flames that threatened to engulf the entire village, transcending the great fireball jutsu to become a new form of ninjutsu. The werewolf, momentarily halted by the blaze, felt the oppressive heat draw near, swiftly followed by the fierce flames that engulfed it, scorching everything in their path, even nearly catching Hinata, who was running ahead. Yu concentrated all the fire's might, narrowing its range, yet the flames at the werewolf's location intensified, becoming swifter and more formidable. Tinged with a hint of yellow, the Sharingan continued to spin, but Yu sensed tears welling in his eyes, fatigue creeping in. After merely 10 seconds, his Sharingan dissipated entirely, and he collapsed onto one knee, gasping for breath. Hinata, now knocked to the ground by the force of the flames, remained unharmed, for few could withstand such a powerful fire technique. Yet, the werewolf stood defiantly before Yu and Hinata. At that moment, despair flooded Yu's heart. Surrounded by the desolate wilderness and the menacing werewolf, half of the mountaintop lay submerged in Yu's flames, the forest ablaze. If the fire was not quelled soon, the entire mountain would be consumed. The flames were noticed by the Fire Academy below, which began organizing personnel to ascend the mountain and extinguish the fire, including Hitaki Jinren among them. However, at this perilous juncture, no one could come to Yu and Hinata-Kyuji's aid. The flames ceased their voracious consumption. Yet the werewolf remained rooted in place, its fur scorched away, its body charred black, yet it stood unyielding. Damn it, is this beast invincible? Yu muttered. Hinata-Kyuji gazed at the werewolf, recognizing that it could not be allowed to regain its strength. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the creature, aware that Yu had reached his limits and that if he were to flee, it would spell disaster. Hinata-Kyuji dashed towards the werewolf, yet the creature remained unfazed. Standing resolutely in place, Kyuji landed a punch on the werewolf's thigh, followed by a flurry of strikes, all directed at the beast, ultimately bending its right leg. Such was the efficacy of the gentle fist. Any vital point struck, regardless of the strength of the adversary, could indeed inflict damage. You contemplated this as the werewolf. Despite kneeling on one knee like you, suddenly reacted, swiping a massive claw towards Kyuji. The claw was nearly half the size of Kyuji, and a direct hit would spell disaster. However, Kyuji nimbly leapt to the right, evading the lethal swipe. Gentle fist technique, surge punch. This marked Kyuji's first encounter employing such a technique at close quarters. The rush of air instantly impacted the werewolf's back, the tremendous force indenting its form and eliciting a piercing howl that reverberated through the air. The sound startled the rescue team hastening towards the summit, halting their advance in trepidation. Even Kyuji, who stood mere feet away, was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, he seized the opportunity, redirecting his assault to the werewolf's injured area, delivering another surge punch that sent the creature crashing to the ground. Despite the werewolf now sprawled on the ground, Kyuji dared not approach, for the beast's massive body continued to heave with labored breaths, guttural sounds escaping its throat. Kyuji swiftly ran to Yu's side, assisting him to his feet with urgency. What should we do now? This werewolf is truly terrifying, he exclaimed. Yu, drenched in sweat from the nearby inferno, responded, the forest is ablaze now. If we do not flee quickly, we may perish not at the hands of the werewolf but in this forest fire. That would be quite ironic. Kyuji scanned their surroundings, determination igniting within him. This cannot happen, he declared, hoisting Yu onto his back and sprinting down the mountain. In this encounter, Kyuji had sustained minimal injury, only narrowly avoiding the flames conjured by Yu's fire techniques. With remarkable speed, they descended the mountainside, swiftly escaping the flames' reach. Yet, the fire's veracity surpassed their expectations. The dense forest at the hillside exacerbated the inferno's rapid spread. If they did not hasten, the danger they faced would escalate dramatically. You are incredibly important. If we survive this, you must surely consider losing some weight, Kyuji joked. You managed a faint smile, though words eluded him as the smoke from the burning forest induced a fit of coughing. Kyuji pressed on, but as time passed, fatigue began to set in, and the flames consumed the forest with increasing speed. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his foot. He had stumbled over a stone. The steep slope caused both of them to tumble together, rolling downwards in a chaotic descent. As they tumbled incessantly, the two figures entwined transformed into a tight embrace, their bodies instinctively rolling amidst the tumult. Shortly thereafter, the back of the range struck a tree, while Hinata collided forcefully with the rain-soaked figure, causing her to lose consciousness. As Hinata fell, she too was engulfed by pain, finding it difficult to rise. Yet, in the face of the encroaching flames, the two were rendered powerless. At that moment, Hinata felt an overwhelming urge to weep, yearning for a savior to appear before her. However, she realized that survival now rested solely on her own shoulders. She could no longer hide behind the protection of the rain, could she? Summoning every ounce of strength despite her agonizing pain, Hinata rose, dragging the unconscious Rain with her. You know nothing now, she murmured. You promised to protect me, yet it seems I must protect you instead. With an unexpected surge of energy, she hurled the Rain down the steep mountain path, allowing her to roll swiftly away. Though it pained her to abandon the Rain, it was preferable to succumbing to the fierce flames. Just as she prepared to leap after her, she discovered her feet were too agonized to move. Gazing at the flames drawing ever closer, Hinata steeled herself and leapt, her body propelled forward despite the torment. She descended faster than the Rain, though every part of her being was consumed by excruciating pain. In an instant, she felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, her vision engulfed in darkness, then stained crimson, until all was lost to her sight. When she next regained consciousness, she found herself in a room adorned with pure white linens, clad in a patient-esque attire. Where am I? Hinata wondered, turning her head to see the Rain lying in the adjacent bed. Rain, are you all right? The Rain remained still, seemingly still in slumber. Reflecting on the events in the forest, Hinata touched her face and examined her feet, discovering she had sustained no serious injuries. At that moment, the door swung open to reveal Kagami Jinren. Upon noticing Hinata's awakening, he approached with a stern reprimand. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Not only have you scorched half the mountainside, but you nearly lost your lives in the process. As a ninja, obeying orders is your foremost duty. Hinata lowered her gaze, acknowledging the enormity of her misdeed. Not only had she jeopardized her own life, but also the life of the Rain who had protected her. She felt a deep sense of remorse towards Kagami Jinren, and even more so towards the Rain who had shielded her. I was mistaken. I sincerely apologize, Teacher Yinling. It was out of sheer boredom that I urged you to venture to that mountain, yet we had no inkling that we would encounter such a terrifying creature. Flagwood Inling abruptly seized upon the crux of Hinata Kazu's words, inquiring, "What are you saying? What creature?" Hinata Kazu suddenly realized that Flagwood Inling was likely unaware of the werewolf incident and proceeded to explain, upon reaching the mountain summit. "You and I stumbled upon an abandoned village, where we discovered traces of a werewolf. Its strength was overwhelming. You exerted every ounce of her power to unleash a fire technique, which managed to confine the beast." Hinata Kazu recounted the entire sequence of events to Flagwood Inling. With a perplexed expression, Flagwood Inling responded, "A werewolf?" Yu's voice then chimed in, "Indeed, it was a colossal werewolf, immense and exceedingly powerful." Flagwood Inling scrutinized the two, her brow furrowing deeply. If a werewolf had indeed been discovered, the situation would be far from trivial. It might necessitate the deployment of additional ninjas to encircle and subdue the creature. After all, the Fire Music Academy lay at the mountain's base. And should the werewolf launch an assault on the academy, the repercussions could be severe. Yu continued, "Teacher Inling, before we fled the inferno, the werewolf remained atop the mountain, and its movements had become exceedingly laborious. If all goes as expected, it should have perished in the flames." Flagwood Inling nodded, placing a measure of trust in Yu's words. Having discerned her cunning and composure during their initial confrontation, this matter seemed to reach a conclusion. However, the devastation of the rear mountain had certainly stirred considerable commotion, and the werewolf's existence was concealed by Flagwood Inling, who reported it to the higher-ups of Konoha. After all, should the Academy's administration be informed, the fear among some higher-ranking officials could incite a considerable uproar, particularly with numerous feudal lords and nobles from various nations in attendance. As time progressed, on the day of the performance, the majority of the Academy's students had returned home, while those possessing tickets began to gradually enter the venue. The nobles from various countries, who had largely arrived days prior, proceeded through exclusive passageways to the performance hall. This hall, the latest construction of the Fire Music Academy, had not been utilized prior to this day. It boasted an impressive capacity, accommodating up to 30,000 attendees, rendering it a truly magnificent concert venue. At this moment, Flagwood Inling and Hinata Kazu had also entered the hall early, taking their seats in the front row, flanked by the feudal lord of the Land of Heaven. A glance around revealed that the front row was occupied solely by feudal lords and figures of noble rank. Even Flagwood Inling could not suppress a gasp. These lords were blissfully unaware of how many lives sought to take theirs, all gathered in one place. Should a coordinated effort be undertaken, it could spell disaster. Such a grand spectacle could hardly go unnoticed by the Fire Nation, which promptly mobilized a considerable number of troops to safeguard the periphery, effectively sealing off numerous areas surrounding the Music Academy. The two individuals took their seats in advance, with Hitaki Jinrin nervously surveying the surroundings. Although such a formidable display suggested that no significant disturbance would occur, a tinge of anxiety still lingered within him. In contrast, Hinata Kazuya was untroubled by such concerns, fixating intently on the staff members busily making final preparations on the stage, all the while awaiting the arrival of Chihiro Keiko, who was poised to take the stage. Meanwhile, the situation for Yu was rather dismal. He found himself atop the venue, observing the throngs of people below and the staff coordinating the event, an embodiment of the so-called peripheral duties he was assigned. Hitaki Jinrin shamelessly concocted a new justification for maintaining absolute security within the venue, yet Yu was acutely aware that, having undergone such stringent scrutiny, it was implausible for anyone to infiltrate the inner sanctum. Ultimately, this was merely a desire to witness the performance while fulfilling his obligations, rendering Yu the scapegoat in this scenario. Before long, the crowd outside surged into the venue, and the air was soon filled with melodious singing. Although Yu could not see inside, the enchanting voice of Chihiro Keiko captivated his ears, compelling him to unconsciously sway to the rhythm. However, his enjoyment was short-lived, as he soon detected an unsettling occurrence. In the distance, near a small entrance, a soldier of the Fire Nation lay crumpled on the ground, barely clinging to life. With a swift motion, Yu appeared before the fallen soldier, who was now ensconced in a pool of blood, devoid of any sound. "Damn it," Yu cursed, realizing that someone indeed sought to sabotage the performance. With so many prominent figures present, it was truly difficult to remain unaffected. Yet, with the sole witness now lifeless, identifying the perpetrator would prove exceedingly challenging, for the expanse of the music venue was vast, and you could not ascertain how the intruder had gained access. "Damn it," he muttered again, summoning several soldiers and instructing them to commence a search of the perimeter. As the atmosphere outside grew increasingly tense, Yu returned to the highest vantage point, Observing the flurry of activity among the Fire Nation soldiers, his brow furrowed in worry. Had the assailant successfully infiltrated the concert? If so, he hoped that Jinren-sensei would be able to discern it. Just as one crisis seemed to wane, another wave of turmoil surged forth. Yu's furrowed brow deepened as he continued scanning the surroundings for the culprit when, inadvertently, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance, the man he had encountered that day. The one who had transformed into a werewolf. He approached the music venue with deliberate slowness, his eyes radiating an unsettling fearlessness. Yu's frown intensified, of all times. This wretch had managed to escape death. Rain unsheathed the long knife from his grasp, yet the soldiers of the Land of Fire moved with even greater swiftness, swiftly obstructing the towering figure of the man. Unfazed, he continued to advance. "Who are you? Entry is prohibited here. You must leave at once." The man merely smirked with disdain. "My vengeance cannot be halted by anyone, not by you, nor by anyone else." With that, he swung his arm forcefully, sending several approaching soldiers of the Land of Fire sprawling. In an instant, Rain appeared before the man, speaking coolly. "You are still alive? You abomination." The man smiled faintly, responding with a mocking tone. "You deem me a monster? It is you wretched humans who have transformed me into one." He then launched a punch directly at Rain, who raised his knife defensively. The blade trembled incessantly as Rain gripped it tightly, while the man effortlessly subdued him with a single hand. Such strength, Rain thought. Believing himself not to be weak, yet he felt utterly overpowered in the presence of this individual. Activating his Sharingan, Rain's gaze fixed intensely upon the man. Meanwhile, a multitude of soldiers from the Land of Fire had arrived, raising Rain's anxiety. "Hurry back. Leave him to me. Don't forget, another individual has already slain a soldier. He could very well infiltrate the venue. Do not be lured away." Upon hearing Rain's urgent words, the leading soldier recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly commanded the troops to return to their posts. The man smiled slightly, remarking, "Your alertness is commendable. It is no wonder my hideout was discovered by you. Your defensive capabilities are impressive as well. To have survived amid such flames is indeed admirable." After Rain spoke, he executed a series of defensive maneuvers, employing his Sharingan to successfully counter the man's relentless attacks. However, he soon realized that his strikes had little effect. Yet, that fateful night, the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan had proven somewhat effective, as a wave of energy was unleashed from his blade, slicing through the man's arm and drawing forth a thin line of blood. "What?" The man, astonished, gazed at his wounded arm, incredulity etched across his face. "Your blade can actually harm my flesh? What kind of technique is this?" Rain smiled faintly. "That is something you need not concern yourself with. I shall end your life here." In summary, the werewolf's physiology exhibited a lower resistance to attacks from air currents. Nevertheless, even as Rain's blade aura grazed him, it resulted only in minor injury. The man glared at Rain, fury boiling within him. Despite not having sustained serious harm that fateful night, blood now gushed freely from his arm. "You are doomed, boy. With such immense power at your tender age, your future must be exceedingly bright. However, what I detest the most are individuals like you. You all deserve to perish, just as I once did." A man delivered a devastating blow, and with the clarity of his Sharingan, Yu swiftly evaded the strike by sidestepping to the right. Simultaneously, he wielded his long blade with force, unleashing a wave of cutting energy directed towards the man's outstretched arm. Nevertheless, the man exhibited a cunning smile, countering with a powerful punch that pierced through the blade's energy, resulting in a violent gash that spewed forth blood, yet it did not quell his assault. "Regardless of the circumstances, do you intend to strike me?" Yu's Sharingan discerned the man's intentions, yet his body could not keep pace with the man's speed. A heavy fist crashed into Yu's face, and he felt a sharp pain before being knocked to the ground, saliva spilling from his mouth as he gasped for breath. "No matter what, you cannot impede me today, and your fate is sealed." With that, the werewolf raised his foot, aiming it towards Yu. Summoning all his strength, Yu lifted his long blade to block the man's foot. But the disparity in power was insurmountable. In that fleeting moment of defense, Yu's arms buckled under the immense force, and the man's foot crashed into Yu's abdomen. A cry escaped Yu's lips as he experienced an excruciating pain, feeling as though his entire body had been shattered. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from the concert hall behind him, a thunderous roar. Both Yu and the man turned to face the source, Yu's eyes widening in shock at the sight of the massive explosion. Something grave had occurred. Yet, Yu's reflexes were quick. Seizing the moment while the man was momentarily distracted, Yu swiftly formed hand seals. Due to the agony in his abdomen, he could not execute the fireball jutsu. However, He concentrated a powerful chakra into 2 fireballs the size of his arms, which struck the man's face. The man instinctively recoiled, shielding his face with his hands. Seizing the opportunity, you rose to his feet, countering the man's imminent attack with a punch, followed by a swift kick aimed at the man's groin. If your defenses are as solid as a fortress, then what of this? The kick landed, causing the man's eyes to bulge and his mouth to tighten as if struck with tremendous force. You immediately distanced himself from the man and dashed towards the concert hall. At this juncture, the explosion had already transpired, and numerous spectators began to flee. Nobility and dignitaries within, led by Saki Jinrin, commenced a mass evacuation, yet the situation within the concert hall was dire. Just as you reached the outer perimeter of the hall, the man pursued him, having transformed back into his werewolf form, moving with remarkable speed to block you's path. Snarling fiercely, "Your opponent is now me. You need not concern yourself with anything else." Yu's gaze hardened, and he replied coolly, "People inside are facing life-threatening danger. Do you realize how many lives may be lost in this concert hall filled with 30,000 people? You were once human, were you not? Have you truly lost all semblance of humanity?" The werewolf's malevolent visage bore no trace of humanity, as it spoke with a cunning yet ferocious glare. "Speak not another word. Humanity is a burden I cast aside long ago. The essence of humanity has long been extinguished. Thus, refrain from broaching such topics with me, wretch. Humanity is frail. And today you shall fully comprehend this truth." The werewolf raised its menacing claw and struck towards you with alarming swiftness. You understood that he was entirely outmatched in both strength and speed. Despite his Sharingan granting him an edge in evading speed, the disparity was insurmountable. Fire release, fireball technique. 2 fireballs hurtled toward the werewolf's face, igniting it with a resounding explosion. Seizing the moment, you slashed at the werewolf's arm, which shielded its face, unleashing a blade of energy that grazed the creature's cheek. The werewolf howled in agony, and in its panic, it swiped at you, delivering a blow far stronger than any human could muster. You was sent flying, crashing into a nearby wall, which crumbled upon impact. He tasted the metallic tang of blood in his mouth, spitting forth a crimson spray. Such formidable power. Slowly, you rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips, straightening his posture, and bracing himself for the werewolf's next assault. The werewolf, having extinguished the flames on its face, glared at you with ferocity, growling, "Prepare to die. You accursed human." With all 4 claws planted firmly on the ground, the werewolf lunged at you with haste. You positioned his long sword before him, his gaze fixed on the advancing beast. Fire release, great fireball technique. As the flames surged forth toward the werewolf, Yu's Sharingan spun rapidly, reaching its utmost speed. His eyes transformed into a deep black due to the swift rotation of the tomo. A torrent of intense flames erupted from Yu's mouth, engulfing the entire werewolf. As the flames began to contract, they concentrated around the werewolf, shifting to a golden hue, an inferno that devoured all in its path. The audience, witnessing the spectacle, was gripped by terror and hastened to flee the concert venue. The fierce flames rapidly drained Yu's chakra, despite the replenishment from his Sharingan. He felt his strength and chakra thoroughly depleted. He collapsed to the ground, reminiscent of the previous night, while the flames gradually waned. However, due to the ferocity of the blaze, several nearby buildings ignited, engulfed in flames. The werewolf, akin to that fateful night, stood motionless, charred to a crisp. Its teeth vanished and claws reduced to ash. Yet, you could distinctly sense that the werewolf's vitality endured, resilient and unyielding. Gasping for breath, Yu's Sharingan faded. But the battle was far from over. How, pray tell, can one possibly bring about the demise of this individual? Rain gazed ahead, yet the strength to act was waning. He had but one last effort left in him. Should the werewolf regain its senses, his demise was inevitable. Thus, he clung to that final thread of hope, closing his eyes to recuperate. Within the venue, flames surged uncontrollably, the devastation from the explosions still echoing. Chihiro Keiko moved along the designated path towards safety, while Kiki Jinbei remained vigilant, overseeing the evacuation. Hinata Kazashi instinctively followed Chihiro Keiko, for she was the ultimate client of this mission. Damn it, where is Rain? Kiki Jinbei surveyed the chaotic scene. Although the evacuation had been remarkably successful, dispersing 30,000 attendees from a concert was a formidable challenge, especially given the limited escape routes, indicative of cut corners and safety measures. Lord Ninja, many buildings outside are ablaze. Numerous witnesses have described a flame of unimaginable size erupting. What you refer to as fire release, Kiki Jinbei exclaimed in astonishment. You mean fire release? With that, Kiki Jinbei vanished from sight, leaping above the concert hall, where he quickly spotted Rain's position. At that moment, Rain lay on the ground, a colossal and terrifying werewolf looming above him. Though motionless, its imposing size and visage instilled a profound fear in Kiki Jinbel, who had never encountered a werewolf before. Swiftly teleporting to Rain's side, he whispered, "Rain, how are you holding up?" Rain opened his eyes, relief washing over him upon seeing Kiki Jinbel beside him, knowing his life was likely spared. That werewolf is still alive. Hurry. Responding to Rain's urgency, Kiki Jinbel formed hand seals. In release, luminous strike. A powerful beam of light surged forth, piercing the werewolf's body and rapidly spreading. Kiki Jinbel clenched his fist as the luminescence enveloped the beast, culminating in a violent explosion that echoed through the air. Rain watched in horror as the werewolf's body was obliterated. The charred remains still discernible amidst the destruction. Kiki Jinbel lifted Rain and leaped onto the rooftop of the concert hall. Despite the explosions below, the unique material of the roof rendered it impervious to damage, facilitating the successful evacuation of so many people. "Rain, rest here. It's safe. I'll handle everything below," Kiki Jinbel declared before vanishing once more. Rain, finally at peace, closed his eyes and lay down, content that his part in this ordeal had concluded. At this moment, Shikage Hinata rushed with Chihiro Keiko into the distant open ground, a place relatively removed from the throngs of people. However, the security personnel who followed closely behind began to speak. "Miss Chihiro Keiko, this area should be quite safe. Yet we remain unaware of the identity of the individual responsible for the explosion, so we cannot afford to be complacent." Shikage Hinata nodded. If anyone here was most concerned for Chihiro Keiko's safety, it was undoubtedly her staunch admirer, Shikage Hinata. "Sister Keiko, we would be wise to move to a more densely populated area, where the level of protection would be significantly heightened." Chihiro Keiko nodded in agreement, but replied, "This place is secure. If I were to relocate due to the events unfolding here, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir and adversely affect the efforts of those involved." Although Shikage Hinata wished to dissuade her, witnessing Chihiro Keiko's selflessness, she refrained from insisting and instead resolved even more firmly to safeguard her. However, the next moment, an alarming occurrence sent a tremor through Shikage Hinata's heart. A fearsome werewolf materialized before her eyes, causing the soldiers nearby to gaze in terror at the colossal creature. Chihiro Keiko screamed in fright. Shikage Hinata instinctively placed her arm protectively in front of Chihiro Keiko and declared with unwavering resolve, "You must protect Miss Keiko. I will confront this werewolf. Its strength is formidable. Quickly, summon Teacher Kiba Jinren." With that, Shikage Hinata charged directly at the werewolf. The beast, on all fours, lunged swiftly toward Shikage Hinata. Its claws struck out towards her, and the soldiers behind her were paralyzed with fear. Yet, Shikage Hinata activated her Byakugan, employing her gentle fist technique, Chakra Palm. In close proximity, the clash of their immense powers reverberated as the werewolf was momentarily pushed back by the force of the air, though its claws remained unscathed as they hurtled toward Shikage Hinata. She employed her gentle fist once more, channeling her chakra into her palm, against the werewolf's overwhelming strength. Her technique allowed her to counter its relentless assaults with remarkable success. Seizing the moment, she unleashed her new technique, Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 10 palms. In the blink of an eye, Shikage Hinata executed 10 precise strikes, each landing on the werewolf's body, targeting its vital points with the assistance of her Byakugan. The werewolf exhaled heavily as Shikage Hinata incredulously questioned, "You should have perished on the mountain that day. How could you possibly have survived such a fierce blaze?" The werewolf remained silent, continuing its assault at an astonishing speed. Had she not been adequately prepared, Shikage Hinata knew she would have faced certain doom. Once more, a swift punch forced the werewolf to retreat. However, it failed to inflict significant damage upon the creature. Indeed, it was evident that the werewolf's previous injuries had been caused by burns. The werewolf was pushed back, yet the relentless onslaught had begun to overwhelm Hinata Kyuzai. Channeling all her chakra into her palms, she barely managed to hold her ground against the beast. As the werewolf lunged forward with another kick, Hinata Kyuzai realized with clarity that she could not withstand this assault. The looming crisis pressed upon her as her Byakugan focused intently on the werewolf, and she readied her gentle fist technique once again. This time, it was a decisive strike against the monster. Gentle fist technique, palm strike. Hinata Kyuzai's palm connected forcefully with the werewolf's leg, and a violent surge of chakra erupted from her hand, striking the werewolf's limb with tremendous force. The werewolf held in agony, clearly injured by Hinata's blow. A few soldiers, witnessing the scene, rushed forward and delivered several slashes against the beast, only to be shocked by the lack of effect. It was as though they were striking an iron body with flesh-like texture. How could this be? Is it invulnerable to blades and bullets? You must flee quickly. Your weapons cannot harm it. It is an utter monstrosity. Hinata Kyuzai rolled over and delivered another palm strike to the howling werewolf. Gentle fist technique, palm strike. This time, the strike landed squarely on the werewolf's body, causing a noticeable dent. The werewolf howled again, a grimace of pain etched across its face. I will make you pay. I will make you suffer. The werewolf, struck by the forceful blow, knelt upon the ground, yet its arms flailed wildly, attempting to ensnare Hinata Kyuzai. With a powerful clap, she found herself caught in its grasp. Unable to react in time, she saw two enormous claws barreling towards her and felt utterly powerless to resist. Boom. The two claws suddenly exploded just before they reached Hinata Kyuzai, resulting in a violent detonation. She shut her eyes, bracing for impact, but after a moment, she heard the explosion and found herself unharmed, instinctively leaping away from the danger zone. As she gained some distance, she noticed the area where the werewolf had stood engulfed in smoke, and there, before her, appeared Hitaki Jinren, albeit in a state of distress. At that moment, Hitaki Jinren was covered in blood, with visible wounds adorning her body. Concern etched on Hinata Kyuzai's face, she inquired, "Teacher Jinren, what happened to you?" Breathing heavily and slightly hunched over, Hitaki Jinren gazed at the exploded remnants of the werewolf. In the next instant, a figure materialized beside her, standing next to the werewolf. The newcomer had long hair cascading to his feet, arms resembling the werewolf's claws, yet his form was unmistakably human. His blood-red eyes fixated on Hitaki Jinren with a chilling intensity. Though he bore the form of a human, the man before them possessed all the attributes of a werewolf. Suddenly, Chien Huizi, standing behind, exclaimed in shock, You are Shige, brother Giri." "What?" Hinata Kyoji turned in astonishment to Chien Huizi, then gazed ahead. Realizing that this was indeed the brother mentioned by Huizi's sister, the one who had committed murder in the back mountains years ago. Kaguki Jinren, however, appeared to have long been aware of the truth, for he had personally rescued Chien Huizi from Giri's grasp back then. Giri sneered, "So you still remember me, little junior sister? But I am no longer Giri. He has been slain by the man before you. Now, I am a werewolf, a true werewolf, distinct from these failures." Kaguki Jinren, with a hint of frailty in his voice, remarked, "Have you entirely forsaken your dignity as a human? Giri, you were once a genius of this academy. The one Miss Huizi held dearest, were you not?" Giri laughed mockingly. "Yet I was slain by humans, was I not? I too once possessed human dignity. But it was stripped away by humanity, and notably, by you. Must I reiterate the nature of our relationship? Humans are inherently selfish, and you are no exception, Kaguki Jinren. Wolf Giri, a prodigious ninja of the werewolf clan, I recall our days of fighting side by side. Back then, you yearned for peace and fought for it. Weary of the conflicts among ninjas, which led you to the music academy. Yet, ultimately, you were consumed by the essence of the werewolf," Giri said disdainfully. "The sensation of being betrayed by a brother is truly unbearable, Kaguki Jinren. If you have ever experienced such anguish, you could never fathom my feelings. Thus, today, I shall end your life here, in the name of our former brotherhood." Chien Huizi listened in astonishment to their exchange. She had never known they were acquainted, let alone brothers. Moreover, it was the first time she learned that her once-revered brother was also once a brilliant ninja. Kaguki Jinren sighed. "Years after you joined the music academy, a werewolf murder incident occurred in the back mountains. The academy concealed the details, but our higher-ups in Konoha were informed. And I was the executor of that mission. At that time, you had succumbed to a berserk state, and I could not bear to witness you slay the one you cherished most. I did not wish for you to awaken, unable to accept yourself, unable to reconcile with the errors you committed, nor could I accept you transforming into that wretched monster." Yuri roared loudly, "You do not understand me at all. I am of the werewolf clan. It is my nature to be a wolf. All my power is bestowed by the wolf god. If you kill me, I will become a ferocious wolf to repay you. I know you. We are the best of brothers, even today. Such pride within you will never allow you to forgive the mistakes you have made." Giri's attack surged forth once more. Kakuki Jinren raised his voice, exclaiming, "Giri, we were once ninjas of Konoha. We fought for peace together. If I were to become like that, if you had not stopped me from killing my dearest, transforming me into a despised beast, then it would be I who would harbor hatred for you for eternity. What terrifies me is not your current animosity, but the fact that you, as a human, could hate me, for we are brothers." Just as Giri's attack was about to strike Kakuki Jinren, Giri's wolf claw unexpectedly halted. mere millimeters from Jinren's face. Giri's claw refrained from advancing, and Jinren finally exhaled in relief, continuing, "Come back. Giri, it's not too late." Giri retracted his claw, gazing at Kikuchi Jinren. "It is too late. I cannot return. My heart now belongs to the wolf. I have failed. My entire life has been a failure." "Has it not?" With that, Giri relinquished his claw, declaring, "Kill me, Jinren. I can hardly control myself. I will inevitably harm more people. It is the nature of our clan, and only a few can master their instincts, and clearly, I'm not among them." Giri spread his arms wide, inviting Kikuchi Jinren to end his life. Confronted with the normal Giri, Kikuchi Jinren found his own hands incapable of rising. I cannot do it." Giri suddenly erupted in fury. "Hurry. I cannot restrain myself any longer, Jinren. Perhaps I have committed many wrongs, but if you do not kill me now, I shall continue to err. I know that night. Your mercy allowed me to live. Today, do not make such foolish choices." A radiant glow emanated from Jinren's palm as he delivered a decisive punch to Giri's chest, merciless and lethal. The blow pierced Giri's heart, blood flowing slowly. Yet Giri wore a long-awaited smile. "Jinren, this time, I can finally express my gratitude as a human. For the first time in many years, I can fully control my body. Your words have awakened me." With that, Giri collapsed onto the ground, gazing at Kikuchi Jinren as Chihiro Keiko rushed over, tears streaming down her face. "Giri, how could this happen?" In his final moments, Giri felt an overwhelming urge to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. He grasped Chihiro Keiko's hand tightly with his wolf claw, and she offered no resistance. "Keiko, I am sorry. I know your feelings for me, but I too have feelings. I simply understand my limitations. I could not control my body that night. I had no idea it was you, nor that you would be there." Upon hearing this, Keiko wept uncontrollably, reminiscent of that fateful night when Kikuchi Jinren had slain Giri. She cried throughout the night, reflecting on her lowest moments. Yet it was also during that time that her songs grew more poignant. Kikuchi Jinren refrained from interrupting the conversation between the two individuals. In those years, he was acutely aware of Giri's feelings for Wheezy. Each time Giri returned to the Hidden Leaf Village, he spoke of Wheezy as if she were the epitome of perfection. Although he had never laid eyes on her, the thought of her dying at Giri's hands was utterly unacceptable to Kikuchi Jinren. Qianqian Wheezy was in tears, her sobs echoing through the air. Despite the passage of years, perhaps she had already come to regard Giri as someone intent on causing her harm. Yet, upon seeing him again, she found it impossible to conceal her emotions. Giri turned his gaze toward Kikuchi Jinren and spoke slowly. "Jinren, I would like to entrust you with one last request." Kikuchi Jinren crouched down and nodded. "Take good care of Wheezy. Though I may no longer have the right to utter such words, I implore you, Jinren, look after her. For all these years, I have secretly entered the academy to watch over Wheezy. I know she has feelings for you now. Please take good care of her." With that, Giri's eyes gradually closed. Yet a long-lost smile graced his lips. Wheezy suddenly broke into loud sobs, collapsing against Giri's chest, utterly voiceless. Kikuchi Jinren rose and gazed into the distance. Aware that only the two of them understood the depth of their shared emotions, he claimed to have killed Giri to harbor hatred for him. Yet, how could he not also resent him for being the one he had slain? Hinata KG slowly approached, intending to comfort Wheezy. But Kikuchi Jinren raised a hand to stop her. "Let her be alone for a while. After all, it's been many years." With that, Kikuchi Jinren remained standing, while the werewolf on the other side had completely lost his ferocity, transforming into a human who knelt on the ground and then collapsed, until several soldiers came to carry him away. In the following days, the school explosion incident culminated in the assaults by several werewolves, and Giri remained, in the eyes of the public, the murderer he had been years ago. Meanwhile, Kikuchi Jinren, Yu, and Hinata KG were hailed as the heroes of the academy, with several statues erected in their honor, funded by the daimyo and nobles of various nations. This explosion resulted in considerable casualties, but during the chaos, Kikuchi Jinren's unique abilities saved many nobles and daimyo, earning him substantial rewards and transforming him into a figure of wealth. Subsequently, Qianqian Huizi announced her withdrawal from the music scene, vanishing without a trace, leaving everyone in the dark about her whereabouts and the reasons for her sudden departure from the public eye. However, those who lost their lives in this tragic event were laid to rest with dignity, their families consumed by grief, mourning the brighter futures that had been so cruelly snatched away. Until one day, when he was called out by Hinata KG for a shopping excursion. She stumbled upon a familiar silhouette, pursued by a throng of people, all inquiring after her, yet she adeptly evaded them. Suddenly, several individuals blocked her path. Miss Wheezy, why have you unexpectedly returned to the Hidden Leaf? Why did you choose to withdraw from the music scene? Chikage Keiko swayed her hands and laughed as she said, find something you do not wish to lose again. And, please, do not follow me anymore. I am merely an ordinary person. Hinata Kage smiled faintly, then, in a swift motion, pulled Chikage Keiko away to a secluded spot. Hinata Kage rushed over and inquired, Sister Keiko, what brings you here? Is it to see Teacher Jinren? Chikage Keiko nodded and replied with a smile, this time, regardless of how he may refuse, I shall not yield. I missed my chance before and failed to accompany him to the end. I cannot afford to make such a mistake again. Hinata Kage excitedly exclaimed, so, Sister Keiko, are you planning to confess to the teacher? Should I then address you as Sister Keiko, the teacher's wife? Yuki looked at Hinata Kage helplessly, lamenting the loss of the Hinata clan's dignified traditions. When Chikage Keiko arrived at her doorstep with the others, Yuki and Hinata Kage were equally astonished. It was a magnificent Western-style mansion. Though Hatake Jinren's residence was already sizable, it paled in comparison to this grandeur. It's fine, come on in. Treat it like your home, Chikage Keiko encouraged. Yuki, however, waved his hand dismissively, responding, we still have to gather soon. Hinata Kage nodded. Teacher Jinren asked us to hurry. Otherwise, we might face some punishment. In an old training ground, Hatake Jinren awaited the arrival of Yuki and Hinata Kage. Teacher Jinren! Teacher Jinren! Hinata Kage called out joyfully. Hatake Jinren mused, observing the girl's exuberance, pondering if such enthusiasm might herald an unfortunate event. Yuki followed closely behind, wearing a faint smile. If he too bears a smile, then surely something unfavorable is afoot, Hatake Jinren contemplated. Yet, she could not ascertain what calamity might be looming until she recognized the familiar figure trailing behind Hinata Kage, Chikage Keiko. At that moment, Chikage Keiko, adorned with a petite hat, a pure white short-sleeved top, and a sky-blue skirt, truly embodied the essence of a goddess. She approached with a bright smile, greeting, long time no see, Jinren. Hatake Jinren appeared flustered, responding stiffly, it's been a while. I thought you had. I didn't expect to see you in Konoha. Suddenly, Chikage Keiko reached out, grasping Hatake Jinren's head, pulling her close, and blushingly kissed her. Yuki and Hinata Kage simultaneously widened their eyes, utterly taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. I love you. As you turned her head, she saw Hinata intertwined. Her face flushed to the point of crimson. With a soft suggestion, she said, shall we go? It seems there is nothing else to do today. The teacher is quite occupied. With that, she departed, leaving Hinata to hastily follow her. Thus, this seemingly beautiful day slipped away. A month's time is ample to alter many things, and you was one of them. During this month, under the sudden determination of Hatake Jinren, you and Hinata had tirelessly undertaken numerous tasks. At long last, you had saved enough to afford a home. Although she could not purchase an entire house just yet, she had managed to scrape together a down payment. However, once that was settled, her funds would dwindle, leaving her without money for food. Thus, you resolved to stay at Hatake Jinren's residence for meals and lodging, vacating her place at the Earl Noodle shop. Hatake Jinren, with a stern expression, observed the child. Perplexed as to why someone so young would aspire to buy a house, only to find themselves without food, relying on others for shelter. Perhaps this was his plan from the very beginning, he mused. Jinren had now become one of the affluent elite. Having saved the lives of nobility and great lords from various nations, his wealth was nearing a level that could rival nations. To claim he was poor would be laughable. Yet his recent frenzied task completion left many questioning the reasons behind it. Slowly trailing behind you, Jinren noticed her arms laden with an overwhelming quantity of belongings. To the point where she struggled to walk. You exclaimed loudly, hey, didn't you say you would help me carry my things? Why did you only move them a short distance before shoving them back to me? Jinren, seemingly indifferent, replied, you brought this upon yourself. Let us see if you'll still want me to help with the rest of your things later. You sighed, feeling powerless, after all. One must bow their head when under someone else's roof. A fitting description of her current predicament. As you continued to move her belongings, she suddenly noticed that Jinren had vanished. Just as she prepared to express her frustration, a familiar girl appeared before her. Uchiha Ningshin approached, devoid of her usual smile, her expression cold as she regarded you. Yet unable to suppress her curiosity. Are you moving? Leaving the noodle shop? You nodded. I've been quite efficient with my tasks. So I finally managed to buy a house, though it is indeed quite expensive. The two exchanged little more than pleasantries, as if once the best of friends. They had now become mere acquaintances, discussing trivial matters. By the time all of you's belongings were relocated to Jinren's home, evening had fallen. You collapsed onto the sofa and called out, "Teacher Jinren, when will there be food? I feel like I'm starving." From downstairs, Jinren lazily responded, "You'll have to figure that out on your own. If you decide to eat out, use your own money first. I'll reimburse you when I return. Lest anyone claim I'm a miser towards my own student." Having spoken, she opened the door and stepped out. Upon hearing the door's resounding thud, you realized that her dinner plans had been thwarted for the day. She then collapsed onto the ground, murmuring to herself, "I'm so hungry. You irresponsible teacher. How unreliable you are, always out and about." However, to avoid succumbing to hunger, you resolved to venture out in search of sustenance. The bustling streets of Konoha offered an abundance of culinary delights, and since Hatake Jinren had promised to treat her, you was determined to indulge herself wholeheartedly. Super. The ultimate invincible hot pot restaurant, she read aloud, marveling at the grandiosity of the name. This hot pot establishment was undoubtedly thriving, almost rivaling the bustling Earl Noodle house during the day. With a smile, you entered and swiftly found a seat. Shortly thereafter, a server approached her, inquiring, "Excuse me, young one, are you here for a meal?" At that moment, you felt an inner storm of exasperation, thinking, what else could I possibly be here for? Nevertheless, in response to the server, you nodded innocently, embodying the pure essence of a 12-year-old, with no hint of the ninja who had taken lives in her past. The server handed her the menu and promptly departed. You, rather than quickly selecting her desired dishes, ended up ordering an extravagant array of items, choosing everything that caught her eye. Upon receiving the order, the server regarded her with a peculiar expression. When the mountain of food finally arrived, you paid for it with her own funds, only to realize that she had nearly depleted her entire savings. If Hatake Jinren did not reimburse her later, she would be in dire straits. Scratching her head, she requested a receipt from the server before finally settling down to eat. Halfway through her meal, you was astonished to discover that the quantity before her was far too much to consume. Just then, two individuals appeared beside her. One was a plump fellow with dark skin, and the other, a blonde girl who seemed to be of similar age. The rotund boy gazed longingly at you's feast, and with a gluttonous expression, he asked, You said you can't finish, right? Food shouldn't go to waste. How about you let me take care of it?" The girl beside him rolled her eyes in disdain, retorting, "Dingfei, you're insatiable. Besides, this is someone else's food." You, sitting below, suddenly interjected, "Who are you?" The girl turned to her, adopting a serious demeanor. "My apologies for not introducing myself. I am Yamashiro Kazahana, and this is a Kimichi Dingfei. I'm truly sorry. He can be quite the eater." You waved her hand dismissively and said, "Yes, right. I really can't finish this. If you don't mind, you're welcome to join me." Upon hearing this, Akimichi Dingfei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the array of dishes before them. "Well then, let us begin." After finishing his words, he seated himself and began to eat voraciously. His speed was astonishing. In mere moments, he had cleared an entire plate. And then another, and another. Shanzhong Fenghua rested one hand on his forehead, observing Chiodao Dingfei with a sense of helplessness. However, you interjected, "Let us eat together. I suspect he won't be able to finish it all." Shanzhong Fenghua, feeling somewhat embarrassed, waved his hand and replied, "Actually, we just dined here not long ago and were about to leave, but upon hearing you mention that you couldn't finish your meal, After you finished conversing with the mountain dweller Fenghua, Akiyato Dingfei had already devoured half of the food beside him. You gazed at Akiyato Dingfei's eating habits, utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend whether he truly belonged to the realm of humanity. The sound of a loud belch finally broke the silence as Akiyato Dingfei polished off the last morsels, his face beaming with satisfaction. With a protruding belly, he turned to you, expressing gratitude for the hospitality, yet added with a hint of admonition, "However, please refrain from ordering so much next time. Wasting food is the most disgraceful act in the world." You could only nod helplessly, thinking that allowing him to consume so much might be the true disgrace. After the departure of Fenghua and Akiyato Dingfei, you glanced outside, realizing it was nearly time to return and rest early, for an intriguing spectacle awaited him the following day. Just as he was about to leave, Uchiha Ningxin unexpectedly entered, followed by Uchiha Shan, Uchiha Jishiwen, and several young members of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was among the most sparsely populated of the prominent families, making this gathering a significant event in Konoha. You regarded them with cold indifference and proceeded to walk out. However, Uchiha Jishiwen reached out and halted you's exit, stating, "It's been a while. I wish to discuss something with you." Yu waved his hand dismissively, replying, "There's nothing worth discussing. I doubt there's anything that could pique my interest between us." At this, Uchiha Lin stepped forward, raising his voice in indignation. "What is this tone? Our brother Jishuin speaking to you is already the highest form of respect. How dare you?" Uchiha Lin's eyes were filled with disdain and anger. Uchiha Ningxin intervened, gesturing for Uchiha Lin to leave the matter to Uchiha Jishuin. Suddenly, Yu's eyes transformed into the Sharingan, causing shock among the onlookers, with the exception of Uchiha Jishuin, Uchiha Shan, and Uchiha Ningxin. "What? The three-tomo Sharingan is on this mixed breed?" one astonished young Uchiha exclaimed. In the midst of the hot pot restaurant, Yu unleashed a powerful punch towards the Uchiha clan member. The individual, caught off guard, had not anticipated such an overt display of aggression in front of so many witnesses. The force of the blow sent him staggering backward, crashing into several tables before collapsing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Uchiha Lin suddenly broke free from Uchiha Ningxin's restraint, charging forward and shouting, "You scoundrel! Do you dare to strike?" Yu, however, replied with disdain, "And what if I do? Do you wish to dance like him?" At this point, the commotion had drawn the attention of most patrons nearby, while the restaurant owner appeared to be deliberating. Having clearly noticed the unfolding situation but hesitating to act due to the Uchiha's formidable reputation, Uchiha Jishuin was not one to disregard reason. He reached out to restrain Uchiha Lin, saying, "It is unclear here. Perhaps we should step outside for a more earnest discussion, just the two of us." With that, he gestured for the others to continue dining while he and Yu departed from the hot pot restaurant. Once outside, Yu turned around and addressed Uchiha Jishuin in the same tone, stating, "We have nothing to discuss. Being outside is no different." Uchiha Jishuin sighed, helplessly replying, "You must be aware that Senju Mutai has emerged as a user of wood release in the Leaf Village after a century. His talent surpasses that of ordinary individuals, and among our generation, there is no one capable of contending with him. So what? What does that have to do with me?" Uchiha Jishuin continued, "You have the chance to defeat him. Although historically wood release has been invincible, I have come to believe in you, your abilities, and your desire for victory through our battles." A faint smile graced Yu's lips as she asked in confusion, "You know this is a competition between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Clearly, it has nothing to do with me, does it?" Yu replied with a hint of detachment. Uchiha Jishuin found himself at a loss for words, introspectively questioning how he would react if he were cast out from his clan, only to be summoned back due to the talent he exhibited. He would surely refuse to return out of spite. Nevertheless, Uchiha Jishuin recognized that this battle could no longer be postponed. If they were to lose to the Senju clan for 3 consecutive years, the Uchiha clan's honor would be irrevocably tarnished. According to tradition, a clan that suffers 3 consecutive defeats must bow to the opposing clan and pay homage to their ancestors. Decades ago, the Uchiha clan had triumphed over the Senju clan thrice, subjecting them to immense humiliation and disdain. The Uchiha clan would never permit such a fate to befall themselves. "You must return. You possess the Sharingan. You are an Uchiha, and you cannot allow us to be humiliated by the Senju clan. You grant us an answer." At that moment, Uchiha Ningxin also emerged, feeling an inexplicable urge to hear Yu's response one last time. "But have you considered who will stand up for me when you humiliate me?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jishuin was rendered speechless but continued passionately, "If you do not go, then it falls upon Ningxin to confront Senju Mutai. You know there is no suspense in this match, and the one who loses is destined to bear the shame for a lifetime." Uchiha Ningxin gazed at Uchiha Jishuin with astonishment at his words, while Yu lifted her head, staring intently at him. "What do you mean?" Uchiha Jishuin elucidated. "Ningxin knows that if she loses, the clan will surely blame her for the outcome, and she will bear the title of loser for eternity." At that moment, the rain fell silent, for he found himself hesitating in the face of this dilemma. He pondered whether to disregard the matter entirely, an option that was evidently untenable. However, Uchiha Ningxin was unwilling to acquiesce. Although she yearned for Yu's return, she did not wish for him to alter his sentiments due to her circumstances. What Uchiha Ningxin truly desired was for Yu to change his mind willingly, rather than through coercion. Nevertheless, Yu spoke in a nonchalant manner. "No problem. But I have one condition. I wish to face Senju Mutai in battle, and should I fail, I shall bear the consequences, taking on the mantle of the defeated. This matter shall no longer concern Ningxin, and ultimately, I shall not return." Upon finishing, Yu turned to Uchiha Jishuin, awaiting his response. Uchiha Jishuin, with a resigned nod, continued, "Very well, I agree, but on that day, you must adhere to my instructions. After all, I have yet to inform the clan of your participation." If you compete without having returned to Uchiha, I will undoubtedly shoulder significant responsibilities. You nodded, preparing to depart, only to be halted by Uchiha Ningxin, who grasped his arm with her delicate yet firm hand. Are you truly willing to go this far and still refuse to return? Uchiha Jishiwen observed this scene with a feeling that was ineffable, akin to a fool who tirelessly sought to bring back the one his heart cherished most. Regardless of the consequences, he abruptly turned and re-entered the hot pot restaurant, leaving Uchiha Ningxin and you standing outside. You used his other hand to gently disengage from Uchiha Ningxin's grasp, stating, returning or not is essentially the same. It merely involves changing one's residence. But that is your home. You are also an Uchiha. You lived there for 12 years. I visit daily to clean it, waiting for your return. We shall always be the best of friends. Yet, you shook his head, asserting that the house no longer required cleaning, as it had been abandoned long before his arrival and remained so. Uchiha Ningxin's stubbornness astonished you. He did not comprehend the significance of familial honor or the sense of belonging to a clan. All he knew was that he was a member of the Uchiha clan. Yet his family had cast him out, an anguish that none could fathom. Even if you do not return now, I will continue to clean, awaiting your return. You, the clan, and I will be here, waiting for you. With that, she turned and walked away, not back to the hot pot restaurant, but towards the clan's direction. For the first time, you felt the depth of that girl's devotion. It was the first instance where she sought something from him, rather than the other way around. The anticipated confrontation between the Uchiha and Senju clans was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and time was indeed of the essence. Their encounter at the hot pot restaurant the previous night had merely been a gathering for Uchiha Jishiwen and several participants, led by the captain of their team. The confrontation between the Senju and Uchiha clans was straightforward. Initially, several members from each clan would engage in combat, followed by the strongest representatives they deemed worthy for the final round, which ultimately determined the victor. For the younger generations of both families, winning this last round was akin to a celestial elevation, while losing would bring eternal disgrace. Victory would elevate one to the esteemed position akin to Uchiha Shirhan, garnering the family's respect and cultivation, along with significant status and influence. With the impending battle against an old friend whom he hadn't seen for months, you resolved to prepare diligently. He was well aware of the formidable would-release techniques wielded by Senju Muta and recognized that without continuous improvement, he would stand no chance. Early in the morning, you rushed to the door of Hatake Inling's room, persistently pounding on the door while calling out, Teacher Inling, wake up. Teach me to train. Despite his fervent knocking, there was no response from within. Perplexed, you thought it odd that even if she was reluctant to teach him, she should at least acknowledge his presence. As a ninja, she possessed heightened reflexes and awareness. Such a loud commotion would surely have reached her ears. She must be hiding something, you mused. Without hesitation, he leapt outside, swiftly arriving at Inling's window, which was tightly covered by curtains and securely locked. Frowning, you surmised that such meticulous closure suggested secrecy. Determined to uncover the truth, he resolved to take action. With no access through the door or window, he decided to lure her out. You began forming hand seals, summoning 2 fireballs that danced in his palms before igniting a large piece of wood, which blazed with black flames, casting a sinister glow against the window. Suddenly, you dashed back inside, continuing to pound on the door, exclaiming, Teacher Inling, there's a fire. Quick, look outside the window. After uttering this, he swiftly returned, eagerly awaiting the moment the window would be opened. As anticipated, Hatake Inling drew back the curtains, only to be met with the sight of black flames leaping skyward, obstructed from her view by the window. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she hurriedly opened the window to investigate, only to be astonished to find it was merely a small fire. In that instant, Inling comprehended everything and thought to herself that this was a grave mistake. Just as she prepared to close the window, you bounded into the room with remarkable agility. Inling's quarters were the largest in the house, spanning over 50 square meters, with the furnishings meticulously arranged. However, the most striking sight was not the decor, but rather the woman with flushed cheeks and disheveled hair, tightly clutching the blanket on her large bed. Upon noticing Yu's gaze, she immediately buried her face into the covers. Rain was utterly bewildered upon witnessing the situation, completely unprepared for what lay before him. The disheveled woman, the one resting upon the bed of Kiki Yuzuki, was none other than Sister Keiko. Kiki Yuzuki, with a sigh of resignation, remarked, Rain, are you satisfied now? Look at the mess you've created. Rain hastily waved his hands, offering an embarrassed explanation. I saw that you weren't opening the door and the windows were tightly shut. So I assumed you were engaged in something unspeakable, and my curiosity got the better of me. At that moment, Kiki Yuzuki felt an overwhelming urge to kick this smug student out of her home. Even though she had allowed him to stay, his restlessness was irksome. Nevertheless, she took a deep breath and said slowly, "All right, you should leave now. Staying here might not be suitable." Rain nodded and opened the door, preparing to leave, only to be called back by Kiki Yuzuki, her voice raised. "Exit through the window and extinguish the fire below first. If it truly ignites, I will hold you accountable." Rain hurriedly leaped out of the window, only to realize that he landed right in the midst of the flames he had caused. It was only when he stepped down that he discovered he was already surrounded by fire, prompting a panicked scream. After a strenuous effort, he finally managed to extinguish the flames on his leg. Truly a case of suffering for no gain, Rain thought to himself. However, he was relieved to have escaped. Had Kiki Yuzuki not alerted him, he would have been utterly lost inside. The scene he had just witnessed was undeniably intoxicating. Yet, Rain remained perplexed about when Chihiro Keiko had arrived at Kiki Yuzuki's home. It seemed he had stayed up quite late the previous night, and Kiki Yuzuki should have already returned to her room by then. He decided not to dwell on it any longer. He had risen early not to witness such spectacles, but to train in preparation for his battle against Shinji. Since joining the team, it had been months since Rain had last seen Shinji. After all, Konoha was vast, and he had recently moved away from the ramen shop. Ultimately, the brothers would face each other on the battlefield. Rain was resolute. He would decisively defeat Shinji, employing his Sharingan and fire release to overcome his wood release. To counter Shinji's wood release, fire release was indispensable, as flames could consume wood, thereby breaking through Shinji's defenses as long as his fire release was sufficiently powerful. Rain contemplated. Even if he exerted the full power of his Sharingan with a great fireball, it would not suffice to breach Shinji's wood release. Thus, he needed a new fire release technique to assist him, and that choice was the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet technique from Uchiha Shiken Scroll. This technique would conjure flames into a fierce dragon, unleashing a torrent of flames and immense impact upon the enemy, delivering a devastating fiery assault in a straight line. This ninjutsu has reached the level of an A-rank mission, and although the duration of the reign is merely 2 days, whether or not it can be perfected remains uncertain. Nonetheless, Rain possesses unwavering confidence. The 3rd day swiftly arrived, and the colossal training ground designated for the final round of the Chunin exams was brimming with members of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Both families had gathered, occupying opposite sides of the spectator stands, while the combatants awaited their turn under the arrangements of Konoha's higher-ups. The leaders of the 2 clans took to the stage, Uchiha Kin of the Uchiha clan and Senju Taijima of the Senju clan. Both adorned in their respective clan attire, stood on either side. Uchiha Kin spoke first. "It seems today you are determined to win, Senju Taijima." Senju Taijima, with a seemingly sincere smile, replied, "I hope your Uchiha clan will honor the agreement between our 2 clans. Should we emerge victorious, please abide by the terms." Although Uchiha Kin was well aware of the slim odds of victory, he could not afford to appear weak. "You have not won yet. Let us discuss that after the match. I have complete faith in our clan's children." Both clan leaders were of equal strength and had clashed numerous times in the past. In their era, Uchiha Kin had secured victory for the Uchiha clan, only for Senju Taijima to triumph over the Uchiha the following year, bringing victory to the Senju clan. Senju Taijima dismissed the remark with a smirk, "Then we shall see." Upon finishing their exchange, they simultaneously faced the audience and declared, "I hereby announce the commencement of the new duel tournament." With that proclamation, the 2 clan leaders took their seats. The first pair of combatants stood ready in the arena, Uchiha Yama versus Senju Tai. Uchiha Yama was considered the least formidable among the Uchiha participants. Yet his presence in this competition was a testament to his status and ability. At the command of the Konoha ninjas, both drew shuriken and hurled them at each other. A flurry of shuriken clashed, with Uchiha Yama and Senju Tai nearly evenly matched. Uchiha Yama had not inherited the formidable prowess of the Uchiha clan shuriken techniques, possessing only a superficial understanding. As the shuriken exchange unfolded, Senju Tai seized the moment, sprinting towards his opponent. Only by seizing the initiative can one achieve victory, foolish Uchiha. Senju Tai's speed was astonishing, and Uchiha Yama clearly struggled to react to such a rapid assault. Realizing he was too late, Uchiha Yama activated his Sharingan, a single tomo materializing in his gaze, allowing him to perceive Senju Tai's speed, which now seemed considerably diminished, granting him precious moments to react. He swiftly raised his fist just in time to deflect Senjutai's attack, then leaped back, forming hand seals for fire release. Great fireball technique. Here it comes, the signature fire technique of the Uchiha clan. A young man from the Thousand Hands clan loudly cautioned. A colossal flame erupted, a fierce torrent resembling a fireball, engulfed in a ferocious blaze. At that moment, due to the proximity, Senju Taizen found himself unable to evade the onslaught, opting instead to form hand signs and summon the water release, water barrier. In an instant, a copious amount of water surged forth into the air, standing before Senju Taizen. The water and fire converged in a spectacular clash, releasing an immense cloud of steam. Uchiha Yamato exhaled another fierce blaze, intending to utilize the steam to obscure his vision and launch a surprise attack on Senju Taizen. Senju Taizen, harboring a similar intention, unleashed a water dragon from his hands, intertwining water and fire once more, generating another billow of steam. Uchiha Yamato furrowed his brow, realizing that his chakra was at a disadvantage in a comparison of ninjutsu. Victory seemed utterly unattainable. Amidst the steam, Uchiha Yamato stealthily drew forth a shuriken, dashing towards Senju Taizen. To ensure that Senju Taizen could not seize the opportunity to unleash any jutsu, Uchiha Yamato had already launched several shuriken towards his direction. Senju Taizen, caught off guard by the shuriken assault, found himself unable to execute his jutsu. Yet he discerned the shadow of Uchiha Yamato advancing through the mist and swiftly drew a shuriken in response. A series of clashes ensued, punctuated by the sounds of impact. Uchiha Yamato, leveraging the advantage of his Sharingan, initially gained the upper hand. However, mere seconds later, the steam began to dissipate, revealing both combatants once more to the onlookers. Uchiha Yamato forcefully pushed Senju Taizen back and delivered a kick, which Senju Taizen seemed to have anticipated, as he managed to block the strike with one hand and retaliated with a punch. Yet, upon impact with Uchiha Yamato's face, he transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Realizing the precarious situation, Senju Taizen surveyed his surroundings, only to be caught off guard as a powerful force struck his jaw, sending him crashing to the ground uncontrollably. Uchiha Yamato's visage soon loomed before him, and just as Senju Taizen attempted to rise, a sharp shuriken embedded itself beside his head, sending a chill of sweat down his spine, compelling him to once again lie flat on the ground. In the first round, Uchiha Yamato secured a relatively easy victory. As the second, third, and fourth rounds unfolded, both Uchiha and Senju claimed 2 victories each, leading to a climactic final showdown in the ultimate battle. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shirhan sat anxiously at the sidelines, acutely aware that this decisive confrontation was crucial. The preceding skirmishes were mere appetizers, designed solely to extend the duration of the competition. Ningxin, eliminate that brat Senju and extinguish his arrogance. Ningxin, you can do it. Evidently, Uchiha Ningxin, as the most prominent genius of the Uchiha clan this year, has garnered immense attention and acclaim. As the current goddess of the Uchiha clan, her popularity is indisputable. Meanwhile, Senju Mutai is no less formidable. As a prodigy of wood release in the future of the Senju clan, his status is exceptionally elevated, being groomed directly for the position of the next clan leader and Hokage. Senju Mutai was the first to enter the venue, whereas Uchiha Ningxin, using a transformation technique, concealed herself at the rear of the Uchiha clan, observing the competition. At this moment, how could she not feel anxious when you stepped onto the field representing her? Although the clan members, including the clan leader, would be furious, they would not terminate the match, for it was closely tied to the honor of the family. As you slowly approached the arena, all the Uchiha clan members, mirroring the thoughts of Uchiha Jishuin and Uchiha Ningxin, gazed in astonishment at her, particularly Senju Mutai, who stood before her, utterly taken aback. Uchiha Shochuan sat in the highest seat, his brow furrowed tightly. He recognized the young man before him as the individual who had been expelled from the clan a few months prior by a united vote from the elders. Beside him, Senju Taijin remarked, "Oh, I've never seen him before. Is he your clan's new genius? It seems you truly have hidden talents, but regardless of whom you send, it will be the same against Mutai's strength." The elder of the Uchiha clan stood up and approached Uchiha Jishuin, speaking in an accusatory tone. "Uchiha Jishuin, what on earth are you doing? Where is Ningxin? Do you intend to have this outsider represent us in battle?" However, his voice was subdued, mindful that members of the Senju clan were seated not far away. Uchiha Jishuin also rose, facing his father, the elder of the Uchiha clan, and implored, "Please trust me. If this can salvage the Uchiha clan from defeat, you may punish me however you see fit afterward." With that, Uchiha Jishuin cast a resolute gaze toward you, affirming, "I believe in him." The elder, though infuriated, dared not unilaterally halt the competition, for deep down, he understood that Uchiha Ningxin could not possibly defeat Senjimute. At this moment, you don the ancient garb of the Uchiha clan, a long blue garment with a round collar. The long blade at her back piercing through the clan emblem on her attire. In contrast, Senjimute wore a striking red armor, his hair pulled back. Gazing intently at you as he spoke slowly, "So, this is your choice, Uchiha you?" You shook her head. "It's merely a matter of importance. Now, let us proceed. Do not hold back." Senjimute smiled slightly. "Have you ever seen me show leniency? You were quite naive." With that, both combatants sprang into action. Uchiha Ningxin. Her expression tense, watched the stage, realizing she had never felt such anxiety before. As the rain's long blade surged forward, it was swiftly drawn back. The speed of the rain astonishing. Such remarkable speed. In such a brief moment, your agility has improved significantly, remarked Senjimute with admiration. A strike came forth, and suddenly, a slender branch emerged before Senjimute, seemingly frail yet effectively intercepting the rain's blade. Frowning, the rain swept horizontally along the branch, aiming directly at Senjimute. Wood release, wooden pile technique? Senjimute clasped his hands, and 3 massive wooden stakes surged toward the rain, threatening to send him flying if he did not evade. The rain prepared to dodge but was determined not to allow Senjimute an easy escape, delivering a powerful kick. Mute reacted swiftly, leaping aside as the 3 stakes hurtled past him, crashing toward the rain. At that moment, the rain's long blade was poised for action. Cleaving through the stakes with a vertical strike, splitting them in twain, and landing firmly on the horizontal stakes. With a powerful push-off, he created distance, allowing time to form his seal. Fire release, great fireball technique. In midair, the rain directed a great fireball toward the wooden stakes, engulfing them entirely. However, Senjimute's assault was not so easily thwarted. As the rain descended, wooden serpents materialized beneath him, their jaws agape, waiting to ensnare him. Uchiha Ningxin gasped in shock, realizing the rain had no means of evading the serpents that could move on the ground. "Do you underestimate my capabilities, Senjimute?" The rain thought defiantly. Spreading his legs in a split, he swung his long blade beneath him, unleashing a fierce blade of energy that sent the serpents flying, leaving a clear space for him to land. Senjimute frowned tightly, acknowledging, "Your growth and strength has surpassed my expectations, yet your fate remains unchanged. You cannot defeat me." With that, he formed hand seals, invoking wood release, wooden sword technique. Several wooden swords, under Muta's command, soared into the air, for in total, hovering ominously behind him, poised for action. At that moment, Uchiha Rain's Sharingan flared to life, 3 tomo gleaming in his crimson eyes. Uchiha Shochuan leaned forward, intently observing the rain, murmuring, 3 tomo Sharingan. He is merely 12 years old, and has yet to attend the ninja academy. Meanwhile, Senjimuta's brow furrowed deeper, though he feigned delight. 3 tomo Sharingan? I recall from the very first tournament, your Uchiha clan has never showcased a 3 tomo Sharingan in competition. It seems we have yet another prodigious ninja among us, indeed. The future of Konoha rests upon our 2 clans.